with the motto of learning more, and learning forever. This young man studied day and night, and finally graduated with a master's degree with honors. After escaping from hell, he bluntly declared to his friend, "I'm done with studying. I'm going to live for myself now." Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chok-kun was sent to help him reincarnate. So, all his knowledge and degrees ultimately amounted to nothing but a scrap of paper. But he was given a second chance in another world, as the third son of the Wadina family, the most powerful magical clan in the empire. Looking at his little arm, Wadina couldn't believe what he was seeing. "I still remember everything. Is this really happening?" Reborn in another world, becoming a noble, and the third son of a powerful family. But his mood quickly shifted to one of overwhelming joy. "I get it now. I'm being rewarded for my master's degree in my past life. This is my chance to relax." He was mistaken. The first rule of the Wadina family is that the firstborn inherits everything. As for the other sons, they have to decide their own futures. Luckily, the family will support anything Lihan wants to learn. So, the young Lihan grew up and began studying swordsmanship. He simply found swordsmanship quite useful, and he had nothing else to do. While studying, Lihan's teacher asked if he wanted to follow the path of the sword. Without hesitation, Lihan replied, "Come on, Ao La Long, I will become a mage. That's the most stable path." This answer surprised Ao La Long, and Lihan worried he had sounded too unambitious and sought to explain. But then Ao La Long knelt down and cried, "I am truly moved by your wisdom, young master. Most noble children are quite delusional. I mean, they have ambitions from a young age. But you can plan for a realistic future like this. For someone like Lihan, who has completed his master's degree, living realistically is a must. In this world, from knight legions to adventurer guilds, even the royal family, a skilled mage is always in demand. And this is where those talented individuals are trained, the best magical academy in the empire, Enrollment. Now, Lihan, having reached the age to enroll, will begin a new journey of study in another world. Standing in front of the academy, Lihan showed clear signs of boredom, trying to endure a few years. Seeing this, All Along quickly encouraged him. "You'll do great, young master. Even the family head praises your talent." Hearing this, Lihan sighed. "I don't believe it. He won't even let me practice magic because it's dangerous for kids. But thanks for your false encouragement." As a graduate student, Lihan had worked with professors enough times to understand what others were thinking. Although All Along wanted to follow the young master, he had to stop at the academy gate. From here on, both the escort and the servant were not allowed to enter. Lihan also felt he didn't really need those things, so he entered the academy alone. But just a few steps in, he realized this place was packed with people, not just soldiers but also a crowd of attendants following the nobles. Enrogat wasn't a place one would just walk into. Lihan's mind was filled with questions. This place was nothing like what he had heard about. At that moment, a young man standing next to him was shaking nervously. "It's all messed up. Ugh, come on." Lihan thought the young man was sick and spoke up to check on him. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" The young man suddenly gritted his teeth. "I can't sleep without a servant. Servants are like my arms and legs. Would you agree to cut off my arms and legs if I did this?" While flailing his arms and legs, he leaned his face close to Lihan and asked. Lihan, not knowing how to respond, could only nod in agreement for a gift. The young noble, thinking he found an ally, grew even more enthusiastic. He marched straight to the academy's mage to protest the acceptance of slaves as students. But what he received was a mind-controlling spell, turning him into a god of despair, muttering continuously, "Iapologiza, Iapologiza." Damn, the mages here are really ruthless. Lihan watched this scene in shock. How could they dare to use such magic on nobles without hesitation? The rumors can't be true, right? That this place is filled with monsters, and if you die, you'll be buried on the mountain behind. While Lihan was still shaken by the rumors he had heard, the academy's door suddenly swung open, and a blinding figure appeared with a booming voice. "Welcome to Enrogat, you stubborn fools." Faced with this overwhelming magical force, everyone froze in place. "This is the power of the headmaster of Enrogat Academy. I swear I told you to come in alone, but it's fine. Even if you don't want to follow the rules, I will make you obey." As soon as the words ended, all the valuables and the noble's servants were sucked into the air and vanished without a trace. Despite the desperate cries, the headmaster continued, "Why do you all stand there like idiots? Move, come in, come in, come in." That terrifying voice came from a floating green skull in the air. I can't tell if this is an academy of magic or a lair of dark mages. The huge door of the academy then slowly slammed shut, separating everything from the outside. That was Lihan's first day at Inrogat, the Empire's top magic academy, and he had a bad feeling about it. Inside the academy, the young masters and ladies were still struggling to get used to having to fend for themselves, continuously crying out. At that moment, while Lihan was blending into the crowd, a female voice suddenly called out from behind. "You're Lihan from the Wadina family, right?" I'm Ioner Makan, and like the Wadanza family, the Makan family also has a lineage of mages. Li Han politely responded according to noble etiquette and asked if Ioner was looking for him for something. But it turned out that the person who wanted to see him was the Prince of the Empire. This is understandable, as Enrogat is the ideal place to learn and seek relationships. It's just the first day, and everyone is already so eager to make friends. Standing in front of the prince, Li Han hesitated, wondering if calling him Your Highness was too much when the king had over 100 children. Even within the royal family, people only cared about the firstborn, and the king showed no interest in his other children, making their lives even harder. Living among the children of such powerful families, even if they are of royal blood, they are considered inferior to Ioner's making family. Li Han wondered why she was trying to befriend someone like that. Other nobles shared the same thoughts and began to gossip. Why would she befriend such an insignificant prince? After all, being friends is better than having enemies. Li Han warmly shook hands with Ioner. Of course, what was wrong with that? Ioner smiled brightly. Really? Thank you. I'm glad you agreed. You're the first one to do so. After hearing this, Li Han felt a bit uneasy, as if she had just been tricked. This is Ganando, the 97th prince. There's a rumor he might be the 101st prince, but he insists he's the 97th. Clearly, he doesn't want to be behind the 100th. This prince is really childish, always getting upset over others teasing. Not only is he childish, but he's also foolish. Just a little praise from Li Han made him smug. While talking, Ganando looked towards the distant crowd. After all, they rejected my offer and went to talk to Adanath. It's so funny. Li Han glanced at Adanath, the 44th princess or somewhere close to that, and thought to herself, she had the noble aura expected from a royal family, so of course, everyone would follow her. Unlike anyone else, Ganando still thought Li Han was on his side, so he put in extra effort. You handle her, you're tall and look strong. Of course, Li Han wouldn't listen to that. Ganando, from the noble Tram-On family, wouldn't bully others. Ganando still didn't get it, saying I didn't mean to bully, but to punish. But before he could finish, Li Han interrupted him. They wouldn't do that anyway, just think about it. Of course, someone as foolish as Ganando couldn't think of anything and asked Li Han what to do now. Although she didn't care much for this prince, Li Han offered some advice. Be generous and forgiving, but if you don't want to, you should challenge them directly. As soon as fighting was mentioned, Ganando immediately behaved like a puppy. We don't need to make a big deal out of it. Since I'm a prince from Tram-On, I'll forgive them. Seeing Ganando listen for the first time like this, Ioner stepped forward to praise Li Han. Ah, you're amazing. You can manage his stubbornness, something even I, a relative, can't handle. You can see how difficult Ioner must have it with this royal relative. By the way, Li Han also asked a question. Amazing is a bit much. But before that, I understand you two are relatives, but why do you bother taking care of him? Just then, the green skull appeared again, interrupting the conversation. Are you all having a good chat, you metalheads? Seeing the skull up close, Li Han was utterly astonished. Lich, an entity that is the result of a wizard willing to pay the price for immortal life. It's hard to believe that the principal is a lich. It seems Li Han studied the theory very hard before entering the academy, truly deserving of being a graduate student. While everyone was still in shock, the principal posed a question. I have a question for all of you. Why do we call you Ironheads? The first to raise their hand to answer was Adanath. Because the symbol of this class is steel. This is the correct answer, and Adanath's house receives 10 points. Hearing this for the first time, Adanath was surprised and asked back, is there a point system for the houses? But the principal's answer was just a trap. Of course not. If you want to become a wizard, you should first learn how to distinguish between real and fake. That's right. The symbol for this class is steel. Steel is a material that can change depending on how it's made. A valuable substance with many uses. A perfect material for new students like you. These flowery words left all the students in awe. Everyone felt motivated to strive harder. But what a joke this still is from the principal. Once again fooled, the reason your symbol is steel is that your heads are as empty as them. Damn, I'm truly at a loss for words with this principal. While everyone else was still frozen, only Li Han was looking around. No matter how much he taunted, everyone was completely stiff. That's because, anyway, moving in a place filled with magical energy is unimaginably difficult. But now it feels easier. Maybe because I'm getting used to it here. Has the principal been absent for many days? Your behaviors have caught the principal's attention. After scaring the students, the principal finally stopped his joke here. It seems I was too harsh on those who just traveled a long way to get here. Now, all of you, look to the door on the left. Just enjoy the feast and let go of the fatigue from the journey. Before the students' eyes was a room overflowing with delicious and beautiful food. Slices of white bread slathered with butter and cheese. Delicious chicken marinated with oil, butter, spices, and flour, cooked with wine to create a gourmet chicken dish. pastries covered in rich sauces, and fresh fish grilled over charcoal in European style. Even someone from a royal lineage like Gainando couldn't help but drool. But just when everyone set down their knives, all the food disappeared. At this moment, the familiar laugh of the principal echoed once more. "You fools have been tricked again. Ha ha ha. When will you ever learn?" Li Han was at a loss for words with this principal. "I heard that when you become a lich, you have to sacrifice a few things. I'm sure this principal is lacking quite a few things." After playing around with the new students, the principal turned into a pile of rubble. This academy is where wizards are born, and the greatest motivation behind a wizard growing stronger is their thirst for knowledge. This is the uniform for you all, and the food. For someone who eats luxurious dishes all day like Gainando, rice and mushrooms with bread really are a nightmare. But just as he voiced his opinion, the principal leaned in closely. "That's right. That's the reaction I wanted to see. The food is terrible, right? Learn magic and find better food for yourself. Aren't the clothes and wands quite shabby? Learn magic and go find better things yourself. This is the rule of this academy." After hearing the principal's words, a student got the idea to go out and get more supplies. Upon hearing this, the principal's eyes lit up. "Exactly. That's a great question. The boys are not allowed to leave here. They aren't allowed to visit seniors either. That's it, now disperse. Good luck, students. Step forward and become the greatest wizards." After that bizarre announcement, Li Han sighed heavily. There are always teachers like this in every world. It's getting really annoying. The professor just now, his gaze was no different from that of my teacher in my previous life. Yes, that crazy look. While Li Han was lost in thought, Ganando ran up with a pitiful expression. "Li Han, you were thinking of going there too, right? How dare they treat us like this? With such terrible food and clothing, how are we supposed to survive?" But Li Han didn't care about him and came to a conclusion. "Wait, what if that old skull is kinder than my former teacher? Not only providing food, but also clothes. Wow, this place is indeed much better. Damn, our main character's mind turns out to be quite unusual. This must be the result of studying too much in the previous life. In the Empire, the Wadina clan isn't very famous among the nobility. There are very few people who know about them because this clan always uses magical research as a barrier from the bustling outside world. Because of this, there's nothing to say about them except for distorted misunderstandings." Upon hearing Li Han's statement, Ganando was left speechless. "Even my servants don't dress like this. What kind of life are you living?" Feeling sympathy for Li Han, Ganando teared up and patted him on the shoulder. "Whenever you have a chance, come by my place." Li Han didn't understand anything but just nodded in agreement. These people are truly unbelievable. After that, the two left together, having become friends. Enrogat accepts anyone who wants to study. Background doesn't matter, as long as they have talent. However, to avoid unnecessary conflicts among these difficult youngsters, the dormitory has been divided into 4 areas corresponding to the students' backgrounds. The Tower of the Azure Dragon is magnificent. Only the noble descendants of the Azure Dragon can enter. That's right. Only those who have the blood of the flow in their veins are allowed inside. The Tower of the Eternal Fire Phoenix. Only those who have devoted everything to the sacred flame can enter. A sacred and pure place, reserved only for priests and apostles. The Tower of the Thunder, White Tiger. Only those who can unleash a furious storm can enter. This is the tower where generations of knights reside. They are ready to walk both the path of knights and mages. The Tower of the Mysterious Black Tortoise. The tower only those with boundless patience can enter. There are many types of people here. Commoners, servants, actors, the well-off, merchants, and even lower nobles. Compared to other houses, members of this house are often discriminated against for their lowly status. This is most evident in the new students, although there are exceptions to everything. In Li Han's eyes, these students are the most promising business partners, so he must befriend them. Without business, there is no wealth, and the essence of business is practical experience, which must be accumulated. Just then, a voice of disdain echoed from afar. "Whatever you say, I still don't understand how they accept such lowly people here. What are you looking at? Am I wrong?" Seeing this guy disrespect his future business partner, Li Han stepped forward. "The lowly one here is that guy. Didn't we leave everything behind when we entered here? How can someone so arrogant forget this basic fact?" These words received agreement from the other students. He's right. He comes from the Wadina family, doesn't he? Truly a prestigious clan. The ones who made the disdainful remarks, now surrounded by the crowd, began to feel embarrassed. They didn't expect such a reaction from everyone, and Li Han was very pleased with this outcome. Great, the atmosphere improved. Now he just needed to get through the questioning. But before he could get closer, everyone panicked and looked for a way to escape. "Wadina? Don't even think about looking or getting close. Their clan is dangerous. I heard their leader is a full dragon. I've heard they are descendants of ancient souls." Li Han was stunned. He couldn't understand why everyone reacted this way. He turned to ask Ioner beside him. "Ioner, do I look that scary?" Ayana replied calmly. Not at all. You just look like a genuine noble. Even then, Li-Han still had no idea how famous his clan was. At this moment, Ganando ran over from a distance. Li-Han, Ayana, why did you two leave me out here? On the way, Li-Han continued the conversation he had started with Ayana. By the way, Ayana, can you tell me everything you were going to say earlier? Ayana then replied, oh, the reason I spoil her so much is because of her mother. Suddenly, a magnificent scene unfolded. At a banquet, Ayana accidentally spilled a drink on Queen Macon, Ganando's mother, when he was a child. Everyone thought that the Macon family was done for. Even children wouldn't be spared. But the queen not only did not blame but also gently held little Ayana in her arms. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Miss Ayana is alright, right? This scene is truly cinematic. And of course, if it were in one of the movies Li-Han watched in his past life, it would be like this. Here, the simple reason is that Ganando's mother is incredibly rich. As long as she's friendly with Ganando, she'll provide Ayana with a huge allowance. After hearing this reason, Li-Han's perception suddenly crumbled. But then, an unclean thought popped into his head. If that's the case, maybe I should befriend her right away. These two really are good friends. While talking, the three of them walked to their shared residence, the Long Tower. But this academy is so vast, filled with lakes, forests, and mountains, it has everything. Yet the principal insists on having the students fend for themselves. Suddenly, the crowd ahead caught Li-Han's attention. Since it was the way to the Long Tower, he moved forward to eavesdrop. As soon as Boncheng moved ahead, Li-Han was left speechless. He didn't expect the famous Long Tower to look like this. Van Ando immediately started to complain. Even the servants' quarters are bigger than this place. Are they making us live in a place like this? I'm getting more and more disappointed. But when he stepped into the tower, everyone seemed to vanish, and the space suddenly changed. Li-Han was observing his surroundings, trying to figure out what to do, when a voice echoed in his mind. Welcome, little mage. Where do you want to go? It didn't take long for Li-Han to understand what was happening. The central house is a magical tower, truly deserving of being a magic academy. He placed his hand on his chest and politely asked, Where can I go? The tower responded. The dog adapted quickly. Currently, the only places you can step into are the private room and the lounge designated for male students. After hearing this, Li-Han asked further, So, that means I can go to other places later, right? The tower explained further. Yes, there are places you can enter just by knowing the name. And there are places where you need to know a bit more information to be able to access. But for now, you can't go anywhere. The principal has strictly forbidden that. Li-Han didn't ask anything else and chose to go to his private room. Before he was transported, the tower sent him a friendly welcome. It seems that Li-Han left a good impression on the Qinglong Tower. As soon as he stepped into his private room, Li-Han immediately read a book about the academy. A brief note about Enrogat. Aside from the main classes that are mandatory, you can choose other classes. You can decide whether to continue after trying for a month. Sorcerers are those who explore the principles of the world. Even if others offer to help, a sorcerer must walk their own path. Signed, Osugona Dantesque. After finishing the book, Li-Han realized the principal wasn't as strict as he thought. He believed studying here was even easier than university. And this room had almost everything he needed. Li-Han was the only one who thought this way. For the rich young masters and ladies, a room like this seemed like nothing at all. They wouldn't even dare dream of staying in a room like this. After understanding all the rules in the academy, Li-Han decided to go to the lounge and ask everyone what they wanted to study. When asked, Ayana happily shared, I want to study alchemy. I've always been interested in it. My dream is to create my own history and supply items to the royal family. Want to join me? Mentioning business, Ayana's eyes lit up. It's surprising that someone from a noble background is so obsessed with money. Li-Han felt a bit intimidated. Alchemy isn't an easy job, so let me think about it. The alchemy industry in the empire is highly competitive. From spreading rumors about rivals to monopolizing medicinal ingredients, guilds fight for market profits. Choosing something stable would be better. That's Li-Han's thought. When Ayana asked him back, Li-Han suddenly hesitated. He was thinking of subjects with less competition and higher scores. He prioritized important government jobs. In other words, working for the imperial government. No matter what field he focused on, grades and evaluations were still the most important. But if he said that outright, it would disappoint someone as passionate as Ayana. So Li-Han found a clever way to respond. I plan to try out many subjects before deciding. We shouldn't rush into important decisions like this. Just then, Ganando came running in, shouting, Everyone, there's a problem. I think our room is empty. There's nothing there, just a mess. Li-Han and Ayana understood the issue immediately and were speechless. Even if Ganando repeated it, their reaction remained the same. It seemed they had gotten used to the antics of these noble kids by now. The next day, Li-Han walked while focusing on reading a book about fundamental magical comprehension. This is one of the main subjects for male students, and each house has its own curriculum. Contrary to Li-han's eagerness to learn, the others looked lifeless. When asked, they all started complaining. We're starving and the beds are too uncomfortable, so no one can sleep. Not to mention the prickly clothes are annoying. Hearing this, Li-han remembered his previous life. Back then, mealtimes weren't even on his schedule, and the only food for the entire day was a chocolate bar he received from his senior. After throwing everything away and finishing all the work, you joked about the upcoming grand party. But what you actually received was instant noodles and a piece of kimbap. Compared to that life, the circumstances here are much better, and Li-han is very satisfied with it. After a while of walking and complaining, the group finally reached the classroom for this subject. But as soon as they opened the door, the students who arrived earlier suddenly shouted, "Aha, what is this? This is definitely our classroom, for sure." But inside, there was a gremlin. Despite the gremlin politely introducing herself as a professor from the academy, the noble kids were filled with doubts. Gremlins are vicious and dangerous monsters to the nobility, even though they are well protected. After settling down, the students took their seats, and the professor began her introduction. "Nice to meet you all. My name is Gaxer Kim, and I am a half-gremlin. I understand why you are scared, but don't worry, I don't eat anyone." As she said this, she suddenly licked her lips, and her face turned frightening, "unless I'm really hungry." As soon as the words left her mouth, the students were terrified, with Ganando foaming at the mouth and fainting right on the spot. I wonder if there's anyone normal left in this academy. After the introduction, Professor Gaxer began her lecture. I regret joking like that, but anyway, let's start learning, shall we? Most of the students here have never used magic. That's because magic is extremely dangerous, and therefore, only adults are allowed to use it. But you all here are the seeds that can become mages, having already reached the iron rank. This lesson will show you what magic is, and help you see what kind of magic you have a talent for. The journey to becoming a mage is very strict, and I hope to be your compass. After hearing this, the students let out a collective sigh of relief. So, it turns out that not all professors here are like the principal. It seems the principal left a lasting impression on the students, and it wasn't a good one. To start the lecture, Professor Gaxir posed the most basic question: what is magic? Almost immediately, Adinas raised her hand to answer. It's when a mage uses it to change the external space according to their will. Truly a top student, she's always the first to answer and has never been wrong. Professor Gaxer then added to this answer, "A very good answer. But to add more, it's about using the power of magic, mana, as the main force to change everything outside. Those who have joined this academy have enough talent to sense and detect this magical force. But to use magic, we need to go much further than that. You will have to summon the magic yourself and weave it together delicately. Only then can the magic be cast. Usually, people think they need to chant a spell or perform an action to cast magic. But the most important thing is the will of the students. They must not forget that." After explaining the basics, she asks the students to take out their wands and experience it for themselves. After a long time, Li-han finally gets to use magic. While the students are still fumbling, Professor Gaxir carefully guides them verbally. "I want you to visualize a light in your mind, while maintaining your current magical energy." At this moment, Ion closes her eyes tightly, trying to feel her magic. This is tough, so this is what controlling magical energy feels like. It's like trying to hold the reins of a wildly galloping horse. It will dissipate if I lose focus. After seeing that the students have grasped the first step, Professor Gaxer waves her wand to guide them to the next step. While you're focusing on keeping your magical energy intact, recite the spell. Light. Instantly, a brilliant light emanates from the wand, illuminating the entire area. The spell can be anything you think of at that moment. But remember, a short spell can help you maintain focus better, right? Watching the professor demonstrate, Li-han grasped the main issues and summarized them into 3 simple steps. 1. Gather magical energy. 2. Transform the magical energy at will. 3. Recite a spell. Just because you understand the lesson doesn't mean you can do it exactly like that. Obviously, you failed on your first attempt. Not just Li-han. Other students faced similar situations where the magical energy went out of control and scattered everywhere. At that moment, Professor Gaxer lightly waved her wand to ensure the students' safety. If you can't control it, the magic can become unstable and harm others. But it's the professor's responsibility to prevent that, so stay calm and practice. Don't be afraid. If anyone has magical energy, give it another try. On the second attempt, 1/3 of the students gave up, leaving only 2/3 remaining. Observing the students' expressions, Professor Gaxer smiled with delight. The Light Tower may be the simplest spell, but it usually takes a month of practice to master. But this is something the students must overcome themselves, so I won't tell you. On the 3rd attempt, half of the students gave up. On the 4th attempt, most gave up, leaving only 3 students. On the 5th attempt, only 1 student remained. On the sixth attempt, there was still one student left. Suddenly, Li-Han raised her hand to speak, apologizing to the professor. "I'm sorry for interrupting, but I still need to continue practicing." Because Professor Gaxier just realized it was already the seventh attempt. Usually by the fifth time, first-year students have exhausted their magical power, no matter how energetic they are. In the East, there's a tribe that calls it spiritual energy. A scholar who enjoys elegance would call it an element, while a few stubborn priests would refer to it as divine power. This energy, associated with these names, is the source of a wizard's strength. Since every time magic is cast, it requires magical energy, a young and inexperienced wizard will naturally encounter a phenomenon known as magical energy depletion. However, Li-Han still appeared fine, even though this was the seventh time, which intrigued the professor greatly. And because Li-Han used his first name instead of his surname when asked, he successfully earned bonus points in the professor's eyes for demonstrating equality. Professor Gaxier smiled warmly, asking if he could step forward. She had already noted the name Li-Han in her mind. Then she instructed Li-Han to place his hand on hers and feel the magical energy within him. As soon as their hands touched, an immense wave of energy surged like ocean waves, causing Professor Gaxier to suddenly become immersed in it. Only when Li-Han spoke did she snap back to reality. Professor Gaxier quickly withdrew her hand and said it was nothing, and the lesson would continue. At this moment, Ganando whispered to Ioner, "Hey, shouldn't we rescue him? What if she eats him?" It's truly frustrating with the mindset of this young man. Before sending Li-Han back to his spot, the professor patted him on the shoulder and quietly told him she wanted to talk after class today. A moment later, the basic students had regained their strength, and Professor Gaxier continued her lecture. "I'm sure you all sensed it, but the magical energy of dogs can easily be depleted. But don't be disheartened. The more you practice, the more magical energy you'll accumulate, and dogs will gradually use less energy. Sometimes, a highly motivated student may lose control during training and get injured, so we must be very careful, right, Ganando? Also, I don't eat students." Poor young man. Indeed, the bed has harmed him. After cautioning carefully, the first lesson concluded here. After class, Li-Han went to the professor's office as instructed. "Excuse me, professor, but what's this about? Why did you call me out like this?" Professor Gaxier looked at Li-Han with a meaningful expression before speaking. "Actually, the principal informed me about you even before today's class." Upon hearing about the principal, Li-Han instinctively stepped back. Being noticed by that crazy old man is really scary. Professor Gaxier noticed and spoke up. "Don't worry. The principal might seem a bit silly, but he is a kind-hearted person. The students don't know this, but the principal has an excellent eye for people. Every year, he provides a lot of information about new students. Be careful with that student selling beasts. He could burn down the dormitory several times over. Our student is a half-demon, so be careful when using holy magic near her." And what he said about Li-Han is that our student has the qualities of a big fool. Professor Gaxier understood the implication behind this statement as soon as he heard it. He said it refers to a big fool. This can be understood literally, but Easterners often say that a big fool can also be a talent. What we think is foolish might connect to what we consider brilliant. What he means is that he has seen the potential of this student. I wonder what kind of student he will be. Li-Han, I have high hopes for you. Seeing the professor lost in thought for a moment, Li-Han spoke up to ask. Professor, of course. Professor Gaxier couldn't say what he was thinking, so he found another way to express it. The reason I called you here is that you have too much magical energy. After hearing this, Li-Han scratched his head, not too surprised. It's good news, but is that really the reason the professor needed to meet with him? I thought practicing would increase his magical energy. Professor Gaxier continued. You're not just a little above average. I can't even gauge its limits. This statement left Li-Han speechless. The total energy of a magician is one of the determining factors. If there is a shortage of magical energy, one will need to use methods to draw magic in order to possess more energy. This means that possessing more magical energy will prevent encountering those limitations. In other words, it symbolizes a great talent. Li-Han's expression quickly shifted to joy in an instant. If what the professor said is true, then his path ahead is filled with roses. But before he could celebrate for long, the professor sadly pointed out a downside. Hearing this, Li-Han questioned, "What do you mean, Professor? Isn't having a lot of magical energy a good thing?" The professor set the cup of water he was holding down and began to illustrate. "It may be true, but you have too much. Think of magical energy like the water in this cup. It's easy to regulate it like this. However, regulating a total amount of energy as vast as the ocean wouldn't be very difficult, would it?" Being intelligent, Li-Han immediately understood the problem. So this means the difficulty of controlling magical energy and the fundamental principles of magic will be extremely high. He was disappointed, holding his head and kneeling on the ground in despair. Indeed, having too much of anything isn't good, and magical energy is no exception. At this moment, The professor pulled out a bracelet and put it on Li Han's wrist. This is a bracelet that can absorb magical energy. It will help you right now. After hearing this, Li Han felt uplifted again. So, will this bracelet solve everything? Thank you, Professor, but of course, it's not that simple. If it were such a small issue, the professor wouldn't have called you to his office. Not knowing what to do, Li Han could only seek advice from the professor. The professor paused to think for a moment, and then said that using multiple spells to drain your magical energy would be very beneficial. You're allowed to practice on your own, as nothing bad happens from running out of magical energy. This solution is simple yet effective, but it seems Li Han isn't too fond of it. On the way back to the room, he looked gloomy. Man, I see a bleak future ahead. From now on, I have to make sure I score high. He turned to ask his two friends. Hey, are you two thinking about which class to enroll in? Ion cheerfully replied. I'm definitely still studying alchemy. By the way, do you two want to study together? Before Li Han could say anything, Ganando quickly chimed in. What are you talking about? Alchemy is for servants. What principles are there to learn? Ion said. You're so silly. Hearing that, Ion clenched his fists tightly. Wadina, can you step aside a bit? Li Han sensed the rising tension and quickly backed away. Ganando, unaware of the danger, took a heavy punch from Ion. Ganando, if you get hit, don't ever ask for a potion. Li Han also knew a bit about fighting thanks to the lessons taught by All Along, and in his eyes, that punch was a perfect 10, nothing to criticize. Afterwards, Li Han and Ion headed together to the basic alchemy class. On the way, Li Han was quite worried about what just happened, but Ion said that apologizing would suffice. From her calm demeanor, it seemed this wasn't the first time Ganando had taken a hit. On the way, they noticed many students from other towers also walking the same path, mostly students from the Black Tortoise Tower. Li Han didn't care much that they were there, but their gazes made him uneasy. Commoners usually react in two ways when encountering nobles. One is to fear them, or to want nothing to do with them, or they will harbor resentment. Hearing the strange discussions about him, Li Han could only sigh in helplessness. He knew very well that if he acted too friendly, it could easily backfire. After a while, the whole class had gathered, and from a distance, a voice called out, Is everyone here yet? Once again, the students gushed about their professor. With a principal like Lich, and a professor like Trantin, another quirky professor wouldn't be surprising. But it turned out this time the professor was just an ordinary person. Not playful like the principal and Professor Garcia, this professor got straight to the point. My name is Uregum Gyumda, but you can just call me Professor Uregum. I'm sure you're all thinking the same thing. We built such a large building, yet why are we gathering out here in this empty courtyard? As usual, Adanath raised her hand to speak first, to feel the mana from nature, understanding the useful powers for alchemists that exist in nature. But this time, her answer was wrong. On the other side, when asked by Ioner what this question meant, Li Han answered Vuver. Could it be to gather materials? But I didn't expect this answer to be correct and receive praise from Professor Uregum. You're also quite the sharp one, I mean a pretty smart student. Hearing this, Adanath turned her gaze towards you. Suddenly getting attention, Li Han felt a bit shy. Guessing like that and being right, don't think you need to compete with me over this. After that, Professor Uregum began the lecture. The real reason we need to focus out here is for me to teach you the most important conditions in alchemy. I'm sure you're thinking that alchemy requires someone to be exceptionally smart and control magic precisely, but that's far from reality. The most important skill for an alchemist is gathering materials. Ioner was carefully taking notes on the professor's lecture and was left speechless. What the professor just said was so different from what she had thought before. At this moment, Adanath raised her hand to speak. Excuse me, Professor, we can grow our own materials or request them from others, so gathering materials is just a small skill. The other students began to murmur. The prince is right. Why do we have to find materials? That's a bit strange. This made Professor Uregum furious. Stubborn kids, you don't know anything about the real world. You can't even grow 10% of the materials you need by yourself. Besides, the things you buy are useless. The reason we travel with the explorers is that they are digging up those valuable herbs. They dig up those valuable herbs half-heartedly. Realizing he was overreacting, Professor Uregum quickly lowered his tone. An alchemist should know how to gather their own materials. If you can't gather your own materials, you won't become a good alchemist. That's enough explanation. Let's move on to the practical test. All of you bring those materials back to me. Each student was then given a picture of the type of herb they needed to find. Enrogat, with all his prestige and many unpleasant rumors, had one rumor that someone died while learning magic. Clearly, magic is dangerous and accidents can happen, but this is a lack of preparation. Why bring students to a place like this? That's what Li Han thought, as he looked at the forest behind him. You think it's really dangerous with just 2 people? Ioner agreed, and wondered if anyone else in the tower with them could join. Li Han immediately thought of Princess Adanath, who was quite outstanding in other subjects. But it seemed Ionar didn't like this princess because she was extremely picky. Lihan thought that just searching for herbs wouldn't be a big deal. But it was too late. Adanath already had her own group. Seeing someone from the Mystic Tower in that group who had avoided him earlier, Lihan felt jealous to the point of tears. Ionar explained, "Well, it's because the prince was famous even before enrolling. She is famous even among the royal family for her intelligence and remarkable talent. She has a star quality that the public loves. And because of that, everyone follows her at all times." In contrast, Ganando Mel shows no interest at all, which is truly sad. After a while, all the students found their groups, leaving only a few from the Mystic Tower. Lihan carefully thinks about what needs to be done. It would be too dangerous if your group only has 2 people. You need someone else to support the team's weaknesses. At this moment, he suddenly notices a girl, Nulia, from the Mystic Tower. She is a night hunter and a member of the Night Patrol, a patrol force in the north. The Night Patrol is a group of skilled hunters and scouts who operate in the north and know the mountain terrain like the back of their hand. When she first saw the picture that Professor Urigold gave her, Nulia, although she hadn't heard of this herb, was still very confident. This mountain is her playground. It won't take long for her to find the herb in the picture. Now is the time for her to showcase her abilities and surpass the other students. Just as Nulia is about to set off, Lihan and Ionar speak up from behind. Ahem. Ahen, hello there. I'm Ionar from the Macon House, and I'm Lihan. Nice to meet you. Nulia immediately recognizes Ionar as a noble, while Lihan stands beside him. Students from the Mystic Tower generally don't have a good opinion of nobles, so she responds coldly. What do you want? When asked if she wanted to team up to go into the mountains, Nulia suddenly became alert. What's your true intention? She clenches her fists, ready to strike at any moment. Nobles are all the same. They call us savages to insult us. Even when we show our best hospitality, they complain that we treat them poorly. How can these guys be any different? At this moment, Lihan gently suggests, it's very dangerous to go alone. What would you do if a monster appeared? But Nulia turns away and refuses the offer. Seeing this, Lihan speculates, can you tell me why? Don't say you think we'll use you as bait or abandon you. Being called dark-hearted, Nulia blushes deeply. She tries to come up with an excuse about wanting to go alone, but is interrupted by Lihan. But even so, going into the forest alone is not wise. I'm sure that's not the reason. You not only don't know what will happen in the forest, but you also need to gather materials and bring them back. I'm sure you're not foolish enough to think you can do it all by yourself. The more they talk, the more embarrassed Nulia feels. To avoid Lihan's persistence, she has no choice but to agree to join the group. And so, Lihan's goal was successfully achieved. Ionar, standing beside her, felt a bit angry at this method. She wonders what the Wadina house has been teaching. And so, the 3 of them ventured into the deep forest to search for herbs for Professor Urigold. Being very familiar with the mountainous terrain, Nulia freely jumps from branch to branch and swiftly moves forward. Witnessing this series of training maneuvers, Ionar couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, a skilled hunter, how did he know both worlds? Lihan explained. Her muscles and calves were well developed, and the calluses on her palms meant she frequently used the same name. Those are things only experienced hunters possess. Nulia overheard these analyses, making her cautious. Just with those clues, really? He has something strange about him, like he can read others. At that moment, Lihan said he was just joking, mostly looking at the glow badge on his belt, nearly causing Nulia to fall from the tree. This team turned out to be quite unusual. After a few jokes, Nulia seemed to lower her guard. At this point, Ionar invited her to walk down together to keep pace. Nulia initially protested, but after hearing Lihan's reasoning, she had no rebuttal. The only one who can distinguish the herbs here is Ionar. If she collapses, what will we do? Nulia quickly shifted the topic to Birdway. But what exactly is your role, you guy? If Lihan said he was here to scavenge, Nulia would surely go crazy, so he said he was here to protect the 2 girls. After hearing this, Nulia asked, looking back, he also needed to change that. Perhaps he came from a knight family, so why was he in the Azure Tower? Lihan felt this was an opportunity to get closer and introduced his background. Actually, I'm not from a knight family but from the Wadina clan. As soon as she heard the name Wadina, Nulia's face changed. Seeing her fearful attitude, Lihan became scared too. Ionar, is something wrong with my clan? Ionar patted his shoulder to comfort him. Most noble families have not so good rumors, but the Wadina clan is quite an extreme case. Regarding this issue, Lihan knew nothing and wondered what the rumors were. Ionar didn't hide it, and explained in detail that the head of the Wadina clan is a dragon. After the incident with the undead uprising, he once used his breath to incinerate all the undead into mere skeletons. The bloodline of the Wadina clan made a pact with an ancient soul. Thus they gained incredible magical abilities, at the cost of losing their emotions. The Wadina family is not at all merciful. The Wadina mages who came to quell the uprising caused a city to vanish. Those are the rumors circulating about your clan. After hearing this, Li-Han was so furious he felt like crying. Now he just wanted to shout that whatever the rumor, it shouldn't all fall on the Wadina clan. Seeing Li-Han like this, Nulia, who had been cautious earlier, couldn't help but laugh. I don't know anything else, but it seems the rumor that they lost their emotions is definitely false. After that, the three continued their journey to gather herbs in the forest. After just a short while, Nulia signaled to stop. It turns out she had spotted animal tracks nearby. Look, something quite large passed through here. Because the footprints are quite faint, I think it's using its strength to cover its tracks. I'm a bit curious about what it could be. At this moment, Ionor's face showed clear disinterest in the matter, making Nulia feel extremely embarrassed. Ah, here I go again. I need to start getting used to this. Aside from the perverts, no one is interested in these things. Suddenly, Li-Han appeared with an excited expression. Wow, this is interesting. She might learn something about these tracks. For the first time, someone outside was interested in this topic, leaving Nulia in disbelief as she asked again. Is this interesting? Li-Han was taken aback. Wasn't it interesting to her? Nulia was now blushing deeply and started babbling. Not knowing how to respond, she stood up and spoke loudly. Anyway, whenever you find any tracks like this, it's best to be careful. It doesn't just have huge claws. But guessing what kind of creature this guy is can be quite difficult. I've heard about some monsters roaming around the Magic Academy area. Since Enrogar is a land rich in magical energy, it affects the soil and a lot of monsters appear. Of course, there are also monsters created from experiments, and those formed from discarded potions resembling special slimes. The more Li-Han heard, the more she felt this academy lacked a sense of safety. Since stepping in here, nothing has felt normal. Because of this new discovery, the group decided to follow the tracks on the ground. This way, they would be less likely to be ambushed. Before moving on, Li-Han suddenly expressed a desire to learn how to read the tracks from Nulia. Nulia said it wouldn't be easy, and she was sure Li-Han would give up soon. But Li-Han persisted in convincing her, saying that as long as she teaches me, I will do my best to learn. I thought Nulia would outright refuse, but surprisingly, she smiled warmly. Let's see how you do it. It seems that the journey so far has gradually opened Nulia up, who was initially very cautious. After following the tracks for a while, Ionor discovered the needed herb, the Hoai herb. It's a bit unfortunate that we only found 2, but I think we can find the rest pretty quickly. Since I don't see any more nearby, let's keep going. Because she was so focused on the herb, Ionor didn't notice the silence around her. When she turned around, she saw a gigantic wild boar charging straight at the three of them. Li-Han could sense the magical energy, so this was definitely not an ordinary wild boar. According to Nulia's experience, this was exactly a monster. The monster seemed to have no intention of letting the three of them go. It slowly advanced, the magical energy radiating more and more. At this moment, Li-Han took out her wand from her pocket. It would be dangerous if we stayed like this. Since we don't have any weapons, I'll use my wand. Since the size of the wand can change according to her will, Li-Han transformed it into a large staff. Nulia just realized. That's right. Li-Han comes from a family of sorcerers. Speaking of which, that's the empire of the great sorcerers, the Wadina family. He must have learned some spells before enrolling. But when asked if he was confident, Li-Han wasn't so sure. Seeing this, Nulia cautiously advised him. If you fail, grab that red-headed one and run. I'll distract it and lead it away. The atmosphere suddenly became very emotional. The three of them just looked at each other and blushed. It's really speechless with these three people. Nulia was tense, sweating, intently watching Li-Han. Exactly what kind of magic do you plan to use to defeat that wild boar? But contrary to her expectations, Li-Han had no idea what magic to use. He tightened his grip on the wand, recalling what he was taught at 10 years old. The sword may be the king of all weapons, but you mustn't rely on it. You need to learn how to use other weapons to prepare for all possible situations. Only those who understand the process can push mana into the core for Li-Han during his sword training. However, only a small number of chosen ones can reach this aura state. Enrolling didn't say this for fear of disappointing the master. As for Li-Han, his goal was to become a sorcerer and work in an office, so he wasn't sure if he needed to put in this much effort just for aura. But misunderstanding his intentions, Enrolling conducted a brutal training regimen. Now, what he learned back then would come into play. Despite the monster charging at him, Li-Han stood still, his sharp gaze fixed on the target. When the distance was close enough, he tightened his wand and thrust it straight into the monster's mouth. The monster was caught off guard, painfully falling to the ground and dying on the spot. Could this really be the legendary physical magic sorcerer? Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Nylia screamed. Did you just stab it with a wand? What about magic? Enro's wand is very sturdy. It can even be used as a weapon. Even so, Using it to take down a wild boar monster is definitely not easy at all. The only reason this was possible is that Lihan unconsciously used mana. Though still far from the aura state, he began to adapt to become self-reliant. After careful inspection, Nylia confirmed that the monster was down and returned the wand to Lihan. Only now did Ionar dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Did the lesson really need to be that harsh? It's unbelievable they could throw a male student into a place like this. But before she could finish complaining, the roar of another monster echoed from afar. Even someone who loves this alchemy subject like Ionar wanted to give up. Fortunately, Nylia encouraged them, so the group continued their journey. All three of them moved toward a rock outcrop, where a wild boar monster was attacking Adanath's group. Observing that Adanath's group had many members, Lihan suggested they should just sit back and watch. They wouldn't face any problems. Just like Lihan earlier, a boy in the group transformed his wand and stepped up to confront the monster. Looking closer, Ionar recognized him as Asan from the Donkan clan. Dankan is a clan renowned for excellence and extremely precise skills. The Adanath clan has served the Emperor as advisors for many generations, while the Dankan clan has served in legal and financial roles. Although he said they would just watch, Lihan carefully observed the situation in case of any surprises. If this was a Donkan, he could be trustworthy. Judging by his stance, he seemed to have trained in swordsmanship. On this side, Asan pushed his glasses, looking fierce as he declared, "I can predict your every move, you pig. You'll never escape my calculations." Immediately, he moved swiftly beside the monster and swung his stick hard, but the damage was inversely proportional to his size. At this point, it was only enough to make the monster furious. It merely swiped its back leg, and Asan was knocked out of the fight. Now, it was targeting the remaining members. As the team leader, Adanath bravely stepped forward to shield her classmates. Noticing the situation was dire, Ionar asked Lihan what they should do. During the earlier journey, everyone had unconsciously regarded Lihan as the leader, yet he remained silent. Back with Adanath, she was extremely tense as the monster slowly approached. "It has to be perfect, just like I always do. If I analyze how it moves and attacks," she was still busy thinking when the monster suddenly roared in pain and collapsed. It turned out that Lihan's group had stealthily approached and struck from behind. Fortunately, thanks to the experience of veteran hunter Nylia, the plan succeeded. After being rescued, Adanath quickly regained her composure and moved forward to thank them. "Thank you, Wadina," Lihan replied formally. "It's nothing, Your Highness." Seeing this, Nylia turned and wondered why they respected each other so much. Wasn't there a rule that classmates should leave those things behind? Ionar shrugged, signaling she didn't know either. To express her gratitude, Adanath promised to remember and repay them. Without hesitation, Lihan made a request right then. Upon hearing this, Adanath felt extremely tense. She didn't know what Lihan would ask of a princess like her. But Lihan's request was surprisingly simple. "Actually, could you suggest an easy subject to get a high score in? You have many connections, after all." After hearing this, Adanath was completely bewildered. An easy subject to get a high score? What does he mean? Is Adanath really just asking which subject could easily yield high scores? Is he testing her? Overthinking it, she didn't know how to respond anymore. At that moment, a terrifying voice echoed. "I know you're searching for a lesson, don't I? I know better than anyone." As soon as Lihan heard that voice, he began to tremble with fear. What's happening? This ominous feeling, the same sense of dread I felt before. This atmosphere feels like when I met the university professor in my past life. Just as you guessed, Professor Uragam suddenly appeared from behind. "Adanath, that's alchemy for you." His face was incredibly frightening, as if he wanted to devour Lihan alive. Lihan tried to calm himself down. "No, I need to stay calm. I'm not that immature schoolboy I used to be anymore." Then, he smiled brightly and replied to the professor. "It must be a fascinating subject if you have enough passion and love for it." He felt confident in his answer and thought he would escape this awkward situation. But then the professor continued. "You think so, huh? Well, listen closely. I will create that passion and love for you." This was truly unexpected for Lihan. It was then that he voiced his thoughts directly. "I think I'm not ready to learn this subject yet." But it was too late. He had already received admiration and envy from other students. After all, not every first-year student gets this kind of attention from the professor. Professor Uragam also knew that the F9 melon wasn't sweet, so he just sighed and decided to end the lesson for today. "I think we've covered enough for today. Unfortunately, the other creatures haven't crossed paths with you yet." Upon hearing this, Asan, with a bruised face, raised his head in confusion. "So, does that mean the professor purposely led them to you?" Professor Uragam explained. "Don't tell me you thought I would just let you go gather herbs. The goal for today is for you to face different situations while searching for herbs. Whether you catch it, avoid it, run from it, or hide from it, an alchemist must have skills to deal with unexpected situations. Do you simple-minded kids understand? Looking at the frustrated faces of the students, it's clear how dissatisfied they are with this crazy teaching method. At this moment, Yaner, holding the herb, spoke up. So we don't need to hunt, right? We've gone through a lot to get these. Look, the three of us found it. As soon as he saw the herb, Professor Uregum immediately rushed over to hug Lihan's group. Wow, I didn't think you'd find it, so you've passed this class. You truly are talented students born to learn this subject. Meanwhile, the professor leaned in to whisper to Lihan. Just as I expected, student Lihan, you must learn this subject. In that moment, Lihan felt a chill run down his spine. Based on my past life experience, you're done for. But now he could only laugh through his tears. In the end, he accepted the harsh reality. I will do my best. Alchemy is truly my dream subject. Oh, with a dazed look and a blank smile, it seems that Professor Uregum has a very good impression of this student. This kid seems very mature. Kids his age are usually rebellious, but he isn't. That's why Lihan has been rewarded. Since you defeated the wild boar and gathered herbs, you will receive a privilege. I have a hunting lodge in the woods, and you can go there whenever you want during this school year. Upon hearing this, Lihan showed slight discomfort. Is the teacher forcing you to do some unpaid work? Under the judging gaze of Professor Uregung, he quickly explained. Let me elaborate for you. What do you think students need the most? It's snacks. Right now, your life here is quite monotonous, and in just a week, it would be completely chaotic. Thinking it over, Lihan realized it was true. Yeah, with such a limited menu, who could stand it? And everyone in his tower comes from royal backgrounds, Professor Uregung continued. In my hunting lodge, there are plenty of fresh ingredients, not to mention the fresh vegetables that I personally grow. Damn, this is no different from a buffet feast. Just imagining it made Lihan's eyes light up. Jia Kim really is a genius, Professor. I'm speechless at these two. But unlike Lihan, the other students were very displeased with this subject. This professor has gone mad. He released a wild boar and expects us to deal with it. I'm never taking this class again. I thought I was going to die. Ignoring the murmurs, Lihan turned and walked away. I was going to complain about how weird this was, but there's nothing left that surprises me anymore. My top priority now is to secure my food supply. After that, the three of them, Lihan, Yaner, and Nulia, struggled to bring the wild boar back to Professor Uregung's lodge. Looking at this gigantic wild boar, Lihan felt a bit hesitant, but doing this alone would be quite a task. At that moment, Yaner, looking pale, rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. Lihan, let me help you. Seeing that she wasn't doing well, Lihan asked her how she was. Yaner, although scared, still tried her best. Of course, I'm fine. But can you share some meat with me? Seeing her noble friends preparing to butcher the wild boar, Nulia was shocked. Are you really going to kill it? You're all nobles. You don't know how to do this. At this moment, Lihan and Yaner seriously asked back. Nulia, are you dissing meat? That question was indeed a killer. Eating the same old snacks the principal gives us, how can anyone stand it? Now, meat is even more precious than gold. Finally, Nulia decided to join in. Let me show you the skills of a hunter. Nulia is really good at this, while Yaner is very familiar with handling raw materials. Lihan was quite sure that with these two friends, everything would go smoothly. Professor Uregung didn't directly help, but he did bring some tools for the butchering. After getting fully equipped, the three of them got to work. A series of Lihan's training maneuvers made Nulia see him in a different light. She wondered if the Wadina family taught these things. Yaner, though a bit shy, had done well on his task, right? Every part of the wild boar was utilized to avoid waste. At that moment, Lihan was fanning the fire while contemplating the future, wondering how much longer this hellish life would last. Perhaps he should save some for later. Observing from the start, Professor Uregung praised the whole group. Oh, are you guys planning to smoke the meat? Impressive. No matter how good the weather is, the meat can easily burn. Smoking is the right choice. The one the professor paid the most attention to was Lihan. He was quite impressed that this kid, after just 3 days of studying alchemy, could get to this level. This kid consistently exceeded his expectations. Just then, the professor's rumbling stomach caught everyone's attention, and Professor Uregung contributed some ingredients, while Lihan rolled up his sleeves to cook. With his skills, Lihan won everyone over with his divine meat dish, cooked meat, buttered bread, and a light atmosphere filled with a few friends. It was a calm third day. They ate, talked, and laughed until they were full. Happiness was that simple. After finishing their meal, the group had one more issue to tackle. Even though they had smoked a lot, there was still meat that hadn't been processed. The group was already full, so they couldn't eat anymore. Throwing it away would be a real waste. While they were at a loss about what to do, Nelia suggested sharing it with friends at the tower. Lihan and Yaner exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. You mean we should sell the meat? What a great idea. Of course, that wasn't what Nelia meant, but she couldn't stop these two crazy people. All the students in the Long Dragon Tower are from wealthy families. It shouldn't be a problem. Since they are all nobles, they wouldn't want handouts. Looking at the two in front of her, Nilia was at a loss for words. Are all nobles like this? Li Han, with Trom Nguyen, would work for what they eat, while Yanar and Trom Nguyen, who saved every penny together, really are a formidable duo. But Nilia didn't know that, so she asked again, "Are you really planning to sell the meat for money?" When invited to join, Nilia quickly hugged her bag of meat. "No way. I just want to share it with my friends." No matter what those two said, she stuck to her decision. Looking at these three kids, Professor Urigram couldn't help but sigh. All three of them are talented and passionate, but they also seem to have the potential to be troublemakers. I'm sure they will be a headache in the future. The Long Dragon Tower is built far from the main tower, and here, students are always warmly welcomed by the scent of fresh leaves. However, today was a bit unusual. As they passed by, the students were drawn in by the mouth-watering smell of meat, and welcoming them were Li Han and Yanar with charming smiles. "Hello everyone. You all haven't eaten yet, right?" This strange scene left everyone frozen for a moment. "What are you two doing? Don't tell me." At this moment, Li Han spoke up. "Come sit down. We've prepared this for you all." Just hearing that, everyone's mouths were watering, especially since it had been a long time since they had meat. "But of course, nothing is free," Li Han said with a smile while signaling. "Each person pays $1, okay?" For these noble students, that amount was nothing. Everyone happily agreed. Just having the first bite of meat made them all tear up. "How long has it been since we last had meat? It's melting in my mouth. I can't believe they're giving us this amazing treat." Everyone was so excited that they were eating with their hands raised to the sky and started yelling like a cult. Truly ridiculous. Meanwhile, Li Han and Ayanar were thrilled with their success. "I didn't think our business would do this well. We're selling at 3 times the price outside of Vietnam. But really, who can buy meat here? It's just a fair trade. This face definitely belongs to those capitalists. There's no mistake." Just then, Ganando walked out from the tower looking haggard. "Ugh, why is it so noisy out here? I'm starving to death." Seeing the pile of meat in front of him, he was so astonished he couldn't believe his eyes. Li Han welcomed him warmly. "Here you are, Ganando. Come join us for a meal." Hearing that, Ganando's face lit up as he sat right down at the table. "Can I eat with you? Then I won't hold back. Thanks a lot." But before he could set his manners aside, Li Han bit back. $1, my dear friend." Hearing about paying, Ganando's eyes widened in surprise. "You're charging, Li Han?" Using his experience, he manipulated the situation. A noble's honor means they can't take anything for free. Ganando wanted to pay, but since the principal required no outside items in the academy, he didn't have a penny to his name. And of course, Li Han had already thought of that. He pulled out a contract and a marker from his pocket, saying it was no problem. "Just write down how much you ate and sign your name here." Ganando trembled as he quickly grabbed the marker and cried like a baby. "Li Han, how are you so amazing?" He didn't even read what the contract said and just signed. While eating, he felt grateful to his friend. "How could I break off a friendship with someone as wonderful as this? I really have an eye for people. This is true friendship. This young man is truly something." And so, today everyone was happy. The next day, during basic magical properties class, the noble students started to complain. Everyone thought nobles shouldn't have to attend classes like this because they were already perfect. Hearing such words, Li Han could only smile wryly. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Good morning, everyone. Hello to those at the front." All the students were surprised by the principal's appearance. No one expected him to teach such a basic subject. After glancing around the classroom, the principal noticed the students' rosy, vibrant faces. Oh, it looks like you all just had a feast. I thought it would take you a month to find food." A student spoke up, saying that they really had to survive and find food. "Why should we have to listen to this?" But before the student could finish, the principal silenced the class with magic. "Let's not talk about that nonsense anymore. I'm very pleased that you all learn quickly." The principal observed the students while thinking to himself, "Among the new students each year, those from the Long City Tower are always the slowest, while the best are from the Huyen Vu Tower, followed by the Bai Ho Tower. Compared to them, the students from Long City Tower are all nobles. They've never done anything difficult since childhood, so they always adapt the slowest. Yet, they've come this far, which is impressive. And clearly, this group is different. I knew that from the first meeting. I can't believe there's someone so free-spirited from such a strict family." The principal believes that a free-spirited mind is essential for a wizard, and pushing his students to their limits is part of that. He also enjoys the process. While the principal was lost in thought, a student asked, "Sir, could you tell us what's important in this class?" The principal didn't answer immediately, but posed a question in return. "That's a good question. What do you think it is?" The student glanced at his classmates and replied that he wasn't sure. The principal then answered, It's when you graduate from here and cause trouble outside the academy. That damn emperor will blame me for it. This answer left everyone in shock. Not stopping there, the principal continued impatiently. Do you know how much trouble your seniors have caused? This lesson will be my excuse when a messenger comes and talks about how your seniors turned into troublesome people, so I won't be punished for it. Got it, head of class? The student's response wasn't enough, and the principal raised his voice. Wizards are unpredictable. Don't argue that you're not one of them. Doing so will only frustrate me more. Now, open your books and read the first page. So, in a thick textbook, there's only one sentence repeated. I will not cause trouble with magic. Throughout the entire lesson, the students were forced to repeat this phrase over and over again. This is truly a nightmare. This method really is effective. After being tortured for a while, the principal finally freed the whole class. I hope today's lecture will strengthen your kind hearts, and I need 2 volunteers for the lecture. Hearing this, everyone turned their faces away. After experiencing the principal's bizarre antics, no one wanted to face him again. The principal smirked, saying it would be harder if no one volunteered. At that moment, Li Han became the savior of the whole class. I'll do it. He thought that if he volunteered, he might get some reward. But how could the principal push right into his face? Oh, you really like to stand out, huh? Li Han, though a bit shy, still smiled. He just thought it was a great honor to assist the professor he respected. Of course, such flattery didn't impress the principal. I'm not new to those empty words. But anyway, opportunities only come to those who are ready to seize them. From his words, it was clear the principal knew Li Han's true intentions for volunteering. When the principal turned away, Ganando, pale-faced, pulled on Li Han's shirt. Are you crazy? Who knows what that mad principal will make you do? At this moment, another classmate patted Ganando on the shoulder, saying, Don't stop him, Ganando. Wadina is not crazy. He's sacrificing for us. Hearing that, Ganando trembled all over, struggling with his thoughts. If so, then I should also sacrifice for my friends. Come on, move, legs, move. But just as he was about to speak, A-san was quicker. I want to volunteer too. The principal turned to A-san. You're the stubborn one from the Danka family, right? Your family is always good at paperwork, aren't they? This action caught Li Han's attention. He thought A-san was also aiming for the reward like him, but A-san looked at him and said, Let me repay you for helping me before. Even though Li Han said it wasn't necessary to go that far, A-san still didn't intend to change his mind. For the Danke family, fairness has become a way of life. Just then, the principal appeared out of nowhere and interrupted. It's great to see you all bonding, but we still have work to do. For the next exercise, take a look at these safety rules and copy them down by hand, equal to the number of students here. Damn, what a ridiculous request. The 2 young men who raised their hands already felt immense regret. It would take them until evening to finish this task. A-san was writing with his hand, but cursing under his breath. I can't believe it. That old man makes us do this unnecessary task when he could just snap his fingers and be done with it. You're getting so frustrated. Completely opposite to your usual calm demeanor. On the contrary, Li Han felt quite all right. I think I understand the principal's intentions. I'm sure he thinks that getting back into magic will make you all more productive. If we can't even use basic spells, what's the point of writing magic? He's a dedicated educator, so I'm sure there's something he's hinting at here. Thinking this, Li Han put down his pen and climbed onto the podium. When Asan asked what he was doing, Li Han shared his speculation. I'm looking for clues to solve this situation, so maybe I'll find something useful here. Asan was quite worried about this action, as it felt like stealing. But Li Han didn't see it that way. There's no rule saying we can't. Plus, this is the principal's classroom. Upon hearing this, Asan felt enlightened. Yeah, I guess it's okay to steal a little now and then. They split up to search for any notes, but neither could find anything. With no other options, they had to look for other possible angles. Just then, Li Han discovered a magical trace in a drawer and called Asan over to take a look. When they opened the drawer, a skull resembling the principal flew out. It seems this is an illusion spell that was left behind. By opening this drawer, you have decided to stop doing meaningless work and start using your brains. I had hoped it would happen faster. You all look pathetic for taking so long to figure this out. Ha ha ha. Asan was really fed up at this point. If the principal were here, he would have jumped in by now. The illusion continues. This is the first layer of magic called basic manipulation. You better learn it quickly. There you go. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion disappeared without further explanation. Asan, trembling all over, finally couldn't hold back his anger anymore. So the principal really had some intention behind this. What a ridiculous method. I don't understand anything. Why teach like this? Let's protest together. If we stand united, even the principal will have to listen. He turned to Li Han, hoping for an ally, but was disappointed. Staring at him like a traitor, Li Han was taken aback. Oh, sorry, I couldn't resist. But think about it. What do you think a complaint could do to that old principal? After thinking for a bit, Asan guessed there was about a 95% chance of failure, while Li-Han thought there was absolutely no chance of success. With no other choice, the two had to follow the principal's instructions to learn basic control magic from the paper. But even if they tried until they exhausted their magical energy, they couldn't even lift a brush. Asan was now desperate to the point of crying her heart out. Li-Han, on the other hand, was still holding on thanks to his immense mana. Magic was truly not easy. It seemed like a simple gesture, but the magical energy gathered differently each time. It felt like this was his last chance, as if only a minute was left before the deadline was breathing down his neck. Straight as a bamboo stick, moving as lightly as a feather. This time, Li-Han successfully controlled the brush to rise. Next, he needed to slowly move the brush to the paper. But suddenly, the brush shot out like an arrow, breaking the window and flying outside. Just a bit more force, and Li-Han's head would have ended up like that doomed apple. After reading it carefully once more, Li-Han realized that this spell had two difficult points. After the incantation, one had to continuously concentrate and control the object. However, after completing that extremely difficult incantation, the control was just as challenging. Li-Han sighed and decided to give it another try. But just as he lifted the brush, the principal unexpectedly opened the door and walked in. "Have you all managed to do it? I'm delighted, then I'll write the rest with my magic. I hope you recognize my kindness." Startled, Li-Han lost control of the brush, sending it wildly crashing into the principal's head. Witnessing this scene, Asan gasped in shock. A student daring to aim straight at the principal like that. You're really something. This guy is really something else. But this was just Asan's imagination. In reality, the brush hadn't even touched the principal. It crashed into a protective curtain and got deformed. The principal not only didn't get angry about this, but actually felt quite pleased. "Oh, it seems you've grasped this spell faster than I thought. I must admit you're a bit better than that stubborn look of yours." The principal was quite happy, and Li-Han seized the moment. "Excuse me, esteemed principal, may I ask for tips to control it better?" The principal replied, "You can recite the spell but can't control it? As a freshman, that's already very good, so you don't need to push yourself too hard." At that moment, Li-Han dared to breathe a sigh of relief. He thought there was something wrong with his magical energy, but the principal suddenly laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking. The incantation is the tricky part. The control can be learned with a bit of practice, but you are indeed unusual for being able to shoot it off like an arrow. But what should we do? Only you can find a way." "Don't say that. Li-Han is really upset but can't do anything." "I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Li-Han's serious expression made the principal unhappy, so he decided to poke fun at Asan. "The issue with that spell is that the more you use it, the more you can control it, so there's nothing to worry about. So, have we gone to eat yet?" With just a snap of his fingers, Li-Han was instantly transported to the cafeteria, while Asan was moved to the infirmary to regain energy. Since it was past mealtime, the cafeteria was completely empty, and the menu was the same as usual, just hard bread with rice balls. Luckily, Li-Han still held on to the smoked meat he reserved earlier, so he didn't have to worry too much. But just as he was about to eat, Adanath suddenly appeared behind him. "So, you're here, Wadina." Immediately, Li-Han stood up and asked, "Princess, do you need me to do something?" Adanath then pulled out the documents that Li-Han had asked for last time. Holding the course materials in his hands, Li-Han was very excited. But after reading just a section, he suddenly felt something was off. The list of popular courses, these aren't the easy ones, but they're popular? And furthermore, is Alchemy Overview a popular course? After reading through it, Li-Han said to Adanath, "Princess, I think there's a misunderstanding here. What I meant was a list of easy courses to earn points, but this is a list of popular courses, completely opposite to what I wanted." Adanath still didn't understand what Li-Han meant, so he explained again. "Popular courses have many participants, making it hard to earn points. Non-popular courses have fewer competitors, making it easier to earn points. That's what I mean." After hearing this, Adanath was completely stunned. So that means he's looking for easy courses to learn? But he's the child of the Odana Kurma family. I always thought he was just like other noble children, but it seems he's completely different. After understanding Li-Han's point, she pulled out another list. While preparing that list, I also made a list of courses to avoid. When Li-Han received this list, his face clearly showed joy. "This is it. I can see the boring, undesirable subjects that no one wants to learn in it. First is basic swordsmanship. Very few people go to a magic school to learn swordsmanship. Basic spellcasting, keeping distance. Students who come to learn magic rarely fight." But Li-Han didn't care about that. He only needed good grades to be satisfied. Seeing Li-Han's carefree demeanor, Adinas quickly slipped away early to avoid catching it. The next morning, Adinas went alone to the classes on the list. Yesterday, he invited friends. but everyone thought he was crazy for wasting time on those ridiculous subjects. But Li Han remained very optimistic. Well, I'm pretty sure they have no idea what's about to come their way. Basically, no matter the school, the concept of considering students doesn't exist. They surely know there are students in their classes, but those students don't really care. So to focus on a subject someone likes, you need other subjects where you don't have to deal with unnecessary things. That's a reasonable choice and reallocates focus. But after a short while, Li Han felt something was off. Why is the basic magic class happening in a basement like this? The stairs look simple, but why do they seem like an omen? There's a saying that every citizen must know. Never think about entering the Tower of Fapdu. No matter how normal it looks from the outside, there are stories trapped inside the tower forever. Little Li Han, upon reading this story, asked Ao Long if it was a bit exaggerated. With his vast knowledge, Ao Long slowly explained. It is a bit exaggerated, my lord. Those trapped in the tower cannot escape, as the reality is they will die. Hearing this, Li Han was frightened to the core. Now, standing before the staircase leading down to the basement, he suddenly recalled that story. The Enrogat Tower is a typical example of a magical tower. Therefore, male students rarely dare to explore the Academy's tower. Even though he felt a bit scared, Li Han tried to reassure himself. After all, this is an academy, so it should be fine, right? Nothing has ever happened to me on the first floor of the tower or in the dormitory. So, just then, Principal But Thing Lin appeared behind him. Waiting to go down to the first basement, Li Han was already scared and ready to freak out, but he suddenly realized this was an opportunity. So he quickly adjusted his state. Ah, it's great to see you, Principal. I'm preparing to go down to the first basement. Can you share a bit of your lecture with me? This respectful attitude made the principal feel amused. Well, what I'm about to teach you is nothing at all. I'll bring you a flower if I see your color tomorrow. At this moment, Li Han was furious but couldn't do anything. That old man, all he could do was grin back at him. And an entity that can laugh without malice or anger inside can only be a graduated student. After saying goodbye to the teasing teacher, Li Han slowly made his way down to the basement. He walked while looking around, seeming not too scared. Although that old man scared him like this, it seemed normal down here. But why do I have an uneasy feeling behind this door? It must just be a feeling. At this moment, a few other students also arrived, making Li Han feel a bit less worried. I know there are a few people in this class too. The academy has many students. How could I be the only one? But it turned out these two just took the wrong path. Even if they finished their classes, they didn't want to take this subject. Not only that, but the other students in their tower were also scared and ran away. But now it was too late to turn back. Li Han gathered all his courage and stepped inside. Luckily, there were still 3 other students in the class. Otherwise, he would have run away. As soon as they saw Li Han, these two started talking. I think this guy came to our class by misunderstanding. I wonder how terrifying this subject must be for everyone to think like that. At this point, Li Han noticed the spheres on the table and was curious about what they were for. Suddenly, a voice from the dark called out, "It's time. Please take your seats." Li Han looked up and saw a person already sitting in a chair. He didn't realize someone was already there, and with pale skin, a sorrowful gaze, and long fangs. Was he a dragon? Before starting the lesson, the professor introduced himself. "My name is Vodali Bagrig. I will be in charge of the basic spellcasting course. Keep your distance. I hope everyone can help." After that, the professor held the orb in his hand. What you see before you is a celestial sphere made from starstone. It's a type of ore very compatible with magical energy. When the stars align at a certain time, it will emit a source of divine energy. Starstone is the material created from the process of absorbing that energy. Please stand up and channel your magical energy into that orb. Li Han immediately stood up and followed the instructions. Inside, he was worried about whether he could do it. After all, he had failed at basic spells like illumination before. Suddenly, the orbs of all the students flew straight up into the air. Li Han stared at the orb with his mouth agape. Can I really do this so easily? Don't tell me these aren't just ordinary starstones. They are artifacts. At first glance, I'm pretty sure the professor created them. I heard that handmade artifacts are very expensive. Just then, a student lost control of their orb, sending it flying straight into the ceiling. Fortunately, the professor managed to catch it before the ceiling got a hole. The orb connects to your will so you can control it. But I've placed a few restrictions on it to avoid messing up this classroom. Hearing that, the student let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the orb flew straight into her stomach, almost knocking her out here. It turns out the professor hadn't finished speaking, but those restrictions don't apply to you. Be careful not to break the orb. But it seems that even if a student breaks it, the orbs won't be damaged. The professor didn't care about the students and continued to ask for them to levitate the orb and draw a circle. Even if this is an artifact, doing this is still too difficult for Li Han. The orb wasn't moving the way he wanted. Just then, a student shouted, "Professor, I drew a circle." The professor didn't even glance at him and asked him to do it again. This really is a ridiculous request. Li Han suspected this was all he would be doing in class, so he asked, "Excuse me, Professor, how long do we need to draw the circle?" The professor replied vaguely, "Of course, until you can draw a perfect circle." Hearing that, 2 male students immediately asked to go to the bathroom. The professor said they didn't need to ask and could just go. And so, the 2 male students packed their things and sneaked out of the classroom. It seems they were terrified by the professor. The female student from earlier was so scared she wanted to sneak out too. But suddenly, she rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. Li Han saw this and tipped his hat in admiration. Did she plan to act that far? That's quite the performance. Not seeing the female student wake up for a while, Li Han approached to check and realized this wasn't an act. He hurried to help her up and asked the professor for permission. "Excuse me, Professor, it seems she's fainted from using all her magical energy." The professor didn't care at all and just said one thing. "Once you're recovered, continue drawing circles." Damn, what kind of subject is this? At this rate, it looks like Li Han will be the only one left. After taking his classmate to the infirmary, Li Han didn't run away but returned to the classroom to keep drawing circles. While drawing, he looked for ways to strike up a conversation with the professor. "Excuse me, Professor, how is this assignment graded?" The professor seems unapproachable but always answers students' questions. "Just follow the rules. Grades are given based on rank, starting from the highest position, depending on the number of students in class." Hearing this answer, Li Han's face lit up with satisfaction. This class is really a jackpot. With this assignment, as long as I hang in until the end, I'll definitely score high. It truly is the ideal class I've been looking for. Repeating like this is a plus. I'm very willing. While Li Han was focused on drawing circles, the professor was quietly observing him. Every year, the number of students attending this class floods in like waves, but they also pull out quickly like the tide. Last year, there were plenty of students who chose this subject. However, Professor Vodali didn't care at all. After all, the contract with the principal is to teach the lessons annually, not to gather a lot of students. In fact, being alone in this empty classroom every day and leaving automatically when class ends is something Professor Volati is quite used to. But suddenly, a special student appeared and broke that routine, a bright and mature boy. Based on his demeanor and tone, he appears to be from a prestigious family. Professor Vodali didn't know anything about Li Han's magical abilities, but it was not hard to see that he was very special. At that moment, the professor suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. It would be great if he continued to stay. This way, it would be the first time I could teach the next chapter. After finishing the lesson in the break room, Li Han excitedly bragged to his friends. "Listen up, this is super important information. This is a lecture you shouldn't miss. Just sitting there will get you high marks." When Ganando asked for more details about the subject, Li Han described it. He let mana flow into the spirit stone that the professor prepared and just kept drawing circles. Ganando asked if there was anything else, but it turned out there was nothing more to do. That was it. And that's also why Li Han was so enthusiastic. Not having to do much, and still getting high marks from VOD, was of course great, but Ganando and Ioner looked confused. "Wait, is he scamming us?" Li Han didn't care and asked back. "What's important about that?" "The important thing is that my score is high." This nonchalant reaction left Ioner in shock. Li Han, he really is different. I know I shouldn't be talking about this, but he's really ruthless for his own benefit. Seeing that his 2 friends didn't believe him, Li Han decided to ignore them and prepared to go to the next class. Feeling something was off, they asked him what class it was. The answer is that basic swordsmanship once again left Ganando and Ioner in shock. Learning swordsmanship at the Magic Academy is truly something else. A little while later, Li Han arrived at the front yard of the main south building, where the basic swordsmanship class was taking place. Unlike the previous class, this one had quite a few students attending, most of whom were from the White Tiger Tower. The students from the White Tiger Tower mainly came from knightly families, meaning they were skilled in swordsmanship and took their training very seriously. Li Han observed for a moment and then pondered. So, magical combat is my advantage. That's fine. Meanwhile, his presence caused a stir among the other students. Isn't he from the Azure Dragon Tower? Plus, I know he belongs to the Wadina family. So, he's here because he learned a bit of swordsmanship culture from his tutor, huh? He really underestimates swordsmanship. Li Han heard all of this. He heard them boasting about their swordsmanship skills but didn't expect them to be so aggressive. But these things aren't very important. Li Han just sees them as a bunch of kids. Just then, a goblin student approached. "Hey, you're from the Wadina family, from the Azure Dragon Tower, right?" Li Han wasn't fazed and replied nonchalantly. "So what?" The goblin student started to raise his voice. "I think you're in the wrong place. This is a serious swordsmanship class, not a tutorial that walks you through everything." Li Han still didn't care. "I get it. Thanks for the info." This only made the goblin student more frustrated. "Don't you understand? This isn't just swinging a sword like those nobles do. You could definitely get hurt in a real fight. The students here won't go easy on you." Feeling disturbed, Li Han waved his hand dismissively. "Alright, if I fight you, I'll be careful not to hurt you too much." His words completely drove the goblin student mad. He was about to charge at him when the professor arrived. "Alright, everyone gather around here. Let me introduce myself. I am Professor Ingurel. I will be the one teaching you this swordsmanship course." This time, the professor is actually an elf. After the introduction, the professor began the lecture. "I'm sure you've all had some swordsmanship training and are just here to sharpen your skills or keep them from fading away. So I will help you sharpen your swordsmanship skills rather than teach from the basics." Zygel slowly approached and gently patted Li Han on the shoulder. He was astonished and turned to see him smiling at him. Zygel started the conversation. "Li Han from the Wadina family, right? I was wondering why someone from a family famous for magic would come to learn swordsmanship." Li Han replied naturally, "It's clear as day. The fewer people studying, the easier it is to score." After hearing this, Zygel didn't know what else to say. Li Han secretly smiled. Instead of potentially causing misunderstandings by saying other reasons, he said it was simply because scoring would be easier for both. Zygel then extended his hand to introduce himself. "Just call me Murati." Li Han was surprised that a kid had such rough hands already. He smiled back and said, "Nice to meet you, Murati." The two shook hands as a form of introduction, and Li Han thought, so this is the Muradia family. They are a family that maintains the northern land, with different rules, doing anything to achieve their goals. Looking at the person in front of him, Li Han didn't expect this. At least, that's what he thought. He seemed pretty different from the image of that family. Surely rumors aren't always true. Perhaps he would become close with this guy later on. The Huinthark sword technique learned from Aulalan, true to its name, the Huinthark sword is very tough. Although practicing it is quite difficult, Li Han endured the process. Why? Because he had no other choice. Ingurel stepped forward with curiosity and asked, "Can you use the Huinthark sword? You seem to have some talent. Which family do you belong to?" As he asked this, he was also guessing internally. However, Li Han's answer surprised him. It is the Warden family. Ingurel didn't expect that his talent would be so solid and that he belonged to that family. He modestly asked, "May I know why you are studying swordsmanship?" Li Han answered smoothly, "I believe it is a necessary skill for a noble." Ingurel's expression seemed disappointed, just as I thought. His face at this moment fell as if he had no words left to say. Li Han sensed that if he said something wrong, his scores would drop, and likely, the answer he wanted was. He told the professor that I also thought so. However, the more I learn, the more I understand the depth of the sword. Li Han's eyes blazed with ambition. "I couldn't stop myself from coming here," Ingurel shouted, arguing with him loudly. But he suddenly realized he had blurted out his thoughts too loudly. Ingurel praised, "I take this seriously. I perform better than some of those white tiger students who come here just to be decorations." His voice was gentle, but his grip on the sword was firm. "Thanks to you, I've learned something." The sharp sword energy left its sheath. Ingurel declared, "I will take this seriously with you." He spoke, causing Li Han's face to turn pale. "Now, pick up the sword." Then the sounds of clashing swords echoed continuously. Li Han's body unexpectedly made contact with the ground. He didn't care about his image, collapsing on the ground, exhausted. Ingurel looked at him proudly. "The dark stone sword is a tough technique like rock. It never wavers, no matter what happens. That's the nature of the dark stone sword." He reached out to help Li Han up. "Engrave that in your heart. That's enough for today." Then he called for the next person. "Now, which student is next?" Li Han rubbed his shoulder, feeling as if his body had been crushed. Brother Jun recalled what had just happened. "He was good at timing when I was careless. I kept getting hit." Ingurel continued to call. "Next student," but they just shuffled away like weak chickens. Li Han silently admitted that he couldn't chase them away anyway. Students from the Silver Tiger Tower would all become future knights, but he dealt with them too easily. Under the name of a swordsman, all along was an unshakable boulder, while Ingurel flowed like water, even though his arms and legs were fake. Li Han leaned against the wall, his gaze distant, recalling something. About Ingurel's teachings, the characteristic of dual swords is that they are difficult but flexible. Think first, then strike with the sword. The sword you use is faster, sharper. Launch yourself forward with everything you have. Li Han guessed that he truly was an excellent professor. He recognized the students' skills and gave them direct advice. He glanced at the people around him chatting happily and felt somewhat powerless. Why did it seem like I was the one getting hit the most? Ingurel looked up at the distant sky with a contemplative expression. It was almost time. Then he called out, "Stand up, Li Han from the Warden family." Li Han stood up and walked in confusion, while Ingurel called for another person, Daeju from the Choi family. "Come here." He opened his eyes wide, feeling surprised as he looked ahead. Daeju approached. his appearance like a giant green man with a muscular build. Li-Han recognized him as the one who had caused trouble earlier, so his name was Daeju. The two stood facing each other, with an intense aura rising between them. Ingerel is acting as the referee for the match. Now the two will compete. The surrounding students were surprised, all of them looking towards the trio. There were whispers around, questioning why it was those two and whether it was fair. Daeju was grinning, the corner of his mouth lifting in a pleased smirk. His eyes showed a hint of disdain, expressing agreement. Daeju was already exuding confidence. Ingerel didn't pay much attention and handed wooden swords to the two. Li-Han gripped his sword tightly, looking quite pleased as he faced his opponent. Now that things had come to this, he had no intention of backing down. He could have used his time to play around, but he didn't. He chose to focus on swordsmanship for moments like this. The duel between Li-Han and Daeju was about to begin, and there was a reason Professor Ingerel chose them. Simply put, they were the two most outstanding individuals. Swordsmanship is not just theoretical. It requires hundreds of practice sessions and thousands of real battles. Only after going through all of that can one truly grasp the essence of swordsmanship. A simple example. Suppose there's a strike aimed directly at the opponent's neck, but if one only knows how to attack, victory will still be far off. Use theory as the core, then add finesse and adaptability. From this, we can see what true swordsmanship is. These two students not only understand those principles deeply, but also have the ability to enhance their swordsmanship with magic. They possess the innate talent to become knights. Ingerel ordered Li-Han and Daeju to their positions. He quietly watched Li-Han's back with a contemplative look. That swordsmanship ability, though not originating from a noble knight lineage, the pressure he must face from his family must be tremendous, yet he remained steadfast. Ingerel held his sword tightly, a student worthy of praise. So let me guide you, step towards the pinnacle of strategy. Ingerel raised his hand, calling for the match to begin. Inside, he felt quite satisfied, mixed with a bit of anticipation. This match was going to be exciting. The peak swordsmanship of the Choi clan emphasizes speed and attack rhythm. On the other hand, the stone sword technique focuses on the power of each strike. Ingerel smiled inwardly. These two opposing styles would learn a lot from each other, which is the true meaning of rivalry. Daeju stomped his foot hard to assert dominance. He spoke, taunting Li-Han, asking if he wouldn't make a move, but he remained still, his mind as steady as a mountain, waiting. Daeju didn't wait at all, charging forward with incredible speed. So let me handle this. He charged at Li-Han with his sword, surrounded by a powerful aura of blue energy. Daeju's sword tip was suddenly right in front of Li-Han's nose. He used his foot as a pivot, the tip of his toe drilling deep into the ground. Li-Han countered, swinging his sword up, sending a cloud of dust attacking towards his opponent. Daeju clearly couldn't anticipate this. He shut his eyes tight and yelled out in frustration. The students outside stood agape, stunned by the scene. One student turned to accuse, questioning whether the professor's actions were appropriate, making the other student pale and freeze. Ingerel praised endlessly, regardless of the means or methods used. He asserted that this was indeed a true life and death match, and for student Li-Han, he understood this better than anyone else. He then looked at the other students. For them, this was surely something very unfamiliar. Because they came from families that prioritized honor above all, it was natural not to know about such things. Furthermore, Li-Han ignored everything around him and focused on his goal of victory. This was a true swordsman. The battle was still fiercely ongoing. Daeju was taken aback, his face contorted as if he had just experienced pain. He used his sword, trying his best to block Li-Han's attack. Daeju was secretly angry, realizing he had been too careless thinking about the other's background. Li-Han felt everything was going well. His opponent still couldn't think clearly. He had to seize the moment and attack right away, thinking as he swiftly lunged towards his opponent. Earlier, while observing, he realized the other's skills were exceptionally good. He raised one foot while grinning wickedly. Then, without paying attention, stomped hard on Daeju's foot. Li-Han then attacked continuously, so he needed to visualize a scenario where he could claim victory. At this moment, Daeju couldn't take it anymore. He had tried so hard that he braced himself on the ground, creating a small noise. It must be acknowledged that Daeju's evasion skills had leveled up, evident from rolling away swiftly. This unexpected turn of events caught Li-Han off guard. Daeju felt a bit of pain, wondering how this had happened. This wasn't the time for random thoughts. Ingerel stood outside observing and clapped in praise. It was wonderful. Daeju leaned on his knee, silently cursing what a shameful moment. Suddenly, he shouted and lunged at Li-Han in annoyance. "I won't let you off." He was a bit arrogant, but still agile enough to dodge that attack. Li-Han held his sword in a defensive stance, ready to continue the ongoing battle. Now, raising his sword to counterattack, the emerald blade was incredibly beautiful. Wow, he was better than I thought. I knew they all had great skills, but I didn't expect he could use the top moon sword technique to this extent. However, the more he struck, the more stamina he exhausted. In contrast, the Dark Flower remained very calm, trying to respond to the opponent's movements. Lihan carefully observed Daeju's attack pattern, then he was surprised, exclaiming that the kid was already bleeding too much. Lihan swiftly blocked the strike with his sword in an instant. Daeju hesitated, unable to believe what just happened. What was this pressure? At that moment, Lihan suddenly realized something. He kept reminding himself to focus on Lihan and not to get distracted. Finally, Lihan saw the opportunity, telling himself it was time to seize it and win. Watching Daeju's movements, Lihan calculated that his judgment based on experience was clouded by the unexpected situation, leaving him with unnecessary actions. He observed the mana on Daeju's sword, noticing that his strength was nearly depleted, while Lihan showed no signs of fatigue from using mana. He told himself it was now just a matter of time. After a series of attacks, Daeju kept swearing in his heart. He wondered if he wasn't putting in enough effort. Seeing that he looked completely unfazed, Daeju questioned why he wasn't showing any signs of exhaustion, even though he was just hiding his emotions. He felt like he was throwing eggs against a rock. It seemed Daeju was firmly in Lihan's grasp, gradually losing strength, his face growing paler by the moment. Yet Lihan remained full of fighting spirit. Right after that, he knocked Daeju's sword away. The sword flew far away and plunged straight into the ground. In that moment, his sword was decisively placed against Daeju's neck. Daeju was sweating profusely, staring in shock at the sword on his neck. At that moment, both of them were silent and breathing heavily, especially Daeju, who had no strength left to retaliate. Enrolling approached and told the two to stop, since the winner had been decided. Lihan sheathed his sword, and both complied with his words and stepped forward. Enrolling looked at Daeju, who was panting heavily, feeling a twinge of regret. He analyzed that if the kid had been calmer, the outcome might have been different, but facing such pressure at a young age was tough for him. Then Enrolling glanced at Lihan, silently thinking about him. After pausing for a moment, he made a judgment that made everyone see him in a different light. Enrolling did not forget to praise both of them, stating they had performed excellently today. Winning or losing isn't everything, he seriously continued, saying that winning without boasting and losing without discouragement is how one can progress. Then Enrolling suggested they shake hands. Lihan speculated that based on his character, he wouldn't let it go easily. If Daeju attacked, he would. Just then, Daeju acted unexpectedly and reached out his hand. He sincerely said that the match was great, and he truly apologized for being rude earlier. His last words surprised Lihan even more. He truly deserved that. Lihan was still assessing Daeju. He showed no signs of waiting for him to drop his guard and strike. Then he reached out to shake hands with him, responding indifferently, "You probably said that out of concern." Seeing the two like that, Enrolling clapped his hands in satisfaction. He even turned back to the people blocking the way behind and said, "What are you all doing? Why aren't you clapping?" Night fell, and the moonlight illuminated the schoolyard. In one corner of the wall, a group of people was gathering. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. "Daeju from the Choi family," meaning a student of the Silver Tower. "I'm sure of it." As he said this, Jigyo appeared in front of everyone. Han naturally said to Daeju, "You don't plan to let that guy off the hook after being mocked like that, right?" He was silent for a moment before replying, "I lost because I'm still inexperienced." Hearing this, everyone chimed in that it was because he had played poorly. "It's not your fault, Daeju." But Daeju disagreed. "No, it's because I'm still lacking." Jigyo laughed. "It doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that the honor and pride of our tower have been trampled by you." Jigyo's gaze glinted coldly. "Responsible for the Choi house." Daeju thought to himself, "The Moradi family is the center of the knights." Then he spoke up. "How do you want me to take responsibility?" He snapped his fingers and said, "It's simple." Then two guys came up to Daeju's shoulders. Jigyo continued, "If the quality is poor, just make up for it with quantity." Hearing this, he retorted, "As a knight, don't you feel ashamed?" Jigyo dismissed him. "That's just an excuse from losers." People whispered among themselves, "I've never heard of this before. Why do we have to go this far?" Jigyo heard all this. He smiled and said, "It seems there are a few people who disagree. Why don't you speak directly to me?" With that, everyone dispersed, but Daeju walked past Jigyo and boldly said, "I oppose this. I won't take revenge." Seeing him leave, he laughed mockingly. "The coward has run away. It seems I need to find someone to replace Daeju." Hearing this, someone stepped up to volunteer. "Give me a chance, Moradi." Then the others also left. Daeju stood there telling himself, "Even if I believe in Wadin's skills, 1 against 3 is still too much, not to mention they are students of knights trained daily." Thinking this, he felt uneasy and clenched his fists. "I can't sit still like this. This isn't how a knight behaves, no matter how much my decision affects the future." Finally, Daeju made a decision. "I will stand by Wadin." The moon rose higher in the sky. Daeju's strong footsteps imprinted on the ground. He hurriedly ran at his fastest speed. As he got closer, Daeju shouted. Wadin! Just at that moment, a stone suddenly flew past his hand. Then the stone fell near Daeju's feet. He looked confused at the person lying flat on the ground. In front are two guys holding sticks, angrily shouting, "How dare you!" Lihan pointed his wand down to the ground near the crowd. At his motion, countless stones flew up. They hovered around him as Lihan warned, "Come closer if you want to die." A moment ago, someone with a stick slammed it down to call Wadin. Lihan was surrounded by 3 stick-wielding guys, and one of them continued, "You think we'll let this go after you win? We'll make sure you can't attend any classes." He thought to himself, "They're doing this because of the class? What a hassle. Just drive them away." Lihan turned around and spoke up. "Do you know which clan I come from?" They were so angry, threatening like that, really cowardly, thinking we'd be scared. But they still looked at each other, hoping everything would be fine. He assessed their backs. Lihan seemed to have guessed who that person was. He sighed, thinking, after all, if they had thought it through, they wouldn't be acting like this from the start. Lihan directly asked them, "Who made you do this? Is it someone from a big clan that you can't refuse?" Andrago shouted loudly, "Hold him down, don't let him trick us." Then he ordered, "Surround him, don't let him escape." He quietly thought, 3 against 1 is a bit tight. Lihan remembered Aulalan's advice in situations like this, just run away. In the surrounded situation, he hesitated, thinking, but if the escape route is blocked, how do I run now? Suddenly, Lihan heard something and looked back cautiously. He looked at the stones under his feet, glowing with a blue light. If he had these, it could work. Remembering the spell he once cast, it wasn't too loud, and the size wasn't too different either. Thinking of that, Lihan immediately cast the spell and moved away. Watching the stones fly up, the 3 couldn't believe it, saying, "He can use this kind of magic? Is the Wadin clan really different from us?" He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky. Thankfully, it succeeded. This should be enough to scare them off. Just keep going like this and run. Then Lihan threw a stone at them. Get lost. Or else. But it seemed he couldn't control the strength. The stone flew straight and hit Andrago on the head. The other 2 looked in shock as he fell. Lihan was also startled by the situation. They immediately raised their sticks and cursed. "This bastard, how dare he?" Lihan thought to himself. "Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I need to practice more." The other 2 began discussing. "These stones will fly at us without any time to prepare. Even if he is a Wadin, using such powerful magic." At this moment, his whole body radiated a mysterious blue light. Lihan sighed inwardly. "This isn't going according to my plan, but I still have to keep acting." He pointed his wand at them threateningly. "If you want to kill me, come at me," reminding himself to keep a cold face. They were clearly scared, hurriedly running away, not forgetting to warn Lihan. "You won't escape." Daeju looked at the situation, wondering, "What did I just see?" Suddenly he spoke up. "Are you here to fight me too?" He was startled and denied it. "Yes." The silver moon brightens the entire night sky. After hearing Daeju explain the situation, Lihan cursed. That bastard Gazelle thought he could threaten us like this. He couldn't handle it. It wasn't Gazelle, it was Giselle. He realized and said, "Oh right, Giselle. Is that what he said?" Lihan thought of some other faces. The atmosphere in the White Tiger Tower was quite different. Everyone in my tower was cheerful and close to each other. But thinking about it, the White Tiger Tower had its own order. Daeju drew a face on the ground and said, "This is how he looks. I don't recognize anyone," so I looked puzzled. Lihan suddenly remembered the person he met the other day. He mumbled, "I thought he was a good person. His actions don't match his appearance at all." Daeju rebutted, "What does being bad have to do with looks?" But Lihan remained lost in his own world, so he was just playing his role. So that was the reason he was famous. Seeing Lihan's lack of reaction, he called out, "Hey, are you listening?" Daeju added, "He's famous. Don't tell me you think Giselle is just an ordinary person." At that moment, Lihan realized. "So he has a reason to approach me?" Lihan said in confusion. It was already strange that they came to attack me. And he replied, "There are a few reasons for that." Then Daeju analyzed. "First, you come from the Warden family." He presented the first scenario. If he defeats you, a person from a famous family, especially a first-year student, Giselle will have much more influence. Lihan asked back, "So what you mean is I'm a sacrifice for his power? That's really annoying." Daeju sighed. "I'm worried about that too." He continued, "In the future, you will keep showing a positive attitude, while the students in my tower will continue to show their contempt. Giselle knows how to exploit those feelings." Beside the fire, Daeju kindly warned, "If you keep studying swordsmanship, I want to remind you to be careful." After the conversation, Lihan returned to his tower. He remembered Daeju's advice, which he thought was quite good, to try to avoid classes with students from the White Tiger Tower, so Giselle wouldn't be able to do anything. Lihan stepped into the tower, thinking, "But I can't follow that." He analyzed, First, finding a good class is very difficult, and second, how dare they drag me into that political mess? It's a matter of honor. In the common room, suddenly someone called out to everyone. Lihan appeared with wounds all over his body, painfully saying he had just been attacked by students from the White Tiger Tower. He pretended to cry, saying, "Just because I'm a member of the Azure Dragon Tower," then quietly observed everyone's reaction. As expected, they were all shocked. Immediately, angry words filled with outrage erupted. One person stepped up to direct, "This is not the time to be reckless. We need to call everyone from upstairs. They didn't dare provoke Ganando, but they messed with someone like you?" Hearing this, Ganando poked his head out, asking, "Why me?" Lihan hesitated, thinking, "Seems like they're more excited than I thought." At this moment, the group shouted for each other to gather and find weapons, and seeing this, he rushed to stop them. They all turned back in opposition, saying, "We still owe you." They expressed their gratitude, recounting the things Lihan had done for them. At this moment, he felt overwhelmed with guilt. The atmosphere was still buzzing as everyone gathered. They quickly assembled, with the gray-haired leader saying, "Everyone, listen up, form 2 lines." The group shouted in unison, "Let's go smash those Silver Tiger Towers." Before that could happen, Lihan helplessly thought, "I've messed everything up. I didn't know the Tower of Hearts hated the Silver Tiger Tower so much." He concluded, "We always hate those who are most like us." Everyone was still running around, shouting, "Use everything as a weapon and let's go to the Silver Tiger Tower." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, asking everyone to wait. Asa unexpectedly appeared behind the crowd, seriously suggesting, "Before you go, listen to me." Asa began to analyze, "We shouldn't rush into action. That tower is for those from knight families, and if we recklessly go there, we will lose." Lihan felt relieved. Just as he expected, Asa was indeed rational. He quickly said, "That's right, everyone." But, pausing for a moment, Asa shouted, "So, we will wait and then attack." Hearing this, everyone became excited. "Indeed, the family of singers, we trust you. Let's get ready." Lihan felt helpless and thought, "I'm really foolish to hope for something." Then he spoke up to stop them. "Hold on. I don't want you all to take revenge." Lihan pointed at himself decisively and said, "This is my matter of honor, so I will handle it myself." Someone rebutted, "But they're cunning. I mean, they're dangerous, so those filthy bastards won't be easy to deal with." He was surprised by those words, thinking, he's just mocking them without even trying. Lihan sighed helplessly. He calmly said, "We are children of respected families. Isn't it shameful to act like them?" His words made everyone reconsider, and Lihan felt relieved. Everything was fine now, so let's move to the main point. He unexpectedly interrupted the group's discussion. "Stop for a moment, and then continue. If they choose to fight us, let's respond together. They will likely attack us in packs, like a bunch of cowards." Everyone seems to have just been enlightened, excited to support. "That's right, gather together and get ready." So, Lihan has managed to handle the chaos among the families. Once everyone reached a consensus, they quickly dispersed. As they walked, they discussed, realizing, "Aren't we supposed to be in the next class with those jerks? Well then, let's make them feel the struggle." That confident guy said, "Seeing us as masters of illuminating magic, I'm sure none of them have this, right?" This remark surprised Lihan and made him realize something unusual. He watched their figures leave, worried, thinking, "Wait, it can't be. I am the only one, not proficient in illuminating spells?" Lihan felt the distance between him and his teammates was like being separated by an abyss. The next day, Johnner walked into the room while yawning. With a pale face, Lihan heard Thao say, "Good morning, Johnner. You scared me with that sight." Johnner asked with concern, "What's wrong with your face?" He touched his dark circles and replied, "I stayed up to practice magic." She suddenly asked back, "Practice magic? You can't use magic. Oh, you were allowed last time, right?" Lihan stood up with his wand, confirming it. Then he continued, "Others said they have mastered light magic already. It's the first time I'm hearing this." Just then, someone came over, and they both said at the same time, "It's Ganando. Why is he here at this time?" Lihan asked, but saw Ganando looking around, cautiously reaching into his shirt. Who would have guessed Ganando pulled out a sausage, happily walking to the grill in front of the confused pair? Johnner helplessly remarked, "He's a king, but..." Ganando's eyes lit up at the sausage in his hand. Suddenly, Lihan approached and said, "We won't steal from you, so eat freely," startling him. Ganando anxiously asked, "When did you get here?" He casually replied, "When you were carefully getting out the sausage." Hearing this, he hurriedly denied it. Lihan reminded him, "It's about to burn. Take it out." Ganando quickly took out the hot sausage. He turned back hesitantly and said, thinking back, seeing everyone still so hungry, he quietly commented, "Everyone looks terrible." Johnner replied sadly, "Everyone is hungry. They wouldn't be in a worse situation if you hadn't sold them food. Thanks to that, things could have been worse. Li Han stroked his chin, calculating. We should prepare, there aren't many rations left. He sighed and said, Professor Uragum is really stingy, even though I tried to take some supplies from his cart. They recalled the scene of them stealing bread. Uragum is too big. Those loaves were for me to eat. When did you put jam in your bag? He also wondered. You only need to eat enough to fill your stomach. Why take more? The two of them scratched their heads, thinking of ways, wondering if there would be another chance. It was time for the class on simple magic. Each student politely asked Gaxir. She was known as Professor Tron Tin Gaxir Kim, and she cared for her students so much that she could immediately sense the strange changes among them. The first was a week after joining the academy. The students became very hungry. Secondly, she sensed the tension between the towers. Due to the different strengths, the competition was fierce, but the tension between the Dragon Tower and the Silver Tiger Tower was particularly intense. Seeing the students glaring at each other, Gaxir quickly said, Hey, you all over there, sit down quickly. She recalled the words of Principal Osu. The more they compete with each other, the stronger they will become. That's one of the countless views of the principal. Thinking of this, Gaxir sighed. However, I can't agree with that. She hopes everyone will treat each other well. Then her eyes light up as she says, Everyone sit down. The students are intimidated by Gaxir's presence, and June asks, Last time we learned about the light spell, did anyone manage to perform it successfully? Li Han yawns but raises his hand. He thinks to himself, I just barely managed to stay awake all night. Even though I'm tired, I can't fall behind. Suddenly, Li Han realizes he's the only one raising his hand. He feels confused, and everyone can't help but murmur in surprise. Li Han can't help but ask the person sitting in front of him, Hey, didn't you say you managed to do it? The guy replies, Oh that? I only grasped the method but haven't done it successfully. He smiles and says, I'll get it soon, right? After all, we are all nobles. Hearing that, he angrily thinks to himself, I've been fooled, these arrogant nobles. Li Han sadly thinks, all my hard work was in vain. Just then Gaxir speaks up to praise. Two friends from the tower raise their hands. It turns out Adanath is also raising his hand. He happily turns back to consider, being a princess, another chance to get close. But that thought is interrupted by her murderous glare. Li Han feels puzzled. Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, Asa gently pokes his head. He whispers, Adanath seems to believe the strange rumors about you. Even asks back, Strange rumors? Asa unexpectedly responds angrily, That's a malicious rumor, and it humiliates you. He continues irritably, They say you only want to score high instead of gaining knowledge. It's unbelievable. Hearing that, Li Han is stunned, asking himself, Isn't that exactly right? Faced with Asa's indignation on his behalf, Li Han shrugs and turns away. After all, it's not wrong, so he has nothing to say. Thinking that, Li Han turns back to look at Asa, who is fuming with anger. He clenches his fists tightly. I'm really disappointed in the princess. It's one thing for others to spread rumors, but I never expected Princess Dirnhar would believe such a ridiculous one. He struggles to understand, but believing or not is her right. Those words immediately leave Asa stunned, his fists clenching in anger. At this moment, Li Han's image in Asa's heart has become like a god with a vast heart, moving him to tears. There are many descendants from great families in this tower, but no one is a perfect noble like him. Finally, Asa understands the reason his parents sent him here was to meet someone like him, and he apologizes for speaking ill of him to his father. After a while of self-reflection and emotion, he wipes his tears and praises Li Han, truly a wonderful person, leaving him confused. A moment later, Li Han shouts out loud and conjures a brilliant burst of light with his wand. Adanath also competes by creating a blue orb of light. The two beams of light collide in the air, causing everyone around to gasp in awe. Gaxir applauded and praised them for doing very well, as it's rare for students to successfully perform this spell in their first week. I'm glad to have come across such talented students. The other students below felt embarrassed and lowered their heads upon hearing that. Seeing everyone's spirits drop, she immediately felt awkward and tried to salvage the situation. But the other students shouldn't lose heart because of this. Light magic is the most basic form of magic, and it's also the first step that allows you to feel magic. You don't need to feel discouraged. Li Han awkwardly smiled at Gaxir, who was trying to comfort them. He glanced over, thinking no one was really listening to the professor. There's no way they're listening while acting like that. Over there, the group of students was fiercely competing with their wands. Gaxir gently extinguished their flames, asking them to please calm down and return to their seats. As she spoke, they immediately parted ways, appearing uninterested in light magic. Gaxir helplessly watched the students still grumbling in dissatisfaction. She spoke up to reassure them, saying they would start learning elemental magic this term, and the students immediately turned their heads back with excitement. The girls couldn't help but cheer with joy, filled with enthusiasm. Gaxir began to elaborate, saying that once they learned light magic, they would automatically know how to apply it during their studies. Elemental magic includes simple elements like water, fire, earth, wind, and darkness. It also includes more complex attributes, such as gravity magic. Elemental magic has long been the foundation for other types of magic. For example, summoning magic for spirits, or granting specific attributes to artifacts. To illustrate, it's like learning 4 simple operations to apply in high school math. Furthermore, even if you only learn basic elemental magic, you'll be treated as someone very important wherever you go. Li-Han slowly sat down next to Asa, eagerly anticipating this lesson. Gaxir picked up her staff and tapped it in a few spots, saying that now we will check our compatibility with each basic element. This is because each student will have one element that suits them best. The students below were chatting excitedly about this test. Saying that, Gaxir tapped her staff on the ground to get everyone's attention. A candle appeared in front of Li-Han, with a flickering flame that surprised him a bit. Daeju couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it. Asa let out a small sound but wasn't very surprised. Gaxir's voice rang out, reminding them that the skills from the previous lesson could also be applied here. However, what you want to create is fire, not light, she reminded them. Be careful because fire can burn you. Upon hearing that, images of him combining with fire flashed through Ganondo's mind. After that, the image of himself being burned by fire made him shrink back in fear. Gaxir called for them to chant a spell in their heads. Around her staff, a few mysterious orbs of light swirled. Gaxir raised her staff, flames igniting, and immediately several orbs of fire appeared around the top of the staff. A second later, she created a column of fire, swirling as fiercely as a tornado on the podium. The students gasped in admiration, and Li-Han forced a calm smile, not wanting to react like a rookie. But honestly, Li-Han looked at Gaxir's hand in the fire. Seeing her hold the fire in her palm made him unable to help but think, this magic is seriously cool. After a moment, Gaxir put away the fire and told everyone to try it, and the students eagerly agreed. They tried to hold the spell, but the candle remained as usual. Li-Han rested his chin on his hand, staring at the candle in front of him. He spread his hands around the candle, thinking there must be a reason why the professor gave us this candle. Li-Han closed his eyes to concentrate. The closer the thing he was trying to do was, the easier it would be to visualize. After thinking, he lifted the wand, deciding to give it a try when suddenly Gaxir walked by and noticed something. She used magic to extinguish the candle in front of Li-Han, startling him in surprise. Gaxir stepped forward, declaring he would be banned from using fire magic for a while, leaving Li-Han astonished. He confusedly asked why, as that was the way for him to perform cool magic. She seriously raised her finger, saying it was very dangerous, which made Li-Han even more perplexed. Now he remembered that time when the light he emitted was too bright, causing him eye pain. Li-Han rubbed his chin, pondering that if he couldn't control the light, it would only temporarily blind him, but an explosion from fire. Thinking of that explosive scene, he panicked and halted his thoughts. Gaxir held a bowl of water in her hand and manipulated the water inside, saying they would try fire magic again when his senses were sharper. Until then, he should practice water magic first. Since it wasn't that dangerous, Li-Han stared blankly at the bowl of water she placed in front of him. Hearing Gaxir say that water and fire were similar, he impatiently wanted to argue that it wasn't cool. Ultimately, Li-Han shyly covered his mouth, not daring to say that out loud. Fire and lightning elements are better for attacking, while earth and metal magic are better for defense. But the use of water is quite vague. He stirred the water in the bowl with his finger. Is its only use that I can drink water anywhere? He imagined drinking water from his wand. But what can I do? It's about safety. Li-Han sighed in frustration. Asa blushed, looking at him with admiration, saying she felt really jealous because he got special guidance from the professor. Li-Han tightened his grip on the wand, feeling resentful and wanting to tell her to shut up. Li-Han hesitated, looking at the bowl of water in front of him with a worried expression. He raised his wand over the bowl and recited the incantation. Li-Han closed his eyes, reciting the spell louder. He infused his frustration over not being able to learn fire magic into the command, and the tip of the wand was immediately surrounded by several beams of light. The water in the bowl immediately swirled up like a tiny tornado. Asa gasped in astonishment, adjusting her glasses to see clearly. The water in the bowl floated in the air like a soft silk stream. Li-Han looked at the water he was controlling, equally astonished and incredulous. The two stood still, watching the water swirling. A gasp of amazement echoed through the academy. He did it after just 3 tries. A moment later, Gaxir joyfully praised him, saying it seemed he was very compatible with the water element. After finishing her words, she turned to announce to the other students, causing everyone to be stunned. Truly a prodigy of the Wadina family. Amid the praise, a few people from the White Tiger Tower looked displeased and turned away. Seeing this, Gaxir felt confused and reassured that those who haven't succeeded shouldn't lose patience, just like Li-Han, as everyone has different affinities with the elements. Students growing up in a family of blacksmiths have an affinity for fire. Students raised in fishing families have an affinity for water. Those who grew up in vast plains have an affinity for wind. Gaxier placed her hand on his back. The more they connect with an element, the easier it is for them to express that element. Li-Han looked at the water orb in front of him, confused. What affinity do I have with water? If there's any connection, it's just getting dunked by the professor. While he was in turmoil, Adanath glanced at Li-Han from above. He noticed her gaze and couldn't help but wonder what Adanath was plotting. When Li-Han stood up, she had already turned away. He guessed that if Adanath was looking at him, the water orb in midair would fall apart. A splash of water poured down on Li-Han's head, causing him to shout. Gaxier laughed silently as she saw Li-Han soaking wet and stunned. If he lost focus, he wouldn't be able to maintain the shape of the element. Next time, try to maintain the shape for longer, she said, raising her wand. Gaxier's magic instantly dried his body. Li-Han admired her. She truly was a brilliant professor, like the aura of the school. He felt moved and hugged her backward, saying he understood, and asked how long he should hold it. Gaxier stroked her chin in thought. Usually, he should hold it until his mana runs out, but that wouldn't happen to him, she suggested. So hold it until this lesson ends, okay? Upon hearing this, Li-Han's face immediately turned pale. Isn't that a bit extreme? He saw Gaxier turn away and immediately raised his hand for help. But unfortunately, she left Li-Han behind in his frustration. Li-Han clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, almost forgetting himself. She was also a professor at this crazy academy, so basically, her mind was a bit twisted. Gaxier watched from afar as he was breaking down. She smiled knowingly at this outstanding student. Maintaining magic like that for a long time is very stressful for someone's mind, like having to keep a spinning top balanced on a finger. Garia told herself, but Li-Han needed to be trained systematically. The fact that he could create such a large water orb after just 3 attempts was an extraordinary talent. Furthermore, he is also one of the richest in mana in history. For those reasons, I need to refine this raw gem. Gaxier believed that Li-Han would do well, but at this moment, he was crying and cursing the professor in his heart due to a significant misunderstanding between them. After class ended, everyone said their goodbyes and went home. Under the binding sunlight, there's a voice. Please listen to me. Li-Han, frustrated, argued. Don't you think that's a bit much? Uregu tilted his head, confused, mentioning the princess being able to control the fire element. Zoner was thrilled to discover she had an affinity for the elemental room, while Ganando nearly set the entire class on fire. Li-Han shouted loudly, and I only got to use the water element the whole class. The old man heard this and paused thoughtfully. Maybe Professor Kim likes you, which is why he trains you that way. Hearing this, he immediately scoffed, not believing this explanation at all. So that's why I have to spend my precious day off gardening? Uregu felt guilty upon hearing this. The old man sighed and waved his hand. You really are someone who loves to complain. Didn't you say you would do it? Li-Han couldn't help but look back at where Uregu was sitting. Flashing back to some time ago, Li-Han ran over to say he would help Uregu, making the old man very happy. When he said he would eat the old man's food as payment, the old man was about to agree but halted, because Li-Han was carrying a bunch of stuff. If he ate it, he'd take some back. Uregu immediately shouted for him to put it down. Watching Li-Han sigh and throw a pile of things on the ground made the old man sweat. You really can't let your guard down with this kid. Uregu dropped some tea leaves into the cup, pouring hot water while observing him, wondering how someone like him exists. From clear to dark. At this moment, Li-Han was happily looking at the carrot in his hand. Uregu took a sip of tea, asking if there were any other issues. Do you have a conflict with the White Tower? Hearing this, he remembered and turned his head. Actually, the matter with the White Tower was quite troublesome. The old man lowered his head, pouring water into the teacup. Probably nothing will change much this year. It's always been like this. Li-Han let out a sigh of relief. He gripped the carrot tightly, thinking that different towers often have such relationships. But isn't it problematic to confront each other in the academy? Hearing this, Uregu laughed loudly. If they want to stir trouble, let them. Focusing on practicing magic is far more beneficial. Then the two fell silent. Li-Han thought to himself that he had accidentally fought with them. Both were thinking the same thing, and felt awkward. Li-Han shyly pouted at Uregu. Don't look at me like that, I didn't mean to. The old man raised an eyebrow, taking another sip of tea. Usually, conflicts don't occur in the first week. He recounted how he was attacked just for choosing the swordsmanship class, and the old man immediately choked on his drink. While Uregu was wiping his mouth, Li-Han stood up to ask. The old man pointed angrily at him. Why did you choose that subject? Isn't it like invading their territory? Because tigers are territorial animals. Li-Han shrugged and replied, I have the right to enroll in any subject I want. Uregu sighed and raised his hand. After all, the problem was solved. He took a sip of tea, seeming to be okay, but the teacher wasn't sure about their magic. However, their sword skills were quite good. Hearing that, he immediately smiled and agreed. It was 3 against 1, so I struggled a lot. So Yuragu was once again startled and spat out his tea. Teacher Lao stood up, and Li Han immediately asked, "Where are you going?" Hearing Lao say he would make something for me to eat, he, holding a basket of carrots, became excited. Yuragu confirmed and picked up a carrot, thinking he should treat the boy well. Lao imagined the scene of Li Han becoming the greatest swordsman of the empire and returning for revenge, turning pale. A while later, he sat at the dining table waiting for Yuragu to bring the food. Li Han was happily eating while Lao wiped his sweat, relieved. While Yuragu was pumping dish soap waiting for him to bring the bowl, Li Han remembered something. Before I arrived, the teacher managed this place all by himself. Lao washed dishes while muttering. It was also because they were too lazy and had no skills, so they all fled. These are basic things that a wealthy family should know. Hearing that, he thought about the pile of work he had to do today and was speechless. Yuragu winked and asked Li Han if he didn't think so, and he hurriedly brought the dishes to join in. After time at school, tasks like this should be done by students. But it wasn't right at all. It couldn't go on like this, and Li Han silently shed tears. Thinking then, he pointed to the empty space and asked if he could plant something there. Lao immediately agreed happily and asked Li Han what he wanted to plant. He was hesitant about whether to plant things like cabbage or leeks. Yuragu nodded in agreement upon hearing that. Suddenly, Lao asked Li Han if he intended to plant them for sale, which made him hesitate for a moment. Li Han blushed and shyly asked how Yuragu knew. Did the seniors do that too? Seeing Lao slap his forehead in exasperation, he looked confused. Yuragu's voice rang clear in the mountains. "You're the first, kid." After finishing, Lao clicked his tongue and told Li Han to do whatever he wanted. Saying that, Yuragu turned away, thinking to himself that he was quite a peculiar kid. Li Han was cleaning the table when he noticed something in a corner. Looking at the pile of cabbage and leeks on the ground, he wondered what dish he should make from them. Thinking then, Li Han asked Lao if napa cabbage and leeks could be used for any other dish. Hearing Uragu say they could make jiti, he immediately felt a stir in his heart. Li Han imagined the delicious jiti in his mind. The empire, due to its vast territory, has countless cultures and cuisines depending on the region. If the Wadin family in the west is known for its bread and cheese, then the east is famous for rice, noodles, chili paste, and soybean paste, which are characteristic dishes of Korea. He squatted down and asked Lao if he liked it. Yuragu, while washing dishes, replied that he liked it but didn't often eat that dish. Saying that, Lao fell into a state of contemplation. Li Han looked at him in surprise, and Yuragu slowly said, "It's an Eastern dish, but there are some teachers he doesn't like," as he reminisces about certain people. He was drying the plates while curious about what was going on. Yuragu was still washing his hands. "The teacher has some distant relatives living in the East, and I can't tell you how much they complain every time they meet." Then Yuragu vented a stream of complaints, leaving Li Han a bit speechless. He stood up with the dishes, saying he understood. He heard the Easterners were quite strict, but didn't expect it to be this intense. Suddenly, he looked up and asked Li Han what he planned to do this weekend. Looking at him, he immediately put on a worn-out look, asking if he had something to do that would make Yuragu nervous, like someone who would make me work all weekend. For a student like Li Han, who was emotionally numb, being made to work on the weekend wasn't unusual. He raised his stick, saying with a scheming expression that he didn't even have time to come here. Think carefully about what those hungry students would do. He immediately shot back with the idea of burning the school, and Yuragu, sweating, said that was a bit extreme, while stroking his beard. When pushed to the brink, they would look for something to eat and survive. Yuragu explained to Li Han. The Huinvur would look for fruits and berries, while the backhoe would go hunting. He immediately asked about dragon fruit, and upon hearing this, the old man sighed, saying those kids were always a bit slower, but there would always be talented individuals who would accidentally find the right way. Yuragu then shot a glance at Li Han. Of course, this year is very different from previous years. In comparison, he mentioned the Peacock Tower. Yuragu said they had to be completely separated. These weren't kids who could be swayed by temptation. The Peacock Tower is a tower established by the trainee priests, a place where they practice hardship. Even in the harshest conditions, they would not stop praying. Li Han dusted off his coat, pondering, "This faith is truly admirable. I don't think I could do that." He put on his jacket. "So this weekend I will go hunting with my friends. And if they mess with me again, this time I'll show them what a festival is." Li Han gave a thumbs up confidently, making Yuragu break into a cold sweat. After hearing Li Han's bold declaration, Uregu grabbed a broom and swept it across the ground. "Perhaps I can't avoid that, but at least I'm not the one causing trouble. It's also possible they will choose another method." Li Han wondered what the other method could be. The old man Kung paused to think. Then Yuragu turned to him and said 2 words. "Escape." The Academy's magic casting campus is a steel wall surrounded by magic. Yet every year, students still escape. Li Han stroked his chin, calculating. which means if one thinks about what they could gain after escaping, it's clear that people would try. It could be new clothes and shoes, or bread and jam, butter and cheese, or a whole bunch of necessary daily items. He suddenly realized there were plenty of reasons to escape. Urigu immediately got angry, pointing and scolding. "Drop that face, are you planning to act like a stupid dog again? Forget about it. The reason those tigers are always the first ones to try is that their minds are very simple." Suddenly, Li Han turned his head and asked if anyone had succeeded, startling the old man. Urigu lowered his head, pondering. He dared to think. "There are some, but everything is a mess. He won't listen to me." After thinking, the old man turned and waved his hand dismissively. "If you want to, go ahead. The best time to overcome adversity is when you're young." He immediately placed his hand on his chest, declaring he would never do that, but his sparkling eyes betrayed everything. Urigu angrily growled, "Don't say that with that face." A long while later, in a room with drawn curtains, the light from a candle seemed to be the only source of light in this dark room. Daeju stood before three people in mysterious black robes, and when one of them called for focus, he immediately tensed up and stood at attention. The other person smiled wickedly, pointing his finger, and Daeju felt that if he wanted to return in one piece, it was best to follow their orders. Daeju was at a loss for words as he looked at them. "Do we really have to go this far?" He called out to Li Han, who was one of those in black robes. Suddenly, Li Han laughed as he pulled down his hood. "So it doesn't work, huh?" Ganando beside him immediately looked shocked. He felt frustrated and said loudly, "Do you know him? How can you say you have to scare him?" Daeju turned his head away in disdain. "You think a squirrel like you can scare me?" Ganando immediately shouted angrily. "How dare you call anyone a squirrel?" Li Han reassured him and took hold of the rope. He pulled the rope down, and the curtain was instantly drawn aside, flooding the room with light. The three people were blinded by the bright sunlight and had to raise their hands to shield their faces. Suddenly, Johnner asked, "Why do we need to go this far?" Li Han stood by the window, silently turning to look at her. "Because the other tigers will misunderstand if he is friendly with us." Daeju realized he had been treated like a discarded pawn, and upon hearing this, he understood. Daeju blushed with emotion, thinking, "Is it really because of me?" He touched his nose, confirming they might have misunderstood, and thanked him. Li Han approached, and said politely, "It's nothing." He cheerfully patted Daeju on the shoulder, especially since he would become my temple master. Daeju immediately frowned in confusion, grabbing Li Han's wrist. "What do you mean by temple master? What kind of insulting green hat is that?" Ganando stood with his arms crossed, watching them discuss the name temple master. He tilted his head in confusion. "Isn't temple master a fitting title?" Immediately, the sharp look in Daeju's eyes made Ganando break out in a cold sweat, correcting his earlier comment. Li Han sighed. "Then because of honor and justice, that name really is inappropriate." Upon hearing the words honor and justice, Zoner also had nothing to say, while Ganando frowned. Suddenly, he called out Daeju's name and pointed at him. "From this moment on, you will be the whistleblower, facing injustice alone." Daeju immediately blushed, feeling shy, facing the solitary injustice, like a whistling wind. He thought this sounded cooler, so he sighed and accepted it. Watching the two shake hands in agreement, Zoner was confused, wondering what Li Han had learned from his house. A moment later, he spoke up about the main issue. "The reason we focus on early weekend mornings is that the three of them were intently watching Li Han. He was seen covering his eyes mysteriously, planning an escape from the academy. While the other two responded enthusiastically, only Daeju was startled. He nervously asked Li Han if he was serious. He anticipated Daeju would react this way, so he had prepared 10 convincing methods, and Li Han calmly began to persuade. Suddenly, Daeju interrupted, surprisingly. He looked surprised because Li Han had also thought about escaping like him. This time, it was Li Han's turn to be stunned. Even though they came from a family of knights, nobility is still nobility. The tiger family has never been empty-stomached. That's why their hunger is even more intense. In another place, someone was clutching their stomach, groaning from hunger. "We can't continue like this. We have to go hunt." Immediately, someone responded, "If those guys in the green tower can do it, we can too." While the others were thinking about fighting, someone approached. Daeju spoke up to reassure them, asking them to calm down. Han led the group standing there, catching the attention of those in the room. Daeju raised his hand, advising that hunting is fine. But think about it. Do you really think hunting here is easy? The black-colored beast they could hunt is a monster that the alchemy professor intentionally released. If we want to hunt one like that, we have to go deep into the forest. Are you okay with that? We're not at all familiar with the terrain there. Hearing this, the others immediately looked at each other anxiously. One person immediately turned to seek his opinion. Daeju instantly smiled and confidently claimed he had a plan. Han looked down from above at the academy grounds, boldly stating that they would escape from here. "I will make it happen, and you won't have to eat meat from that beast anymore." He confidently pointed at himself, promising. After hearing Jijel's sweet words, The other students immediately got excited and wanted to confirm. Suddenly, one of them doubted the feasibility of this. Jijel pointed to his head, saying he already had a plan. Anyone who wanted to join him was welcome. He didn't want to find a way out alone. Saying that, he turned to leave, and they instantly cheered for the best Morady. Suddenly, Jijel said something that made them hesitate. I will be the one giving orders. If you do anything useless and mess up the plan, he turned his head and glared at them. Jijel widened his eyes and warned, I won't let it go. After saying his goodbyes, he turned and left with the group, wishing everyone a good night. In a corner where no one could see, Daeju was hiding behind a pillar and had heard everything. Moments later, an astonished voice came from outside, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. If I listen to him, can I go along too? Lihan pondered, resting his chin on his hand with bright eyes. Seeing him so happy, Daeju hesitated before speaking up. After everything that happened with Jijel, how can you still say that? He asked, confused. Lihan laughed heartily, saying that no one would pay attention to such trivial matters. Noticing Ganando and Johnner shaking their heads in disbelief, he turned his gaze elsewhere, feeling uncertain. As Lihan walked away, he contemplated the troubles ahead. He began to plan for a way to explore an exit, as it was clear that escaping would be very difficult given the professor's personalities. But Morady boldly declared that he had a way out. Lihan turned to look at the person sitting in the chair. He didn't seem as innocent as Ganando. He was smart and cold enough to exploit students in the same tower right from the start of the semester. Surely he had a reason to be confident in escaping. Everyone in the room was watching him intently. Suddenly, Lihan fell silent, saying there was no other way. You will follow him and see what that way is, he instructed, pointing. Daeju immediately perked up. Are you serious? He asked, sweating, while Lihan countered with a question, asking if he had a better idea. Daeju immediately deflated, realizing that this method was a bit risky. Lihan then told him not to worry about that, which made Johnner and Ganando look up in surprise. He leaned on L, confirming that they were currently at odds with each other. Lihan closed his eyes and slowly said, There's a famous saying, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win every battle. With that, he gave him a big pat on the shoulder. So this is just our strategy, Lihan said, seriously. Daeju was sweating, wondering if it was because of his face. He looked at the glowing face in front of him, and somehow it all seemed quite reasonable. After a moment, Daeju was convinced. I guess this can be considered a strategy. Lihan grabbed his shoulders and turned him around, saying, From now on you will monitor Morady, and meet me when you find out his escape plan. He pushed Daeju straight towards the door, reminding him he was an excellent warrior and a proud spy. With that, Lihan opened the door and shoved him outside while Daeju was still hesitating. He closed the two doors behind him, declaring that the mission had begun. Lihan looked at him with a sparkling gaze, asking if he would do well, right? Daeju instinctively nodded, raising his hand to show he would do his best. Leave it to me. After closing the door, Lihan exhaled, feeling that Daeju's part was done, and he still needed to rethink the escape plan. Seeing Johnner and Ganando clinging to each other, Lihan was surprised and exclaimed, When did you two get so close? The two of them looked at him, hesitant and speechless. Johnner asked if you learned about brainwashing before entering the academy, and Lihan immediately joyfully denied it. The sky was turning to dusk, the red sunset slowly covering the academy. Lihan hurriedly walked to a certain room. Inside were Johnner and Nilya, both eagerly looking at the newcomer. Daeju and Ganando were also present, all ears as Lihan began. He raised his hand to speak, thanking everyone for attending the first meeting to plan their escape. Nilya gasped in shock. You want to escape the academy? Are you insane? I thought you were just going hunting, she yelled, her face pale. Lihan calmly reassured Nilya. I have a plan. Hearing that, she immediately perked up with curiosity. Nilya thought if it was Lihan from the Warden family, he must have a way. He was completely different from the others. Thinking that, she furrowed her brow and asked what the plan was. He immediately pulled out an extremely ugly drawing of Jijel. Lihan excitedly pointed at the image, explaining that among the students of the White Tiger Tower, this guy knows how to escape. We just need to follow and imitate. After hearing that, Nilya was so shocked that she couldn't speak. He calls that a plan? As she tried to gather her thoughts, Johnner suddenly suggested something. She winked and called out to Lihan. This plan won't succeed without Nilya, right? He seemed to understand Johnner's point. He seemed to agree, and Nilya felt flustered and stuttered. Suddenly, Lihan's words made her pause. The ability to track and hunting instincts were key to the plan, and Nilya was the only one possessing both. Hearing that, she blushed and felt shy, while Johnner and Lihan exchanged glances of disappointment, making Nilya feel flustered. She crossed her arms and huffed. If it's only me who can do it, then there's nothing I can do. Nilya didn't seem too pleased. The moonlight illuminated the quiet forest at night. Jijel stood on a large rock, majestic. O noble knights, who are willing to follow my command, Jijale gazed towards the peaceful forest, determined. Tonight we will escape this academy. Everyone below cheered excitedly. We hear you. We'll break free from this prison. Han smiled faintly and issued the command. Jijale took the map from inside his leather jacket, feeling pleased. As long as I have this map, I will never fail. Back in time, inside a luxurious room, a questioning voice rang out, introducing magic to newcomers, the magic of Inrogat. Han clasped his hands. His voice barely contained rage. Is this all there is? The group of pink-clad individuals felt extremely anxious. We're sorry. This person is Jijale from the Mority family. Jijale, furious, kicked the books aside. I told you to bring me useful things. What are these? The two of them were terrified and turned to run. We're sorry. Right after that, Han seemed to discover something. Jijale bent down to pick up a piece of paper from the pile of books, confused about what it was. Upon opening the paper, Han's face showed great surprise. That piece of paper was a map for escaping the academy. Han looked at the map, secretly pleased, thinking that only losers would need something like this. He was glad he had bought it. Everyone eventually reaches this point. Jijale frowned in anger, wondering why something like this map was created. Inside the deep forest, the academy slowly brightened up as Jijale's group ventured deeper into the woods. Han observed and softly alerted everyone that they could move now. He called everyone to stand up and quickly announced that if they were going into the mountains like that, he didn't think they were taking a normal route. Is everyone ready? The others were horrified, asking why they were going into the mountains to climb. Janato was filled with fear, noticing a door near the castle gate. Han then softly spoke to Daeju to handle him. This surprised Janato greatly, asking what he meant by handling. He suddenly explained that with Nelia's abilities, scouting the mountain was a given. Daeju and I can endure well. Jonar has gathered herbs before, so the mountains are no problem for him. Janato was very confused as he hesitated. After a moment, he finally understood the issue and asked for some water. Han smiled helplessly, saying he wasn't familiar with Janato. His tired face sighed softly, but it was indeed difficult to track them through the mountain paths. He looked at Nelia, thinking to himself that if she weren't here, he wouldn't be able to follow them anymore. Han rummaged through the paper in his pocket, feeling helpless. He forced a smile, starting his habit of noting down what was happening. Nelia suddenly looked ahead in shock. Right after that, she panicked and turned around to inform them, causing confusion. Everyone stopped. She pointed towards Gisele's group, saying they were acting strangely. Why did they suddenly stop? Janato spoke casually. They must have arrived, right? Easier than I thought. Han was very skeptical, asking if they had really arrived. Could it really be this easy? Suddenly, a strong wind blew through, causing the treetops to shake violently. A shadow darted across, shocking him deeply. Han stared in astonishment at the direction the shadow moved. He looked up at the night sky, feeling terrified, whispering, "What is this chilling sensation?" Faced with Han's question about a monster, Nelia quickly denied it, saying she had already checked for monsters around. Hearing this made him a bit suspicious. Soon, Han seemed to think of something that terrified him. A shadow gradually formed in the darkness. A loud, terrifying laugh emerged from it, making everyone extremely frightened. Gisele's group looked around in terror, not understanding what was happening. A large circle formed, enclosing his group inside. In the sky, a mysterious object began to take shape. Osu appeared, grinning at them, saying they had fallen into the trap, just in the first week. They were all stunned, and simultaneously exclaimed it was the principal. He excitedly looked at Giselle, saying it seemed she had bought the discounted map I handed out last week. Hearing this, Giselle was furious and protested, saying she bought this map before school started. Immediately, he was surprised to see the paper vanish from his hand. He looked at him in horror, reminding him that today they all learned a valuable lesson. Osu excitedly warned not to trust unverified maps, as they would never know if it was a treasure map or a trap set by an evil priest. He looked down at Giselle's terrified face and burst out laughing. Han's group hid inside, speechless. Han frowned and whispered, "What kind of crazy lesson is this? He's just toying with the students." Osu looked at Giselle's group and began to announce, "Listen closely. We will start heading back now." Mr. Chumkan's voice echoed. The rule is very simple. He then created ferocious beings, leading them back while avoiding their pursuers. You can use any means necessary, even defeat them if you can. He looked up, taking a deep breath. If you get caught, you'll be considered guilty. Then Osu exhaled deeply, his face full of excitement as he added, "Otherwise, you'll be deemed innocent." They were terrified and turned to flee in a panic. The pursuers stood calmly, watching them. Nelia was utterly horrified at the sight before her. She turned to run, urging Han. "What are you doing? Hurry up!" He quickly grabbed her hand to hold her back. Han then raised his hand to signal her to calm down, saying, "Stay calm, Nelia." She was trembling in fear, looking the other way and shouted, "How can I stay calm? We could die if we get caught. Lihan began to explain. It will be fine. I don't think they've spotted us. And if they do, we might just get locked up and face physical punishment. Nilia was horrified to hear this. Physical punishment? She immediately voiced her bold thought. Like those rooms with torture devices, there's no way we'd escape. Lihan pressed against a tree, observing the situation ahead. He looked at the group surrounding them and couldn't help but sigh. How are we going to get out of here? Suddenly, a voice called out, drawing his attention. Spread out. We will take them down if they pursue us. The G-Rail group was furious and shouted, running endlessly without achieving anything, confronting them instead. They looked incredibly determined, fighting for honor and the spirit of martial arts. While he was pondering, he heard a voice, wondering why they kept shouting about honor and martial arts. Dao patted him on the shoulder and shared his thoughts, saying he saw only one way out for us. His method was to put aside clan differences and cooperate if they wanted to escape. Li Han, hearing this, quietly praised him. That was brilliant reasoning, Dao. His face lit up as he turned to everyone. We'll team up with these guys by running while they buy us time. Everyone, hearing this from Dao, eagerly agreed. Li Han looked outside and assessed. We need to break through where they have the fewest troops. They are indeed stalling for time. He found it puzzling as he looked at Osu's formation, wondering why there were no gaps at all. He immediately seemed to discover something, and looked up at Osu. Wait, don't tell me. Li Han was astonished to see him. Why was he still taking so long to come back? Just as he thought that, Li Han couldn't help but feel contempt, saying, we're free now. So I thought it was a test for students, but all day it seemed he didn't want us to go anywhere. Right after that, he immediately felt helpless and angry. How could he say this was suitable for us? He saw everyone being captured and couldn't help but sigh silently. Maybe we should just surrender and see how this chaotic bunch gets caught. Suddenly, Li Han seemed to notice something and widened his eyes. Something felt off. He watched the soldiers rush by without paying any attention to him, feeling confused. The soldiers didn't notice us at all. But why? He looked over at Osu. Didn't he know we were here, Principal Enrogat? He almost dismissed his own thought. Wait, but it's only this. Li Han stared at Osu's figure in the sky. He immediately recalled the previous appearance. He looked at him and seemed to have the answer to this. If it was just a clone or an illusion of the principal, we just need to run against the White Tiger Squad and it's over. Li Han quickly turned around to inform everyone. Guys, I think we found a way to escape. Everyone was incredibly surprised and delighted to hear this. Li Han turned around and explained the method. Let's just move forward. He led everyone as they moved forward. 30 minutes later, his group began to enter the cave in the forest. Niliha checked around and reported to him. I checked, it's safe, I didn't find any monsters. He immediately used his wand to conjure light. The space inside the cave was illuminated. Johnner, filled with fear and anxiety, was reassured by Anne, saying those skeletons couldn't possibly find their way here. It would be fine. We don't see any signs that they are hunting us. Daeju next to him seemed quite worried. The issue was how long they would remain dormant. He was full of worry, thinking he should have just broken through them. Liha calmly explained, how could we surpass that reckless mob? Clearly, it's a problem without a solution. He cheerfully took out food, making Ganado very excited. But for now, let's eat first. Ni Liha suddenly said, we're out of water. Hearing that, Liha used magic to create a wave that surprised her. Ni Liha's face was full of excitement. She had only heard rumors about water magic, but it was indeed better than she thought. She immediately picked up a water container, thinking it must be really cool. It would help a lot in her hunts. Johnner next to her bit his lip tightly. Can someone light a fire? It's too cold. She immediately used her wand to create a large flame. The fire ignited before everyone's astonished eyes. That's amazing, Nilia. Thank goodness it worked on the first try. Before, it was super unstable. Her face was shy. Honestly, she was jealous of Li Han's water magic more. She wanted the water element more than fire. Hearing that, Li Han immediately stopped, feeling touched, which surprised her. Are you jealous of my water magic? What's happening? He quickly restrained himself, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. Nilia, you should be grateful for having your own magic. Li Han and she stood on the high hill, looking down at the forest below. Seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, causing Nilia to gasp. That's not real, right? The soldiers are everywhere, and while they're not wrong, is it okay to insult them like that? He immediately turned to Nilia and patted her on the shoulder. Li Han's face lit up with a bright smile, and the magic he had mastered flowed from his mind, so you should never limit yourself by how you express yourself. She darkened at his words. They sounded strangely convincing coming from him. Immediately, she opened her mouth wide, calling the principal a jerk. She angrily scolded, You rotten skull, I hope the teacher gets eaten tonight. Suddenly, a figure appeared inside, startling her as he shouted, I'm sorry. Li Han cautiously looked at the newcomer. Jijel stepped out of the darkness, confused. What are you guys doing here? He and his team gradually appeared, Both sides were shocked to see each other. The mysterious curtain slowly opened before everyone's eyes. Li Han smiled and invited them into the cave. Jijel's group entered hesitantly. "Let's rest for a bit." Ganando pouted in complaint. "We don't even have anything to eat." But before he could finish, Daeju next to him covered his mouth. Immediately, he seemed to ponder something. Li Han had the right to ignore them due to what they did to him. Daeju looked at him with a sigh, yet he treated them kindly instead. He looked at him with shining eyes. So admirable. Li Han is truly a man of honor. Daeju felt moved by his own thoughts, leaving everyone confused. Daeju observed everyone, puzzled. Why are those jerks here? Don't tell me. Han's imagination soared, but he never thought they could be following her. They also found that map. Then Daeju immediately became gloomy. What do we do now? We're even getting help like this. The more confused Han became, the more he suddenly remembered something. What should I do? Don't forget Daeju. Jijio recalled his childhood with his father. In Morit's words, never forget any grudges, but there was an underlying meaning in that saying. Han tried to remember his father's appearance. Then Han suddenly smiled wickedly as he remembered the last line. Goodness is only rewarded when you remember it. Jijio began calculating in his mind and spoke first to Li Han. I need to build trust first. Before he could finish, one of Jijio's subordinates suddenly collapsed in pain. Ganando and Daeju were both terrified. Why did he suddenly fall? The guy next to him checked and concluded, he must be too tired. At that moment, both of their heads started spinning. Suddenly, they both fell to the ground, shocking Jijio. Han was very surprised and shouted, What's happening? Immediately, Han sensed something wrong and turned to confront Li Han. What caught Han's eye was Li Han's cold, expressionless face. Li Han immediately spilled the cup of water in his hand and smiled softly. Too bad, you realize too late. Jijio is in immense pain, holding his head while feeling dizzy, poisoning the water. Han's face is pale and confused. He can't escape this predicament. Li Han sits calmly and seriously, watching Jijio collapse. Immediately, he claps his hands excitedly, as everything is now prepared. He ruffles Jijio's hair, quietly calculating. It seems a bit extreme, but if someone hates me without reason, I should give them a reason, right? Ganando and the others are incredibly excited. What's up, Li Han? Did you poison the water? Should we drink it too? Jana and Nilia, seeing their panic, quickly explain, it's just a sleeping drug. We haven't been poisoned. He is very surprised to hear the two girls say that, leaving him confused. Did you all know? It's just that your expressions were too obvious. Li Han looks at the unconscious Jijio and sighs. I won't overreact just because of personal issues. This is necessary. Suddenly, he stands up and announces his plan to everyone. Everyone remain calm. We need to leave them near the wanted criminals. Daeju is startled when he sees him carrying Jijio away and asks, Are you really going to do that? Li Han responds, darkening his expression. You know Merity's personality, right? It seems you've compromised and changed the subject. But where did you find the medicine? Johnner speaks up to explain, turning back into the moment. Inside the forest, Johnner suddenly discovers a herb. Li Han understands immediately, excitedly explaining, It makes you sleepy when you crush it and mix it with water. We should take some, it might be useful later. She can't help but look at him and sigh. I didn't think we would use it like this. Moving to the center of the silent night forest, Jijio's group is all unconscious, lying flat on the ground. Suddenly, shadows appear, staring at them, and they are swiftly taken away. Li Han stands on a hill, looking at the guns and sighing, All right. They will disperse soon. He stands up and softly speaks, leaving Johnner confused. Now we should finish the remaining work, right? Li Han shrugs nonchalantly, scouting the area. We can't turn back now that we've come this far. His face is serious as he looks ahead, contemplating. We need to check how far the Academy's wall goes. If there's truly a way to escape, we'll take it at all costs. His group quickly regains focus and starts moving deeper into the forest. Let's go together, Li Han. Everyone gradually advances deeper into the forest, led by Nilia. Suddenly, Ganando trips over a rock, immediately falling down, startling Johnner. Li Han approaches to check on him, and he immediately yells, Are you all right? I'm so hungry and in pain. He quickly looks at him with concern. Daeju seems tired already. Nilia spoke up, reminding Li Han to light it up a bit. I guess if we've come this far without getting caught, we must be safe. She immediately reported that everyone seemed to be getting tired faster than usual in the dark. Hearing this, he quickly took out his wand. Li Han cast a spell that made the wand emit light throughout the area. Everyone felt more at ease upon seeing the light. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, rustling the leaves. A deep voice echoed, startling him, telling them to turn off the light, as it was making it hard for them to sleep. Li Han, upon hearing this, suddenly turned around, confused, and exclaimed. Everyone was extremely frightened and looked around. The voice continued, demanding that they be quiet. In front of him stood a tall, ancient tree, along with the voice that said, I am the one who poses the question. The voice kept echoing, leaving them amazed. If you answer correctly, you will be my guests. If you answer incorrectly, you are uninvited. Li-Han's face showed concern as he listened to the man say, I read this. A question arose. A dwarf lights 5 candles in the late night, but 2 of them were extinguished by the strong wind, leading the dwarf to stand up and close all the windows in the room. So how many candles are left? He couldn't help but chuckle, realizing this was a trick question. Immediately, Li-Han analyzed that the listener would think there were 3 candles left, but the flames would gradually go out over time. He smiled faintly as he calculated the answer in his heart. So when morning came, the number of candles left would be. Suddenly, Ganando exclaimed that the answer was ghost. Li-Han turned around in shock, but before he could react, he heard the mysterious person's correct answer. He heard this and was puzzled and surprised. Li-Han looked at the smug boy, confused. Wait, isn't the flame supposed to go out when the candles are burned out? Then he heard an explanation that made him even more frustrated. Isn't it common to use enchanted candles so they don't burn out in such riddles? The voice continued. From now on, you will be my guests. It's a pity for this story to end like this. It presented another challenge that excited him greatly. How about another riddle? Whoever answers correctly will receive my fruit. Fruit? We're ready. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to this second riddle. The riddle was presented. There is a giant man in the morning. He shrinks during the day, and he completely disappears at night. Who is this man? Everyone listened and was puzzled, thinking about the answer. Li-Han seemed to have his answer and spoke up. He pointed to himself and answered, It's a shadow, right? His answer was completely approved by the other person, leaving everyone behind confused. Li-Han immediately remembered his past life. He had heard that one quite a few times before. He recalled the origin of this question. This was the answer that Oedipus, king of Zerbs, had correctly provided, even more strangely. Each time this story was told, a few details would change, but the answer that people provided to the Sphinx always remained the same. While Li-Han was pondering, that voice echoed again. What a bright student. He suddenly noticed something changing and was astonished. The surrounding scenery shook suddenly and slowly faded away, along with the voice. I welcome all of you. Everyone was taken to an incredibly refreshing and beautiful space. They were all amazed, looking around and exclaiming, This is all so wonderful. A quick figure brought a glass of water to him, surprising Li-Han. As the glass of water was offered, the voice echoed again. You've traveled far. You must be tired. Drink up. He picked up the glass and thanked them while noticing that it smelled like vegetable juice. Taking a sip caused him to widen his eyes in astonishment. His emotions began to soar, feeling like the fatigue in his body was finally released, like drinking a glass of cold water after running on a hot day. While he was enjoying the bliss, everyone around was extremely worried and terrified. The voice explained, making him very excited. It was a drink made from the plants around here, and those who liked it found it absolutely delicious. Can I have more? When Li-Han reached out to grab the glass, he quickly pulled his hand back. The voice inside asked for his identity, saying they needed to know who he was first. Hearing this, he introduced himself. I am Li-Han, and it curiously asked for his family name. The moment he said his family name was Black Flower, it was taken aback. Seeing his bitter smile, it quickly apologized, saying it was just because of the rumors about his family. A leaf fell on his head, surprising him greatly. Li-Han smiled slightly, looking up to hear it continue speaking, saying that based on the way he introduced himself first instead of his family name, he would become a great sorcerer. Its next question threw him and everyone into panic, asking what they were doing there so late at night. Li-Han quickly thought and placed his hand on his chest. He smiled brightly and lied, saying, We're just taking a night stroll. Hearing this, it exposed his lie, asking if they were trying to escape the academy. But they had only just joined a week ago. Why were they already planning to sneak out? Li-Han coughed lightly at this, saying they had some personal reasons. He looked up at it and gently asked, Dear Spirit, could you give us some late-night advice? Its response made him ponder. There was indeed a way out, but new students couldn't use it. Upon hearing this, Li-Han immediately suggested it but was promptly refused. In that case, could it tell them where the academy's walls ended? It continuously explained to everyone that those walls were enchanted, so if they weren't careful and touched them, they would face significant troubles. Li-Han, after hearing this, clenched his fists, realizing that following the academy walls to find an escape point was also not feasible. Branches kept hitting him. At least for now, he shouldn't try to escape. Currently, everything seemed quiet, but in just a few weeks, the monsters would start to awaken. After hearing this, Li-Han bowed his head, thanking it for the information. It saw this and quietly marveled, looking at this kid. It looked at him, assessing. Its gaze showed no signs of discouragement, even sharper than before as it pondered more. It thought to itself that observing him would be quite interesting. Its voice continued. Right. I did say I would give you a gift. He was extremely surprised to hear this, as branches quickly advanced towards him, frightening him. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked up at the branches. On the tree, a large wooden wand began to appear, glowing. Li Han immediately recalled Gatsia's words. An artifact for a magician is like a part of their body, and among these artifacts, the wand is essential. New students were very dissatisfied with what the academy had provided. Li Han held the wand in his hand, stunned. One of them had just received their own wand. Everyone was astounded to see him receive the staff, asking if he was all right, young man. Li Han held it and gently felt it. It brought a sense of comfort and a new name. The ancient tree was a bit startled to hear that. It couldn't help but look at him, judging that he was not an ordinary boy as expected. It looked at the bright gleam of the staff in his hand, the spirits residing within it. It was tough for a boy his age to make mistakes. Suddenly, it spoke, making him very surprised. You will learn more from the sources of power within that staff as you use it more. Can't you guide me now? Its answer made Li Han purse his lips slightly, saying it wasn't necessary. He would learn naturally over time. The ancient tree couldn't help but chuckle at your talent. It immediately recalled the past, reminding itself of the amnesiac, Godanas, the one I met centuries ago, just as expected from Godanas' bloodline. His voice began to echo. It's time for everyone to return. Shortly after, his group was pushed away, so it's time to say goodbye. The ancient tree cast a spell to push everyone out while reminding Li Han. Li Han Udana stopped using magic around these buildings. His magic is very strong. It has awakened the surrounding trees. Everyone was simultaneously pushed outside. He fell to the ground in great pain. He stared blankly at the words of his. Remember that question you asked? His voice slowly faded into the forest. That would be the answer. Everyone left the realm of spirits. All the undead had disappeared. His group descended the mountain together as the sun rose. He returned to his room feeling exhausted. The sound of hurried footsteps rushed up the stairs. The knocking on the door echoed outside, startling him awake. Li Han, with a tired face and messy hair, couldn't understand what was going on. Asa was extremely excited. Sorry for my losses, there's something urgent. He immediately recounted what happened yesterday. The principal, no. The headmaster is organizing an event outside. Li Han's eyes widened in surprise. Asa's words reminded him of what happened yesterday. It snapped me back to reality. He was trying to keep up with the students plotting to escape. He couldn't help but sigh internally. I should act more seriously than usual. In situations like this, he looked at Asa and agreed. Yes. I'll wake everyone up and then head outside. At the vast and grand rallying ground, decorated beautifully, everyone gathered together joyfully. The price was clearly aimed at the buyer's psychology. This must be a festival. It doesn't feel like an effort to sell after the excavation. He held a piece of cake in his hand, wondering what he was plotting. From the stage, Osu's loud voice pulled him back to reality. He excitedly reminded everyone to pay attention. The people on the stage were very cheerful under his introduction. This weekend, monks from across the empire will visit our academy. Let's give a round of applause. Li Han clapped in response but couldn't help thinking. The principal's welcome speech was really warm. Medridge smiled politely, thanking Principal Osu. He replied, thanking you for taking the time for us, even though I'm sure you've been busy teaching the young students here. Osu smiled with excitement. It made him so happy that he had come to like the monks. It was really awkward. His eyes gradually became bright. So you can convey this message to the Majesty. We need a bit of fun to explore ancient magic. She was very confused. That's not our authority. Li Han seemed to realize something. So just like at that time, no matter how, everyone would act like that when trying to ensure the budget. Medridge turned to smile at everyone. After all, it was an honor to meet all the students. We are very happy to have the opportunity to introduce our religion. Li Han found it very confusing. These are not ordinary monks. They all have a large amount of mana. While he was pondering, Osu approached him. It was very different from the mana of the other monks. He was startled and turned to look at him. Soon after, he slowly spoke. I understand, after all, the mana of the monks is so special, it is called divine power. Li Han responded accordingly, making him ask, I understand now, no wonder I felt something unusual about them. Can I sense mana? He was startled and worried to hear this, and his voice continued to echo. Why are you trying to hide this talent? Not many students can sense mana like you. Li Han immediately spoke up to explain, I still see many shortcomings in myself. Osu sighed upon hearing this. I told you, you're not like that. From now on, be confident and show your talent. He looked pale and confused. What is he talking about? He looked around and exclaimed, This is the first time I've met a monk. Osu sighed. It's not surprising that you come from the Wadin family. He looked at him thoughtfully, saying it's because you all are like us, lacking interest in faith. We're too wise to place our trust in deities. Li Han whispered to himself, recalling his father's words that divine power is merely a product of faith and belief. After hearing strange rumors about his family, it seems there are whispers about them hating the clergy. I have to keep the scriptures with my family name. Osu beside him started rambling. But those priests are really pitiful. Why do they have to do this for a bunch of useless students only focused on food? The dishes were incredibly tempting, already prepared for the feast. Li-Han gently called out to him, his eyes fixed on the food table. He smiled brightly and asked, "Do you have any suggestions for a little ritual?" The man immediately looked somewhat angry, saying he didn't hear what was just said. Then he paused, saying, "Wait, I meant a little ritual." He turned to look at him, saying, "You plan to join a polytheistic organization." Osu looked at his face, grinning confidently. He unconsciously clenched his fist, wondering, "It's been a while, but I'm still impressed." Osu seemed to guess his intentions and sighed softly, thinking he thought I didn't know his plan. He intends to join a few groups and take everything from them. He sighed softly, saying, "I'm done." Then he assessed him with great interest, saying, "I really like this kid. He's impressive." Looking around, Osu enjoyed a moment. He stated, "First, I suggest the Prasinga ritual, a group with self-sacrifice rules, so they will likely welcome you. Next is the Kalaso ritual. Since they worship chaotic deities, they don't care if you believe in other gods or not. Lastly, there's the Kapolio ritual, which worships swordsmanship, and they might welcome a strange kid like you." Hearing this made Li-Han startle, thinking he would already know he was studying swordsmanship. He recalled the memory of that day when the professor patted him on the shoulder, saying, "I like you, come to my office," while Li-Han evaluated silently that he didn't have a good impression of the professor who paid too much attention to him. Osu gently rubbed his head and announced, "I have to go now." Li-Han immediately replied, "Thank you for the suggestion." When he said, "Now I need to meet the students being held in detention, I hope you make the right choice," he was still busy saying goodbye. He wondered, what did he just say? Osu's power erupted. He transformed into streams of air and flew off, leaving Li-Han questioning what he had said about those people. At this moment, he reminded himself to be more careful when suddenly Johnner called out Li-Han's name. She cheerfully said, "There you are, where are you going?" Hearing that, he replied, "I was planning to stop by the Pressingar group." Johnner was surprised, saying, "I didn't know you were interested in them." After hearing Li-Han continue, "I plan to stop by there, then go to Kalaso and Kapolio." Johnner seemed to understand now. His gaze fell on what she was holding, asking, "What's in that basket?" Hearing this, Johnner replied, "Oh right, here, take this." She handed over a sandwich. Li-Han asked, "Where did you get this precious thing?" Johnner said, "It's from the Flemen faith. They worship the god Jia Kim." Then she explained, "Since my family has given them a lot of money, they recognized me first." He couldn't believe it. What did she just say? Is that even possible? Then Li-Han silently regretted. Why doesn't his family support any faith? Johnner wondered in his mind, what's wrong with him? Then the two said goodbye. He told Johnner to go ahead, as he was quite busy today. She agreed. "See you later." Watching the two believers discussing in front of him, Li-Han interrupted them with an apology. Then smiling brightly, he stepped forward. "I came to learn about Sir Prasinga." Hearing that, they cheerfully welcomed him, surprised that he came to visit us. At this moment, two friends passed by, puzzled. Why did he come here? While Li-Han was smiling brightly, "I've been interested in learning about this for a long time." Oho guided him. "All right, please go this way." Then turned to Digilink and asked, "Can you help a bit?" She immediately replied, "Coming right away." Li-Han replaced Digilink, standing still in place, looking at the two small horns on her head, then to her slightly sad golden eyes. Finally, assessing from top to bottom, he commented, "That appearance is a half-demon." Li-Han analyzed, "A rare hybrid when it comes to half-breeds. If someone has ancestors who made a pact with demons, it's possible one of the descendants was affected." Once again, he stared at Digilink, likely isolated because of her appearance. So they often shy away. Oho extended her arm to introduce her. "This is Digilink, a new student from the Phoenix Tower." He himself also looked surprised. "I didn't expect there to be another believer besides Digilink." Li-Han expressed his opinion, of course, when they knew the noble will of Brasinga and believed in him. His gaze was firm. There are two important things to remember when joining the faith. Li-Han's mind wandered to the scales, what to receive and what to do. After seeing the overview of this place, he sighed, although it doesn't look much like it. Looking at the pile of tools and equipment, Li-Han thought to himself, "The truth is, there are tons of artifacts I can discover from magic." At this moment, purple light surrounds them. He speculated, could Brasinga's influence relate to artifact crafting? Suddenly, his tone showed respect. "Madame Medrit's over here," she asked. "Does Oho want to become a believer?" Then slowly walked over, creating a slight tremor. Li-Han was very startled. "The footsteps of Medrit's left imprints on the ground," she said. "Nice to meet you." The woman with a gentle smile introduced herself. For some reason, it made him break out in a cold sweat. Li-Han awkwardly smiled back, while looking utterly surprised. How could someone with such a small body leave those footprints on the ground? As if with true intentions, Medritz explained, "You must be surprised, it's actually due to the artifact I'm wearing." She clasped her hands tightly and continued, "It's enchanted and can increase the weight of the wearer several times." He questioned, "Why are you wearing it?" With a sincere expression, Medritz replied, "Of course, it's because of Master Prasinga. Li Han is truly hard to understand." "What do you mean?" She said that Master Prasinga bears the world's pain alone. Therefore, we must also share that pain by wearing the cursed artifact. Everyone pulled the cursed chains from Master Prasinga's body. He politely declined to understand this situation, while secretly lamenting, "I must be crazy. I can't believe the principal's words and came here." Suddenly, Medritz showed sympathy. "You probably don't want to take this path because it's very difficult." He prepared to strike. If that's the case, while Li Han thought to himself, "Just agree to the request and leave here." Medritz sighed, "But I'm very sorry. I've prepared a cursed artifact as a gift. I guess even if it's called an artifact, no one would want to carry it. A mana-absorbing artifact," which made him stop in his tracks. He was astonished and thought, "Wait a minute, what does it mean it's cursed?" Memories of Gaxia flooded back. "My problem is having too much mana. That artifact could be useful." Li Han faced her again and asked, "Besides absorbing mana, is there anything else?" He smiled eagerly. "Since it's cursed, there must be another function, right?" Hearing this made Medritz ponder. The main effect is, Medritz analyzed quietly, just like every action has a reverse side, the more powerful the artifact, the stronger the curse. His artifact not only contains a curse that increases gravity, but also a curse that amplifies divine power. She made a sound of acknowledgement. Then she answered, "Li Han, this artifact also has invisibility magic." After that, Medritz turned her gaze away. "But it doesn't matter. The issue is that the wearer will be drained of mana." "I understand how you feel," but he immediately shouted, "What are you talking about?" One hand resting on the chest, Li Han sincerely expressed, "I'm ready." Hearing this, Medritz was very surprised. "Oh great Prasinga. I thought he would walk away." Then she felt embarrassed for herself. Why didn't I realize the sincere trust in his heart? From another perspective, Li Han swallowed hard. His face was both smiling happily and lamenting in his mind. "There's invisibility too. What a sweet deal falling from the sky." Medritz gently wiped away a tear of emotion, then accept this and welcome the young man to our sect. Looking at the belt, she pointed out, "This is a manifestation of respect for Master Prasinga," while Li Han contemplated. "This is a belt that contains the ability to be invisible." He took the chest containing it, suddenly feeling very guarded from the two brothers. Oho and the friend standing opposite communicated telepathically. The new recruit has always had to endure the side effects of the artifact. This case should be the same. We must be careful above all. On this side, Li Han gradually donned the belt. "All right then," and fastened it. He asked, "So how do you activate the invisibility magic?" Oho was surprised. "No way," the boy next to him continued. "Don't you feel anything, seeing everyone's expressions?" Li Han hesitated to ask, "Is there a problem?" Medritz shook her head. "It's nothing. The spell is written in the guidebook." At the same time, she thought to herself, "Saint Prasinga has given us an outstanding disciple." And he opened the guide sheet. "Ah, this is it, and it matches the guide sheet perfectly." Li Han chanted the spell, "Let me blend into the shadows." Seeing the scene unfold before them, everyone discussed. He's gone, so it really does have power. His feet touched the ground, and he marveled in his mind. It really works. Seeing himself not reflected in the mirror, Li Han assessed. It's not just a shadow, it's a complete transformation, just as expected from a powerful curse. Then he chanted, "Let me appear among the 3 days." He manifested from behind them. Oh, it startled everyone. He has appeared again. Li Han firmly held the guide sheet while wondering, but is this really cursed? Just as he made a decision, if I can't sense any curse, then I need to equip myself with more artifacts. One disciple said, "Please, Sister Madrid, let me share the burden with Prasinga." Hearing this brought tears to her eyes. How commendable. Oh, and the boy beside him refused to understand the scene before them. Madrid expressed concern, "Don't push yourself too hard, it's still early." Hearing this, Li Han disagreed. "This is what I must do." Their shouting was so loud it echoed outside the tent. "Fellow disciples, Sister Madrid," it even reverberated up to the white clouds, the blue-purple sky. Li Han gently brushed his waist. He sighed deeply, feeling disheartened. In the end, he couldn't take anything more. Then he smiled faintly, "But this will be very helpful for an escape." Over Li Han's thoughts was Madrid's voice, marking the birth of the Prasinga sect. She concluded, "Let's wrap up for today. Thank you for listening." Immediately he praised Madrid's lecture. In the written words on the board, Li Han considered, "To summarize the doctrine, that's fine. But the core is that you need to equip cursed items." Suddenly, Madrid raised her hand to stop him. "Wait, before you go, please accept this." It's a basket of food. She smiled kindly. I thought you might need it, so I prepared it. He gratefully called her sister. Li-Han's face lit up with happiness. At the same time, his mind thought, coming here was indeed a wise choice. I haven't felt warmth like this in a long time. Suddenly, Digiling gently poked him on the shoulder. She also offered another basket of food. If you don't mind, can you take it? Li-Han questioned. But that's your share. Why are you giving it to me? Immediately, Digiling shook her head and replied, I'm a follower of the saint. Pressing a ga, these luxurious things aren't for me. Seeing her turn to leave, Madrid tried to call her back. Digiling again. At this moment, Li-Han hesitated. Should I mention this at the spell tower? Is that normal? They are completely different from us. What are the other 3 towers doing? The representatives of the 3 towers are all very hyperactive and a bit peculiar. When she saw him getting ready to leave, she said, Can I ask you for a little favor? Then Madrid continued, Can you take care of Digiling? As you can see, she's quite strict with herself. Li-Han looked unconvinced. But you don't belong to this tower. Then suddenly noticed her serious expression and the grocery bag Madrid was holding. He immediately turned around 180 degrees, placed the bag on his head, and laughed loudly. But whatever, it's not a problem, just let her be. The birds flew across the sky at dusk, and Li-Han could be heard saying, I'll do my best. He spoke first. Should I call you Sister Digiling? She replied, You can call me whatever you like. Then Li-Han asked, What kind of tower is the refuge tower? I'm curious what you all do since you don't interact much with others. Hearing this topic, Digiling proudly explained, We pray in the room, morning and evening, and sometimes even at night. The scene in the night forest unfolded as she continued. Some people even go into the woods or up the mountains to pray at night. He wondered, Wait, at night? Are you allowed to do that? Because Enrogar's dorm has strict rules all week except for Sundays. Digiling smiled and nodded slightly. In the refuge tower, we have permission due to our special status. Li-Han thought to himself, so the monks don't have to follow the curfew. Then he imagined, if I wore monk robes, I could stay out longer. Then Li-Han jokingly asked, Do you think I could pull off a monk outfit? Her face turned serious, and Digiling continued walking. Your curse won't be weaker just because of the monk outfit. He ran after her to explain, That's not it. I just want to know more about Saint Prasinga and his will. Hearing that, she let out a sigh of relief. The next time we meet, I'll prepare an outfit for you. Li-Han laughed heartily and thanked Digiling, while thinking to himself, All right, now, the first step of the escape plan was gradually coming together. In his imagination, he held the robe tightly in front of the city gate. Li-Han worriedly asked Han, Did you eat well? Are you full? Immediately, Digiling replied, I'm quite satisfied with everything. Hearing him call out, she was worried about her sister, which startled her. Li-Han recounted, She told me to take good care of you. And Digiling quietly called her sister. He then questioned, So what do we do now? Let's eat together. That way, you won't worry so much, she responded. Now? Li-Han paused and thought silently. All right then. He thought to himself, I'm really grateful to the one who gave me such a precious gift. Li-Han radiated a gloomy aura. If you just eat with me once, I'll be the grandmother you meet throughout the holiday and provide you with lots of food. Behind him, Digiling was confused about what was happening. In a building, in the professor's classroom, Uragung sipped a cup of tea. Then he let out a satisfied sigh. The tea seems to taste better since that kid arrived. So, Uragung has doubts. But why are we learning together today? Gaxir replied, I think it's because of the basic horseback riding training course. And she asked everyone, Have the professors assigned the teaching duties yet? Hearing this, Uragung wondered, Isn't Professor Venduran supposed to teach it? Gaxir was surprised. Oh, I didn't even know that. Then she recounted that Professor Venduran had failed to find a wild horse. We haven't heard any news about him, Osu Chenhong said. Don't worry, he pointed out. We have a backup plan. All the professors in the office were astonished. Really? Gaxir said, in such a short time, and Ingurel added, Times like this. Then the two laughed heartily, concluding that now we understand why you became the principal. Then Uragung questioned, Who is the new professor? We need someone really skilled to take this on. Osu replied, Don't worry, it's someone mysterious, pulling in Zeta. Immediately, Gaxir clapped enthusiastically. I'm sure that person will do a great job. While Uragung remained silent, Ingurel explained what she knew. She's a famous explorer who has discovered most of the wilderness in the Empire. Suddenly, the old man slammed the table. Uragung shouted, Why does it have to be her? Then he buried his face in the table, mumbling and calling someone. Uragung's face was filled with helplessness. Is she the one? Remembering the sound of Zeta, an echoing explosion of fossilized old memories. The old man grumbled, She's always nagging, stubborn, and always asking if I hate the short people. Osu didn't care about that and declared, I just want to hire the best teacher to teach, no matter who they are. This is today's meeting content. Now disperse. The next morning at the building, a small bird perched on Zeta's finger. She smiled and said it's fine. Then Zeta's eyes sparkled with danger. It's time for class, and the students gathered in the courtyard. The boy stretched. It's the last class. Behind him, the girl said, I followed you for so long and still haven't figured anything out. Then they both yelled, the basic horseback riding course. The boy and girl humorously discussed, horseback riding is a royal basic skill. Right, behind the glass. Everyone seems quite interested. Then he noted, there shouldn't be any problems. This content is too familiar to the students. This lesson needs to be more challenging. Suddenly, a large bird swooped down. It screeched loudly, causing panic among the crowd. What is that sound? Look up in the sky. The students were in an uproar with screams. What is that? It's coming. Everyone get out of the way. The huge bird gradually landed. Below it was Ganando, frightened and trembling. The monster's mouth opened wide. You ran away and screamed loudly. However, it still snatched you away, flying straight ahead. Ganando yelled, help me, and his friends worried. Ganando is caught. Immediately, Lihan commanded, everyone stay calm and crouch down. Don't move. We'll be in danger if we attract its attention. Instantly, the group of students fled, but he stood there thinking, damn it. But this isn't making me panic. A large bird flew by. Lihan wondered where it had come from. Suddenly, a student shouted, where's the principal? She pointed ahead. Wasn't that the top academy? What's going on with security? Tears streamed down the girl's face as she pleaded, let me go. This is a serious mistake by this foolish academy. The boy next to her tried to calm her down. This isn't the time. Then the monstrous bird flew towards the two of them. The girl screamed, wait, I'm sorry, help me. And the bird snatched the boy next to her away. He was utterly shocked. Lihan stood below, silently assessing in his mind. That's why I told you not to move. He then turned to the girl, but strangely, it ignored the one who was screaming loudly. A thought flashed through Lihan's mind as he looked up at the sky. Could it be? Meanwhile, Ganando was passed out, tears and snot streaming down his face, and the white-haired boy was the same. Lihan guessed it had to do with their hair color, covering his head while warning everyone, quick, cover your hair with jackets. The bird's target is those with light-colored hair. Just as Lihan was about to remind everyone, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. You're truly amazing, Lihan. Your ability to make decisions and give orders in an instant is highly admirable. He turned in surprise, asking who had just spoken. The two of them lowered themselves in sync to avoid the attention of the giant bird. Rowena was about to introduce herself when a scream interrupted her. The group of friends yelled, pointing at him, drawing everyone's attention here. It turned out that the girl thought he was part of Mority's gang and intended to cause trouble for Lihan. Hearing this, the group wanted to gather and chase him away, leaving Rowena flustered as she explained, I'm not involved with Mority at all. You've misunderstood. As he struggled to explain, a hand reached out from both sides. Adanath, using her status as a princess, assured, I guarantee this person is fine. Everyone was surprised that she stood up to protect him. Lihan saw this and directly asked, do you two know each other? At this point, he was finally able to introduce himself properly. I'm one of the knights serving the princess. My name is Rowena. Lihan was very surprised upon hearing his introduction, as no one was allowed to bring servants or bodyguards into the academy. Then he realized, every rule has its loopholes. A person may not be permitted to bring a servant, but the academy can't do anything if that servant joins as a student, cleverly circumventing the rules in this way. Seeing Adanath bring Rowena into the academy, Lihan looked up at the sky, glancing at Ganando, who, despite being of royal blood, was whisked away by the giant bird. Feeling pity for him, Rowena spoke to him. Mr. Warden, I'd like to ask for your help, but we can never predict when it will act strangely again. Rowena concluded with an extremely serious expression. He wants Lihan to command the students and stop that bird. Lihan looked surprised and wondered what he was supposed to command. He didn't want to be a leader and even visibly hated the idea, but his friends patted him on the back, urging him to become their esteemed leader. Lihan sighed internally, knowing that leading a group never ended well, but everyone was unaware of his feelings. They were all ready and waiting for him to give orders. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Lihan didn't utter a word of refusal. He struggled with his thoughts for a long time, ultimately feeling helpless and giving in. While he cried inside, Lihan still put on the demeanor of a leader, commanding the front line to start. Observing his leadership stance, Rowena fell into deep thought. He recalled a few days earlier when he was extremely surprised. The news that the commander of Thonlong Tower wasn't Princess Adinas, but Lihan was hard for him to believe. He had spent a lot of effort on the results for the academies. Not accepting this outcome, he crumpled the news scroll. Rowena concluded that there must be some reason behind this. She needed to verify it with her own eyes. Back in the present, he still hadn't sat down to figure out Lihan's secret, even though Lihan was striving to outline a plan and lead. The truth would surprise Rowena because Li Han had earned the trust of the other students with just a bit of food. Li Han hypothesized that if his guess was correct, he had a solution. Then he asked to borrow from a student before concluding. Is there anyone here who has something shiny with them? Hearing this, a female student handed Li Han a mirror, and he felt very optimistic about the chances of success. Before the hopeful and encouraging gazes of everyone, Li Han nodded seriously in response. He held the mirror high, calling out to the giant bird to attract its attention, saying, "Hey, you over there, I have something shiny that you love." The mirror in Li Han's hand reflected light. The sunlight reflected off the mirror, blinding the giant bird. It screeched angrily and swooped down. Li Han seized the opportunity and instructed everyone to prepare according to the established plan. All the students united. Following his command, they lined up and formed a wall. Li Han slipped behind to hide, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the giant bird. He calculated the distance, holding his breath, waiting for the moment when the distance was just right. As the bird swooped closer, Li Han seized the exact moment and charged forward immediately. He used his magic staff and chanted a spell to summon the power of light for the attack. He launched a powerful light attack straight at the giant bird. It was struck by the blinding light attack. In pain, it screeched and immediately flew away. Li Han knew the bird had flown away before he lowered his magic staff. He understood that if it was just an oversized bird, the best way to handle it was to scare it off. A voice of admiration rang out behind him. Other students each praised his cleverness and bravery, as well as Li Han's exceptional leadership. He felt embarrassed by the compliments and tried to shift the focus. But what had happened to Ganando and Morati? Suddenly, the sound of the bird caught Li Han off guard. Not only that, but the sound of a piercing scream echoed in the air. Just as he mentioned them, the bird dropped Ganando and Morati, with Li Han catching Ganando while Morati fell onto another student. Everyone was surprised by the dramatic return of the two young men, both of whom looked pale and lifeless. The giant bird refused to leave, as if it was recounting something to a figure perched high in the tree. That person gently comforted the bird, saying, "It's okay, you did your best. You must be so surprised. Let's go." The woman said this and then jumped down from the high branches. She landed dramatically, causing the surrounding leaves to flutter. Zeta adjusted her glasses and greeted the students, saying she was delighted to meet the kids. The students were bewildered by Zeta's appearance, questioning each other about who she was and why she had jumped down from the tree. Li Han remained silent, realizing that the strange and coincidental events were all due to her. Looking closely, he thought she resembled Professor Aragam, guessing they must be related. But then Li Han dismissed that thought, wondering how there could be such a coincidence. Suddenly, Zeta's hand rested on his shoulder, her face looking intimidating as she assessed his potential. Li Han immediately recalled his direct interaction with Professor Aragam. He froze, finding this scene eerily familiar. The people around were confused, asking if Zeta was a professor. Gathering his courage, Li Han finally asked her if she was related to Professor Aragam. To his surprise, Zeta smiled and replied, "How did you know? What am I to her?" This left him stunned, questioning if it was true. Li Han reminded himself not to stand out in front of the professors like this, but while he was thinking, a hand gently rested on his shoulder from behind. His friends loudly proclaimed to the professor that Li Han was an outstanding student of Professor Aragam, who liked him so much that he always sat next to him. Despite his attempts to stop them, the other students continued to boast about Li Han's achievements to her. Upon hearing this, Zeta stroked her chin, looking quite pleased. This reaction left Li Han feeling small and powerless, as it was too late to change the situation. With no other choice, he could only try to build a good image for himself. She clapped a few times to get the students focused, then pointed to herself, introducing that she is Zeta, the Thunder Mage. This class was supposed to be taught by Professor Bendelzoon, but he disappeared during the search for the unicorn, so Zeta will teach in his place. The students were left stunned after hearing Zeta. The students were extremely excited upon hearing this because the Thunder Mage is a renowned explorer, the national hero, and a discoverer of ancient beings. Li Han felt helpless as no one noticed the thing that had been forgotten. After introducing herself, Zeta posed a question to the students. "Can anyone guess why I came here with the Thunder Beast?" It turns out that the giant bird is the Thunder Beast, possessing a massive body and fierce behavior, as well as special abilities like controlling thunder and wind. Li Han wondered, how could she bring such a monster? Perhaps the Empire should take this environment more seriously. Ganando beside him turned pale with fear because he had just been taken by a Thunder Beast. The other students thought that their goal this semester was to ride the Thunder Beast. Hearing that, Zeta burst out laughing because even in 10 years, the students wouldn't be skilled enough to ride a Thunderbird. She pointed directly at Li Han and told him to try asking a question. He replied uncertainly, asking if the professor wanted to see how we react to dealing with a dangerous monster. Just as Li Han finished speaking, another student denied it, saying there's no class called Escape from Monsters. But he was surprised when Zeta affirmed it was correct. and she understood why her grandchild liked Li Han so much. The reason she taught this was that students could never know when danger might arise on their journey, which is why training was necessary. After that, Zeta reassured the students that the core focus of this semester was still learning how to ride. She told everyone to follow her to the horse master, specifically naming Li Han as the team leader. Zeta wanted him to continue assisting her in the teaching process, and even though he didn't want to, Li Han couldn't refuse. Everyone followed her. As they walked, Zeta taught them that horses are the most basic animals when learning to ride. If you can't ride a horse, you won't be able to ride others. Everyone yawned as they walked, since it was all things they had already been taught. Li Han looked around and saw everyone was relaxed because they were already used to riding horses. Suddenly, Zeta turned around, smiling warmly like a caring mother, but Li Han only felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling made him uneasy, so he turned to remind Johnner to be careful. His expression was very serious because Li Han realized today's lesson would not be as simple as just riding a horse. In front of the horse master, Li Han looked around. Zeta led the way while introducing the horse master of Enrolling, causing all the students to be in awe. The students were overwhelmed by the rare and valuable horse breeds. Zeta asked if they were ready to ride, and they all answered affirmatively. She had prepared a lottery box because they needed skills to ride well, so she wanted each person to draw lots. After a while of drawing lots, Ganando was the first. Everyone was envious because he got to go first. But Ganando didn't care much about their taunts. He quickly walked around to choose a horse, but Ganando suddenly stopped in his tracks. He picked a fierce-looking black horse for himself. Both Li Han and Johnner found it puzzling since they could see that horse was hard to tame. Ganando didn't realize and thought the horse was bowing to him, but it threw him off instead. Li Han and Johnner didn't even pay attention. Poor Ganando was thrown off in an instant. Everyone panicked because that horse was really fierce, and they all rushed to check on Ganando. Looking at him, his face was bruised, which was quite pitiful, but another student took the chance to mock him. He said that was the price to pay for choosing a wild horse. He acted all high and mighty and chose a horse that seemed gentler. But that horse was not as tame as it looked, throwing him off in an instant. He cried out for help, but the others didn't care and even mocked him. Those arrogant fools loved to talk but couldn't tame a horse. Before he could finish speaking, he was repeatedly knocked over by the horse. The arrogant ones were terrified because each horse was incredibly fierce. Li Han witnessed everything and quickly came to a conclusion. All the horses were aggressive, even towards the female students. At that moment, they realized it wasn't going to be easy. All the horses here were extremely wild. Li Han, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She repeated the goal once more, to learn how to approach the horses. And the first task Li Han set for the students was to bond with all the horses here. Li Han was kneeling in front of her, next to a guy with green hair who was also kneeling. What on earth was happening? Li Han cheerfully clapped her hands, saying they might open up to them if they really took care of them. She pointed at the 4 confused students, stating that the goal of this mission was to bond with at least one of them. Li Han looked a bit worried at the 2 aggressive horses, thinking they weren't even ordinary horses anymore. She was quite sure she had some ulterior motive for giving this task. First, she'd choose the one that seemed the tamest. While he was thinking, a hand shot up. Zeta grabbed Li Han's hand and said, "Li Han, follow me." He smiled awkwardly and agreed to follow her. Li Han followed Zeta to a horse stable. He was surprised to see a pure white horse. She gently stroked the horse's face and said, "Of course, I won't give an ordinary horse to my favorite student. I want you to take care of this boy." Upon hearing this, a guy with black hair looked annoyed and jealous, wondering why he was the only one chosen for such an easy horse. Asa, standing behind him, was excited, realizing that Professor Li Han had picked the most special horse for him. Li Han thought to herself, "Shut up, you fools." Zeta laughed loudly at him, thinking how simple-minded those kids were. She pointed at the shining white horse, saying it was indeed a good horse, but it was also the wildest and hardest to tame. Li Han rubbed her temples, feeling troubled. Taming a monster might even be easier than dealing with this boy. She knew this could be a tough task for a male student. He turned and tightly clenched his fist, excitedly saying, "So that means I'll have some help." Zeta gave a thumbs up and smiled at Li Han, saying, "But if it's you, you could probably tame a thunderbird all by yourself. This is easy as pie." He secretly cried inside, thinking, "Damn, this is why you shouldn't stand out too much." The scene shifts to a wooden house. The door slowly creaks open, and Uragrum, scared and forcing a smile, suddenly stutters, "Auntie, what wind brought you here?" Zeta laughed and waved at the old man. "You should have said hello first. You haven't forgotten that, right?" Uragrum hesitantly asked. "It's been a while. How have you been?" She went straight into the house to check on your place. The old man saw Zeta enter and invited him inside, while Uragrum's expression returned to normal as he looked up. He asked Li Han what was going on, and his older sister awkwardly replied that the professor told Zeta to bring her here. Inside, Zeta began checking Uragram's house, which was filthy and made her choke on the dust. Looking at this mess, when was the last time you cleaned? Living like this, don't ask why you're still single. The old man rubbed his head with a look of helplessness. Zeta sighed, lamenting that Uragram wouldn't find a girlfriend. You should think about getting yourself a girl. When will you stop living like this? The old man broke into a sweat and replied, I'm considering it. Let's have lunch first. Uragram panicked and asked Lihan, have you eaten yet? He thought to himself, please say you haven't eaten. Lihan smiled, looking a bit scared, and replied, I'm starving, Professor. Uragram invited him to sit down, and Zeta, hearing Lihan, said, that's right, you shouldn't skip meals while you're still growing. She stretched her arms, looking at the two of them. Uragram, you should sit down too. Today I'll let you both taste Eastern cuisine. He whispered, actually, I don't like Eastern food. Zeta, with sharp eyes and holding a knife, looked at Uragram. You said what? The old man immediately replied, it's nothing. Lihan and Uragram had now sat at the dining table. The old man cradled his face and sighed. What I feared has finally happened. Uragram checked on him. Anyway, how have you been lately? Just as he finished speaking, the old man slammed his hand on the table and shouted, what's that on your chest? Lihan looked down, seeing a small branch glowing on his chest. He reached into his shirt at his chest. Is this what you mean? As Lihan pulled it out, the branch transformed into a large staff radiating a blue light. Uragram looked at the staff happily and said, you've got yourself a new staff. I can feel the energy of the forest in it. He asked where Lihan got the staff. Lihan was startled, his face blank, and at that moment, the staff no longer emitted its blue light. Then he told the old man where he got it. Uragram seemed surprised. So you just accidentally wandered into the forest and happened to find an enchanted oak, and then by chance received this staff. Lihan laughed cheerfully. Exactly. I mean, if we expect something, life becomes a series of coincidences. The old man didn't believe it, thinking he must be hiding something. Zeta, standing behind the two, also thought, he's definitely trying to hide it. He remembered standing in front of that large tree. Uragram asked him, did the spirit give you a surprise riddle? Lihan was taken aback by the question. How did you know that? Uragram suddenly crossed his arms and sighed. Because it's a famous spirit. He thought about that tree, standing alone in the forest. It looked quite pitiable, but one couldn't deny its vision and majestic presence. He was greatly surprised by Uragram. So what's special about this staff? At that moment, Lihan held the staff and thought to himself, there must be something hidden in the source of this Lin Tin, some extraordinary ability perhaps. Breaking that train of thought, Lihan became excited, his eyes shining as he imagined many possibilities with the staff, like becoming invincible with it in hand, or possessing some soul magic, or a trick that uses a lot of his mana. At this moment, Zeta brought out a bowl of soup, placing it down and looking at him. Of course, it can help you become a talented farmer. Lihan eagerly asked Zeta if that was true. She replied, yes, it can help you become a talented farmer. Then she smiled at Lihan, and he was left dumbfounded, imagining himself failing. Uragram spoke up, that's all you can expect from a spirit tree. It helps you grow plants faster. Hearing that, he hung his head in disappointment, and Zeta turned away. The old woman crossed her arms and looked at him, meaning that it's not a bad thing. At some point, you will need this ability. Lihan replied in disappointment, yes. But, she asked him what he intended to plant, and he smiled and replied, I plan to plant something edible. On a table with 2 jars of red and purple, along with some cloudy white jars and a basket. Zeta looked at him, if that's the case, we can help you. Lihan immediately asked her, really? Zeta raised her thumb, after lunch. Follow me, okay? After lunch, he followed her to a plowed field, holding a basket containing a few small plants and a small shovel. Zeta stood in front and pointed ahead. She instructed Lihan, the most important plants are those similar to potatoes and taro. One hand held the small shovel, the other held the basket on his lap. Zeta turned back and told Lihan, it will take some time before you can harvest, but when you do, express your gratitude to them. He happily listened to Zeta's words. He was tilling the soil while cheerfully thinking, come on, be positive. After tilling the soil, Lihan took a seedling and covered it with soil, thinking, they say it will support me in farming. Just as he finished covering, he heard her calling, Lihan, come here with me. He replied, I'm coming, Professor. As Lihan stood up, suddenly the seedling emitted a golden light around it, and the tower was filled with bright sunlight. But the people inside didn't look very bright. Their faces were all gaunt, looking starved, to the point of squinting, continuously groaning, I'm so hungry. Just then, a blinding golden light shone from the door, capturing everyone's attention. Lihan stepped in from outside, waving and smiling. Everyone, I'm back. He was carrying a basket of incredibly tempting food. Immediately, The people in the room jumped up as if they had seen a savior, welcoming him. That's food, right? That's a thank you gift from Professor Loy Bo. Faced with the allure of the food, everyone's eyes were fixed on that basket, saliva dripping as they began to flatter with a few sweet words. Just as expected from my esteemed friend, it was indeed the best family ever to appear in the Empire. Seeing the emaciated faces of everyone, Li Han couldn't help but think of little chicks waiting to be fed. He sighed. Just a few weeks have passed, and they've changed so much. Saying that, he placed the basket of food down. Then he rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, I'll cook for everyone." He skillfully put a pot of water on the nearby stove that was already burning. The actions of cutting vegetables, done with practiced ease, made everyone gulp in anticipation. Watching the man focused on cooking, she couldn't help but smile brightly. In her mind, she likened Li Han to a skilled alchemist, meticulously crafting his dish. As the water boiled, Li Han tasted it. He licked his lips in satisfaction. "It's delicious." Then he turned and said, "All done. Everyone, bring your bowls over." The hunger made the other two comply eagerly. The growling stomachs were soon filled, and the scene of eating suddenly felt warm and cozy. Suddenly, a friend patted Li Han on the shoulder. He hesitantly scratched the corner of his mouth. "I have a small favor to ask you." As a result, Li Han appeared at Adinas's door. The person inside was reading and suddenly heard a knock at the door. She opened the door, a bit surprised by his presence. Li Han smiled, presenting a plate of soup. "I made some food, give it a try." Adinas took it, suspiciously asking, "Is this for me?" "Everyone is getting some, so you don't have to worry." Li Han's response caught her slightly off guard. She looked down at the plate of soup hesitantly, but Li Han urged her. Adinas reluctantly tasted it. Her eyes widened instantly as the fresh and rich flavor of the vegetables burst in her mouth. The satisfied expression on her face made Li Han stare at her happily. He intended for her to eat in her room. She must have been very hungry. Adinas shyly hurried to close the door. "Thank you. I'll return this favor to you later." Li Han slowly walked down the stairs, where everyone was already waiting. The eager guy from earlier asked, "How is she?" He replied, "She seems to like it." The guy's facial muscles relaxed immediately. He sighed in relief. "Can I continue to ask you for that from now on?" "We'll pay you double, just like this time." Hearing the words double, Li Han's eyes lit up instantly, and he gave a thumbs up in agreement. It's truly an honor for a noble like me to serve the royal family. Seeing him ready to accept, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, looking extremely happy and reassured. Of course, that name Kanando is out of the picture now. That day in the afternoon class, Vodali sat on a chair with his arms crossed, supervising. He lightly tapped his fingers, pondering that his contract stated he only had to be there at a fixed time. The student's income wasn't his responsibility. His eyes suddenly darted to Li Han practicing nearby, but that amount of mana, I would definitely regret it if I let him slip through my fingers. A possessive thought crossed his mind. Vodali cleared his throat. "Do you have any questions?" he suddenly asked, making Li Han jump and sweat. The professor realized he had been too straightforward. He stammered and thought of a random question. "So what is the purpose of training like this?" Vodali seemed surprised and asked back, "Haven't you read the notes on the lesson?" Li Han's face darkened, speechless. "You asked me if I had any questions." He quickly changed the question. "Then what do you want to know about how this training relates to combat?" Receiving the question, Adali closed his eyes to think, which made him a bit anxious. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. He said something that sent chills down him. "I don't know how to answer that question because it's so obvious." Saying this, he waved his hand and stood up. "Let me give you an example." He picked up the marker, its body radiating energy. "I could kill you with just this marker." His cloudy eyes made him shiver involuntarily. This example is a bit scary. Adali turned away, stating that higher-level spells aren't the most important thing in combat. All you need is a weapon that you can use to kill the opponent. He wrote on the board, "When you rotate the mana stone, you're actually training to enhance your ability to channel energy into your ranged spells." In a moment, two figures using magic appeared on the board. Adali continued, "Even if it's just a simple fireball spell, its power depends on the user." To make it clear, Adali began to take the example of a wizard with gaps in their magical foundation who would struggle to optimize that skill in combat. The brutal battlefield, the sounds and sparks of fire on the battlefield, coupled with the bloody atmosphere there, create immense pressure. His voice suddenly lowered, however, for a wizard with a solid magical foundation. The chalk in his hand shot out, flying straight past Li Han's hand. The chalk flew wildly, bouncing off the walls and glowing. The immense pressure forced him to brace himself against it. The chalk stopped, and the entire room was filled with dust, yet everything remained untouched, unscathed. He scanned the room, realizing the professor must have caused 2 explosions with 2 spells. Adali suddenly appeared behind him, the professor lightly tapping his shoulder, indicating that such things were possible. Li Han was astonished. How could he do this without breaking a sweat? Vodalai lazily replied, I think I've already stated the obvious. Is that answer fitting? Laihan forced a smile and said, yes, thank you. Vodalai turned away, while Laihan continued to watch, his gaze filled with complexity. He had a different rhythm regarding the professor, who he thought was only half-hearted in teaching, but in reality, everything the professor did had a deeper meaning. This meant he could learn something beyond grades from the professor. That thought briefly flickered in his mind. He quickly asked, Professor, may I ask another question? Vodalai turned his head, and he slowly said, Recently, I successfully activated the basic control spell, but I still can't control it. The professor turned. Your mana reservoir must be quite vast, he conceded. Ah yes, I often get that remark. Vodalai's assessment only fueled his excitement further. The professor immediately identified the issue and surely had some insights on it. He felt a bit hopeful. Perhaps the professor would even suggest a reasonable solution. He wondered what method the professor would teach him. Vodalai suddenly reached out, grabbing Laihan's wrist, draining his mana. He commanded, instantly enveloped by a purple aura. Laihan was startled and terrified. It should be known that draining mana is a powerful and dangerous spell. It can absorb the target's mana. Yet Vodalai was using it on his own student. Laihan panicked and shouted, Wait! Vodalai smiled broadly and stood still. For a moment, he was slightly taken aback. Before him was a vast, enormous ocean. He froze, his whole body instinctively swaying, then collapsed. Laihan, frightened, quickly asked, Professor, are you okay? He raised a hand to stop him, his face pale, saying, I'm fine. Vodalai sighed. I was trying to reduce the amount of mana you possess to make it easier for you to control. But I failed. You have more mana than I expected. In fact, usually when a person possesses more mana than they can handle, they can't control their power and faint, just like what happened to Professor Vodalai. But it would be unreasonable for Vodalai, a professor at Enroga, not to know his limits. Laihan looked down at his hands. If he indeed had enough mana to knock out a professor, just how much was that? He chuckled awkwardly, not expecting such a strong measure to be ineffective. He guessed there was no other way, but Vodalai interrupted him. No. There's still one way. Hearing this made Laihan ecstatic, lifting his spirits. But the question that followed made him stiffen. Has what you used to cast the control spell ever backfired on you? His expression darkened. Not yet? Vodalai raised his finger, pointing out that instinct is key. Speaking of which, pointing at him, it may seem hard to control, but as long as the will of the magician is linked with the object, we can instinctively control them. These new concepts make the welding process somewhat strangely reminiscent. Wait, does that mean the stone I put in their heads is also my will? Voda's voice pulled him back to reality. Instinct is a powerful thing. To use it, you must practice controlling objects. Excitement surged in him. It's true that experts don't support waiting for that kind of answer if I gradually form such formulas. Voda picked up the green orb and asked, Are you ready? Lai was still confused, watching the orb spin in front of him. Voda pointed at his own chin. I will aim for your chin. Do your best to use the control spell to protect yourself. Upon hearing this, Lai froze, stammering, Wait, Professor, this is ridiculous. But before he could finish, the green orb shot straight at his face. He cried silently, panicking and muttering, Damn it, this is insane. So all afternoon, the classroom was filled with shouts of, Get out of the way! But the green orb controlled by Voda still hovered. Meanwhile, Lai had collapsed on the spot. Voda crossed his arms and said blandly, You did it, you can feel the control now. Despite being exhausted, Lai forced a smile and thanked the professor for the training. But deep down, tears formed an ocean. I really am an idiot for trusting that professor this afternoon. Professor Voda extended his hand in front of him. No need to thank me. This is all your effort. His tone seemed kind, but that was to be expected since Lai had just practiced. Yet he still smiled, grabbing the professor's hand. You're too kind. The professor helped him up, holding another orb. All right, this is a normal iron orb. Saying this, he lifted the orb. Try to move it using the basic control spell. Voda threw the orb toward him, his expression unchanged. Although Lai found it hard to understand, he still pulled out his wand. He pointed the wand and said, Move. The iron orb immediately stopped in midair. Professor Voda requested, Now try to make it move as I said. Lai followed, moving it up, down, clockwise, and counterclockwise, while the orb obediently followed the direction of his wand. The professor nodded in satisfaction. That's enough. Voda shrugged and walked forward. From now on, we'll practice with the iron orb instead of the magic stone. But Lai worriedly asked, Am I still not able to draw magic circles with the actual magic stone? Professor Voda threw him a remark. Try doing the same with the magic stone, Lai pondered, looking at the orb in his hand. It had been a while since he last did it. He waved his hand, and the green orb flew up. It was much easier than before, which amazed him. Voda explained. Wizards are born from harsh experiences. He sat down, exhaling deeply. The Spirit Stone is a tool to help inexperienced wizards. You don't need to use it anymore. He glanced at the cold cup, demanding, try drawing the circle with the iron ball. Once your skills advance further, I'll give you a test similar to what I just did, Vodalai said while he was still in shock. But right after that, Lai Han's expression turned extremely ugly. He startled and dropped the ball to the ground, while Professor Vodalai remained unperturbed. He had long realized that there are two types of people in this world. They are those who fear substances when facing life-threatening situations, and those who respond with determination and wisdom. A resolve arose in the professor's heart. If that's the case, he must teach this class in a more effective way. The lodge tower stood majestically atop the Nuina Hill in the evening glow. Lai Han approached Digilink and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Digilink shook her head, indicating it was no problem. At this moment, she observed him and asked with concern, "Is something wrong with you?" Lai Han, with a haggard face after enduring Professor Velati's rigorous training, replied, "I'm fine, really." Digilink handed him a robe, saying, "This is a monk's robe." Lai Han took it and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much." Then he presented a cake wrapped in golden foil, sincerely saying, "This is a small token of my appreciation." Digilink raised her hand to stop him, saying, "Don't be so polite." She placed her hand on her chest, showing sincerity as she gently spoke. "How can I enjoy delicious food when Saint Persiga is suffering?" Hearing that, Lai Han felt awkward, recalling the image of Madrid and thinking, "Oh, this won't be easy." At this moment, Digilink packed her things and continued, "It's okay. Just give it to someone who really needs it." She said while placing down her teacup, "I'm fine with just tea." As if an idea had dawned on him, Lai Han brightened up and suggested, "Can I make tea for you?" Digilink asked back in surprise, "You want to make tea for me?" Lai Han, fearing she would refuse, quickly added, "I actually quite enjoy making tea," and began rolling up his sleeves to prepare. He thought to himself, "I've heard that monks like green tea or coffee without sugar." Lai Han secretly glanced at Digilink, who was sitting there thinking, "Digilink must think I'm going to make that kind of tea," but, while watching the pot of water boil, Lai Han mischievously added unique ingredients. "It's not that simple. I'll help you broaden your horizons with this new flavor." At this moment, Digilink seemed to have realized it, jumping up and asking, "What are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to make tea?" Lai Han calmly replied, "Is something wrong?" He tried to curry favor, pouting, "This is my family's secret recipe. Do you find it problematic?" Digilink, feeling the psychological pressure, quickly explained, "That's not it. It's not that your family's secret recipe is problematic." Digilink is struggling to recover, but Lai Han pretends to be weak, tears streaming down her face, thinking that my family's secret is being wasted. Her face looks like it wants to say, "How can you say that?" Digilink is shaken by him and doesn't know how to respond. She forces a smile, but Digilink, feeling defeated, can't argue anymore and gives up, returning to her safe spot to wait. Lai Han happily pours tea into a cup. That's more like it. He offers her the cup of tea, inviting her to try this special milk tea. Digilink feels both excited and conflicted, hesitant to change her taste, but ultimately agrees to give it a try. As soon as she tastes it, Digilink is blown away by the delicious flavor of the tea, leaving her utterly amazed and entranced. Her body and mind feel enveloped by the taste of the tea. Digilink senses it in her head. Hidden within the sweet aroma is a hint of herbal flavor and a refreshing sensation. A delightful taste she has never experienced before spreading in her mouth. Digilink is lost in the flavor in her mouth, while Lai Han observes her excited expression, thinking to himself, "This is great, it's a success." He continues to think, "Let me prepare the next tea for you." The process of brewing the new tea begins, adding nuts and cocoa powder, then hot water, stirring in milk, and finally adding cornstarch, completing the special Warden cocoa tea. Digilink looks at the new cup of tea with concern, doubting it. She confirms, "Isn't this soup?" Not giving Digilink a way out, Li Han returns to his old tricks. "It's tea, the traditional drink of my family," and Digilink reluctantly accepts, asking not to mix it anymore. Then she boldly takes a sip and is immediately astonished. Digilink can't stop eating, while Lai Han watches, amused, thinking, "How is it? It must be a completely new taste experience for her." He quietly smirks, satisfied, thinking this method works. In his mind, he imagines a scene where he, like a devil in disguise, gets Digilink to indulge, planning to fatten her up with a drink that isn't really tea but still resembles tea. He gradually tilts the clean cup of cocoa tea. Digilink happily exclaims, "This tea is really good." Suddenly, Lai Han approaches, placing a hand on her shoulder. He pretends to be sinister, saying, "Now that you've drunk it, you won't back out, right? From now on, come here as we agreed." Digilink shivers, responding, "There's no need to act dangerous. The night is getting late. The moon is high and bright, and their conversation echoes, "Thank you for the tea, Lai, no problem. I'll see you tomorrow." Returning to the scene of the tower with flickering lights, the shadows of the two of them meander as they chat, heading back, hoping tomorrow's class will be calmer. Lai-Han stands by the wall, waiting for everyone to close the door before he reveals himself, quietly saying, "Everyone is back." Lai-Han hides, thinking, since it's curfew, all students must return to the dormitory. But the next moment, he shielded himself and turned away. "Yet I will go out in the middle of the night to pray." Thinking that, he quickly stepped forward. Lai-Han's free-spirited figure stood out in the dark night. He happily thought to himself, "I am simply a young monk full of faith." The scene shifted to the prayer area where Lai-Han was already present, cautiously thinking, "I must be careful, not knowing what traps might be around here." As he walked through the shrine corridor, he reflected. Thankfully, the upper floor was just as expected, with no issues. Lai-Han remembered that this was the first time he had come to the grand site since the enrollment ceremony. Lai-Han carefully observed his surroundings, thinking that he should first check places he had never been to. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The shadow of Radford appeared ahead. He quietly observed, staying still as a snake in the grass. He was looking around, unaware of Lai-Han's presence, who observed closely and thought to himself, "Could that be a professor?" He pulled his hood down to get a clearer view, and was surprised to find that it was a student from the Mystic Tower. He watched as the boy moved without making a sound. He noted the footsteps, certain that the boy had been trained. The clan leader is usually not welcomed by the Empire. Many have a history of theft or are vagabonds. He really wanted to believe it was just personal prejudice, but he looked at the key in the boy's hand, thinking that the purpose was too obvious. He thought if they had the same goal, he would step forward brandishing a knife. "Don't make a sound or I'll kill you." The boy was frightened, but obediently stayed silent. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking that cooperating with the boy would be a good idea. A moment later, a voice of reproach rang out. "You scared me to death." The boy was hugging himself while sighing in relief, thinking he was a professor. But unexpectedly, he was just a student. He apologized for earlier. Then he asked for the boy's name, and the boy began to introduce himself. "His name is Radford, a professional thief in the Silver Society. No student ever intentionally caused trouble for him, but he always felt isolated. Therefore, he yearned for recognition from peers in the tower and began searching for essential needs, organizing and conducting thorough investigations. He found the most likely door. He even used his skills to make a key for the door himself. He held the key in his hand and praised, "You're really talented." The boy happily replied, "That's because I spent all my time making it." He asked back, "But who are you? Based on your outfit and actions, are you from the White Tower?" He smiled and replied, "I'm Lai-Han from the Azure Dragon Tower." And Radford flinched at hearing his name. The infamous noble family. Seeing his expression, he quickly reassured him, "No need to be that surprised." He extended his hand in front of the boy, thinking, "We should work together. 2 is better than 1, right?" The boy heard this and became even more frightened. "He's hard to believe, right? You're a high-ranking noble." He smiled and pointed at himself. "So what do you think I'm doing?" He stepped closer and asked. "But come on," he said with a laugh. "We don't have much time. Let's hurry." He looked at the closed door and asked if it was open. Ratfot replied that it couldn't be opened. Perhaps it was protected by magic. He crossed his arms and thought to himself, "Just as I expected, the usual method isn't enough." His gaze stopped at the symbol on the door. Looking at it, he felt astonished and told Ratfot to step aside. He inserted the key into the lock, tried the doorknob, and Ratfot was extremely surprised when the door opened. He asked where he got the key, and he said he mixed it from the principal's drawers. He hadn't told Azan before, but he found it along with a message from the principal. "I kept it just in case it could be useful here." Rathford looked at me in fear, wondering what kind of person I was. I reminded myself to be careful because someone could smell a trap. The two of us slowly opened the door, revealing a path downwards. I said, "Let's go." But Rathford still didn't move. Suddenly, he lay flat on the ground. He heard a noise below and realized someone was there. I was thrilled to hear that. I figured out where the supplies were coming from. They were transported underground, so if things were moved after hours, the students wouldn't notice. I confidently told him, "I can guarantee the essentials are down here. Let's go." The two of us began to descend the dark staircase. After a while, Rathford whispered, "It's already so dark down here." Since he couldn't see anything anymore, he wanted to light up, but I quickly stopped him. I sternly warned him, "Don't do anything stupid. This is what the principal is hiding. It won't be that easy." He found my words reasonable. I tend to think that way. Inside, he was very curious. Who was this guy? He seemed used to situations like this. Rathford recalled the stories. He couldn't even whisper the guy's name. Princes and princesses had to hold their breath in front of him. He could tame a dragon with a spell. Rathford became even more frightened, thinking those rumors might be true. While he was deep in thought, I turned back to him and said we had arrived. The two of us sneaked a look around. I thought this whole floor was a storage room. I reminded him to be careful when entering. A gust of air swept past the light. The gust then turned into sparks, moving in a zigzag pattern and becoming denser. Li Han warned to be cautious while infiltrating. The spark flickered on the light, starting to move. It emitted sparks that hit the walls, and the sparks grew denser. I quietly observed them, wondering why something like this was happening. All the lights had turned on. Footsteps echoed. I panicked when I realized someone was approaching. I looked at the newcomer, wondering if they were from the storage. The person who just appeared began to check the quantity of items. Rathford and I silently observed the person sorting the items. I signaled Rathford to be quiet, telling myself not to expect everything to be so detailed. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Who are you?" Hearing the voice left me frozen. I cursed under my breath. "We've been discovered." Rathford and I turned to face the masked figure who had just asked. I was tense but reassured myself to stay calm, keeping a cool head to figure out how to respond. He decided to use the light to blind the other person, but seeing their eyes left him stunned. There are stories that say losing one sense enhances the others, but he still felt it was unreasonable for Ban Patan to find them, as they had made no noise, and Ban Patan wouldn't be able to distinguish them from the other things around. Ban Patan was unaware of Li Han's thoughts at that moment, but suddenly he sensed something through his covered eyes. He saw two figures ahead, one of which radiated mana energy, transforming into a powerful and boundless wave that could drown everything. It startled him, and Ban Patan unexpectedly bowed in respect to Li Han. He felt the overwhelming mana, recognizing him as the master. Then he left to continue working, while Li Han watched Ban Patan's silhouette depart, feeling it was unbelievable. He pondered about the master that Ban Patan had just mentioned. He told Rafford it seemed like he could identify us through mana. Things were indeed not as easy as he thought. He patted Rafford on the shoulder to reassure him and continued moving, regretting that he couldn't take this place with him due to the detailed inventory. The two began looking for an entrance, and Rafford seemed to see something. He hurriedly told Li Han, "I can hear a lot of things moving in this direction." He led the way through the turns. He couldn't help but admire Rafford's navigation skills, especially since it was his first time here. He curiously asked more. "But why did you speak to me so seriously just now?" Rafford didn't answer, telling him to not mind it. Rafford suddenly felt they were getting close. Their footsteps unexpectedly stopped in front of a dead end. Rafford was extremely puzzled because he was sure there was something here. Li Han quietly observed. He looked at the brick on the wall, thinking he had discovered the reason. Unlike Rafford, who grew up in a small town as a thief, Li Han grew up with countless stories from around the world. And thanks to those stories, he was more imaginative, even while being a thief. He placed his hand on the brick in the wall, and it sunk in. The dead end in front of them slowly became a door that opened. Behind the door was a long and wide passage. Rafford's heart raced. Judging by the width and light here, he was sure this was the exit. He turned back to look at Li Han, feeling confused about how he knew, and suspected he might be a member of the Gordanas family. Li Han was very happy, and laughed, because he finally managed to escape. He felt he had worked hard for this moment. He was so happy that he nearly cried and said, "Let's go, Rafford." He excitedly replied, "Yes, dear Gordanas." The staff was still working. Enrogat employees had to strictly follow 3 rules. They weren't allowed to talk about what they saw, they weren't allowed to start a conversation, and they weren't allowed to be curious, even when there was a pastor around. And the students appeared on the opposite side of the entrance, not saying a word. Li Han and Rafford whispered to each other. The way they were intentionally avoiding us was really strange. Rafford agreed. "I think they're trying to act like they haven't seen us." He stroked his chin, pondering if he could avoid any suspicious situations. He approached to start a conversation with an old man. He wanted to use a carriage to leave, and the old man happily agreed. The carriage rolled away. Li Han reassured Rafford, who was sitting next to him in the carriage, to stay calm. There's still no problem. But the issue he noticed was how Rafford was evaluating him a bit too excitedly. He looked at the 2 drivers of the carriage. Still, no one said anything. He thought to himself, this made sense, as this world was not easy at all. Enrota is a symbol of royalty and sorcery, which is why it has many enemies. Not only from political forces, but also because valuable goods pass through here. The risks from that are definitely high. He thought this tension was probably a side effect, but it was unreasonable to prevent newcomers from leaving. The carriage suddenly stopped, and Rafford and Li Han both felt puzzled as to why it had halted. His eyes widened as he saw something. His mouth stammered. How could this be? Li Han gasped in shock when he saw her, not understanding why she was here. Gaxier was standing next to the carriage, talking to someone beside her. It seemed like her work was going well, so she was smiling happily. But it was quite puzzling why Professor Gaxier was here with a box of fruit in her hand. He secretly worried. Have I been caught? But it doesn't look like it. Rafford cried out, saying to him, There's a professor right outside. Li Han quickly signaled for silence and reassured him. I don't think she knows we're here. He whispered, Let's just observe the situation quietly, but he couldn't shake off the anxiety. He still wondered why she had come here. As Gaxier opened the bag in his hand, a dim light floated up. Osu appeared, announcing that the Empire's officials must be waiting outside our academy. Please hand this over to them. She sighed, lamenting how frustrating it is to always have to transfer artifacts to them. Moreover, the other two were always trembling. Even when she just smiled, they acted scared. Suddenly, the rabbit-eared staff member heard something and immediately drew his sword. Ready. He turned to the brown-haired guy next to him, reminding him to pick up his weapon. Gaxier couldn't help but wonder, "What? You're grabbing your weapon just because I smiled?" The rabbit-eared guy quickly explained loudly, "It's not that, Master. I heard a warning sound from the vanguard. This is an emergency." Faced with the urgency, she was a bit surprised and didn't quite understand. In the quiet midnight forest, a threatening sound echoed. This was the final warning. The captain of the advance team stood before the two, pointing and loudly demanding, "Identify yourselves immediately." Garax tried to hide his intentions, saying, "What are you talking about? We're just passing traders." Hearing this, he became even more annoyed and repeated the word traitors with sarcasm. The captain continued to yell, "Clearly, you're lying. You think we don't know you're hiding weapons behind your backs?" With that, he called out the guy, who promptly discarded his outer cloak. Garax, weapon in hand, looked at him. "This academy has some exceptional staff, huh? Are you soldiers or just mercenaries?" The captain ignored his words and loudly ordered everyone to form up. Everyone took their positions, crossbows drawn, ready to shoot at a moment's notice. At the captain's command, everyone simultaneously aimed and fired at the guy in front. However, Garaxia wasn't surprised at all. As if he had anticipated this would happen, he created a protective barrier that neutralized all the incoming arrows. Garax mocked, "How foolish. Do you think we came here unprepared?" The advance team began to panic. This wasn't a normal training exercise. "Who are you?" Garax sneered at them. He growled threateningly, "You are now aiding the wizards who are leading this empire to the brink of collapse. Drop your weapons and your goods. We will save this empire from destruction." One of the advance team members shouted in panic, "Oh my goodness. They're anti-magic rebels, those who reject magic and bring chaos." Garax gripped his weapon tightly, grinning, "I've given my warning." They charged forward, threatening, "I will execute you under the glory of the Dawn Sunset Brigade." Just then, a magic wand appeared just in time to save everyone. It was a divine-level barrier that quickly formed a shield separating them. All the anti-magic rebels were blocked outside the protective circle. They rejoiced, shouting, "The professor is truly incredibly powerful." While Garaxia focused on protecting everyone, he felt a bit worried, even though Min had already blocked them with a magical shield. But the situation still didn't look good. Our opponents are from the Dawn Sunset Brigade. They have killed many wizards before. It's hard for anyone to fight them for long unless they're a battle mage. The only thing she could do now was maximize her abilities. Garaxia had summoned thousands of messenger birds. She thinks that alerting the others and trying to hold out as long as possible until the principal arrives is the best course of action. Outside, they have taken out another large magic sphere. It is radiating a strange kind of power. The source of power from that sphere is growing stronger. It quickly envelops the entire area around Professor Garaxia and the Vanguard team. She suddenly looks at the protective barrier that is fading away. Now Garaxia's mana is slowly dissipating, leaving her utterly confused. The members of the Vanguard team also can't fully grasp what's happening. She slowly says that magic is not omnipotent. There are still many ways to nullify magic, but it's rare to see a creation that can absorb mana on such a large scale. The more they look at that sphere wildly sucking in mana, the more difficult it becomes to understand. Garaxia thinks it might be an artifact, which surprises the Vanguard team even more. He wonders a lot. She is saying it's an extremely rare treasure from ruins and dungeons. Why do these guys have it? Garaxia is now tangled in confusion. It absorbs any mana he gathers. He can no longer maintain the magic. What should he do? Just then, a shadow leaps up from behind the bushes. He charges at Garaxia from behind, shouting that it's time for the demon mage to punish him. She is caught off guard by the sudden attack, not knowing how he got there. But suddenly he hesitates, perhaps hit by a surprise blow from behind that brings him down to the ground. The guy who was dodging is hit, and the sequence of events unfolds so quickly that they have no time to process the information. Seeing him lying unconscious on the ground, the Garaxia team is even more surprised. 10 minutes ago, Li Han was standing nearby when he heard the call from the Dawn team. He sighed, wondering if this was the captain's trap. Meanwhile, Rafford anxiously clutched his arm, asking what they should do. Li Han immediately ordered him to hide, so he leaned in and whispered to Rafford to prepare their plan. He seems worried about him, but Li Han calmly reassures him, saying he has his own plan, so don't worry. His steps grew more hurried, his mind racing with thoughts. The Dawn team is an organization against magic. If they don't stop them now, they will create even bigger troubles in the future. Thinking that, he became more determined to move, hiding in the darkness, to conceal his whereabouts. Garaxia and the Vanguard team are still stunned, watching the guy in front of them suddenly knocked out. Li Han approaches to call the professor, surprising her. Li Han, why are you here? Garaxia looks around, still not seeing him, so Li Han gives a brief explanation, saying he is currently using invisibility magic, and that it's a long story. Therefore, he suggests that the professor give orders. She quickly understood the situation, and hurriedly directed everyone behind her. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons because we had requested reinforcements from the school. They would be here soon. Until then, Li Han, we need you. Everyone quickly prepared their crossbows to shoot at the enemy. Garaxia loudly reminded him to just hide so he wouldn't get hurt. The Dawn of Twilight team tore through the rain of arrows like a storm. Li Han was startled by their fighting speed. The enemy's speed was truly fearsome. They were all like walking corpses. He was surprised that the professor didn't use magic, and Garaxia explained that their mana had been absorbed. Then she realized how he was still maintaining his invisibility spell. At that moment, he noticed a vague thought flashing through his mind. Garaxia excitedly came up with a new idea and told him it was because his energy was as endless as the ocean. Li Han, quickly share some mana with me. He immediately agreed, and the two of them clasped hands to create a connection. She also felt a powerful source of mana being transferred to her. It quickly manifested on Garaxia's wand, surprising her a bit. Li Han also didn't expect the magic to be that strong. A giant ice staff materialized from the shifting mana, startling them. Ice shards shot out rapidly towards the enemy. The Dawn of Twilight team panicked, calling each other to quickly get away from it. However, it was aimed directly at the glowing artifact. The ice beam, upon touching the artifact, created a thunderous explosion. The orb was shattered due to the massive impact on its surface. Just seconds later, it exploded, as if it had released all the mana it had absorbed. Garaxia was thrilled, saying they did it. Their mana was returning. She took responsibility for other areas so he could focus on the main target. The mana on her staff glowed brightly again. Garaxia immediately summoned a thunder beast. Some of them were so terrified they pulled each other to run away. Li Han just discovered something. He felt that, although very faint, his mana was still flowing elsewhere. The artifact, though cracked, seemed to still be moving. He glanced over and saw a strange light emanating from around it. Li Han quickly warned her. The professor's artifact was still active. The Dawn of Twilight team seized the moment while Garaxia was distracted and rushed in, attacking quickly to prevent that sorceress from striking back. She was annoyed, cursing that they had approached while she was attacking the artifact. Li Han hurried over to support the professor. One swing from him also knocked one down. They looked at their teammate who had unexpectedly collapsed in confusion, falling despite there being nothing around. One of them realized, everyone calm down. Someone here is definitely using invisibility magic. Then Li Han received a hard blow from them. He wondered silently, how could they react so quickly to an enemy they couldn't see? Moreover, the person in front of him was not simple. Li Han could sense a different magical energy emanating from that guy compared to the others. Watching Garth Seer struggle against his teammate, he told himself he couldn't let him get to the professor. Li Han pulled his hood up to cover his entire face. Then he used a spell, revealing himself in the light. Garth looked at him with a sneer, surprised that the one causing all this trouble was just a kid. We'll teach you a lesson for getting in our way. Li Han showed no sign of fear. Do you think I'm an idiot? In the next second, he dashed past them towards the artifact. Li Han didn't need to fight them. The guys from the Dawn team realized his intentions and shouted, he's heading towards the artifact. Stop him before he gets it. Right now, he thought that fighting them head-on would be very dangerous, so he continued to use the invisibility spell. Garth shouted orders. I'll take care of him. You go attack that old sorceress over there. While they hadn't acted yet, he calmly looked for a way to resolve the situation. He then took out a sphere from his chest. As Li Han swung his arm, the sphere shot forward, transforming into countless other spheres, hitting an enemy. They reminded each other, be careful. He uses invisible weapons. He has combat skills. Don't let your guard down just because he's a kid. Li Han started to feel a bit uncomfortable. This was completely different from the lessons. It felt like his brain was on fire. But I have to focus. If I let my guard down even a little, my life will be in danger. I will shoot the iron spheres, retrieve them, and repeat. The thought kept repeating in his head, making it feel like his brain was being hammered. Suddenly, drops of blood appeared on the ground, splattering. Is it because Li Han overexerted himself that his nose started to bleed? Just as he noticed he was bleeding, his face darkened. The group behind him followed closely, with round spheres trailing behind them. Li Han ran while pinching his nose, thinking to himself, am I having a nosebleed? Don't tell me I'm out of energy. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly realized something. He immediately rebutted his own thought. A source of purple light surrounded his waist. Li Han turned back to look at the group behind him. Maybe I was too focused. He continued running forward, his gaze determined. No matter what, he couldn't prolong this any further. A beam of light emitted from the orb behind them, causing them to panic and shout. The artifact has been activated again. Li-Han turned around and shouted to the group, "We should first restrict their movements." A figure fully armed rushed towards the orb. It was Garax. Li-Han turned around in panic, seeing the guy quickly handle the orb. Garax swung his weapon and split it in half. He suddenly caught the scent of blood and realized something. Garax shouted directions, following the trail of blood towards the artifact. The subordinates quickly obeyed and followed. Suddenly, the orb on the ground activated, posing a great danger. He immediately picked up the sword from the ground, feeling that something was off. He gripped the sword tightly, aiming right at the person in front of him to strike. He would attack them first. A precise slash hit the person, blood splattering everywhere. Garax saw his subordinate fall and thought to himself, how could these wounds have been caused by a sword? Are they chasing weapons now? The man heard the command and immediately threw powder towards Li-Han. He instinctively stepped back quickly. His nosebleed mixed with the glowing powder. He was surprised and thought, I can see blood stained with the glowing powder. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Li-Han cursed under his breath. Do I have to give up on destroying the artifact? He suddenly thought of something. If it's that. One of them shouted loudly, Captain, I see blood. It must be that guy's blood. Garax calmly directed the group. Suddenly, Garax realized something. If Garax felt uneasy and cursed, don't let him distract you. He must still be here. Before he could finish his sentence, he sensed something was off and quickly turned around. Garax was shocked to see his minions had been taken down by someone. He frowned in irritation. So that's what it is. Quite impressive. Truly decisive. Li-Han's legs quietly moved. Garax thought to himself, while we are cornered like this, you choose to hide among the injured. Li-Han held the sword behind him. Garax pulled his mask down, grinning as he said, It's been a long time since I met someone like you. He bent down to pick up the sword from the ground. He raised the sword in front of him, introducing himself. Garax loudly challenged, From now on, we will play seriously. He charged forward while mocking loudly. Now you've hidden your scent. I think you believe you've perfectly concealed yourself with that ridiculous spell. The two rushed forward, gripping their swords tightly and fighting fiercely. Li-Han, being pushed back, gritted his teeth and thought, how can he? Garax saw this and spoke disdainfully. You're still too inexperienced. I can clearly hear your trembling breath. That guy is too big for you. Thinking that only the smell of blood would expose someone is just foolish. Thanks to someone, we can hear the people more clearly now. His sharp gaze coldly said, Let's end this. As something like swords appeared, Garax's face became terrifying, forming a circle around him. It quickly lunged at you, and Li-Han immediately dodged away from Sanadon. You stepped back a bit to keep a safe distance, but it continued to attack you relentlessly. Li-Han could only evade. Seeing the puddle beneath your feet, you thought to yourself that if you were just a moment slower, you would be in big trouble. Li-Han looked at him, secretly admiring that his swordsmanship was beyond his own. You struggled to withstand his attacks, unable to believe that against an opponent who couldn't see you, all you could do was dodge. His lifeless gaze rushed toward you, and the sword was surrounded by a flow of energy. He attacked continuously, making it difficult for you to fight back. Li-Han felt annoyed and tumbled back from Garax's blow. Your face turned pale as you glanced at your trembling arm and mocked yourself, thinking, Am I really in danger now? He stood there looking at you, thinking to himself that he was in the aura state all along once mentioned. He now spoke with a voice full of disdain, his breath betraying his fear. Garax pointed his sharp sword at you. Garax kept rambling on, making you curious about what your fearful face looked like right now. You looked determined, reminding yourself that you couldn't die like this. Memories from the past suddenly surged in your brain, recalling that swordsmen who underwent intense training could channel mana into their swords. Li-Han gripped the sword tightly, thinking he was a mage like himself. Suddenly, something like green flames appeared, surprising Garax. You sprang up, swinging your sword fiercely at him. Garax calmly blocked your attack with his sword. His face turned tense, and he shouted, What the hell is this? It seemed he realized something. You panted, murmuring, It's working. A surge of power enveloped Li-Han's body as he stood up, realizing he had more mana than he could use. You grinned, sending Li-Han flying away effortlessly. A loud crash echoed through the dark night sky. He was hit and spat blood from his mouth, crying out in pain. Garax was horrified, thinking that he was seriously injured just from a mere touch of the sword. Li-Han's entire body was surrounded by a source of light, and Garax looked on in shock, wondering what was happening, and how was that little brat able to do this? He struggled to get up, thinking, I can't fall here. His brain warned him to kill Li-Han, but why couldn't he move? Li-Han looked at his trembling hands, realizing it was because he was trying to channel mana. He saw Garax propping his sword against the ground to lift himself and thought, he's starting to get up, but Suddenly, the guy dashed towards him. Garax charged forward, pointing his sword at him, shouting, Die! He lunged forward, shouting with determination. Li Han's face was grim. He hugged his trembling body, cursing silently. Suddenly, Garak spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning white. Li Han had taken him down. Garak collapsed to the ground. Li Han was also exhausted, breathing heavily. Garak lay unconscious on the ground, and Li Han looked down at him. Seeing Garak lying in a pool of his own blood, Li Han thought, he's coughed up blood and died. My attack mixed with mana worked. Li Han lay back on the grass, releasing the tension he had been holding. His face suddenly turned pale, but before that, a loud voice called out, "Professor!" interrupting his thoughts. It turned out to be Garak, who was frantically calling his name. Garak worriedly asked him repeatedly, but Li Han was lost in thought, wondering how the professor was. She was surrounded by enemies. The worry was evident on Garak's face. He then noticed that the group behind had been swiftly dealt with by her, and were no longer a threat. She said, "First, let me check if you're hurt." Li Han looked at her and forced a smile, thinking, "There's no need for me to worry." He looked at her, tears streaming down his face, realizing that the professor might have handled everything. Garak gently reassured him, "You don't need to worry anymore." She continued speaking to Li Han. "The most reliable support team is on the way," and at that moment, a green light enveloped the entire space. A huge skull appeared in the sky. It was the principal of Enrogat Academy, Osu. Li Han looked at the face with a forced smile, internally mocking himself for unexpectedly feeling happy to see that horned figure. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and Li Han, exhausted, fell asleep in Garak's arms, thinking now he could finally rest. Now a carriage appeared, dragging away those people. The scene was quiet when a voice rang out. "I'm sorry, Professor Kim." Osu spoke, apologizing to Garak, saying he had put her in danger and should have foreseen this. Garak waved her hand dismissively. "It's okay, Principal." Suddenly, someone interrupted. Who would have thought the infamous Dawn of the Twilight would show up? Osu called out to the other person to report the situation. Wadina folded his arms and looked at them, saying something was off. He reproached, "As the headmaster of the academy, you should consider every possibility." Osu shyly told him to be quiet. He then asked Wadina, more importantly, who was behind that situation. After hearing this, Wadina turned to look as well. He mentioned the name of that guy, Garak. He explained the identity of that guy, who held a high position in the Dawn's Twilight team, was very skilled in combat, and was nicknamed the Assassin Mage. Osu suddenly raised his body, still breathing. "I will deal with him." He glanced to the side, his teeth slightly hesitant. Osu looked at the crowd lying on the ground. Seeing the artifact lying next to those people, a thought crossed his mind. This is not the fighting style of mercenaries. Osu seemed to realize something. Looking at Li Han being treated in the vehicle, was it because of that kid? He was astonished and questioned himself. What has the Kodanis family raised? He suspiciously leaned his face close to Garak. She awkwardly explained that things got very dangerous if it weren't for Li Han's support. So this time, Osu's words surprised Garak somewhat. He pointed at the scattered artifacts on the ground, not expecting a new student could use magic in combat. That kid must be very skilled in offensive magic. They looked at Li Han, who was dozing off. Osu sighed and looked at the mercenaries. It seemed he wasn't just using magic to harm them. Memories of Li Han's fight flashed back. He secretly evaluated that kid as interesting in the surprised gaze of Garak. Osu licked his lips, showing his delight. He rubbed his chin and said loudly, confirming he must be mine. Osu continued, "The disciple transmission method, a special teaching method that emphasizes passing everything down to a single person." He blushed awkwardly and spoke up. "I want to train him with this traditional method." Hearing Osu express this, Garak sighed. "If you do that, the king won't let it go." Li Han suddenly felt uncomfortable and let out a soft sound. Hearing this, Osu felt uncomfortable and rubbed his forehead. There was no other way, after all. I was the one who established that all students must be taught. He quickly regained his composure and cheerfully said, "After all, there are still many opportunities to teach that kid. I will wait for my turn." Li Han's whole body suddenly felt uncomfortable. He mumbled a few words. That night, Li Han had a nightmare. A beam of light emanated from Osu's mouth. That light shot out, accompanied by small skeletons. He ordered to clear the area and remember to compensate the mercenaries for their contributions this time. The accompanying skeletons responded to the order. He closed his mouth, but the echo of that smoke still lingered. Osu added about the orb lying on the ground, "Don't forget to bring this ancient relic back." Osu looked over at Wadina and saw him busy doing something. He immediately approached to ask what he was doing. Wadina replied, "I'm investigating their strange positions," and Osu agreed. He was startled. "Don't tell me this is also due to Li Han." Osu was curious. "What kind of magic is this? Has that dog reached this level already?" Suddenly, Gaxie raised her hand and spoke up. "It's because I punched them, everyone." In the night sky, the moon shone brightly, creating a beautiful painting. At this moment, Li Han was sleeping soundly on the quiet mirror. He thought to himself, this is so comfortable. The situation is so relaxing. Li Han slowly opened his eyes to the right. What is this? Osu stared at him and asked, are you awake now? Li Han was startled. He wondered, why is the principal here? Li Han looked around, questioning where this was. Gaxie then spoke up. Everything is fine now. She proudly looked at him. You must be very surprised by the ambush. You did very well. Li Han tried to remember what had happened. He recalled that the principal had arrived after he had passed out. He praised Li Han for doing very well, and he felt shy. Li Han excitedly thought, maybe everything will go on like this. I really helped the principal. Meanwhile, Gaxie continued to praise him endlessly. Gaxie happily looked at Li Han and smiled. Of course, I can't forget that you tried to sneak out of school. He felt a sting in his heart. Damn it, I knew it. Li Han covered her face in distress. If it weren't for them, she might feel guilty for making him help her, and immediately apologized to Li Han. He questioned, but how could you get past the underground vault? Osu wondered. Maybe you picked up the keys we left around. But hearing that, he turned pale, thinking, I knew it was a trap. He looked at him. It was almost impossible to shake off the guard of the warehouse. Li Han tried to hide it. I don't know what the professor is talking about at all. Osu retorted. Really now, I understand. How sad. Because you won't be able to use that path again. He clenched his fists in pain. Damn it. He looked out the window. Osu was deep in thought. Osu spoke up. Listen closely. Li Han of the Gordana's family. He paid attention. He sincerely thanked Li Han for bravely facing the Dawn Twilight team to protect everyone and the professors. His hand lit up to show his gratitude. Osu then gifted him the famous Morning Star sword. It fell into Li Han's hands. He stared at it and then thanked him. Then Li Han realized. He exclaimed, this sword doesn't belong to them, does it? Osu advised Li Han to lower his voice. He was astonished. More importantly, he gave it to a student. Not stopping there, he handed Li Han another item. He was curious about what it was. Osu urged Li Han to take this. It flew towards him. Li Han realized that it was a pass to go outside. His hand trembled as he reached out to catch it, and Li Han turned pale when he held it. Images of his happy moments flashed before him while everyone was in pain asking where Li Han was, and he could boldly say he was going outside. Another scene appeared. Li Han confidently held the paper and stood in front of the guard, telling him to step aside. He had the right to go out there. Perhaps Li Han would stand outside breathing fresh air. Just thinking about it made his eyes shine brightly. Li Han bowed his head and thanked the professor, swearing to be loyal to him, to which he replied, all right. Osu then asked about his injury, and Li Han replied, I'm fine now, while happily lifting the paper. He smiled, meaning it was time for him to face the consequences. He went from happiness to worrying about what would happen next. Osu looked sad and said, don't look at me like that. I don't want this either. Besides, you won't be punished for trying to escape without permission. Li Han wondered why he was still being punished then. Osu said that Li Han was caught while doing that. He silently fumed, thinking, so you're saying I should have just sat there and watched? Li Han mentally cursed him, and the guard kept apologizing. Osu looked out the door and said, it's already morning. By this time tomorrow. In the punishment area, think of another way to escape. Li Han held the doorknob, thinking, I'm really locked up. He's so strange. He peeked back with a doubtful expression. Li Han surveyed the room, wondering if this was the punishment room. It looked no different from the dorm room. He lay back on the bed, sighing with relief. It wasn't so bad. Much better than when he graduated. At that moment, Ko Lo came in, calling for Li Han, who immediately sat up. Ko Lo handed Li Han a basket of food. He was surprised to see the sparkling food basket. Li Han couldn't believe his eyes, wondering what this was. Why was the meal in the punishment room so good? Ko Lo pulled back the extravagant food basket and asked if he was dreaming. He told him it was an apology from Gaxia. Li Han asked Ko Lo to convey his thanks to her for him. He said that was not all, and then the food flew over to Li Han. He was stunned and motionless. Later, Li Han took a sip of tea. He relaxed in that room, remembering that time was indeed a tense battle, and Li Han was lucky to survive. He had never attended a combat class, and Li Han didn't want to think about it anymore. He raised his hand to take the magic circle with great interest. Now he could create a perfect magic circle. Li Han realized he was stronger than before. He turned pale, somewhat angry, thinking, I ended up proving Professor Valady right. Adversity makes people stronger. Li Han buried his face in the table, certain he would die if he did it again. Li Han cried, promising that from now on he would no longer use mana recklessly. His luck wouldn't come around often. I don't want to die like this in the news. Li Han sighed, thinking he had been self-absorbed long enough. He wondered what he should do now when Lian suggested something. He was utterly bewildered. It emitted a mysterious aura that was somewhat frightening. He thought to himself it was worse than being locked in a room. Before leaving, Osu had given Li Han that book. He hesitated to take it, as the man insisted he should read it when he had free time. He was somewhat skeptical, wondering if it was a staff or a carrot. The demon in his mind spoke up, saying that the principal was a person too, and must feel guilty. The angel in Li-Han immediately countered that it was a trap. There was no way he would feel guilty. He continued, "Besides, he's not human, he's an immortal being." After a struggle of thoughts, Li-Han concluded it was definitely a trap, and he wouldn't read that book. Suddenly, it opened by itself, flipping to the next page repeatedly. The book stopped at a page, and Li-Han was amazed that it could open by itself. Before he could calm down, the lines of text jumped out of the book. He was startled, not believing his eyes, as the lines of text surrounded Li-Han's head. Knowledge was flowing into his mind. Li-Han wondered what this was. He questioned what Osu wanted to teach him. Suddenly, the man appeared before Li-Han. He was surprised to find himself in a strange space, facing Osu. The man urged Li-Han to speak. He wondered what Osu wanted him to say. Osu told Li-Han to name the spell he was thinking of. Li-Han was extremely confused, as he had never known what magic was and had neither learned nor heard of it. However, a word naturally jumped into his head. He exclaimed, "The mighty call of Granada Eltas." Osu smiled. "That's right, quickly," and Li-Han returned to that room. He accidentally knocked the chair over, and the book returned to its original position. Li-Han was stunned. His legs gave way beneath him. He was in utter confusion. Li-Han looked at the book, wondering what the heck just answered. Did the teacher cast a spell on the book? He lay back on the floor, sighing. Li-Han smiled but thought to himself that he couldn't figure anything out. However, the knowledge of the heroic strides of Granada Eltes was swimming in his mind. He reached for the fruit basket, though he didn't think he would use it. It was surprising that magic could be taught like this. Li-Han bit into the apple, as predicted from a skull. He looked up at the lamp above, thinking there was probably no special reason, but Li-Han had no idea. Principal Zhang wanted to teach him directly, but was opposed by the other professors. Li-Han jumped at the sound and immediately got up. Looking around, wondering if he was imagining things, Li-Han glanced back and noticed someone in the next room banging on the wall. Li-Han nervously stared at it as the knocking continued relentlessly from the other side. The person on the other side asked which block he was in, and Li-Han was surprised they got straight to the point, replying that he was a freshman. He complimented Li-Han, saying he must be very hard-working, then mentioned he was a senior, and that he was in the blue dorm for 4th years. Li-Han thought to himself, that means he's older than me, and he responded back to the person on the other side. He suddenly thought, wait, why is there a 4th year here? I'm not allowed out because I'm a freshman. A feeling of anxiety washed over Li-Han, but that rule doesn't apply to 4th years. Li-Han scratched his head in confusion, thinking, but I don't have the right to judge him since I got caught while trying to sneak out. Li-Han pulled his chair closer, and the person on the other side curiously asked how he ended up there. Li-Han explained that he was caught sneaking out of school. He opened the door wide, commenting on how rowdy this year's newcomers are, and Li-Han was also curious why that senior was there. He told Li-Han to just talk naturally because after graduation, they would all be wizards. Li-Han replied, then I won't hold back. Why were you caught here? The person on the other side thought to himself, I did tell him to talk naturally, but I don't know what kind of person he is. And he replied, I got caught because I failed a test. Li-Han was taken aback. Li-Han asked, you got caught just for failing a test? Isn't that a bit much? The person on the other side took out a chair and replied, don't be too surprised. It happens all the time. He sat down and explained to him, there are essential materials needed for the magic test, but I didn't prepare them in time, so I sneaked into the principal's secret storage and mixed the potion, and got caught in a trap, Li-Han realized. So he got caught for mixing things up. He silently cried, don't sweat the small stuff. If you want to survive in this apprenticeship, you should just let it go. Li-Han fell silent, looking at the door, thinking to himself, what's important is that I don't want to come back here again. Li-Han quietly asked, hey senior, it seems like it will be hard to use the underground passage from now on. Do you know of any other ways? The person on the other side fell silent, then spoke up. You're asking too many questions. Why should I tell you? Li-Han sighed softly. Got it. You enjoy playing this game, huh? He then loudly called out, and the person panicked, fearing what Li-Han would do. Moments later, he grabbed a bag, and knocks began to echo. He was frightened, thinking at this rate, my punishment will be extended. Suddenly, candy appeared in his hands, and the person on the other side looked surprised. The skeleton said those treats came from the next room, hurry and eat. He looked surprised and confused about what was happening as a loud scream echoed from the next room. The person on the other side asked, how could you do that from a detention room? Li-Han smugly sipped his tea. Those things are the real deal. He didn't expect to be locked in the confinement room, but still get to eat well like this. The person over there is curious about who Li-Han is. He feels restless. The person over there then said, fine, I'll tell you, making him overjoyed. Truly the power of the cable. The person on the other side continued. But I must clarify first. These are just things I've heard from the seniors. I haven't tried them myself before. Li-Han sat down and thought, so the information is uncertain. However, he crossed his legs, understanding that there was no choice in the current situation, then spoke up. I will make my own decision after hearing everything. The next day, Li-Han and Johnner were walking together on the deserted road. She came to lecture again. Johnner looked at him with a hint of apprehension. She thought, I can't believe he's still worrying about homework after going through such a big incident. It's always terrifying. Li-Han suddenly stopped. Both looked up, and he said, It seems we have to come here again today, the confinement area. Li-Han recalled what the person next to the room said. Have you heard about the tower in the school? It's rumored that there's a special confinement area there that not many people know about. That's the confinement area for magical beasts. Professors often let them fly around. Or it's where staff let eagles rest when delivering royal letters. Because those beasts are granted a special blessing, they can come and go freely from the academy. He looked up at the sky and thought, even if what he said was true, Li-Han was worried. If he went, he might not be able to ride those beasts easily. He placed his hand on the door, but there was still a chance. Li-Han pushed the door open. This hope arose in his mind. As long as the opportunity is not zero, it's still worth trying. Li-Han walked in calmly. Everyone around panicked. The girl exclaimed, Wait, isn't he from the Wadin family? The boy being bitten by the horse exclaimed, What Wadin? A gloomy atmosphere enveloped them. She worried, unable to aim, while he was trembling in fear, wondering why he came here. A sweat ran down the back of that girl. Li-Han felt helpless. They should stop judging others by their family. Johnner looked at him with a wry smile, wanting to say something, but clearly, they reacted that way because of the rumors about him. Suddenly, someone from behind called Li-Han, and he turned around. Li-Han recognized it was Rafford. He bowed to greet him, and Li-Han was startled. He looked around anxiously, asking Rafford what suddenly happened, then urged him to talk like last time. Rafford replied, I can't do that. It would be very rude to you, Sir Li-Han. I'm quite comfortable speaking respectfully like this to you. Everyone was whispering, looking at Li-Han with disdain. He clenched his fists in pain. That's enough. Today has more misunderstandings than usual. Li-Han said, I'm an artist, so you don't need to bow. You have something to say to me, right? He cheerfully replied, Yes, dear Sir Li-Han. The other day, while escaping, Rafford observed everything. Shortly after, the principal and professors arrived for rescue. He searched through the chests in the carriage, and while the merchants weren't paying attention, Rafford pulled out a chest. He then opened it, revealing countless shiny items. I found some things that looked useful. Rafford explained that since he had to hide them in his clothes, he could only take a few small items. Li-Han examined the vials of medicine. These herbal bottles looked very expensive. It was hard to believe he managed to take them all in that situation. He placed a hand on Rafford's shoulder, and Li-Han didn't hesitate to compliment him. Rafford, you're amazing. You really are a master thief. Rafford blushed at the compliment but still thanked him. Li-Han wondered, But what kind of vials are these? Johnner speculated. This smells like alcohol. It might be some kind of liquor. He gasped loudly. What? To calm him down, she reassured him that there are more substances than just alcohol, so don't worry. To fully understand this pile, we'll need to study it further. Li-Han thanked Rafford, bowing slightly. It's my honor to present this to you, sir. He reminded him not to be so formal. Nilya approached from somewhere, asking everyone, but Li-Han didn't notice Nilya's presence. Oh, right. Do you want to help me take care of the horses? Rafford immediately agreed. The scene before them was quite normal, but she thought negatively. He ruffled her hair, saying she was very helpful. Johnner compared Nilya to Rafford, even adding, I'm the only friend you both need. Nilya's face turned pale, and only then did Li-Han notice her presence. He was confused. Nilya, when did you get here? Why are you sitting on the ground? Nilya trembled, appearing as if she had found a new friend, and if so, then perhaps. You don't need me anymore. Li-Han tried to call her back, while Johnner seemed confused about what was happening. The birds perched on the roof. Nilya smiled slightly. It seems I misunderstood. No way that would ever happen, Rafford explained. I'm not a friend, but a subordinate. But he was quickly shushed by him. Li-Han changed the subject. Let's take care of the horses now, observing Heshiok. Li-Han thought, it seems to be obedient, but maybe it's just putting on an act. Looking at the attitude of the other horses, this one probably is too. It raised its head arrogantly, and he quickly blocked it with his hand. Heshiok was very surprised by Li-Han's action. He smiled, knowing it wouldn't be easy, so he had prepared this beforehand. Li-Han took out a brush, and he began grooming it. That's right, good boy. Heshiok was very angry, and Nilya suddenly looked over at Li-Han, sweating profusely, as if they were in a battle. The light shone on the horse, and he sat down, exhausted. Both Li Han and Heshiok were completely worn out, yet he continued to groom it. Li Han looked at Heshiok. It seemed like it had completely lost its strength. I never expected grooming it would be so difficult. Are the others like that too? Who would have thought things would go so smoothly for you all? More than I expected. Johnner asked about Li Han on your side, and I stayed silent for a moment before answering. I'm not done yet. She felt suspicious. It's strange. It should have opened up by now. Rafford agreed with Nilya's opinion. She started to speculate wildly. Could it be some kind of monster? If we think about the terrifying legacy of the professors and their brutal behavior, all in the name of achieving educational success, then this case is very likely. There are hybrid blood monsters mixed in here. Li Han shook his head. No, that's a bit much. Elsewhere, the sun shone down on a small house, with flames roaring in the shabby kitchen. Uregum Zoda, the new student, seemed to be working very hard in the stables. Zeta sipped tea. Even though I only picked the hot-tempered horses, they will open up if they see the effort from the new students. If they mess with the horses, life won't be easy. She laughed loudly. He asked, Is Warden doing okay? Zeta replied, The kid is quite hard-working. He'll be fine. Uregum responded. Really? She confidently said. Although a creature like that is a bit tricky to handle, with hard work, intelligence, and a little luck, it will be tamed soon. The old man's face turned pale. Uregum Zoda spilled out of the cup. Zeta knocked the teacup away. How can you lose focus when it's so hot? He wondered. You just mentioned a creature. At this moment, she realized she had misspoken. Zeta tried to explain. No way. You heard wrong. Uregum slammed the table and shouted, Tell me the truth. You really turned a creature into a horse. Rafan is a monster, with the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion, and because they are very stubborn and picky, not just anyone can become their master. Although there are slight differences in behavior and habitat in different regions, they all share a common trait. They are not suitable for novice tamers. Uregum angrily shouted, Have you lost your mind? My disciple had to take a day off due to injury. Why would you make him do such a crazy thing? Zeta quickly made an excuse. Are you crazy? How dare you yell at your elder? But he still wouldn't let it go. There are rules to follow. How could you turn a creature into a horse? She tried to defend herself. Its strength has been limited to that of a horse. It's safe, right? Uregum became even more furious. Do you think creatures are as dumb as those slims? The sky was clear, surrounded by majestic mountains. Li Han leisurely walked Heshiok, looking at it. Finally, it listened. You don't like pointless fights either, right? Li Han chuckled. He thought, but based on how well it handled these things, it has more mana than I thought. Maybe it really is hybrid. Or it could be due to the low mana absorption ability of the ring. We need to find a way to increase the absorption rate. Suddenly someone ran past Li Han. It seemed he couldn't control his horse. Seeing Heshiok sigh, he guessed that he wanted to take a break. Li Han smiled. At first he just wanted to examine himself, but he didn't expect to communicate so naturally now. They had become closer. He tore off a piece of his hand and ate some sugar. Heshiok didn't want to admit it, but he was slowly obeying the kid. He thought, the candy was too sweet. He had never eaten anything like that when he was out in the wild. No, I can't do that. The ancient wild blood is reminding me of my dignity. I can't just give in easily. Li Han pondered. Even though he had become closer, he still wondered. He accidentally let it slip. How to increase the mana absorption rate of items. Heshiok's face turned pale. Li Han noticed he didn't look well. What's wrong? Are you tired? The next day, during the basic alchemy class in the morning, a student wondered, why aren't we having class outside today? Someone replied, this place is in the visual building, separated from the main houses. The girl opened the door. She looked around the classroom. It was too warm and comfortable here. I felt too uneasy. That guy reminded, don't be fooled. The teacher might hide monsters in the classroom. The boy over here also raised his voice. Everyone split into groups. We need to prepare in case a monster appears. That student worried about Adanath. Our princess will protect you. Li Han chuckled. They've done everything they could. Asa suddenly appeared and said, don't worry. We won't lose to them. But then he was flat out rejected by his older brother. Uregum reminded, what are you all doing? Sit down. He immediately obeyed. The student asked, excuse me, professor. Weren't we supposed to have class outside today? Last time you said we would gather materials in the garden, the old man sighed. Do you plan to brew potions outside as well? I know what you guys are thinking, but don't worry. It's not like outdoor classes. The classroom lessons are very easy and safe. The students didn't believe Uregum's words. The old man began the lesson. Now we will start. I want everyone to pour water into the cauldron in front of you. Uregum lectured, alchemy is a complex art. There must not be any unnecessary steps. A person who looks down on basic knowledge can never become a great alchemist. Open your books. We will make a low-level mana recovery potion. Li Han opened the book. He read the lines in the book. This will be difficult. At first glance, Alchemy seemed easier than other spells. Most people think that you just need to follow the written formulas. But after trying it out, no one dared to say that anymore. Alchemy is like cooking very complicated dishes, doing everything at the same time in a short period. You need to prepare fresh ingredients from many places, and remembering how to handle the ingredients, as well as the cooking order, is just the basics to balance the timing correctly. Finally, you have to know how to dabble in a subtle way. If you can't manage it all, that's not surprising. The old man smiled. Truly, just a bunch of new students. It won't be easy. Euregum started to pay attention to Lihan. At that moment, he had closed the book with a calm expression. Lihan leisurely stretched out his arm, beginning to slice the herbs with a knife. Lihan continued to tear the other ingredients into smaller pieces. He did everything in a short time and quickly put everything into the pot. Everything he had done so far amazed the old man. Euregum's face turned pale. How could he be so skilled? He looked like a seasoned alchemist. The old man smiled, unable to believe it. They really do exist. Geniuses. He stared intently at Euregum. Lihan seemed to have guessed what the old man was thinking. He focused on stirring the potion, but that's not it, Professor. The previous double also had to do similar work. Euregum took a tablespoon into his mouth and tasted it. After tasting a spoonful, the old man could feel the source of mana filling his body, and he felt very refreshed. Euregum praised Lihan. This potion is really well made. The old man smiled, unable to believe that your body contained so much mana that he couldn't even tell if the mana had recovered. After saying that, Euregum announced to everyone that a student had successfully brewed a potion. Everyone was surprised to hear that it was Lihan. Everyone kept praising him. A classmate admired Lihan, truly a genius. Asa spoke up. Sienna from the Phoenix Tower also brewed a potion, but can't compare to you. Then he pointed towards Sienna standing there. Over here, Sienna was still calmly formulating the potion. Sienna belongs to the Snake People and is also a member of the Free Mang Temple. Previously, Johnner had explained to Lihan that there is a bit of worship for alchemy. All members of the Free Mang Temple are talented, so Sienna is also very skilled. Suddenly, Sienna turned her face toward Lihan, surprising him. Then Sienna approached to start a conversation. She was cautious. You are from the Dana's clan, right? It's nice to meet you. My name is Sienna. Lihan gently replied. Nice to meet you, I'm Lihan. You don't need to use honorifics, he thought to himself. I brew potions better than she does. Then they shook hands to become friends. But Lihan felt Sienna's hands were very cold, probably because she is a snake person. Sienna didn't expect to meet such a talented follower like him here, and she wondered if Lihan was supported by his clan. He hesitated. Before he could say anything, Euregum reminded him about his place. Lihan listened, and temporarily postponed the conversation to return to his spot. The old man stood in front of the class, holding a dry cloth firmly. All of you may be making the same type of potion, but the results are different for each individual. There's no need to overdo it. As he spoke, the old man clenched his fist determinedly. This is just the beginning, for there are still many more complex and strange things about alchemy awaiting everyone. Lihan stood in a corner, wondering how these professors were so good at killing students' desire to learn. Euregum picked up a chalk and wrote on the board that next week's assignment was to bring a vial of Team Spirit potion, and the old man didn't forget to remind them to take the instruction sheet and basic ingredients from the cabinet. Nilia felt strange because she thought the professor would teach her the formula, but instead made her figure it out herself. Seeing this, Johnner replied that even though he was a professor, he still had to teach those things. Johnner opened the cabinet to get the potion, but suddenly hesitated, causing Nilia to worry. She turned to Nilia, saying her cabinet didn't have enough ingredients to brew the potion. And after checking, Nilia realized she was also missing one ingredient. Seeing this, Johnner raised his hand to ask, Where can we find the spirit flower, Professor? Is it on the next floor? Euregum calmly replied, What are you talking about? You all have to find it yourselves. Both Johnner and Nilia felt disappointed after hearing this, and Euregum added, The stuff in the cabinet are basic ingredients. The spirit flower is out there. After saying that, the old man pointed out the window and told them to go find it themselves. He was confident that everyone still remembered the lesson, but they felt lost having to go find the spirit flower on their own. Early in the morning, the sky was clear with golden rays shining down on the academy. Lihan was sitting and chatting with Digiling, who took a sip from her hot tea. Lihan introduced it as the special tea from the Gordana's family, even though half of it was soup. Digiling felt the tea was a bit thick, but very delicious. In the distance, a group of people was heading toward the two sitting there. A voice rang out, I can't believe we meet here, Gordana's. Sienna, with a joyful expression, said, I've been looking for you. Lihan was surprised and wondered what Sienna wanted from him. Sienna replied, It's just about the alchemy assignment. Sienna then suggested that Lihan join her group to gather ingredients. But in their group, there was still one person who was quite shy. Lihan suddenly stood up, staring intently from the perspective of a student from the Phoenix Tower. Everyone in the group felt scared and hoped Li Han wouldn't look them in the eyes. Li Han was secretly surprised that a student from another tower had finally suggested forming a group with him. And it was a whole group. Li Han thought that was a great idea. Seeing this, Sienna suggested he invite students from the Thanglong Tower as well. After saying that, Sienna asked to leave first. At this moment, the group sighed in relief, feeling scared of Li Han's gaze. Back at the table, Digiling asked, "Are you close with Sienna?" Li Han honestly replied, "We're in the same alchemy class. Why?" Upon hearing this, Digiling's expression turned a bit sad as she thought for a moment before responding, "It's nothing." Li Han was surprised, thinking it shouldn't be interrupted like that. It only increased curiosity. But Digiling felt talking behind someone's back was not polite. Because she felt that it was no different from speaking ill of Sienna, Li Han was still a bit confused. At this moment, Li Han felt even more curious, but he knew Digiling wouldn't easily reveal anything. She looked up and saw Li Han take out a statue and place it neatly on the leaf. Li Han began to kneel on one knee with his hands clasped as if he were praying, and Digiling didn't understand what he was trying to do. He clasped his hands and spoke loudly, saying it's not good to talk behind others' backs, but there's nothing wrong if you're speaking during a prayer. Digiling intended to touch him lightly, but Li Han didn't want to hear her because he was praying. Digiling shook her head in defeat, but Li Han felt it still wasn't enough for her to speak out. Li Han continued praying, lamenting over the students who died when ambushed by the white tiger, almost not making it through. And after hearing that, Digiling felt distraught. On this side, Li Han continued. If Sienna was also plotting something similar when the whole group entered the mountains, oh, he couldn't even dare to imagine it. And Li Han was sure the deities would still be watching over him. While praying, Li Han still didn't forget to pay attention to Digiling. Suddenly, she also knelt down to pray, lamenting that she wasn't saying this to belittle or accuse anyone. Li Han smiled and thanked her, but Digiling frowned, saying she couldn't hear him because he was praying. Li Han deduced, she is angry. Everyone in the Phoenix Tower was kind and devout, but not everyone could cast aside earthly emotions. Even if faith shouldn't harbor jealousy or competition, last week at the Phoenix dormitories, a new student concocted a restorative potion and brought it for everyone to try. The two students tried it and praised the refreshing potion, commending the student for doing very well. One student even joked that he might be better at making this potion than Sister Sienna. Seeing Sienna approaching, the student asked, "How do you feel, Sienna?" She smiled, saying, "Compared to him, I'm still lacking in experience, and at that time, nothing happened yet." But the next day, Sienna brought several bottles of potions, cheerfully saying, "I made some restorative potions. Would you like to try?" Everyone received them and thanked her, praising them for chasing away their fatigue. The two felt invigorated and didn't pay too much attention at that moment. But by the day after that and the next day, Sienna continued doing the same thing. When everyone finished drinking, she would ask how they felt. Sienna kept asking for their feedback repeatedly, wanting affirmation each time. By the time they realized something was off, a student praised Sienna as the best, and she only paused when she heard that. After hearing the story, Li Han's face darkened. Then he relaxed his facial muscles, realizing she had a competitive spirit. Digilink raised an eyebrow to refute, but things didn't end there. Sometime later, Sienna accidentally ran into that coconut boy. The boy cheerfully asked Sienna about her coconut magic. He even complimented her coconut skills but was caught off guard by Sienna. This made the student awkwardly call her name softly. Digilink stood at a corner, witnessing the entire story, and she also shifted in response to Sienna's actions. Back to the present, Digilink continued, intentionally letting her words hang, sighing internally about how vengeful she could be. Thinking of this, he recalled the compliments he had received, internally doubting. What about the praises he got in class? Li Han clenched his fists and asked Digilink if there was anything else she wanted to share. She gently replied, "I'm just praying. I have no idea what you're talking about." After saying that, she stood up and left without saying anything more. Li Han clenched his fists, realizing that if things were like this, Li Han felt he needed to be extremely careful in alchemy class. However, he still had to face another challenge. In the basic magical properties class, Osu told his students that they must learn to love and cooperate with each other. He didn't care about their personal feelings and would assign them a group project. The project Osu assigned was for each tower's members to infiltrate another tower to steal the flag placed in the new student hall. The students had to identify it from the lesson on the flag and secure it before the next class. After that, Osu pointed to the sky and announced that class was over. The group of students left feeling dejected and downcast. One student wondered how they would develop their magical traits like this. Didn't it just seem like they wanted them to fight? Another student complained about what kind of ridiculous class this was. They questioned why it had to be the White Tiger Tower, and that they would never be able to negotiate with the other side. The goal of the White Tiger Tower was also their flag, so why wouldn't the two sides trade with each other? A student sighed, as if they were sure they would keep their word, while the female student shook her head, saying they were a bunch of shameless spirits. The group of students quickly grew discouraged and dismissed everything, feeling it was a waste of time. One student said, "If it's just an assignment like that?" Li-han observed quietly, sensing that the situation was not good. He thought to himself, they can't lose their will like this. Giving up on the assignment was no different from throwing away their grades. They had no idea how this crazy school would assign homework, yet they were ready to abandon such a simple task. Li-han was determined not to let his grades drop, so he called everyone back. Li-han urged everyone not to rush into giving up. Seeing him speak up, the students turned back, eagerly asking if he had a solution. A student with sparkling eyes spoke up. "I know you're hiding something," and the student next to him nodded in agreement. Li-han thought to himself, these people are quick to change sides. Just as he was about to speak, someone interrupted. It was Asa. "I think I know what you're about to say." He raised his hand in a cool manner, saying there's a 95% chance he wants to sneak into the White Tiger Tower. Li-han replied, "You're right, but even though I didn't finish my sentence, it was enough for the students to express their admiration for him. They gathered around Li-han and Johnner, saying they knew the plan would be reckless and asked to join him. Then they shouted, "The only one who can lead us is you, the one who made the plan." Hearing this, Li-han didn't feel very happy. He realized they just didn't want to think for themselves. When Li-han agreed, they kept cheering. "Wait for us, White Tiger crew. We will take everything." Li-han's face turned cold, just as he expected. He found the character education class completely pointless and woke up the next day as the sun rose behind the mountains. At that moment, Li-han was yawning as he walked, suddenly stopping to gaze at something for a while. He thought, is today the day the sun rises? The deadline was approaching, so Li-han sneaked into the White Tiger Tower to complete Professor Uragum's assignment. When he arrived, he felt a bit anxious, not knowing which task would be harder. Pushing the door open, Li-han saw Vodali sitting there reading a book. Seeing Li-han, Volati quickly closed the book he was reading. Han spoke up. "I'm 11 seconds late." Li-han quickly bowed, sincerely apologizing. "Sorry, Professor, I was taking care of the horse." Vodali told him he didn't need to apologize. Han continued, "I'm the one who suffered." Hearing that, Li-han forced a smile and wondered to himself, where did the professor learn that phrase? Vodali pointed forward, saying, "Let's start by spinning that iron ball." Li-han quickly complied. One hand held a magic wand, and the other held the ball as he began to spin it. The iron ball spun in circles right in front of Vodali. Witnessing this, Vodali thought, "It seems the previous battle has awakened him. His control is better than I expected." After a while, Vodali nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Take a seat." At this moment, Li-han was surprised by Vodali's praise, and he quickly thanked him. Li-han carefully placed the ball back in its original spot, thinking it was indeed a rare compliment from Vodali. Han approached Li-han, saying, "I heard you learned to summon the water element. Give it a try." Li-han nodded in agreement. Li-han began to summon the water element, simply saying, "Flow." While performing, Li-han thought, "Thanks to Professor Garciar's punishments, I've learned to control these things." Vodali pointed at the iron ball, asking him to compress it to the size of the ball. Li-han looked and agreed to give it a try. Then he started to control the water sphere closer to himself. After that, Li-han began compressing the water element into the shape of a metal sphere. While doing it, Li-han thought to himself, "This is harder than I thought, because the teacher said to compress it, not to reduce it, which must be more complicated." Li-han glanced at Vodali as if he had discovered something. His face showed worry. Why was the professor lifting the metal sphere? Don't tell me it's... Vodali began to exert force on the metal sphere. He controlled it to fly very quickly toward Li-han. Seeing this, Li-han thought to himself, this old professor, the water element in Li-han's hand was now a bit unstable. After a moment, the water element shattered and scattered everywhere. The metal sphere and the water were now separated, existing in parallel. Then both the metal sphere and the water element fell hard to the ground. Li-han watched them fall with a look of amazement, but Vodali remained calmly silent, watching Li-han. Seeing him casually pick up another iron ball, Li-han shouted, "Wait, Professor! Be careful! Don't tell me you're planning to throw that iron ball at me again." Vodali coldly replied, "Why would that happen?" Li-han hesitated, fearful. "It's just that it seems a bit dangerous." But Vodali believed this was very effective. While Li-han felt a bit confused, Vodali continued, "You must have experienced something similar when fighting against the anti-magic group." He explained that tense moments sharpened Li-han's focus and instincts, increasing his mana control ability. Vodali thought, why complicate things when the solution is right in front of you? Li-han secretly felt uneasy, wondering if the teacher was serious. He was scared at that moment. Vodali thought Li-han understood his purpose, so both continued with the practice. Li-han endured and thought it wasn't worth arguing back, as it would waste time. He sighed in relief and began to start over. As Li-han summoned the glass ball, he thought, Unlike the crystal ball, the two iron balls in water have no definite shape, so I need to focus even more. I still need to find a way to compress it. While Li Han was performing, Voda Li stood still observing, then suddenly picked up the iron ball. Once again, Voda Li controlled the iron ball to fly straight toward Li Han's glass ball. At this moment, Li Han seemed to have guessed it. The teacher was attacking unexpectedly, as he had expected. From behind him, another iron ball was hovering, waiting to attack him. Quickly, the iron ball rushed like lightning, attacking straight into Li Han's back. He was shocked that Voda Li even attacked from behind. Voda Li gently pulled the iron ball back to his hand while Li Han clutched his back in pain. He reminded Li Han to focus even more. Li Han's face was in pain. He silently affirmed, "I'm sure of one thing. A class with many homework assignments is better than this." In the basic magic recognition class, a group of students was enthusiastically discussing going to collect herbs on the mountain, and one student spoke up. This time, Professor Ingerel agreed to go with the students from the singing tower. A female student panicked. "Wait, isn't that?" Then the group of students turned their eyes toward Li Han, thinking, "That professor is with Gordanas." When they saw Li Han's expression, they all thought he was just tired. The group of students encouraged each other, saying it would be fine. Li Han noticed their attitude and thought they wanted to strike up a conversation with him. At that moment, there was a noise outside the classroom. Garcia walked in, and everyone greeted, "Good morning." The students quickly responded to her greeting. Garcia stepped up to the podium. "Today we will learn something other than elemental magic, but I am not the one teaching. I brought in a professor in this field." Then they began to chatter among themselves. Some liked spirit studies, some preferred crafting, while others enjoyed healing magic. Garcia called for the professor to come in, and a mysterious hand opened the door. The professor entered the classroom with a very gloomy and mysterious atmosphere. Some students trembled because they felt cold. The professor walked in, stroking his beard. The gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire classroom since the new professor stepped in. The professor cast a dark gaze towards the students and gently said, "I'm very pleased to meet you all." Li Han looked at the old professor introducing himself as Mo Tung. He stated that he was familiar with dark magic. Mo Tung began to elaborate on the spells in the subject, like the soul-sealing spell of the ancient turtle. In addition, there are dark elements, along with poisons, negative energy, and other things. And most people generally do not like dark magic. For example, how people perceive dark magic at night in a desolate forest. Johnner and Ganando are shivering in fear. He trembled, gripping Johnner's shoulder, stuttering, "What do we do? We're lost. I'm so scared." A strange hand rested on Ganando's shoulder, quietly asking. Both were startled and screamed in fear. It turned out to be Li Han holding a glowing stick. "Are you two lost?" Ganando asked. "You're a wizard with a light spell. Do you know how to get out of this forest?" But Li Han declined as he had other things to do. Behind Li Han, a fearsome skeleton appeared, and he told them to follow his friend. Johnner's eyes widened in fear when he saw the skeleton. Soon, Johnner and Ganando fainted on the ground. Both the skeleton and Li Han felt confused, having scared them to the point of fainting. This is how everyone perceives dark magic. The new students shared the same thought of why they came to this prestigious academy to study magic. How would outsiders judge them? Seeing the students' intense reactions, Gaxier quickly explained, "I understand why you reacted this way, but dark magic is a field full of mysteries and hidden truths." As for Mo Tung, he just stood quietly observing without saying anything. Gaxier explained that dark magic is just a rough gem that hasn't been polished yet, so they must take charge of their own choices instead of hesitating due to prejudice. She hopes to see in the students the spirit of a wizard who is always eager to explore the nature of truth. Hearing those words, Johnner felt a bit moved. Then Gaxier smiled happily. "Is there any student who wants to be a teaching assistant for today's dark magic class?" The response to Gaxier's question was an eerie silence. Li Han thought for a moment, then raised his hand. Seeing that, Ganando quickly pushed Li Han's face down to the table and whispered, "Li Han, what are you thinking? You're talking threats. If you get involved with dark mages, you might end up as one of their immortal soldiers." Li Han remained calm. "Are you really a mage?" Li Han felt that dark magic was a hidden gem and could also score high if there's little competition. Hearing Ganando's trembling voice, "You want to become a dark mage?" Li Han thought his reaction was a bit excessive. Then Li Han stood up and said, "Besides, becoming a dark mage isn't bad. A less popular field like that can ensure a long life." In the end, Li Han volunteered to be the teaching assistant. When Gaxia saw Li Han as a savior, she couldn't help but feel happy and emotional. Li Han also understood her feelings at that moment. Li Han recalled her expression was just like the professor's before. When in a guest lecture, not a single student raised their hand to speak. So the teaching assistants always had to prepare for situations and make students read their answers aloud. Ma thanked Li Han and invited him to step up to the podium. As he walked, Li Han thought to himself, I've been wondering why the classroom feels cold on my back. And Li Han subtly guessed. It was this professor who was emanating a large amount of negative energy. Natural mana doesn't contain elements, but it changes based on the elements the mage uses. This cold and dark mana is characteristic of dark mages. Li Han thought to himself, if they all emanate this kind of aura, it's clear why it's not popular. Ma looked at Li Han in surprise. It seemed he sensed something special about him. He exclaimed, "You have a lot of mana." Li Han politely thanked him. Mao extended his hand to make an example first. From around the figure, a stream of smoky purple light emerged. Then he ordered the undead to rise. Just as he finished speaking, a crowd of undead rose up from everywhere. The undead moved freely throughout the classroom. They approached the students, startling them into screams. The undead were right there. One student, scared, told them not to push him. Suddenly, the undead held hands with each other. Then the undead joined hands and spun in a circle, leaving the students confused. Witnessing the scene, the figure calmly asked Li Han how he felt. He awkwardly admitted that he had prepared this show for the students. Li Han also forced a smile and complimented it. While in the distance, Gaxier quietly thanked Li Han. After a moment, the figure raised his hand to the sky, saying the beautiful magic show was enough. Then he struck his hand down hard, and in an instant, the undead disappeared. One student exclaimed, "They vanished, thank God." Li Han felt that the figure's magic was quick and neat. He stared at the figure, wondering if the professor was showing him this to make him perform something similar. The figure guessed what Li Han was thinking, and quickly shook his head, saying not to worry, he didn't need to learn this spell, it's too difficult for a beginner. At this moment, Li Han let out a sigh of relief, and wished Professor Vodali could hear this. The old man continued, "First, you can try to transform mana into dark energy," and after hearing this, Li Han followed suit. He quickly took his wand out of his robe and prepared to give it a try. Behind him, Garcia quietly stood by, observing him. She smiled. Even for Li Han, it wouldn't be easy. All mages must experiment and make countless mistakes before they can visualize dark energy, as it is a very abstract and macro subject. If someone thinks of coldness, it will become the ice element. If someone thinks of darkness, it will become the dark element. Because the concept of dark energy is so vague, it's very difficult to grasp. Garcia looked around while Li Han was trying to observe the other students. Suddenly, she felt the dark mana. Garcia was shocked and turned to check on Li Han. Seeing the mana radiating from him, she felt it was unbelievable. Li Han was still quietly murmuring the spell. Immediately, the dark mana flowed from the wand, and Garcia was astonished, thinking, he did it. The other students were also surprised. He thought, I just need to think of complex mathematical concepts, like hyperbolic geometry or complex numbers. Li Han's strength, having experienced two worlds, is his diverse imagination. The professor was amazed and exclaimed. He walked over to praise, "You're doing great, can you do it again?" He softly replied, "I will try." Li Han tried again, and the dark mana radiated even more. Garcia speculated, "Oh no, he's too talented. Having such a gift is concerning." She felt anxious. What if he suddenly preferred to sing magic? That can't happen. This was the intuition of a worried professor fearing her multi-talented student would be taken by another colleague. But shortly after, Garcia denied her own thoughts. She shouldn't doubt him. At this moment, she realized. The amount of dark mana radiating from Li Han was becoming more and more intense. He politely asked, "Professor, when should I start?" After waiting for a while without a response, Li Han suspiciously called back, "Professor." Now, Motung's complexion had changed, becoming dreamy. His eyes were bloodshot, near his voice. "What's your ability?" "Keep going. Just keep summoning until you run out." Seeing Motung like that, Li Han thought, this professor has arrived. Behind him, Garcia's eyes sparkled as she covered her mouth in thought. Unexpectedly, Professor Motung was so happy. At this moment, the students in the class began to whisper, exhibiting strange behaviors, she speculated. But perhaps I should tell him to stop. Too much dark mana is affecting the other students. Garcia asked, "Professor Motung, what's the next step?" He replied indifferently. Instead of moving on, why not observe how much more she can endure? She shyly said, "We can check later." Motung hesitated, but Garcia's expression changed, insisting, "Let's move on, okay?" Li Han wondered, "Professor Motung, what should I do with this amount of mana?" He raised his wand to guide, waving the wand and reciting the spell after. Then Motung recited the spell, Paralysis, a low-level paralysis curse, causing a slight paralyzed state, like when your calves fall asleep. A simple dark magic. He asked, "Who should I cast it on?" Hearing that, everyone ignored him, fearing they would be chosen. Paralysis, curses are different from other types of magic. They need to be cast on a target. But Motung pointed at himself, naturally saying, "Of course, it's me." Li Han unexpectedly asked back. Other students sighed with relief. thinking to themselves, looking at him, he might fall over with the wind. Indeed, I've always wanted to try using magic on a professor, but Li Han cautiously asked again, can I really do that? Mo Tung replied, of course, hurry up. He imagined a chick trying to peck a phoenix, sighing to himself, after a new student, now worrying about the professor. Then Li Han obediently began to cast the spell. He stood in front of him, ready to receive it. Mo Tung speculated, the level of paralysis magic from a new student is nothing to me. Once the kid sees I can block it easily, he'll understand how profound dark magic is. He even imagined Li Han looking at him with admiration, kneeling to beg to learn. Perhaps everything would unfold like that. Mo Tung wondered, I wonder if he'll come to me after this lesson. Meanwhile, he told himself, I'll gather it all. Li Han focused on casting the spell. A large amount of mana radiated, filling the entire area with purple. Garcia felt anxious. Wait, he's concentrating too much mana. Then he shouted the spell, paralysis. Mo Tung was hit by the curse, his whole body lit up. His body gradually transformed. His vision slowly opened. All the students gaped in astonishment. The moment he fell to the ground, Li Han rushed over. He worriedly asked, Professor, are you okay? At that moment, Mo Tung's face was pale, mumbling something. Li Han immediately thought about going to jail for killing the professor. Just then, he suddenly pushed himself up from the ground. He shot up, and Li Han looked at Mo Tung in confusion. He had no expression at all. Then suddenly he burst out laughing, saying, You all saw that, this is a low-level paralysis spell. Mo Tung didn't forget to praise, well done. Li Han thanked him, secretly relieved. So the professor was just pretending to liven up the class. The instructor stood back and observed, feeling that something was very off. The instructor analyzed. The massive mana hit Professor Mo Tung. Even though he was a professor, he was caught off guard. She hesitated and asked, Professor Mo Tung, are you okay after falling earlier? He immediately turned away and stammered, Of course, I'm fine. But the instructor noticed Mo Tung's hand shaking uncontrollably behind him. She realized with shock that he wasn't pretending to fall. The instructor concluded that he had truly collapsed under the curse of a new student. Mo Tung praised, You have a talent for dark magic. Li Han replied in surprise, Really? Thank you, Professor. He reiterated, You really have a talent. Hearing this, Li Han felt confused, wondering why he repeated it, as people usually do that when being sarcastic. Li Han couldn't help but wonder if he had done that poorly. But then he thought, if he was good from the start, he wouldn't need to be a first-year student. Meanwhile, the instructor announced loudly, All right, everyone, dark magic is much more diverse than this. The students were all listening to her. Learning rank 1 curse magic wasn't difficult, and it had many benefits. The instructor continued, So if you study hard, it will definitely be very helpful for you. It's not just used to threaten others, but also for self-defense. As she introduced this to everyone, Mo Tung told him to return to his place. The instructor said confidently, The best way to know how to deal with a type of magic is to learn that magic. Shouldn't we study the diversity of magic thoroughly? The students replied in unison, Yes, Professor. Li Han returned to his spot, and the instructor picked up her staff. She spoke while glancing at Mo Tung, and he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the instructor began casting spells, moving in unison. A magic circle appeared surrounding the classroom, and the students were dazzled by the blue light. He also covered his face and peeked, as the space began to change gradually. Then Li Han found himself sitting on the ground, astonished as he looked around. The other students were also bewildered, not knowing what was happening. After discerning the situation, everyone began to murmur, Is this the training ground? What just happened? Was it a teleportation? At that moment, a voice came from right behind them. You might be very surprised. The instructor and Mo Tung walked over together, and she cheerfully said, Since you need to practice with each other, I've moved the whole class to a larger space. So find a comfortable spot and start practicing. Hearing this, the students cheered excitedly. Awesome, yes, Professor, let's get started. Li Han turned around to see everyone moving to find a spot to practice, and he silently assessed that the atmosphere was livelier, and the students were more proactive compared to the start of the lesson. Li Han felt the instructor was really impressive, and at that moment she clapped her hands and announced, All right, everyone, it's time to pair up. A moment later, the two sticks collided hard, and he and Ganando exchanged glances, hoping to be favored. The rules are simple. 2 people holding sticks stand opposite each other, ready to fight. We attack in turns, with Ganando going first, then Li Han. The goal is not just to attack but also to let us experience being hit by a curse spell. You close your eyes and focus, murmuring, First, transform mana into negative energy. Immediately, negative mana emanates from the stick in Ganando's hand. Seeing this, he suddenly thinks, Can he really manipulate it so quickly? Remembering that he always struggled with other elements before, Li Han speculates, Could he have a talent for dark magic? He thinks of another possibility. Or maybe it's because this magic is simple. But he immediately dismisses that thought. Ganando successfully executes the spell, catching the wall off guard, mumbling, and that student too. He continues to concentrate mana, and after feeling it's enough, Ganando shouts, "Paralyze!" A wave of concentrated mana immediately strikes towards Li Han. He is astonished and says, "So this is what it feels like." He happily tells Ganando, "You did it," and Li Han congratulates him. After a moment, Ganando curiously asks, "But where did you get paralyzed? You seem fine." He shrugs and says, "Not sure, I don't feel paralyzed anywhere." Seeing this, Ganando questions, "Are there issues with my 2 spells?" Li Han suggests. "Maybe it's how you shout. I think you might be too timid when casting. Try being more emphatic." Ganando asks back, suspiciously, "Really? Then I'm going to try again." "Got it. Let's paralyze." The fool, hearing this, interrupts with sounds of disbelief. She walks over and pats him on the shoulder, explaining, "You didn't fail earlier. It's just that Li Han had too much mana, so it didn't work. You did well." Receiving the praise, Ganando happily says, "Really? Thank you, Professor." He mumbles, "I didn't expect it to have no effect at all. Maybe I'm just not suited for dark magic." Then Ganando chuckles and says, "It's okay. I never intended to learn it anyway." "Alright, your turn." Li Han excitedly says, "Here we go." He closes his eyes and thinks, "I need to focus on controlling it, not using too much mana." The mana begins to radiate from the stick, and then Li Han softly recites the spell, "Paralyze." Seeing this, everyone is very surprised. He recited the incantation very briefly. Watching him easily perform the magic, the old man thinks, when reciting the incantation, a wizard will find it easier to cast. Reading it that quickly is not easy at all. Even though this is just a low-level curse, it's hard to believe he can do it so well after just learning. Li Han's curse strikes straight at Ganando, who is ready to receive it. But with that enormous amount of mana, Ganando turns pale with fear. Just as the wave of mana approaches, he suddenly leans back. Leaning too far back causes him to fall to the ground. Everyone around is attracted by Ganando's scream. He paused for a moment, then hesitantly said, "Isn't it that we shouldn't do this?" You quickly stood up, awkwardly saying, "I just acted on instinct." Hearing this, Mo Tung was incredibly shocked. The 3 words on instinct made him feel it was hard to believe. He thought to himself, not only could he quickly transform elements, but he could also accurately sense dark mana. Mo Tung wondered, what is this kid's name? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He concluded that this talent was a once-in-a-decade genius. Then the class ended, without any major incidents. Everyone quietly enjoyed the lesson, and all had a great time. At this moment, Gaxir approached and clapped to get attention. She spoke up. "Alright, you all had a lot of fun practicing. Let's give a round of applause for Professor Mo Tung, today's assistant." Everyone happily clapped. Seeing this, Gaxir excitedly asked, "So, are you all interested in singing magic?" But the group fell silent, with only one person saying, "A little bit." She then whispered in Mo Tung's ear, "Professor Mo Tung, please say something to the class." Now he spoke up. "Everyone, I believe you have seen the appeal of singing magic." Mo Tung unexpectedly said, "Some students have shown interest in it," causing the group to stop singing. Then everyone turned to ask each other who was interested, but it seemed no one was. Ganando laughed and said, "This professor is really funny. Who would be interested in singing magic?" While he was laughing and teasing, the professor suddenly said, "Especially that student over there, I'd like to invite you to my office." "Why me? What did I do wrong?" The other students chimed in, "Ganando, have fun." Just as he was trying to tell everyone to stop talking, Go Tung spoke up again, "You, and that student over there." He thought to himself, if it's just about scoring points, singing magic isn't my choice. So he nodded and replied, "Of course, Professor." At that moment, someone came over calling Ganando. Then everyone crowded around him, complaining, "Wadin got you into this. Go tell the professor you'll go meet him alone." He exclaimed, "Friends are like a support system. I will definitely drag you along." Behind, Garthia was thanking and saying goodbye to Go Tung. Hearing Ganando say that, everyone shouted, "Take that back." But he stubbornly said no, while Garthia quickly intervened, "You all stop arguing." After that, the two left together. The office of the magic professor resembled a research laboratory. This was where the students were one of the subjects that the professor relentlessly studied. It sounded quite strange, but it matched what I described. Li Han had heard about such things many times at home. At that time, he even thought it sounded like a master's training program. He wondered, does that hell exist in all worlds? At this moment, the two were standing in front of the tower. Ganando beside him was nervously shaking, while Li Han stood confidently thinking. But today was different. I was just a freshman, and this was simply a consultation. In front of them was Professor Modam's workplace, the Obsidian Tower. Looking at the wooden crates marked with danger signs and various sorcerers outside, he remarked that just by glancing, one could tell what they were researching here. Ganando stammered, wondering what he did wrong to warrant a private call from the teacher. Li Han reassured him, saying it might not be because of anything he did wrong. He boldly stated, "What else could it be? It must be Professor Gimta. Those dark sorcerers are always quick to anger." But he brushed off those words and sighed, saying they should go in. Li Han stepped forward and knocked on the door, which immediately opened automatically, gradually revealing the interior to the two of them. Ganando grew increasingly frightened and whispered, "Look." The door opened by itself. He spoke up to calm him, telling him to stay calm, but it seemed he noticed something. The entire tower was shrouded in a thick fog, making it hard for Li Han to see clearly. He wondered where the professor was. At that moment, Madam was sitting in his office. Upon receiving the news, he calmly said, "Oh, they've arrived." Madam ordered directly, "Bring the kids here," but he immediately refused, saying no. The principal instructed him not to approach any new students. He hesitated slightly. "Oh, right, that's not good. I can't do this secretly." Hearing this, the direct one asked in shock, "Professor, have you lost your mind? You just got out of the detention." Madam corrected that immediately. "It's not a detention. It's a confinement room." Then he waved his hand, saying, "Anyway, I've received the news, you can go back now," and he reluctantly left. Madam raised his magic wand, and at that moment, the spell was cast. A gust of wind swept through where Li Han was standing, blowing away all the thick fog. Once the surroundings settled down, the two could finally see the full view of the tower. After assessing everything, he thought to himself, "The interior of the tower is more normal than I expected." But when he looked at the desk in front, Li Han paused to speculate, "Wait, that's all furniture made of bones." For dark sorcerers who can control skeletons, bone furniture is the most preferred. Suddenly, Gotham appeared right at that desk, causing both of them to be startled. He gently said, "Welcome, kids." The two politely greeted him back, and Gotham nodded, telling them to sit down. Li Han glanced at Ganando, seeing him sigh in relief, and he thought, he doesn't realize the chairs and tables are made of bones, does he? He smiled and asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Ganando quickly replied, "Yes." He bowed his head and softly continued, "I think it's because I made a mistake." Gotham simultaneously said, "Both of you have a talent for dark magic." The two spoke at the same time, leaving the other confused. He questioned, "Wait, what did you just say?" Ganando awkwardly answered, "Nothing, sir." Then he wondered, "Did I hear that wrong?" He pondered, "I have a talent for dark magic." Ganando still bowed his head and quietly said, "Li Han, you heard that too, right? That I have unique talent." And he helplessly replied, "He didn't say unique. You're hesitating, asking what to do. You have no interest in dark magic, but you are extremely talented." At this, Ganando looked up, his face beaming, saying, "What should I do?" Li Han thought in disbelief, he's just going along with it. Gotham pulled out some candies and said, "You all can eat while talking." Then he explained, "Because you both have a knack for dark magic, the teacher called you in for a little consultation. Dark magic is more intriguing than you think." Hearing this, Li Han thought to himself, those words sound familiar. He imagined professors in top fields often being quite self-satisfied, or when they usually say, "You want to learn from me, with your level of ability." What about the professors teaching the minor subjects? Our department's professor is already at the bottom of society, but despite that, they still try hard to turn things around. He shook the candies in his hands, feeling empathy. This situation was exactly the same. He could relate to the despair of professors in less popular fields. After a while, the two of them walked out of the tower together. Ganando happily said to Inganon, "I didn't expect to be welcomed as such a talent. Oh, what now?" Seeing this, Li Han assessed, "Look at him. He's so thrilled. Setting aside this matter, we have other issues to deal with." A few minutes ago, they received a gift that looked like a mist. Ganando curiously asked, "Professor, what is this?" Go smiled and said, "I hope you take good care of it." He somewhat awkwardly said, "This is a gift I prepared for both of you." Then Go waved goodbye and turned to leave. He called after him, "But what is this, Professor?" But he had already walked away without answering. Ganando then said, "Li Han, let's go." He held the mist in his hand, thinking the professor didn't seem to like what it was. Li Han speculated, "What kind of mist is this?" He remembered something. Could it be from the book of the principal? That person wants to befriend us by giving ancient relics, like a surprise gift between lovers. Then he was suddenly frightened by his own thoughts. What a strange comparison I made. While he was lost in thought, Ganando suddenly called out, "Li Han, you were silent, scratching your head for a while." Then Easy said, "You must not say anything to Macon." Li Han stayed silent, thinking, he suddenly remembered the previous incident where Ganando had said in front of everyone, "The truth about Kim is only for servants. What's the point of learning it?" Johnner really does seem worried that everyone will tease because of what was said before. Lihan would naturally agree and say, "Of course, you also remember to keep it a secret. We are friends after all." Hearing this, Ganando sighed in relief. But in his heart, he thought, Johnner is also a friend. I'll tell her right away. On another day, everyone was running and breathing heavily. Everyone's face was drenched in sweat. Ingurel ran after the students shouting, "Everyone keep running, don't stop. Don't forget to feel the mana through your breathing." Lihan and Daeju ran alongside each other, both listening to Ingurel's words. Their goal was to enhance their physical strength to the highest level through mana manipulation. There are countless ways to utilize mana, one of which is to circulate mana throughout the body to enhance and increase stamina. However, this stage is very grueling for them. Everyone is running close to exhaustion. He ran over to Ingurel and called out, "Professor." Lihan ran and said, "I have a question." Ingurel smiled and asked, "What is it, Lihan?" He replied frankly, "I need to go up the mountain. Can I ask you for some advice?" Hearing this, Ingurel paused for a moment, then turned back and said, "You'd better give up on that idea. I'm serious." Lihan curiously asked, "Is it that dangerous up there?" Ingurel didn't hold back and said, "Not only are there many dangerous monsters in the mountain trails behind the school, but there are also other lurking dangers. Even the professors don't fully understand that place." Then he suddenly lowered his voice, saying, "It's not a wise choice. Only fools dive headfirst into danger." At this point, Lihan interjected, "It's not that I want to go there. Our homework is to go up the mountain to collect materials." Ingurel frowned, thinking that was not the homework assigned by the professor. He changed his tone and said, "If that's the case, then it's different." Lihan, confused, asked, "Why is it different?" Meanwhile, the students were still struggling to keep running. Ingurel didn't answer Lihan's question but asked back, "But you don't look too tired. Have you successfully manipulated your mana?" He felt the mana inside him and replied, "Not exactly." Lihan uncertainly said, "It feels like I'm releasing mana more than manipulating it." Ingurel was surprised by that response. To be able to release mana from the core and circulate it throughout the body, the most important factor is precise control. But Lihan used a different method. He released the excess mana in all directions instead of circulating it. It simply burst out. Ingurel raised his hand to his chin and thought. He mused, "I've heard that he did something similar when fighting against the Dawn of Twilight team." Ingurel analyzed the situation back then. Usually, he would faint afterward due to mana depletion, as that method was no different from burning all his mana. Suddenly, he thought of something. He considered an unbelievable possibility. If he had an unlimited source of mana, then this could be an effective method for him. After thinking it through, Ingurel spoke up, saying he wouldn't prohibit him from using that method. He continued, "However, in this class, I want you to focus on circulating mana." Lihan speculated, "There might still be dangers we haven't anticipated." Then Ingurel hesitated and said, "And if you have that much mana, then you'll need to work even harder to complete the circulation." Hearing this, he wondered to himself, "Wait, what topic is the professor trying to lead into?" It seemed like he thought of something. He paused. And at this point, everyone was too exhausted to continue running and lay on the ground, panting. Not keeping Lihan waiting long, the answer was just as he thought. He said, "I'll increase your training." Then Ingurel smiled and said, "Run an additional 10 laps." After hearing this, he felt like he had been struck by lightning. Lihan clenched his shoe tightly, wondering why these professors? He asked himself, why are they all like this? Lihan bent down as if to collapse, but still politely said, "Professor, I really like this idea." Ingurel spoke up at this moment, catching Lihan's attention. He cheerfully said to him, "I will go with you into the mountains to gather materials." Upon hearing this, Lihan immediately rebutted, "But you just said if it's for a project, it's fine." Ingurel smiled, squinting his eyes, and softly replied, "That's true. I just like to take a walk." He was a bit surprised, but accepted it. He walked beside Lihan, thinking to himself, if it's just a project, then nothing will happen. Ingurel, however, was still not at ease. It is still a very dangerous place. There was a house lit up in the middle of the Huangvu Mountains. Someone held a letter that read, "I have to go out temporarily, take a lot of this secretly, signed Urigam." After reading it, Johnner was at a loss for words. She turned to the person beside her and smiled gently. "So that's why you called me here," Johnner revealed softly. "Because there are many alchemy tools here," Lihan admitted. He opened a wooden chest, inside filled with various bottles and jars. "I also want to check the use of the jar we had last time." Lihan humbly looked at her and praised. "I don't know as much about alchemy as you do, Johnner." Johnner smiled brightly. "I'm also curious about their uses." She seemed to realize something and immediately turned off her earlier smile. Johnner quickly leaned out the window and asked in surprise, "Wait, what's that, a field?" Lihan calmly replied. So you found out. Johnner turned to him with a doubtful look and asked, Don't tell me you're planning to stack those things. After hearing this, Lihan immediately admitted, That's right, but it's still a long way off. I heard it takes a few months. She pointed ahead. But I see some big trees already, Lihan asked her back in confusion. He was startled, looking at the scene in front of him. Lihan hurriedly looked out the window, unable to believe what was before his eyes had grown so large. He recalled when the tree was just planted. That must be the tree I planted. Lihan was lost in thought, ignoring Johnner beside him who was confused. When did they grow up? He seemed to remember something and exclaimed, It must be because of that watering can. Lihan smiled. It seems the professor used some growth potion or something, but that's a misunderstanding. It's just an ordinary watering can. A series of old images appeared. The tree grew quickly because of Lihan's care, but he didn't realize it, so they blamed Uragum. He happily asked Johnner, If that's the case, let's harvest today. What do you think? She winked at him, saying just leave it to me. Johnner reached up to grab something from the shelf while Lihan fumbled around below. It was the essential items, and the two of them carried a lot of stuff as they left the house. They even remembered to leave a thank you letter to Uragum. It was the next day. Lihan and Johnner were staying in a tower. The two looked tired and sleep-deprived. Lihan asked her, implying that this was the divine medicine, and Johnner confirmed. Lihan sprawled across the stuff, not realizing the two had been awake all night trying out the herbs. Lihan stared at the wooden box deep in thought, while Johnner beside him yawned repeatedly. The colorful vials were neatly arranged in the chest as Western medicine, divine medicine, and some other types. Suddenly, he imagined himself turning into a mermaid, smiling faintly. Johnner, sitting across from him, sadly apologized, saying he could only identify those two vials. Lihan quickly spoke up to reassure him. Someone's footsteps interrupted their conversation, and it turned out to be two people here. He greeted them. Asa asked Lihan and Johnner if they were ready to gather materials. Lihan softly replied to Asa. He thought to himself that he had planned for this weekend. He and his friends would return from the forest on Saturday, and then on Sunday. He took a card out of his pocket, saying he would use the pass to get outside the academy. He tucked it back into his coat, deep in thought, wondering what traps might be out there. Asa, standing next to him, seemed to remember something and asked him. His words made Lihan feel a bit awkward. Do you want to check out the black market before we head into the forest? He thought he misheard and asked again, as all three were standing in a crowded market. Lihan found this scene puzzling. Is this really a thing? What kind of academy has a black market? He turned his gaze away, feeling something was off. Looking at the stalls everywhere, it resembled a farmer's market more than a black market. The three of them gradually ventured deeper into the market. Lihan suddenly noticed a spot surrounded by people, where they were exchanging one loaf of bread for another, just needing to find the king card. A rat-like person named Rafford sat in the center of the circle, presenting 3 cards in front of him. Rafford explained the gameplay to them. All they needed to do was find the king card among the 3, and if they guessed right, they would leave with 2 loaves of bread instead of 1. His words excited the crowd. Rafford noticed Lihan, who suddenly shouted at him. As soon as he finished speaking, the place erupted in chaos, and everyone began to flee. He thought to himself, Don't avoid me like I'm bad luck. He coughed lightly and asked Rafford beside him, What are you doing? He honestly replied, I'm collecting bread. Lihan asked back in confusion. Rafford, seeing his confusion, explained, Yes, bread is used as currency here. 5 loaves of bread can be exchanged for a pen. And if you collect 10 pens, you can trade for a sugar cube the size of a matchbox. Lihan appeared sitting on a boat with a dragon, while various animals swam below. The academy benefited from Lihan, but the other towers did not have the same fortune. They had to live very hard. Noticing a small stall, he asked, Can I check out the goods? And he quickly agreed. Lihan looked around, thinking he should explore a bit. He noticed the sparsely displayed items, surprised at how many useful things there were, but also noted the lack of food, and wondered why there were fake foods. He rubbed his chin, contemplating, as there were quite a few daily essentials. Lihan found a few items he liked and stopped. He stood in the middle of the stalls covered in a blue light. Lihan was taken aback by the things on the table. A pile of antiques. A gem floated in the air, so rare that some people might never see one in their lifetime. It was an artifact. Lihan quietly assessed them, but this was Enrogat, where countless talented students could craft items that, while crude, were very useful. He recalled a time not long ago, chuckling to himself, forgetting about Rafford's questioning look. He could chat more naturally here, if he came from the Mystic Tower. Rafford whispered to him, asking if he saw anything beautiful, mentioning he had tried one of these before and found them useless. Lihan noticed a pristine white cloak and asked, What's that cloak? Rafford explained. It's a protective cloak. He remembered the scene back then. It could block attacks from sharp weapons, but its effectiveness was only 50/50. He held the cloak, examining it, thinking it was still somewhat useful. Rafford placed a hand on his chest, expressing respect, saying he was really impressive for looking at everything positively. Yes, a broad mind is what makes one a true gentleman. After listening to this long speech, Lihan told him to calm down. He turned his gaze elsewhere, lost in thought, realizing why Rafford said they were all useless. Lihan looked at the products displayed behind him, unable to recognize the use of most items. Judging by the mana they emitted, some were already expired, so compared to those, this cloak was quite good. He said he would buy the cloak, which made the vendor excited, putting the cloak in Lihan's hands. He wanted to pay in cash, but the vendor's expression darkened, indicating that it wasn't possible. He did not say anything, just gently bent down to pull aside the fabric covering something. Inside the basket was a bunch of vegetables and eggs. He brought a few things along because he heard they could be traded, but the glowing vegetables amazed everyone. Who would carry something valuable enough to trade for these? He did not bring any canned goods. He was about to take his things elsewhere when he was called back. They all gathered around him, asking loudly if there was anything he wanted, urging him to stop by their shop, promising to give him something extra. These people jostled, talking over each other, leaving Lihan a bit stunned. Each of them brought items from their booths to greet him, asking what he thought about this sword that could have been made by a master. First, let me give you these 2 potatoes, thank you. One boy holding 2 potatoes pushed through the crowd, saying, "You idiots, that's why." He drooled at the sight of the 2 potatoes in his hands, thinking those people should have an eye for good stuff like me. Hearing him, the others got angry and yelled, "Shut up! You're lucky to have found that raggedy shirt. That's all it is." A girl following that guy begged him to sell her the stuff, but he refused. He turned to the fire while the girl continued to plead. He stuck a potato on a skewer and put it over the fire, making everyone around drool. The skin peeled back to reveal golden, steaming insides, and I thought it was done, inviting everyone to enjoy. They looked on with bright, eager eyes, and Lihan found the scene a bit hard to digest. He joyfully savored the potato, enjoying every bite. He watched this scene in amazement, wondering how hungry they must be to fight over a few potatoes at night. Lihan turned to look at the people surrounding him, now reflecting on all of them. They all looked thin and haggard, as if they had been hungry for days, their mouths constantly advertising their goods. He approached John to get her attention, saying, "John, can you help me with something?" He leaned down to the pile of vegetables and quietly said, "Everyone, please step back." He generously told them, "I'll share with you all, it's free, but just this once." The 3 others were astonished and turned their heads to look. The crowd in front got even more excited, asking nonstop, "You're going to cook? You mean we really get to eat?" Lihan nodded in agreement. He turned back to look at John and called her name. Lihan expressed his thoughts. "I think they've been hungry for a long time," and John agreed with him. The 2 quickly got to work preparing the food. Lihan acted like a real chef, chopping and stir-frying the vegetables. Looking at the delicious dish in front of them, they couldn't help but drool. Lihan cooked a broth that was glistening and delicious. He served them a bowl of tomato soup that he made himself. The 2 held the bowl of soup, eagerly bringing it to their mouths to taste. They all enjoyed the soup, savoring every sip. John sat with her chin resting on her hand, watching them. "They eat so well," Lihan sighed beside her. "They must be really hungry." He closed his eyes and looked up at the sky, thinking, "I did well, even if I feel a bit guilty for taking advantage of them." Lihan wanted to build a good image so that when they went into the forest, they wouldn't be afraid of him, but he was always prepared for the worst-case scenario. Soon the whole group would have to work together on the mountain, so improving relationships with the timid students was very important. He smiled to himself, thinking if he could win their favor this way, it would be worth it. Lihan put that ragged shirt on his back and carried a bunch of stuff. Seeing the big bag he was carrying surprised Johnner and Rathfors, while he felt he might have overdone it a bit. Everything in that bag is something from the Mystical Academy students. Looking at the bag in his hand, he thought to himself, but I also received a few things beyond my expectations. There were shoes, powders, and even bracelets with various functions. He felt proud that he received these artifacts. Rathfors Launton rushed over to help but failed. Lihan silently deduced, but the current problem is, I know they were all created by the upper classes. He frowned slightly, puzzled, and asked himself, but why did they create these artifacts? Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the bag, which all had the effect of mixing items or sneaking around. If they created these things when allowed to leave the academy, that means he was interrupted before he could finish speaking by that noise, drawing all three's attention. Lihan seemed to sense something was off and spoke up. I feel like something is moving inside the bag. A skeletal foot of something emerged and brushed against the bag on Lihan's back, causing him to turn around in shock. Seeing this scene, his face went pale, filled with question marks. Everyone was startled by something. Looking at the skeleton creeping up, Rafford shouted loudly, "Don't tell me those guys are taking the den's gratitude." Then it crawled into Lihan's back. He and Johnner worriedly called his name, then Lihan raised his hand to indicate, "I'm fine, just wait a moment." He felt the skeleton moving down, touching the remaining skeleton on Lihan's body. Then they fused together into a mass, and it emerged from inside Lihan's pocket, flying high in front of him. Hearing Johnner's confusion, "Another skeleton. What does it help you carry?" Lihan replied, "It's what the professor dreamed of." Suddenly the skeleton waved. He questioned, "What are you giving?" It retracted its claws, and Lihan sensed that something was wrong. Just as expected, it lunged at him, startling him and letting out a gasp. The skeleton moved closer. Then its claws pierced Lihan's hand, causing blood to flow, creating a wave of magical sound. He seemed to understand everything. Johnner was scared. "It's attacking Lihan." And immediately Rafford added, "We're here to help you." But suddenly he ordered, "Everyone, hold on." Following the flow of blood, Lihan saw something. It was the shadow of the wolf behind the skeleton. He grasped the skeleton on it. Lihan's mind quietly sighed. Could this feeling be? And he commanded, "Sit down on the road." And the skeleton immediately complied. Johnner and Rafford were stunned to see the scene before them. Lihan continuously commanded the skeleton, turning and clenching its fists. She and he seemed to have a spiritual connection. It was spell singing, summoning the pain. He opened his mouth and exhaled. Then he awkwardly laughed. "The professor gave me something really strange. It stuck to me." Johnner called out Lihan's name. Then she said, "Maybe you should throw it away," making the skeleton very unsettled. Seeing it crawl back into his shirt, filled with fear, Johnner quickly said, "Forget it. I take back what I said. I'm sorry." At this moment, Rafford advised Lihan, "In the world of mages, we were warned not to get involved with spell singers." His eyes looked intently at it. Then Rafford said, "Doesn't this look a bit creepy?" Lihan began to think carefully about everything. Then he answered, "Thank you both. I've thought it over after your advice." Seeing it was a bit sad, Lihan continued, "Even though it's strange, I don't like to judge everything based on appearances." Thinking about a moment when Johnner wondered, "Why would the professor give this as a reward?" he agreed. "And why did he separate and give me a female one?" Rafford made his own guess. Those 2 days needed to find the remaining parts and piece them together. Johnner immediately denied. "That's too absurd." After thinking it over, the three fell into a silent space. She exclaimed, "No way, that's really weird." Meanwhile, Lihan commented in his head, "Although it's a bit unreasonable, it's very convincing." Thinking about Ganando saying who would like a collection of dew, he analyzed, "The professor's thinking is very different from ordinary people. Ganando represents what a normal person thinks. This is probably what the old teacher thinks, rummaging around with a cheerful expression. Those two would surely be happy hunting for dew." Lihan hugged himself tightly, just thinking about it. Standing next to Johnner, predicting it's because of the dew, he immediately denied, regarding the professor's way of thinking. Finally, Lihan concluded, "Let's set the dew aside. After all, they are harmless." The next lesson is, currently, Ingurul is standing in front of the students. On the left is the Nulia group, on the right is Rowena's group. In front, there is also a group of students praying. Lihan assessed in his head, all 4 towers have gathered enough. Ingurul reminded everyone, the first and second priorities are safety. He commented, "After all, this mountain contains many unforeseen dangers. Having a professor along is the safest." He asked the students in the same tower to gather and remember each other's faces and the number of students present. "We will take attendance frequently." Hearing this made 2 students panic. "Is this place that dangerous?" Another group of friends whispered, "Don't split up, I agree." Seeing everyone like this made Ingurul think, "Good, the kids are all alert, let's move out." He commanded, "Pay attention to follow me." A horned figure hid behind the trees above, watching everyone walk by. Its eyes suddenly flashed bright. "The sky is so clear today." Ingurul planted his staff down. "This is definitely the place." Then he announced that you will gather materials for the class here. 2 friends searched in the bushes, while another group searched on the branches. In short, Ingurul saw everyone was searching. He smiled and thought to himself, "Everything is going smoothly. At this rate, we'll be down the mountain in no time." Suddenly, hearing a strange sound, Ingurul turned around. It turned out to be a pair of giant magical hands rushing to attack. It clasped its hands together. The stick planted in the ground slowly fell down. The group of students is still chatting and laughing, unaware of the professor's disappearance. One girl turned to the professor, saying, "I have a question." But she couldn't find Ingurul anywhere, and she was very puzzled about where he could have gone. Suddenly startled, she looked at the scene before her. Her eyes widening in shock, there were no footprints. Her face was full of panic, and she thought, "Don't tell me." Then she shouted, "Everyone, the professor is gone," pointing at the fallen branch where he had disappeared. Hearing this, Lihan and Nulia were taken aback. He let out a sound of disbelief. The atmosphere shifted to a tense gloom as the students gathered around the branch to investigate. Lihan thought to himself, "Finally, The thing I was most worried about has happened. Just then, he was drawn to the panicked voices of the two friends beside him, thinking, what should we do now? Seeing this, Li Han immediately reassured them, saying, everyone needs to stay calm for now. He offered some comforting words, don't panic. The professor probably just stepped away for a moment. While they were trying to calm themselves, Li Han thought, that's unlikely, I need to reassure them first. Li Han assessed the situation around him. There were no signs of any monsters, and the group hadn't gotten lost, so there was nothing to fear. As they were about to return the way they came, suddenly a raindrop fell from above, and immediately a downpour drenched the area where he stood. Li Han was at a loss for words, thinking, are you kidding me? He held a warm cup of tea while everyone took shelter under a rock. He sighed, thinking how lucky he was to have brought supplies. He hadn't expected Professor Ingurel to have trouble. Suddenly, Rogena called out to Li Han, startling him. He thanked him for his help, and upon hearing, Li Han replied, no need to be formal. Rogena then asked about the legendary dish he had cooked for the mythical turtle, which confused Li Han as he didn't know what legend he was talking about. Then he turned away and said, never mind, wait a moment. And a thought flashed in Li Han's mind. Could it be that the tomato soup from the other day was exaggerated into a legendary dish? Rogena reported to Adinath, Princess, it seems that's just a rumor, and she indicated that she understood. If so, then he turned back to Li Han, saying, the princess also wants to help. Seeing this, he quietly said, why didn't she come to speak sooner? And replied, that would be great. Looking at Johnner, who was holding a stack of papers nearby, Li Han suggested, can we start a fire? Rogena replied, I'll go ask. He relayed that to Adinath, who then lightly tossed her coat aside. Adinath held her staff and called upon magical spirits, channeling their power toward the pile of wood in front of her. It entered right into the heart of the wood pile, and suddenly, a flame burst forth. Li Han was amazed, thinking, this method, she's calling spirits. The boy behind him questioned, we haven't even learned how to summon spirits yet. And the girl beside him expressed her admiration. The princess is amazing. Your head is quite critical. This reaction aligns perfectly with Professor Mortem's previous dry remarks. Professor Mortem has already lost without even striking. Everyone is sitting around the fire discussing, it's warm and comfortable now. It keeps raining endlessly. Yet strangely, there's a bright moonlight up high. Suddenly, that moonlight expands and flashes brightly. Johnner stares at the teacup in confusion, wondering why there are ripples in the water. Then she hears a rumbling sound. Johnner continues to ask, what is that noise? It sounds like something large is moving, making Li Han visibly worried. He stands up abruptly. Wait, the noise is getting closer. Looking toward the dark clouds and the distant full moon, his eyes flash unusually bright. Li Han and Johnner are stunned as they look towards the nobleman and the silver lake. In that shop, there's a flicker of light, and the people are experiencing something similar. At this moment, Li Han is standing in front of a gigantic monster. Rowena warns everyone not to act rashly. He explains that Golem's behavior follows a principle. As long as we don't interfere with them, they won't attack us. Unlike wild monsters, golems are creatures created by wizards who embed a magical core into something else made from materials of their choice. The problem arises when their core shatters in battle, or they separate when destroyed. They may merge with other chaotic creatures. The golem's eyes flash even brighter. And finally, Rowena concludes that these golems that don't obey their master's commands come into existence. Li Han feels lucky that the destroyed golems will still adhere to the original principles. However, his gaze turns dangerous. Li Han deduces that its command could be to kill all the new students. The rain intensifies, and small branches and dirt fall to the ground. The golem draws a line with a finger, then stands still. Li Han questions, a line? Johnner deduces it means we shouldn't cross it. Hearing Li Han's inquiry, what if we step over it? This thought makes everyone uneasy. He confidently states that he will confirm it, but immediately he is stopped. No, it's too dangerous, Li Han. He puts his hand in his pocket and replies, I won't do it directly. Li Han picks up a bone. Seeing everyone's different expressions, Asa questions, what's that strange thing? Li Han quickly adds, it's just a summoning item. The reason I have it is a bit unusual. He commands, move forward and then come back. The bone obeys and rushes toward the golem when it crosses the drawn line. Instantly, it gets crushed by the golem. When the golem opens its hand, it has turned to dust. Li Han comments that it will attack if we cross the line. Asa panics. Doesn't that mean we're trapped? What should we do now? Suddenly, he is shocked by the sight in front of him. The bone emits a surge of magic, and then it begins to heal itself. Li Han welcomes the bone. Great job, come back quickly. Replace Rugena's touch. He wondered to himself, what did I just witness? This summoning recovers so quickly? Then Rugena stared at him and analyzed. As I remember, summoning takes a lot of time in Manhwa. Suddenly the arguing drew his attention. I was right. You were wrong. Rugena stopped analyzing. This isn't the time to think about that. and he urged the crowd to calm down. Then he was pushed out by someone. Get out, this isn't an outsider's business. Johnner and Nulia standing nearby really didn't know how to handle it. Then she told Li Han, I think you should stop them. Seeing he didn't respond, Nulia called out Li Han's name again, and she tugged on Li Han's sleeve, questioning why he was just sitting there. He looked apologetic to Nulia. Then Li Han said, It seems I just found a clue to get out of this situation, making her pay attention. The arguing crowd immediately turned cheerful. Really? It's Li Han, you've helped us. Looking at the fans' faces, he felt shy. Attila. Li Han shared his thoughts. This seems like a trap the professors prepared. Everyone was completely shocked when they heard that. They all gasped loudly. Over here, Ingurel's arm was bound, and his legs were trapped by the magical trap. He looked extremely uncomfortable. Please let me go. Ingurel couldn't believe it. Why could you capture a fellow professor? Osu tried to explain. Calm down, he said. You will understand after we explain. Ingurel replied. Then explain. Osu presented his argument. If a trusted professor stays close to the kids, they won't be able to grow up. His face was completely helpless. Are you serious? He nodded. One day you will understand my point. Ingurel chuckled lightly. Fine then. Then he raised the issue. But what will you do if something unexpected happens and we haven't prepared? Hearing this, Osu turned to Urego and asked. Old friend agreed. Shouldn't the students handle it themselves? Ingurel really couldn't understand the logic of Osu and Urego. He sighed. I forgot that all these mages are like this. He and the old man were pleased to hear Ingurel say, I understand. If things get out of control, I will intervene. Osu affirmed. That works too. Hearing him say this, it seems you've also understood the joy of watching the kids grow up. Ingurel tried to suppress his anger. Please don't say any more. Then he relaxed his shoulders. So what do you have prepared for the kids in the forest? Urego replied while carrying it back. It's not much. The old man laughed loudly. It's just something stronger than a bull and enhanced by magic. That's a bit harder to tame than a wild bull, but it shouldn't cause any issues. Hearing this, Ingurel commented that it should be fine. Outside, the sky was blue, the clouds white, and the sun golden. He said that, after all, a wild bull is better than a golem or something like that. Osu constantly agreed. It was absolutely correct. In complete contrast, it was drizzling here, with the golem standing there motionless. The group of people discussed, while Professor Ingurel, what about him? He must be involved in laying out this plan too. The two friends cursed under their breath. Damn professors. Many liars wondered what they should do now. Lihan replied that the plan hasn't really changed much. Pointing at the golem, he said they first needed to figure out how to eliminate it. Lihan was met with the sarcasm of everyone. He wondered if it was too much for them. Then Lihan shouted loudly, Everyone, focus! Since this is a trap prepared in advance, there must be a way to get through it. The group quickly perked up. Right. It wouldn't be the professor using the golem without considering this. Like Liar sighed in relief. Meanwhile, he thought to himself. After all, Lihan looked into the forest, wanting to experiment as well. After a while, it was still raining. Everyone split into groups to discuss. There might be a weakness. How to distract it here. As Liar turned to ask Lihan what he thought, he saw only the golem and couldn't find him anywhere. Nuliar panicked and yelled, Everyone! Lihan is gone too. The whole group fell into utter chaos. Asa shouted, He has also been caught. The girl next to him suggested, I'll try sneaking into the golem to find him. Suddenly Johnner pointed ahead. Wait everyone. Over there. It turns out Lihan is standing behind the golem. They were stunned, calling his name. Asa anxiously shouted, Run away if you stay too long next to the golem. Suddenly his voice faltered. Why isn't it reacting? Asa was confused. What happened and why was he standing there? Lihan looked down at his belt and replied, I used an invisibility spell. While the other students panicked, he decided to conduct a simple experiment to see the golem's reaction when Lihan went invisible. Luckily, the golem didn't detect him, and Lihan passed the safety line. Besides, he also realized another piece of information. At this moment, Lihan was present, but when he crossed the line, it didn't pay any attention to him. Asa exclaimed, That's amazing. You could use invisibility. Lihan replied, It's just thanks to the artifact. And he continued on instinctively. You can create artifacts? Asa's smile, along with the boy next to her, froze when they heard him deny that it was the Prasinga Society that gave it to him. The two of them were scared and stepped back from the Prasinga Society. Why are you involved with that group? Seeing this, Lihan felt a bit sad. You don't need to keep your distance like that. Suddenly, on the bamboo trellis, that doesn't matter. The Prasinga artifact isn't easy for us to use either. Liha wondered. So we still have to find another way to escape. Immediately, Asa suggested, could Lihan go find the professor for help? He confirmed, it's impossible because this is a trap set by the professors. Then Lihan put his hand in his pocket, so we have to solve this problem another way. He wielded the staff and threw the deadly sphere. Li-Han's mind analyzed, if this is a test, it should be within the scope that a first year can handle. Then he told everyone, let's try attacking the core that controls the golem. Li-Han's gaze was determined. By doing this, we will put an end to it. The deadly sphere struck directly at the golem's core. Through its form we could only see something echoing loudly. Everyone cheered happily. Amazing, a perfect hit. But on Zoner's side, she was shocked. She huffed, then called out Li-Han's name again. His face at that moment looked really bad. Remembering the earlier scene, Li-Han couldn't believe it. At the moment the sphere struck the golems, he felt his body was losing control over it. Seeing the deadly sphere stuck on the core, Li-Han was annoyed. Damn it, I can't use it anymore. He rubbed his forehead and assessed. The golem is a monster that moves thanks to the mana emitted from the core if the deadly sphere is ineffective. Li-Han clenched the staff tightly, while repeating in his head that the deadly sphere was ineffective. Then he affirmed, he would try another way. The source of magical power flared up. At this moment, Ingerel was silent. He was truly worried and questioned himself. Is it okay? What if the students get hurt? Replace Osu on, don't worry too much. He expressed, our time of trials was much scarier. Hearing that, Ingerel didn't know what to say, while Uragrum continued, the era you mentioned must be ancient. Osu believed, this time many new students are quite interesting. They will overcome adversity. Li-Han is with the kids too, Ingerel said. I know that, but Osu reassured, and once more, no need to worry. Uragrum, pour him a cup of tea, have a sip. Then he poured out too much. The two were stunned when they heard him say, especially when that kid had learned magic from my magical tome. Ingerel couldn't believe it, and asked again, what did you say? He learned from your magical tome. Osu refused to take the blame. It's not just me, Professor V. Greg also taught that kid separately. Then turning to Uragrum, at that time, he immediately denied, Professor V. Greg and I only teach first-year lessons. Hearing that, Osu argued, what Professor V. Greg teaches has already surpassed that level. Uragrum wondered, what do you mean? It's very cramped here, you should shrink it down. He stroked his chin. From what I've heard, he's teaching advanced magical theory. The number of magical circles determines the difficulty of that spell. Specific steps are needed to use the incantation. 1 is elemental magic. 2 circles can maintain its form. A person creates a magical circle that appears. And the 3 rings can control magic. The star ring, the nuclear motion ring, and the circle. A true magical triangle can create all 3 at once. But if that kid can create them one by one, he'll quickly grasp the magical triangle, Osu concluded. At this moment, Li-Han had created a water sphere. He assessed in his mind that the water sphere was weaker than the iron sphere, and also hard to maintain its shape. Li-Han closed his eyes and told himself to think. Even those crazy professors, he felt, weren't entirely unreasonable. There must be a way. Suddenly Johnner questioned, what are you doing? He opened his eyes and responded with a, she continued. Why are you spinning the water sphere? Li-Han's face turned red as he thought it was, because of the spinning water sphere that he unconsciously did so. A thought flashed in his mind. Wait a minute, spin the ring. Looking at the water sphere in his hand, Li-Han sighed. Perhaps he imagined them forming a spiral and quickly darting like an arrow. If he spun the water sphere fast enough, it would have a stronger piercing force than a bullet. Li-Han firmly affirmed to himself and then lifted his staff. He realized that it was like a bullet. Li-Han quickly spun the stream of water from the magic staff and created a giant water sphere with powerful destructive force. He felt proud that he had succeeded. Seeing Li-Han create such a giant water sphere, Johnner anxiously called his name. Her face was filled with worry, even though she didn't know what kind of magic it was. But Johnner pointed directly at the giant water sphere with a tense tone. Isn't it a bit too big? Indeed, the water sphere was nearly the size of a golem. With that destructive power, if it got out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Other students were buzzing, some even doubting Li-Han, wondering what he had learned. Shouldn't we be a bit cautious? What if he messes up and that thing flies toward us? Just when everyone was still doubtful, Asa stood up to defend Li-Han, telling everyone to trust him. There was no way he couldn't perform basic magic. Not only Asa, Manilia also agreed with him. She convinced the other students that Wadin wasn't that weak. Both of them turned their attention to Li-Han. Surely he could do it. Li-Han felt no joy. Once again, he could only feel helpless due to the immense pressure on his shoulders. The ancient wizards had once said, magic is a world and a complete system. Anyone who dares to disrupt it will face the consequences of magic. The spell Li-Han was using was a high-level magic learned from upperclassmen. This type of magic wasn't usually taught in Vietnam, but Li-Han possessed such a massive amount of mana that he could bypass the usual rules. As he used mana to maintain the spinning speed, the size of the water sphere couldn't withstand that amount of mana, so it began to deform. Li-Han figured out a solution by increasing the size of the ball. As it grew larger, its spinning slowed down, so he infused it with more mana. This process repeated continuously and formed a gigantic sphere as it is now. Under Asa Manilia's expectations, Li Han assured her, "Don't worry, I can control it." However, Li Han had to admit to himself that maintaining this giant water sphere was quite a burden. Just thinking that, he decisively jumped up, looking for a chance to deliver a finishing blow to the golem, hoping to end it all. Li Han stood tall, firmly gripping the staff to control the sphere. At the same time, he shouted to attack. The water sphere quickly shot toward the target. The water sphere struck hard, aimed directly at the golem, but unexpectedly hit its shoulder instead. Li Han was both surprised and worried as the water sphere collided with the golem's shoulder. If he didn't land a critical hit, it would be a waste of a sphere that was hard to create. But fortunately, even though the water sphere only hit the golem's shoulder, the force was so strong that its entire body immediately shattered. Everyone was utterly astonished by the powerful effect of the water sphere. The golem was reduced to rubble, with chunks of stone falling down and causing a loud commotion. The students were amazed to see that the once powerful golem was now just a pile of stones, as they thought the water couldn't affect it, yet it had shattered it. Everyone shouted in admiration, praising Li Han's incredible talent and immense power. As Li Ha seized the opportunity, he pointed at Li Han with pride in his voice. "Did you all see that? I told you about Li Han." He looked at the staff thoughtfully, surprised at its strength. Initially, it couldn't even affect the golem, wondering if it was the water sphere's power or the golem's weakness. He held the staff tightly, feeling that it didn't really matter. Li Han felt he could do this thanks to Professor Vodali's lessons, but in reality, he never taught him any of this. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness, his face turning pale like a banana leaf. Li Han, exhausted, couldn't stand anymore and knelt down, causing his friends to worry immensely. Everyone wanted to carry him so he could rest. Once they reached a relatively safe place, everyone decided to take a break there. Li Han was worried because Professor Ingarel still hadn't returned. Suddenly, from inside his coat, a ghostly hand reached out and lightly tapped him. Li Han was surprised as it suddenly moved. A rumbling noise from the ground made him change color. In the distance, a giant golem was chasing after another group of students. They shouted for everyone to run quickly. Li Han cursed to himself, "These guys are useless." Nilia was the first to react. She immediately directed everyone to quickly scatter and distract the golem to buy more time. Everyone quickly spread out in all directions. Suddenly, Rowena called Li Han back. He asked him if the spell he used earlier was Iomidius's ballet technique, and if he could use it again. Li Han was still amazed to learn that Iomidius was the name of the famous imperial sorcerer known for water magic, who named a spell after himself. Li Han understood Rowena's hint, and quickly reminded him that the preparation time was long, so he should leave here quickly. While everyone was running away from the golem, he stepped closer, using the spell to blend into the shadows. Li Han pulled out some powder from his small bag. Although he didn't want to use it now, the situation was urgent. He threw some powder at the golem, and the powder hit the golem directly, grabbing its attention. Meanwhile, Li Han quickly circled behind the golem, making it hard for it to defend itself. He drew his sword, considering the best position to strike. Now with the sword in hand, Li Han had made up his mind. He would attack its leg from the blind spot. Thinking this, he decisively slashed at the golem's leg. Immediately, a deep gash appeared on its leg. The successful slash caused the golem's legs to wobble, almost breaking. Li Han thought that this golem was quite large, making it hard to balance, and it might fall soon. He wanted to prove that the bigger the golem, the harder it would fall. Suddenly, a figure crashed down from above. This unexpected appearance startled Li Han as well. He quickly caught the person, and both he who caught and the one being caught were extremely terrified. The guy who just fell was caught by Li Han, who was in an invisibility state, making him fear because he was hanging in the air. Li Han helplessly asked how long he planned to stay like that, causing him to react without thinking, blurting out where he came from. Finally, he stepped down, immediately guessing that the one who caught him was Li Han. He was surprised that he guessed his name correctly, even though he was still invisible. He pointed to the cut on the golem's leg, firmly concluding that Li Han from the Qinglong Tower was the only one who could do this. He was very grateful that Li Han saved him, but the golem behind him was moving. It raised its stone arm, preparing to attack, but fortunately, Li Han pulled him away just in time, avoiding the dangerous blow. The golem's giant hand left a deep dent in the ground. The massive golem looked left and right, searching for a target. Li Han took the opportunity to ask him why he was here. He thought the golem had blocked all paths. He truthfully told him that he used a soil-dissolving potion, and Sister Sienna said she knew how to brew it. Hearing this, Li Han was filled with excitement. He didn't expect she had something like that. If used correctly, they could neutralize this golem. Li Han helplessly closed his eyes, but he quickly realized something was off. Why wasn't the golem going crazy to take revenge on him? Even the golem moved away from Li Han and headed in another direction. As he was wondering, he suddenly heard a scream for help. A student was injured and couldn't escape. It turned out the golem was targeting these victims. Instinctively, Li-Han rummaged through his belongings to find something. He had to stop it at all costs. His mind raced to find a solution. Li-Han remembered his conversation with Gaxer. She advised him not to use too much of his mana. Gaxer revealed that the fire element was highly destructive. Li-Han used his magic staff to conjure a fire spell. He didn't hesitate to cast the burning spell. A wave of fire immediately erupted towards the golem and incinerated it. The flying dust couldn't obscure his steadfast light and spirit. The fire spell targeted the golem that was about to attack the injured student. In an instant, flames surrounded it. Under the heat of the fire, the rocks on the golem began to melt. The heat crushed the golem into fragments, a power that amazed everyone. Li-Han knew many thought clay would harden when fired, but only if done correctly. Otherwise, it would crack immediately. The guy he had saved earlier bowed to him. Was this his plan from the start? So cool. He felt it was natural. No wonder the students from his tower feared Li-Han. Contrary to his idol's cool perspective, Li-Han was also amazed by this tremendous power. At this moment, he truly understood why Professor Gaxer didn't want him using it in class. Seeing that the situation was stable, the group of students excitedly ran over from a distance. They all cheered for Li-Han and the other guy for defeating the golem. Seeing the unfamiliar face, Li-Han felt a bit confused. The other guy was also surprised to see his uniform. In response to Li-Han's puzzled expression, the student who just cheered for him was equally shocked to learn that he was the Li-Han from the Heart Tower. The group of students from the other tower was very surprised by Li-Han's appearance. Seeing he was from another tower, the group immediately changed their attitude, thinking he was planning something and killed the golem to show off. The guy Li-Han saved stepped up to defend him. Along with the injured student from earlier who was attacked by the golem, they both testified for him because he saved them. It turned out the guy Li-Han saved was Bacek, and the group of students took care to ask about his leg. While Bacek simply said he just had a sprain and it wasn't a big deal. Li-Han then asked if he could take care of everyone, and he received a firm confirmation from him. The students from different towers took a break together, gathered around the fire, sharing stories and feeling very harmonious. The number of students was complete. Li-Han approached Joner and asked her about the many injured students from the White Tiger Tower. How was everything? Joner happily replied that the students from the Refuge Tower were very good at first aid, so it was no problem. In particular, she had become a fan of Sienna because she could make both painkillers and horn destroyers. Li-Han's mind was filled with the scene of Sienna poisoning him to secure first place. He was worried because while he had solved one problem, there were still many others. When Sienna appeared beside him and called his name, she brought a box containing vials of medicine for him. Sienna heard that Li-Han had fought the golem, so she wanted him to take some healing medicine. Seeing the medicine she brought, Li-Han turned pale, thinking that she wanted to eliminate him right away. In Li-Han's eyes, Sienna, with her fierce expression, invited him to drink her medicine. He tried to stay calm, positively thinking this could be an opportunity. Joner spoke up for him, saying it was okay. Li-Han wasn't injured. At that moment, he grabbed a vial of healing medicine from the box. Without saying a word, Li-Han drank the vial of medicine in one go. After drinking, he even turned the vial upside down to prove he had finished it. Li-Han continuously praised Sienna's medicine as the best healing medicine he had ever taken. His actions left Joner wide-eyed in surprise, not understanding why he was behaving like that. Li-Han closed his eyes and used his flattery skills honed in graduate school to compliment her as a talented person. Hearing the compliment, Sienna smiled brightly. She was so happy that she gave him all the remaining medicine. Li-Han quietly wiped the sweat off his forehead, thinking that this flattery must be enough. The two chatted and then parted ways. Li-Han sighed wearily, but he had achieved his goal. Li-Han's impression in Sienna's eyes had improved. She praised him to her friends, saying he was polite and discerning, a true member of a prestigious family. Li-Han felt lucky that his flattery worked. The two waved at each other warmly from afar. He was proud that not only Sienna but also some other classmates had a good impression of him. Joner behind him could only shake his head, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. Joner thought Li-Han owed Sienna money, which made him smile awkwardly. Finally, all the students came down the mountain together, carrying their things heavily and walking slowly. Suddenly, one student spotted someone in the distance. Professors Ingarel and Uragam were just casually walking over now. Uragam greeted the students casually. "We're back now." In contrast, Ingarel looked worried, asking if they were all okay. The students called out to the professor in unison. It seemed like a touching moment, but in reality, every student was more annoyed than moved that the professors had only just returned. The students' hostile thoughts toward the professors seemed ready to materialize. "When I become a high-level mage, I will defeat those two. I will become the strongest swordsman in the Empire and trample those two down." If I become a high-ranking official, the students' thoughts would send chills down Ingarel's spine. Uragam, however, was still smiling brightly, knowing from the students' eyes that they had learned a lot. Among the students, everyone looked at Professor Urigum with piercing glares, but he kept talking endlessly about alchemy. He puts on a serious face and advises the students to always be vigilant. Disaster can strike at any moment and anywhere. Hearing this, the group of students just wants to create their own disaster to make the irresponsible professor pay. At this point, Professor Ingurel apologizes, saying he really wants to go with the students, but the principal is forcing him. However, no student believes him. They think all professors are the same. No matter how much Ingurel tries to say, the students are just as dismissive. It's too late. They will never trust the professor again. Ingurel feels a sense of despair as if the sky is collapsing when he sees the students don't trust him. He sits down, frustrated, mumbling that the students he taught personally no longer believe in him. Lihan watches all this and feels satisfied. They no longer trust the professors, truly grown up. This is how people become adults. Then he looks at Professor Ingurel's reaction, concluding that he must be speaking the truth. Lihan has to admit that being forced to cry by the principal is a silly reason. But in his mind, the image of the formidable Master Osu appears. He might dare a lot, and Professor Ingurel also seems to notice his mood. After pondering for a while, he sits down to start a conversation with him. Lihan stands with a righteous aura, siding with Professor Ingurel, saying he believes him. He has endured a lot already. The professor trusts him, and he feels moved to tears. Ingurel is touched, saying to Lihan, "This kid really knows how to be supportive." He turns to ask the students how the practice went. Aza obediently replies, "It was absolutely amazing." He excitedly recounts the details. Lihan used water bombs to destroy the earth golem and set the other one on fire. Hearing about golems, Ingurel feels confused, rubbing his head and telling the students to wait. Urigum also asks in confusion, "What golem are they talking about? And where did the bulls go?" He swears he only prepared bulls, but none of the students believe him. The students openly look down on him, saying, "Professor, you can stop now. Do you think we're kids?" The consequence of one betrayal is 1,000 mistrusts. Even when he explains that he only prepared bulls, the students still just smile blandly. Sure, it's just a coincidence. Clearly, the appearance of golems was random. We should trust the professor. Since when did the students become like this? Old Phi goes to Lihan to clarify everything. Urigum doesn't believe and asks again, getting a firm confirmation from him. Professor Ingurel lightly patted Lihan's shoulder, his face showing a fierce expression directed at Professor Urigum. Ingurel leaned in closely, asking what the kids had just said. He had no way to argue. It was just a misunderstanding. I had prepared both the bull and golem, but it seems the bull has disappeared. Urigum pleaded with Lihan, saying, "Say something. The earth golem was prepared beforehand, right?" Lihan, who had just been beside him, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Urigum was about to plead with the students, but they had all run off. Ingurel threatened him from behind, saying they needed to talk privately. Urigum's shout, urging Ingurel to calm down, echoed everywhere. Lihan, having achieved his goal, was gleefully sticking out his tongue, running off without looking back. That afternoon, the golden sunlight streamed down on the academy. Inside the reading room, there were many books and various materials on the table. The students were sitting and reading very attentively, but everyone looked dejected. One student, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed that he didn't understand anything. A noble like him shouldn't have to read this stuff. On the other side, a student was angrily shouting, "How should I know the cost to create a magical seal? Just use the family money." The other students also began to get frustrated, turning the scene chaotic. And at times like this, sweets are their saviors. The food was neatly arranged on the table. Everything looked delicious and only cost a silver coin. Seeing this, everyone immediately took out their money to buy those tasty sweets. And this is the self-service booth of Jolly Hanbei Ra. Although he was lazy to invest in it, it unexpectedly worked beyond his expectations. While everyone was enjoying the food, one student sarcastically remarked, "The assignment is too hard for you guys." That student proudly boasted, "After the alchemy assignment, this is as easy as pie for me." Then he laughed and bragged that he had encountered a giant golem in the forest. Another student looked down on him, saying as if he just defeated such a creature. A girl behind him replied, "I feel sorry for him too." Jolly Han observed them from a distance. He thought to himself, "Do you guys think only they have to go through this?" Johnner walked over and slapped Jolly Han on the shoulder. "What are you looking at? Focus." In the poison room, a liquid was boiling vigorously in a pot. This is the potion cauldron for the alchemy assignment. Each student has one to complete their task. One student added ingredients while mumbling, blue bellarose and crushed mushrooms. Adding them in, a nearby female student covered her nose because the smell was terrible. The cauldron was boiling and spilled out a bit of a creepy-looking green liquid. A few seconds later, the liquid in the cauldron sputtered out. Li Han noticed that many people were failing, while the other students were coughing hard due to the ruined potion. At this moment, Li Han sensed something strange. Li Han knew that alchemy required precision. Even a small difference could lead to failure. He focused on the recipe, realizing that all the students had failed. Even though this assignment was quite difficult, it seemed that the recipe was wrong from the start. It seemed Li Han had discovered something so surprising that he covered his mouth with his hand. Seeing Li Han's unusual expression, John Doe asked him. He proposed, "I just thought of something. Could it be that Professor Uragum gave us the wrong instruction sheet?" Li Han continued, wanting us to figure it out ourselves. Upon hearing this, the other students were surprised and turned to look at him. They all paused and stood thinking for a moment. A few students couldn't believe this was true, but a few other students became furious, thinking this was a scheme by Uragum. After the hardships they had gone through, they had completely adapted to this hellish school. They all felt that this was too difficult for them. Li Han thought to herself, now is not the time to be angry. Even if she wanted to punch the professor, they still had to finish the assignment first. After thinking for a while, Li Han asked John Doe for his opinion, and she replied, "I think one of these ingredients has a problem." Li Han deduced, this could be a trap. They would have to consider all possibilities. John turned to look at the pile of ingredients and hesitated. The problem is they didn't have enough ingredients to combine from each one. John felt a bit disappointed. Although it would take time, he thought they should read some other textbooks to find a solution, while Li Han clenched her fists, thinking there wasn't enough time. His eyes showed determination. He needed to get a pass to leave school tomorrow. Suddenly, Li Han stomped her foot on the chair. Then he shouted, "Everyone, stop and listen to me for a moment." Although they didn't understand what was happening, everyone followed his instructions. With a regretful expression, Li Han said, "We've been tricked by the professor again. This time, everyone must cooperate." Li Han declared, "Gather all the ingredients and find the right formula." Li Han would also go to the other towers and didn't forget to remind everyone to cooperate. Asa happily held the ingredients, saying that the remaining quantities were different, but as long as they shared, it would be enough. Johnner suggested, "It would be great if students from the other towers collaborated. We could share knowledge." After speaking, Li Han turned to wave goodbye to everyone, promising to return later. As he walked away, he thought, "I must succeed at any cost." Li Han was doing all this just for his precious vacation. Then everything happened quickly. Asa and Johnner successfully persuaded members from other towers. When Johnner mentioned the White Tiger Tower, Li Han refused. Johnner, Sienna, and the other students looked for materials. After hours of calculations, they found thousands of different formulas. After countless exhausting experiments, they combined many formulas. A hand threw a formula paper into the air. Finally, they completed the formula. It was great that everyone helped each other. It was tough, but worth it. And fortunately, they didn't finish too late. Sienna approached Li Han, saying, "Now we just need to follow this formula." Li Han replied, "Everyone has worked hard." A female student cheerfully said, "I didn't expect we would unite once again because of Professor Uragum's trap." Another student sitting next to her chimed in, "Thanks to Warden, we figured out the correct formula so quickly." Another student passing by the table said, "Warden needs to handle this quickly because of tomorrow's plan." The other two students unexpectedly echoed, "Tomorrow's plan." That student chuckled, "You guys from the other tower wouldn't know." Then the student turned to Li Han, saying, "Tomorrow, Warden will use the pass to go outside." After finishing his words, a silence enveloped the conversation. Then they suddenly shouted when they found out Li Han was going outside. Everyone gathered around Li Han, praising him, saying he was the warden, and some even wondered how he got the pass. The students looked at him with admiration, making Li Han feel awkward, thinking that the students from other towers probably didn't know he had a pass, and they would definitely stir up trouble. A male student appeared behind Li Han and asked what he was planning to bring back. Before Li Han could answer, a female student suddenly showed up and pointed at herself. Of course, it was food, with many cute and sweet dishes. Seeing this, Li Han also wondered about clothes. Durable and comfortable outfits would be great too. Asa also chimed in, saying he wanted books and learning tools like markers. Hearing Asa, another student spoke up, asking if the books were edible or if he could drink ink. Of course, Asa also liked food. His gaze was determined, but we need books on the shore. Asa recounted that he had been to the Royal Library, where thousands of books were organized systematically for easy reading. He lamented with a pained expression that the library in Enroga was not like that, because the books were scattered everywhere, making it impossible for Asa to read any. He pushed his glasses up and said, "At this rate, we'll be searching for books until we faint before even touching our assignments. We need to quickly find the necessary books," and everyone was convinced after hearing this. While everyone was discussing, Ganando unexpectedly spoke up, saying that magazines and novels were definitely necessary to kill time, as well as homework and royal announcements. A male student pointed at Ganando and shouted, "What's so important about those things?" He immediately retorted, "They're important to us, so how can you all request what you want while I can't?" Hearing this, Ganando turned to Li Han, asking what he thought about the things they listed. But Li Han had already left, so Johnner had to inform them, "Guys, Li Han has gone to sleep." After that, a silence enveloped them. Meanwhile, Li Han had gone to his bed. Li Han lay down on the bed and began to sleep. In his mind, he thought, "Tomorrow is an important day. I will be going outside." Li Han took advantage of being in his best state to do some things. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. It turned out that he had been thinking too much, worrying to the point of not being able to sleep. He reasoned to himself that there must be traps waiting for him, such as limits on the number of items he could bring back, or limits on the weight and size of items. Li Han recalled the past, wondering how far this place was. It couldn't be a day's journey away, right? At this moment, Li Han was still tossing and turning, unable to sleep, thinking that if the opponent was the principal, that would be daring. He needed to learn magic to help him move quickly. Suddenly, a book was surrounded by a magical aura, pulled out, and unexpectedly fell to the ground, startling Li Han. Li Han looked at the book and wondered. That was the book the principal had given him before. Why was it moving on its own? Suddenly, the book opened by itself, and the words spilled out, leaving Li Han astonished. They kept moving toward Li Han. Wait, again? The spells gradually entered Li Han's body, causing him to feel sharp pain, and after a moment, he opened his eyes. Li Han paused, looking at the strange surroundings, realizing he was in an unfamiliar place, eerily desolate with no one around. Li Han bent down to scoop up some dirt, observing quietly. This was the illusion created by the book, just like last time. Just then, as Li Han stood up, the book suddenly appeared again. The book opened to the page where Gonadantes arrogantly walked, and then stopped. He placed his hands on his hips and wondered. This was the magic he learned last time, but only in theory. Could it be that he would continue learning now? The book nodded at this. Li Han smiled to himself, thinking it introduced this magic because it saw him eager to learn. It truly was a good book. But right now, Li Han had no time, so he would come back tomorrow and ask the book to take him back. Seeing this, the book immediately changed its attitude to sulky and flipped through the pages continuously. Li Han felt a bit confused. Was it really like the principal too? He retracted his earlier compliment. After thinking it over, Li Han took out his wand and held it tightly in his hand. There was no other way. He closed his eyes and murmured that he would learn this as quickly as possible and leave this place. The next morning at the academy, the clear blue sky was bathed in gentle sunlight, and Principal Osu appeared with a fierce tone. "Criminal number 24601, the other person quickly denied. "My master is not a criminal." Osu realized he had made a mistake and chuckled. "Sorry, I'm getting old and a bit confused." While Li Han stood by, yawning, he recalled last night and sighed to himself, surprised he could learn magic in his dreams. Indeed, there are many ways to train in this world. At this moment, Osu looked down and congratulated Li Han for being allowed to go outside. Principal Osu smiled happily, saying this was a reward for his achievements, and encouraged him to be proud of it. Li Han politely bowed his head in thanks. Osu began to explain to Li Han the rule that he must return through the main gate before the sun rises tomorrow. If Li Han didn't return on time, a search party would be dispatched. Li Han had anticipated this but didn't expect Osu to be so serious. Osu continued, stating that he could only bring back what he carried himself, and he couldn't borrow a carriage or any transportation. Li Han had already predicted these conditions. After that, Principal Osu encouraged Li Han to do his best, and just then, the gate opened right in front of him. Li Han looked up at the sky, feeling a bit confused. Li Han felt the rules weren't as harmonious as he thought, and he had prepared for the weight limit situation. After thinking this, Li Han turned and walked away, his face clearly showing joy and excitement. Finally, Li Han was able to leave the academy. Li Han eagerly went to complete his mission. After walking for a while, Li Han arrived at the nearest village to the academy. Li Han met some locals nearby and inquired. All the nobles from the surrounding areas had left their estates at the academy's request, and it would take a few days for the nearest estate to return. Hearing the locals laugh and confirm what he just said, Li Han's face darkened. He clenched his fists in anger, realizing how simple the principle was. Clearly, from the very beginning, Osu had blocked Li Han's path to earning money. The most powerful nobles in the empire didn't need to borrow money because there were countless merchants ready to offer them wealth to establish connections. Those raised in that environment probably didn't even know the concept of borrowing. Yet for Li Han, it was a different story. He spoke each word clearly and coherently. "Could you lend me some money?" Arian was startled, thinking to himself, "Isn't he from the Codanis family? This small town might not be large, but it's quite prosperous. Business is thriving, all thanks to the Magic Academy. Not only because of the abundant natural mana in the area, but the school also requires many other materials for experiments. The school offers generous rewards to hire explorers to gather materials so the mages can conduct their research and hire explorers again when they run out. Therefore, the finance department is always angry whenever they see the bills. Except for a few people, everyone in this relationship is happy. Basically, that's how it is here. So luck is on Li Han's side because as long as he has money, he can have everything. At this moment, Li Han was desperately wanting to borrow money from Arian. The tension made him grip his pants tightly, thinking that lending money to him would also benefit Arian, not expecting he would have the chance to connect with such a powerful family. Arian felt anxious, but he thought that would be a huge loan. He wondered if the guild could handle it and asked, "How much do you want?" Li Han seemed hesitant to speak, which made Arian worry even more. Was the amount so large that it was hard to say? Arian was filled with determination. Fine. Even if he had to use all his personal money, he had to seize this opportunity to connect. He spoke up. "Could you lend me 20 silver coins?" Arian immediately replied like a machine. "Of course, we can lend such a large amount, but..." He suddenly paused, thinking he must have misheard. Seeing Arian falter, Li Han quickly added, "If not, 15 silver coins would be fine." Arian was taken aback, secretly guessing that Li Han only needed a little money for shopping. Li Han worried that asking for too much would force him to lower it further. "How about 12 silver coins?" Arian quickly replied, "No, you don't need to lower it, I'll give it to you right away." Arian then suggested, "You need to buy a few items, right? If you want, I can take you around the town." Li Han happily agreed. After Li Han stood up and left the table, Arian felt something was off. Both plates of snacks on the table were empty, even though Li Han hadn't eaten at all. Arian observed him closely and noticed something bulging from his pocket. A not-so-good thought crossed his mind. But then Arian reminded himself, being a noble, it probably wasn't true, and he started planning to deal with this young noble. Even though he's a student at the Magic Academy, he's just a freshman. Once he gets the chance to go shopping, he'll definitely splurge, and whenever he wants to buy something, Arian will quietly take control. An excellent plan to impress the young noble. However, things did not go as planned. At the grocery store, he just wanted to buy things that could hold a lot of canned food. And at the clothing store, he ended up not buying any clothes. At the bookstore, he only picked cheap paper in bulk. After shopping for a while, it was already late afternoon. As a result, the things he bought required 2 people to carry. Arian was disappointed and frustrated because the plan had completely failed. At this rate, the kid would only remember him as a pack mule. He secretly admired the kid. He was impressive, a noble descendant, yet his bargaining skills were remarkable, to the point where he wished the kid could work for him. Li Han looked at the notebook in his hand and said, "I think I've bought enough." "Where is the stable?" The guy looked at him in confusion. "You can't ride horses near the academy." Li Han shook his head, signaling Arian not to worry about that, because the horse he uses is for a different purpose. There's a stable nearby that has a big sign, and many strong horses. The 3 of them arrived at the Amour stable. Li Han looked around for a moment, thinking, is this the biggest stable? He just stepped into the stable and greeted everyone. The owner of the Amour stable looked at him and said, "You must be a student from the Magic Academy. What do you need?" Li Han observed his surroundings and thought, he understood horses well. No wonder it's the biggest stable in this area. After thinking for a moment, he slowly replied, "I don't know. Does your transport go directly from here to the academy?" The owner was surprised and asked loudly, "How do you know about this?" Then he talked about this farm, mentioning that there are several merchants and explorers who have contracts with the academy, and even the king's emissaries use this place. He invited him to sit down, curious. "But why do you ask?" Li Han was nervous and couldn't find the words. He tightly grasped his pants and carefully said, "I will pay you. Can you schedule a specific day to help me sneak out?" Upon hearing this, the owner was surprised. There was only one reason Li Han came here, which was to prepare for a new way to sneak out. The stable owner looked at him with admiration, noting that he was only a freshman yet so bold. Even among the tribes in the harshest regions of the empire, not many people are as daring as him. He seemed excited and said, "I really want to help you," which made the guy also feel enthusiastic. However, he hesitated a bit because it would be very difficult. Li Han fell into deep thought again. The stable owner recounted, "In the past, I used to guide visitors to the academy, but their security is very tight. They are very strict because we are outsiders." Li Han frowned and thought to himself, "Damn it, I knew everything wouldn't be easy. Even the principal had to go to such lengths." But he continued, "However, there are ways." He approached and patted his shoulder encouragingly. "As long as you can find a mount in the academy." Li Han was surprised and didn't understand the horse trainer's intentions. He shared some information with him. "I only happen to know this. Even though the academy is very strict with outsiders, it's quite lax with those inside. Perhaps it's because people in the academy have complained multiple times about having to fill out too much information before going out." After hearing him speak, he suddenly remembered that last time, even then, it took a while for him to notice there was a professor along. The horse trainer warned, "If you run away, you'll definitely get caught. But if you go with me, I can disguise you as a delivery boy or a professor. He thought this idea wasn't bad, but the hard part that gave him a headache was how he could find a stray horse. Li Han then considered maybe stealing one. The horse trainer immediately reminded him, I only said that as a precaution, don't even think about stealing. He quickly replied, of course not. There's no way that's happening. He presented a steaming cup of tea in front of him. The horse trainer confidently said, even though it will be very difficult, are you determined? Li Han took the cup of tea and immediately saw his reflection in it. He thought to himself, there are still many things to worry about. Li Han took a deep breath to reassure himself. What other choice do I have? He placed the clean cup down on the table and then looked at the horse trainer with trust, relying on him. He instructed, I will come to the academy every Saturday evening. Remember to prepare a mount and wait for me at the top of the academy's tower. We will leave as soon as you're ready. When we head out, there will still be a bit of the afternoon Sunday. While carrying his stuff, a box followed him, calling out, Godanis, wait a moment. The guy helplessly shouted, I understand you want to take as much stuff back as possible, but no store is willing to back down. Li Han asserted loudly, I still have to go. The two of them struggled to carry their things and couldn't catch up. Arian looked up and saw him running off. They stood helplessly watching Li Han hurry away. Arian scratched his head, truly not understanding. Why would a student from a magic school want to go to such a store? Li Han had now arrived and decided to go inside. Li Han carefully asked and stepped inside. Is this the illusion magic shop of Bandu? As soon as he entered, he saw a girl sitting neatly at a table with a crystal ball in front of her. She looked up, staring at Li Han, then politely invited him to sit down. Bandu asked the first question, what brought you here? She closed her eyes to sense his energy, reminding him to take a look for himself. Soon after, Bandu felt a bit uneasy, not understanding why a student from a magic school was here. I'm just a level 3 mage, compared to a student from Enrogat. I'm just like a second or first year student. Why would he come to me when there are many great mages in the academy? Li Han slowly spoke, honestly. There's a tower protected by a magical barrier that I really want to enter. That barrier resembles illusion magic, so I want to ask for advice. She was so worried that she broke out in a cold sweat. He must be talking about the tower in the Magic Academy. He looks like a new student, yet he not only escaped from school, but also found a way to infiltrate their security. She clutched her dress tightly, feeling that he was truly different. You look at him with admiration. He will definitely become a great mage, since all mages tend to think outside the box. She exclaimed, there are countless types of magic that can prevent intruders, so many that even experts might not know them all. Talented mages are like skilled locksmiths. They can figure out the structure of protective magic, and those who are even better can use that information to break them. She warned him, but that requires a lot of experience and knowledge. Even if I teach you the method, it won't be easy to execute. Li Han thought to himself, I always thought it wouldn't be easy from the start. He hesitated for a moment, then asked her a rather difficult question. Is there any trick to break that spell by myself? She chuckled lightly. Break it? Are you joking? Are you serious? Master Trumchu nodded in agreement. She seriously intertwined her fingers, asserting that it was impossible. Even if you understand their structure, those protective spells are still very difficult to dispel, wanting to go all out and use force to break them. You would need a huge amount of mana to overwhelm the spell, requiring a source of power strong enough to disrupt the magical setup, and that is impossible. Suddenly, Li Han slammed the table and stood up. He urgently suggested, could you explain more? She shook her head, sitting back down. In the worst case, you could lose your life. Li Han quickly put his money on the table and added, I promise not to put myself in danger. Please teach me. I have prepared the money. Looking at the money in front of her, she reluctantly agreed, then began to guide him. First, you need a large amount of mana. It's best to use a magic circle or mana stone. She asked him if he had learned how to draw a magic circle. Li Han sat down and replied, I'm still learning it. The measuring table continued to speak. Then you could stand in the center of the magic circle and absorb mana. It would be great to gather such a large amount of mana, but the biggest challenge is that you have to put all your strength into a single attack. The mana released is not a slow flow, but like a flood breaking through a dam. She thought to herself that perhaps he didn't understand, so she continued. It didn't sound easy at all. Li Han smiled brightly, interrupting her, understanding that it wasn't too difficult to listen to. The measuring table thought, indeed, he didn't heed my warning, but if he was accepted into Enrolling, he must be a talented young person back home. But there's no such thing as talent. Arrogance is merely a poison that erodes young talents. She gently sprinkled the moonstone powder, causing the space to shimmer. The measuring table began to chant, summoning the moonlight to bend the shape of the water. Then an illusion appeared. The 3 magic circles, the moonlight maze, Lunalian. Li Han was surprised to find himself pushed back. But then he realized he was still sitting right here. He pondered, but I still feel like I'm separated from this space. Was that a spell? And the strange thing beneath my feet, It felt like just one step could be very dangerous. The measuring table thought, "This is the illusion magic I prepared for intruders," then made a dangerous appearance to remind him. "Don't move carelessly. Everything seems very normal." But, Li-Han continued, "As long as I take one more step, I'll get lost in the maze, right?" She was surprised. He was so young and already showing the reason for his confidence. The measuring table reminded him that this is just a low-level spell, but it's still enough to threaten, right? "Do you still want to continue?" At this moment, he understood and felt excited. She was really kind, patiently teaching him these things, even better than the professors at school. Li-Han looked at her with a friendly gaze, thinking of every time he was lightly scolded by Professor Vodali. Being taught gently like this made him want to cry. The measuring table felt frightened by his intense stare. Why was he looking at her like that? He decided to stand up. "Of course, since she taught me, I'll give it a try." He stood up straight and focused on practicing what he had just learned. The surroundings began to fill with illusions. Li-Han felt that this spell was not like a flow, but like a dam holding back a current. His mana swirled into a large circle before the magic staff. Li-Han released the energy, aiming straight ahead. The measuring table suddenly saw the illusion rushing toward her like a storm. She realized that, although there was no sound, she had definitely heard it. The source of Li-Han's power had reached her protective barrier. The measuring table felt a deafening explosion as the spell was broken. The house suddenly glowed in a miraculous way. After that intense tremor, it had now calmed down. The room is a mess, with chairs and tables scattered everywhere, and the hairdresser sits dazed on the floor. She stares blankly at him, still processing the information. Li-Han slowly approaches. He anxiously asks if she's okay. Then he helps the hairdresser up, while she realizes that they truly exist, those geniuses who seemed unreal. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Magic Academy, Principal Osu and Professor Gaxir are waiting at the gate. She speaks up. "Principal, I can wait alone. After all, I'm in charge of this task." Osu quickly dismisses her. "How can we leave you here alone?" He chuckles to himself, sensing something amusing is about to happen. Gaxir looks helpless, hoping Li-Han will be late. She seems annoyed, saying, "You shouldn't be counting on that. Li-Han is different from the average students." The principal agrees with the professor's point. But this isn't about talent. That kid doesn't have money or time. The amount of items he can bring back is limited, and the more he thinks he's clever, the more constrained he becomes. Osu is eager, wishing time would pass quickly, while Gaxir stands beside him, irritated. "You shouldn't speak so negatively." At that moment, it seems she has noticed something. In the distance, there's a large shadow moving suspiciously. Gaxir flips through the information paper, pondering, "What is that? A huge carriage or maybe a giant porter?" Then the truth surprises her. It's Li-Han. He breathes a sigh of relief for arriving just in time, carrying a ton of stuff he bought today. Additionally, there are many wooden crates hovering behind him. The principal and professor suddenly catch a whiff of his presence, both astonished. Gaxir quietly admires him, not only carrying a mountain of items but also using low-level control to manage several crates. It's definitely hard to do that with just low-level control. Principal Osu clenches his fist in frustration. He sighs, realizing that Professor Vodali has taught that kid a lot. Gaxir questions loudly, "But who taught him physical enhancement magic? That spell has many side effects and is forbidden for most boys. Did he learn it by himself in the library?" Osu hastily intervenes. "There's no need to be so harsh." He lectures Gaxir. "Mages won't grow if you impose too much on them." Now she understands. It turns out that the skull-faced teacher led him astray. Gonadante's nimble steps are a very special spell. Most physical enhancement spells only work in specific areas, especially for beginners. However, this spell requires enhancing 4 separate areas, even though it's only a level 1 spell. The name alone indicates how difficult it is. Li-Han looks at that book, thinking he understands why the principal named this spell after himself. "That was your dream from yesterday." Li-Han sighed deeply. He read the information in that book helplessly. At least the spell's name should relate to its effect. But the spell was hard enough without being deceptive. He couldn't even count the number of failures. Li-Han tossed the book in frustration. Continuing like this was just a waste of time. He plopped down, intending to give up. Li-Han tried to think in a different direction, but he didn't realize it. Li-Han's flexible and clever thinking was an advantage even stronger than his mana. He wondered when Osu created this spell and for what purpose. He decided to take a risk and try to create it. After all, this was just a dream. Li-Han guessed that he was still very young back then, with wild, fiery eyes, and Osu's temper was terrible too. Judging by his appearance, he must have been fierce and strong. He was very skilled in battle, so his body was both sturdy and agile. Perhaps this was the feeling of a god molding clay to create humans. He thought to himself, if he added dark clothes and a suitable staff while Li-Han's hands were covered in dirt, in just a moment, his thoughts had completed a clay figure. Li-Han's face was smeared with dirt as he looked at his creation and sighed. Each of his hands still had a bit of dust as he stared at that face. Well, he should be able to get up now, right? Since this is a dream, it should work. Li-Han blew a breath onto the clay figure's face, and immediately, the right eye flew off. That eye suddenly reappeared, and the pupil emitted a green light. He was stunned, not expecting it to truly awaken. The clay figure seemed to be infused with life and slowly stood up, staring at Li-Han, its eyes glowing as if it had a soul looking straight at him. Li-Han thought to himself, "It's incredibly strong." Thankfully, it wouldn't move without a command. His hands began to glow. Now he had an image of the one who created this spell, making it easier to visualize. Blue streaks of light appeared around the clay figure. If it was a physical transformation spell created by someone like him, it would be like that. Li-Han grasped the wooden staff and shouted, feeling the earth tremble with each step he took. Green winds surrounded him, and this power lifted Li-Han into the air. He saw the magical energy coursing through his body. Li-Han closed his eyes, feeling that flow of magical energy within him. Then he opened his eyes. They emitted a green light like the magical energy he had seen earlier. He thought to himself, "It's hard to believe. My whole body feels completely different." Li-Han felt the book congratulating him, and he turned to thank it. Suddenly, words from the book flew out, continuously like vines. He looked up, realizing it meant it was time to return. Li-Han suddenly remembered, wait a minute. Did the physical transformation spell have any side effects? A spell meant for multiple areas must be an S grade. Before he could finish speaking, the book immediately slammed shut. He woke up from that dream, sweat running down Li-Han's face. The morning light streaming into the room made him exclaim, "It's bright out." Moments later, Li-Han had to carry heavy items on his shoulders along with his magic. Exhausted, Li-Han thought to himself that even if he wasn't sure, he had to use a spell. There were too many things to carry. Osu and Gaxier stood outside the gate, astonished to see him manage all that. He thought to himself, this kid is using my magic. And wait, he's releasing mana from his body. Not only that, but he's repeatedly using spells, controlling his output multiple times. Osu couldn't believe it. A normal wizard would definitely faint from mana depletion, yet this guy has so much mana. He should have passed out the first time he cast a spell. As Li-Han arrived at the gate, he greeted the two. He stared at him closely and said, "Welcome." Li-Han sighed, thinking that judging by his sad expression earlier, he must have broken his master's trap. She worriedly advised Li-Han, "You should drink some stamina potion and then rest. I advise you to get a deep sleep." He thought to himself that he had already dealt with the side effects of the spell, but her words made him feel really scared. Li-Han nodded and said, "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked inside, surprising the two. Suddenly, Osu remembered something and jolted. Wait a minute, where did he get the money from? Arian seemed to want to say, "Young master, don't forget about me." That afternoon, everyone was checking the crates. One student exclaimed, "Look!" Another student nearby came over to Li-Han, happy that he was awake. Both of them surrounded Li-Han, asking about his health. The girl said, "I was worried about you." The boy then asked Li-Han if he was hurt anywhere. Li-Han told them he was fine and that they didn't need to worry. Li-Han knew his problem was that he was too healthy. Li-Han sat down, breathing out, thinking that he thought the side effects would last another 2 days. His body felt fine but made him more anxious. Suddenly, a cup was placed next to him, and a voice said, "Here, drink some hot chocolate." Li-Han looked over and recognized it was Johnner. She continued, "I'm not asking for anything from you, so just take it." Johnner sat next to him and said, "I took care of your horse while you were sleeping." Hearing that, he thanked her. Li-Han hesitantly looked at Johnner and asked, "But that horse was a bit difficult, wasn't it?" She was surprised. Then Johnner smiled, recalling the fun times taking care of Hesiop, and replied, "It was really good. It listened well when I let it." He felt angry and thought, "What? That horse?" Li-Han crossed his arms. "Just wait and see." Johnner stretched, tired. A new week begins. She turned and asked, "Do we have any more homework?" He replied, "We've finished Professor Urigam's assignments. There's just one left." Li-Han's banner of the white tiger appeared. He said that all they needed to do was capture the flag from that tower. The principal's homework is a lesson on basic personality magic. Although I don't know how it will improve a person's character, we absolutely need to get that flag. Li-Han turned to ask if anyone had tried it, and everyone's face went pale. The other guy said there was no effective way, while the girl next to him tried to tempt him with sweets but failed. Breaking in didn't work either. We got kicked out. Bribing didn't work because they firmly refused. The last option was negotiation, but that didn't succeed either. He thought to himself, luckily they were cooperating, and not just sitting around waiting. Guy Nando shrugged nonchalantly, suggesting we work with them and trade for a second chance. Both of them were angry, and the other guy exclaimed, "What stupid words did you just spit out? bullying them like that. Lihan stepped up to advise everyone to stay calm. There was no other way but to ambush. I have an idea. Both of them happily chimed in. We're counting on you, Lihan. You crossed your arms. Isn't trading for a second chance better? Those white tigers look trustworthy enough. He was surprised to rarely see Guy Nando give his opinion, and Lihan asked why he thought that. Guy Nando cheerfully replied, when they gave me bread and milk, they spoke very kindly. After hearing that, he was startled and quickly turned away. Lihan thought, in a place like this, they gave him milk and bread? This is definitely a trap. General. Lihan looked helplessly at him, cheering up. They want to bribe Guy Nando? He would be a good target if they didn't know anything. His eyes brightened with an idea. Lihan raised his hand and thought, wait, what if? After thinking it over, he placed a hand on Guy Nando's shoulder, calling him closer, and whispered the plan to him. After he finished speaking, Guy Nando got excited, saying, you're the only one who understands me. I'll be right back. Guy Nando quickly left to carry out the mission, and he smiled contentedly watching his back. At the same time, in another setting, a voice rose, it's done. The group from the White Tiger Club was discussing, and the other guy spoke up, we just need to trade this with those blonde guys, right? Giselle was amazed to see it looked just like the real thing. It was definitely worth the effort to deceive. Suddenly, Andrago ran in to announce, Giselle, the blonde guy has taken the bait. He was excited, saying we'll meet him tomorrow in front of the academy. Dumas complimented Andrago, and he cheerfully replied, if I get to eat something good, I have to get something for you guys too, right? He tilted his head, still feeling something was off. The other guy asked, what's wrong, Giselle? Is there a problem? He was a bit suspicious, saying he wasn't sure if that blonde guy was trustworthy. And it was also when the classmates agreed to trade after listening to Lihan. Giselle still couldn't believe they would agree to this. He advised Giselle to trust Andrago this once, and the other guy chimed in, Dumas is right. I agree too. He looked at them angrily. Why are these guys so simple-minded? Giselle tried to reassure herself. Just hold on, it's good to show some friendliness once in a while, he cheerfully replied. You guys are right, having Andrago is already a good thing. Giselle looked up at the sky and thought, after all, even if we lose, we won't lose anything, because it's a reduced game. As night fell, someone hid behind the bushes and said, that's the White Lake Tower. That's Rafford, along with Lian, Han, and Johnner. He happily clenched his fists. It's truly an honor that you called me to assist. We need the perspective of a professional thief. She was startled. He turned to ask what was wrong. Johnner replied, we should also ask Nilia. Lian Han remembered and corrected himself. In his imagination, she was sad. You guys went on a mission together without inviting me? Am I not your teammate? Nilia sadly walked away. I understand now. Thank you for playing with me until now. Lian Han tried to hold back. Both were tense, he thought. This sounds like trouble is brewing. I'll probably have to find a reason to explain this. Lian Han stood up, while Johnner focused on the main task. He turned back and asked, you all remember, right? Thanks to Ganando, they let their guard down. Now we will follow the plan. Everyone agreed to follow the orders. Lian Han thought, actually, it doesn't resemble the plan much. First he and Rafford will infiltrate, while the rest will wait for Lian Han's signal, since they are all nobles and have never ambushed like this. Everyone was nervously trying to find ways to make noise, but Rafford told them they didn't need to do that. He initiated the plan. Let's go. A while later, Lian Han and Rafford stood in front of the tower door. He placed his hand on the door. We should check what kind of magic is sealed inside first. Magical circles appeared. The light from the magic reflected in his eyes. Lian Han was very surprised. Because that door was sealed with many types of magic, it made him feel dizzy and almost fall. But he was caught by his friend. Rafford worriedly asked Lian Han if he was okay. He looked back at everyone behind him, cheering him on, then replied, I'm fine. Just lost my footing. It seems like this won't be easy. He was worried. If he was too tired then, Lian Han said it was okay. He stood up and searched in his pocket, after all. Lian Han confidently took out his wooden staff. The only thing standing in our way is the magic blocking the entrance. It was a beautiful morning in the greenhouse. Students had gathered here quite a bit. One student was dozing off while taking notes. Suddenly another student walked over and tapped his shoulder to wake him up. He was sweating nervously. What if the monster escapes? The student taking notes said he would pay more attention. Saying that, he daydreamed in regret, while the other student sighed and went to do something else. Inside the jar, a mass of vines was writhing and coiling. Suddenly, a drop of water appeared on the jar. In another place, Rafford was staring in shock as Li Han cast his magic. He could sense the immense mana building up, even without trying to detect it. Rafford watched him with his eyes closed in concentration, just as he was silently affirming that Li Han was truly talented, when Li Han suddenly opened his eyes. A blinding light erupted from the building they were in. At the same time, inside the room, Osu was reading something. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Osu sensed something astonishing and looked up. Was the protective magic of the White Tiger Tower not activated? Those bastards from the anti-magic group are back again, huh? Just as he was worrying, someone approached to reassure him. It's not like that. Hearing the other person say that the new students had stopped it made Osu breathe a sigh of relief. It must be the homework I assigned them. The only one capable of temporarily disabling protective magic like that is probably him, right? That kid is really reckless. At that moment, the person he mentioned was taking a deep breath. Suddenly, Osu brought up other protective spells besides the ones at the gate and asked what had happened. The other person replied that most of them had stopped working. Hearing this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could he have stopped all of them? How much power did he need to break all those protective spells? At that moment, Li Han was urging the group of students hiding in the bushes not far away to come in. They dashed inside. Seeing the faint lights in the air, he immediately realized that the magic was gradually recovering. This powerful magic, if they all recover, Li Han worriedly thought about something. On the other side, Ganando was exerting all his strength to chase after them. As he brushed past a candle hanging on the wall, suddenly the flame on the candle flared up fiercely. The light from the candle emitted strange beams, transforming into an illusion of a silver tiger that grabbed Ganando's coat. Immediately after, it pulled him away, startling Ganando. So he was dragged away by the silver tiger amidst the anguished screams. Johnner and Asa immediately called out, "I think he's fallen into a trap." Moments later, Ganando was thrown out of the building. Inside, Li Han urged them on. The magical traps are recovering. All the traps are very deceptive. Everyone ran to a large door. Rathford pushed the two doors open with a shout of success. This is the room of the White Tiger Tower. In front of them was a magnificent large room. Everyone was immediately stunned. At that moment, Li Han urged them again, and Rathford shouted in agreement. "We need to take everything valuable here. I mean, we have to find the flag." They immediately split up to search for the flag. Ong stood still, turning his head to observe the surroundings. Then Li Han let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there were no other people here. Otherwise, it would be a hassle. Just as he was thinking this when suddenly, someone called his name from behind. Li Han immediately jumped and turned around, facing Daeju in his pajamas. He gasped, mouth agape in shock. Daeju stammered, questioning, "What are you doing here?" "I heard a noise, so I came out." "How did you guys get in?" Li Han quickly pointed and shouted for Daeju to look behind him. He instinctively turned to search. At that moment, a ball was thrown straight at Daeju's face. The thrower was of course him. Daeju fell to the ground, unconscious immediately. Behind Li Han, someone laughed mockingly, saying this was the price for being arrogant in front of Wadin. Johnner worriedly stepped forward, wondering if this was okay. He looked at Daeju shivering on the ground, thinking he would get into trouble if involved in this. If others saw him get knocked out, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. He wouldn't have to be alone like Nilya. Li Han knelt down. She was immediately moved, covering her mouth and calling his name. Suddenly, Johnner felt something was off. But why was it so Nilya with Daeju? Then they heard a voice saying someone had been found, causing both to turn their heads. Rafford looked very confused, as he stood over a pile of identical flags. Li Han stroked his chin thoughtfully, wondering if they were fake. It was too dark to tell. "We'll have to take them all," he said. And the green-haired student nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the fire from the torch hanging on the wall behind him flickered to life. Instantly, a series of torches ignited, startling both of them. Li Han cursed inwardly. Has it been restored already? Suddenly, a tiger gambler appeared, dragging a student along. Soon, more tiger gamblers pulled others, causing them to scream in fear. Over there, Rafford nervously hugged the pile of flags, informing him that he had gathered all the flags. Li Han made a strong voice. He shouted for everyone to run, and pulled them to flee for their lives under the pursuit of the tiger gamblers. A voice rang out in the hallway, annoyed. "How many times do I have to say it?" A student confirmed there was definitely a noise coming from inside the tower. Hearing this, Rogena merely closed his eyes and brushed it off. What could happen here? The outsiders can't even get into the tiger tower. Before he finished his sentence, a sound came from inside. A series of footsteps echoed, and the two standing on the stairs stared wide-eyed as Li Han's group rushed past, their mouths agape in shock. They immediately recognized that the outfits on those people belonged to the Azure Dragon Tower. Li Han felt anxious inside, fearing being caught. When Adinas rushed by, Rogena was stunned, and upon hearing him call out "Princess," she immediately turned away and ignored him. Then Rogena was thrown into a panic upon seeing the tiger gamblers chasing behind. He looked confused at the crowd, running and shouting for help. Rogena's face turned pale, mouth agape, speechless in shock. In the middle of the night, the tower echoed with his shout. "What is happening?" Moments later, Li Han's group burst out through the door. Behind him, a tiger gambler was closely pursuing, mouth wide open. Li Han flipped and jumped forward, hoping its claws would soon touch his shoes. Finally, Li Han managed to roll outside, leaving the door slammed shut behind him. He sat easily, turning his head back. The door was silent as if nothing had happened. Seeing that, Li Han let out a sigh of relief. Everyone sat exhausted on the ground, some even unable to handle the pressure. Suddenly, a voice called out, urging everyone to get up and chase the bastards from the White Tiger Tower. Hearing that, he immediately paid attention. Li Han quickly called everyone to gather. The White Tiger gang was approaching. He instructed everyone to help those who were too weak to run. Li Han threw Ganando over his shoulder and told him to get up. In his mind at that moment, he saw himself as the driver, while Ganando was the prince in the carriage. He immediately shouted loudly to wake Ganando up. At that moment, the large door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. The gang from the White Tiger Tower shouted at them, cursing them as thieves. Li Han swore in his heart and quickly ran away with the others. Asa watched him carrying Ganando while still running fast, feeling overwhelmed. Li Han anxiously looked ahead. Everyone was running for their lives, but at this rate, they would surely be caught. Hearing him mumble about a distraction, Rathford was immediately stunned. He misunderstood that Li Han wanted to use Ganando as bait, but Li Han quickly denied it. Suddenly, a loud curse made both of them look over immediately. Andrago furiously chased after them, not to mention Rugena, but Daeju actually trusted him. Yet, he betrayed him. He felt frustrated. Li Han immediately noticed a perfect opportunity and turned back. Li Han sneered darkly, saying Daeju was just a pawn to him. He was too foolish to trust him. While Andrago angrily cursed him, Li Han slipped his hand into his coat to grab something. He pulled out a stick and aimed it at him, unleashing a wave technique. Andrago was immediately held down by several water tendrils, struggling futilely. Then he was restrained by the water rings, lying flat on the ground. The rings were too heavy, so Andrago could only lift his head, gritting his teeth, cursing the monster. At that moment, other members of the White Tiger Tower rushed over, calling his name. They were so moved by the sight that it felt as if Andrago had just sacrificed himself on the battlefield. Ganando held back his nausea and said, "You will never win, you know." Hearing that, Li Han just coldly told him to stay still. He stepped forward, threatening them with his stick. Li Han warned darkly, "Don't chase us anymore. I can use that magic as many times as I want, and it's dark now. You can't escape." They gritted their teeth in frustration upon hearing this. He silently calculated, "We must escape before more people arrive. For now, this threat still has some effect for a while." Suddenly, Andrago shouted for them to ignore him and to make the enemy of Daeju pay. Make him pay for betraying Daeju. All of them instantly ignited with anger as they lost their composure. Seeing this, Li Han suddenly regretted not having taken him down earlier. One person stepped closer, and others followed, surrounding him with sticks from all sides. Seeing this, Ganando whispered, "I'm doomed," and Li Han immediately gave him a nudge to keep Ganando quiet. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. "Use water balls on the left, swords to block on the right, then I'll escape when I can hide from their sight." He silently cursed Li Han for always bullying him. Suddenly, Ganando noticed something and pointed towards it. Ganando flailed his arms, telling him to watch out behind, which startled Li Han. The Silver Tiger group thought he was trying to distract them, so they didn't bother to look behind. Suddenly, a massive vine appeared, wrapping around a Silver Tiger student, who immediately panicked. Soon, that student was lifted up by the vine with a loud scream. Even Li Han, witnessing this, broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared in the air, revealing the image of Osu, a monster that had escaped. Another Silver Tiger student was lifted by the vine, leaving Li Han speechless. Truly a touching moment between the students and the professor about a failed experiment. Suddenly, someone yelled loudly, causing him to realize that they were all wrapped up by vines. Li Han quickly regained his composure and thought, "I can't fight that monster while carrying Ganando." While he was thinking, several vines crept closer to them, startling him back. At that moment, Gaxir suddenly appeared behind Li Han. She waved her hands and cast a powerful spell. Immediately, the vines were cut down by Gaxir's magic. Li Han was stunned as he witnessed Gaxir's power. She gently landed on the ground right in front of him. Li Han immediately called out Gaxir's name, and she told him to step back behind her. After Li Han moved Ganando behind him, Gaxir muttered, leaving them stunned. "It's hard to believe another monster has escaped. This week will be very tough for the new students." Then he composed himself and pointed at the pile of vines. "That tree monster has taken your friend." Gaxir held her staff, moving into several positions to cast a spell. She waved her hand to cast magic, and immediately several magical circles appeared behind Gaxir. Wait a moment. Soon, a blinding light flashed, illuminating a corner of the forest. Several vine projectiles were instantly severed and fell to the ground in disarray. The students of the White Tiger Tower were dazzled and fell to the ground. Genji. At that moment, Li Han suddenly turned to ask her what had happened. Gaxier hesitated for a moment and then raised his hand to explain that although this school has a perfect defense system against external invasions, it does not work against things from within because we cannot prevent the situations that may arise when practicing magic. This summoned monster is one such case. It seems that the upperclassmen failed in some experiments. Cutting off her words, she covered her mouth and giggled, saying things like this happen often. Lihan smiled awkwardly, saying he understood and thanked Gaxier. But inside he was screaming, "This is no laughing matter. Students in the school are being attacked." He knelt next to her and said, "I heard there are a few other monsters that have escaped too. They will be dealt with soon, right?" Gaxier laughed reassuringly that they would be caught within a month and reminded Lihan to be careful. Saying that, she turned to help the students untangle the vines, leaving behind a cold sweat. A month is all the professor said to be careful. Lihan helplessly looked up at the sky and sighed. Professors are all the same. Early the next morning, in a tower at the academy, Osu's announcement continuously rang out, reminding students to be cautious of monsters hiding in the school. In the room, 3 people were sitting with their heads down in front of a pile of papers. A female student hugged her arms, expressing her frustration, truly speechless. They were angrily discussing and bad-mouthing the teachers at school, suspecting they deliberately released the monsters. Lihan stood in a corner, drinking water and glancing over at the 3 of them. He didn't think too deeply and simply believed they were just lazy. There are many mages in the academy, and Lihan was sure they could take down a dragon if all the professors were mobilized. They would ask the students to solve their own mess. But if the problem was caused by the students, the answer is quite clear. It's best if everyone just gives up. He placed the water bottle down on the table. Lihan spoke up, cutting off the conversation of the 3, saying, "Stop talking. Let's go have breakfast. I'll cook some food." He skillfully sliced the tomatoes into various pieces. Then he added the minced meat from the cutting board into the pot. The pot of delicious food was steaming, while Johnner handed out paper and pens to everyone. Lihan scooped up a steaming spoonful, saying he would cook some tasty dishes. Everyone must be exhausted after last night's events. Immediately, everyone happily rushed to the table, saying he was the best. In the tower, his voice rang out, telling everyone to line up. Ganando slowly took a big gulp, filling his mouth. He happily chewed with a mouthful of food, but today has its perks too. Hearing that, everyone immediately looked at Ganando in confusion. He laughed with delight, satisfied to see the white tigers frightened. Johnner squinted in agreement. Everyone working together was also fun. I also enjoy indulging in delicious food together. She scooped another hearty portion. It was early morning, and the sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Johnner happily watched everyone laughing and having fun. Suddenly, she spoke up, wishing our lives could always be like this. Just then, Osu's reminder announcement broke the atmosphere. Hearing Asa asking for food, Ganando immediately eagerly asked for some from him. Asa immediately raised his hand to refuse, and if you don't put that hand down, I'll call for a duel. Watching this scene, Johnner could only chuckle. Suddenly, she turned to ask Lihan about the morning class, startling him. Lihan suddenly let out a sound full of confusion. "It'll be fine," he gently reassured Johnner. A moment later, 2 students turned and stared at Lihan intently. The others continued to glare at him, clearly displeased. Lihan awkwardly stood in the middle of everyone's furious glares. He felt helpless, not knowing what to do, and just smirked. It seemed he had no choice. Suddenly, a voice calling his name caught Lihan's attention, making him turn around. Behind him was Daeju, looking at him with a serious expression. He spoke to Lihan in a very serious tone, saying they needed to talk. Daeju called out Lihan's name earnestly. He frowned and told him, "You don't need to worry about me." Flashback to last night, Daeju woke up, feeling anxious from everyone's questioning. He rubbed his chin, confused about what had happened, while the other person immediately recounted the story of the Thanlong group breaking into their tower. The others were angry and sympathetic for Daeju, feeling he had been used and then discarded. Upon hearing them invite him to join their group, Daeju immediately realized everything. He knew Lihan had to play the villain to help him. Back to the present, the 2 stood silently looking at each other for a moment. Daeju appeared strong, saying, "If I'm afraid to approach you because of gossip, then we're not friends. You don't need to demean yourself." He immediately nodded happily. Those words were truly sincere. Actually, things weren't as he thought, but the mix-up and Daeju's reactions weren't praiseworthy, so Lihan decided to let him continue misunderstanding. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted. 2 students angrily ran over, shouting, and Daeju got tricked again. They stood in front of him, carefully protecting him. Daeju wanted to say that they didn't need to do that, but he didn't dare. He was speechless, looking at the scene before him. This was better for him. Suddenly, Ingarel's voice rang out. "Good morning, students." He smiled and walked over slowly, greeted by the students. Ingarel told a story about how he woke up to a bunch of monsters roaring around, wondering what kind of cursed place it was. causing the students to feel weak. Saying that, he lowered his head again. But since the students had to continue their studies here, he thought about what could help them in this situation. Li Han immediately felt that this conversation was heading in a bad direction. Ingerel raised his index finger, having considered the situation carefully. "I've decided to catch a real monster and have you all practice fighting it," he cheerfully declared, raising his fist dramatically. Hearing that, he immediately felt shocked and a bit scared. Li Han was pale with fear. He realized he had made a mistake. The professor should have figured out how to ensure no monsters were lurking around here. Suddenly, a student excitedly spoke up in support of that decision. The group of Silver Tower warriors expressed their determination. A true knight faces their fears. Hearing these words, Ingurel was deeply moved. He thought he would reconsider if someone opposed it, as talented swordsmen truly think differently. Suddenly, he turned to Li Han, startling him into joining in. Following Li Han's cue, he quickly covered his mouth, regretting his impulsive reaction. In the end, he could only bow his head in acceptance amid the cheerful laughter from the professor. Ingurel took out a box and told them to draw lots to form teams of 3. Those with the same number would be on the same team. Moments later, the results were in. Li Han nervously held up the number 4 while glancing at Daeju. He was also sweating, holding up the number 4, confused as he looked at him, and the last one to draw the same number as them was Jizzle, who was smiling. The 3 stood in silence, looking at each other without saying a word. Li Han and Daeju felt despondent. They both shared the same thought at that moment. It was a total disaster. He crossed his arms and laughed sinisterly. "Thanks to you, Wadina, I've been very happy these past few days, especially on the day I scared him." He immediately remembered the miserable scene from before. Li Han sighed deeply, feeling a sense of despair. He seriously suggested that they should forget what had happened. Jizzle seemed to hear the joke and turned away with a scoff. Watching him angrily turn away, Daeju anxiously looked at Li Han. "You're not serious, are you? Since they both came from the north, I know how he is. He holds grudges for a long time. He will definitely get in your way." Hearing his warning, you can imagine that the upcoming group task will be exhausting. Suddenly, an announcement echoed, capturing everyone's attention. Ingurel saw that the groups had gathered and moved on to the next step. "Each group must choose a leader. I have prepared something to help you. Anyone with a red dot on their paper will be the team leader, while the others will follow and fight the monsters." He pointed to the red dot on the drawing paper. Hearing about choosing a team leader, Li Han immediately felt uneasy as he looked at his paper. There was absolutely no red dot on his paper. Li Han quietly pleaded with Daeju to tell him he had a red dot, but all he received in response was Daeju's apologetic look. After speaking, the two immediately turned to look at the other side. Giselle was smugly holding up his paper with the red dot. He sneered maliciously. "I will be the team leader, Giselle." Immediately, calls for the team leader rang out, and Giselle insisted it had to say Giselle. Suddenly, Li Han gently called out, "Team leader Giselle, I hope you'll give clear instructions if you don't want to be stabbed in the back," he said, smiling brightly as a warning. He wasn't to be outdone either. "Number 1 subordinate, I'm looking forward to working with you." Watching the two people argue while wielding knives made Daeju break out in a cold sweat. He anxiously watched the two, his face turning pale. There's a saying that knights who have witnessed snowstorms in the northern mountains fear nothing anymore. And Daeju is one of those people. But he was truly terrified of the current awkward situation. Suddenly, someone raised their hand to ask the professor a question. Hearing him ask what kind of monster they would face, the 3 immediately turned to listen in. But Ingurel, appearing mysterious, said he couldn't reveal that yet. He squinted his eyes and raised a finger, saying that to deal with the unknown monsters in the future, they must learn to fight without information. Hearing this, both Li Han and Giselle looked frustrated and speechless. Li Han, used to the irresponsible viewpoints of professors, wanted to ask if Ingurel had any advice for them. Before he could speak, a student from the White Tiger Tower excitedly cheered. "No wonder he's our professor." Others quickly chimed in, promising to make him as happy as a blooming flower. Li Han could only swallow his words upon seeing this scene, but this was a magic school after all. Giselle beside him couldn't hold back and raised his hand to cover his face, thinking they were a bunch of fools. Seeing him turn to look at him, he asked in confusion, "What are you staring at?" Li Han explained that they were thinking the same thing. Giselle snapped back, "Don't be ridiculous. All you need to do is follow my orders." He nodded in agreement. "As long as your orders make sense, why would I intentionally cause trouble with you?" Hearing this, Giselle smirked. "Aren't you the one who knocked us out and left us to the professor?" Seeing Li Han still trying to reason, Daeju broke out in a sweat and stopped him. Li Han said he just wanted to clarify the misunderstanding, placing a hand on his shoulder. "There's a misunderstanding that can't be explained further. You do have a talent for annoying others," Daeju thought. But he dared not say it out loud, only lamenting internally. Ingurel's voice echoed in the clear sky, instructing each group to go in one at a time. "The monsters will be waiting for you inside." I want each group to use their own methods to escape through the door on the other side. After a while, it was Li Han's group's turn to approach the large door of the tower. He calmly pushed the door open, allowing light to spill inside. Li Han stood still, observing inside for a moment, but it was silent and dark within. Then he pulled something out from his pocket. It was still pitch black inside despite it being noon, perhaps intentionally simulating the encounter with monsters at night. Li Han raised his wand and cast a light spell, illuminating the entire space. A dazzling light source immediately appeared in the sky, brightening the dark tower. Jigel quietly observed his actions without any reaction. He furrowed his brow, analyzing this energy source. Could it be a booster potion? Suddenly, something in front startled all three of them. A monster slammed its hooves down powerfully onto the ground. Its nose continuously snorted out cold bursts of air. It was a majestic, ice-themed bull monster. It glared with fierce, bright eyes, looking at them with little friendliness. Jigel hesitated, wondering if this was the same bull from before. Li Han wasn't sure and replied to him. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Li Han felt the energy from the bull was quite similar to a booster potion. Immediately, an image of Uragum flashed in his mind. Could it be that bull? He let out a disbelieving chuckle, and seeing this, Daeju stepped forward to inquire. Li Han quickly steered back to the main issue, stating they should focus on the current situation. He mentioned that he sensed two different types of energy from it, a booster potion and a spirit. Daeju immediately asked what they should do while Jigel glanced at him with disdain. It was so obvious, yet he still had to analyze it. Li Han calmly suggested that regular attacks would likely be ineffective. Could they channel mana into their weapons? Upon hearing both of them affirm they could, Jigel chimed in that he could too, but suddenly paused, shocked as he remembered something. Jigel angrily gritted his teeth, questioning how he could do it when he wasn't from a knight family. Meanwhile, Li Han and Daeju ignored him as they discussed their plan, deciding they would split up and take turns attacking it. He crossed his arms and told him to ask who would be in the center position, the most dangerous spot, facing the bull directly, making it the easiest target for an attack. Daeju was confused why Jigel was telling him to relay this when Li Han was right beside him. Just then, he told Daeju to inform him that obviously, the center position should be the captain's responsibility, which left him bewildered. Daeju stood awkwardly between the two who clearly didn't like each other. He sighed, realizing he didn't expect these two to be so childish. Eventually, they decided to use rock, paper, scissors to determine who would take the center position. After a moment, Jigel stepped into his position, ready. Daeju quickly took his position on the other side. Meanwhile, Li Han stood firm in the central position. They surrounded the monster in a triangular formation. He was frustrated, standing in the center with his sword raised, ending up like this. The strategy was simple. They would split into 3 different sides and slowly approach the bull until it reacted to one of them. The targeted person would focus on dodging while the other 2 continuously attacked it. The problem lies in dodging the bull's attack. This only tires out the baiter, while the attack position is quite easy. Li Han faced the bull, quietly lamenting. The monster pawed at the ground, preparing to charge forward. Suddenly, it let out a thunderous roar with a fierce expression. That terrifying sound seemed to resonate throughout the space. Jigel instantly felt pain and gritted his teeth, hastily covering his ears with his hands. Daeju was so disturbed that he had to squeeze his eyes shut. Suddenly, he felt that this creature was not as easy to take down as he had thought. If that's the case, instead of approaching it, Li Han slowly pulled his wand out of his robe. He raised the wand and cast the water spell, commanding the flow to begin. A stream of water immediately shot up high at a rapid pace. The streams of water fell fiercely onto the bull, like a barrage of bombs. It angrily puffed out more smoke. Daeju admired Li Han, unable to help but be in awe of his power. Suddenly, he remembered something that made him panic. The direction in which Li Han shot the water balls felt like they were cornering it. At that moment, the bull was charging towards Jigel. Li Han was still controlling the water spell to create water balls. He calmly watched the scene before him without a hint of reaction. The bull, enraged and frustrated, glared at Li Han and cursed him out. Back to before. An idea had sparked when they chose positions for each person. Jigel's plan was to intentionally lure the bull towards Li Han. However, just like that, he also had a similar plan for Han. Han was furious when he realized Li Han's plan. There was no way he would just give up without a fight, Jigel thought as he turned to run away. He quickly ran around behind Li Han to avoid him. Seeing this, he paused, not understanding what Jigel intended to do. Suddenly, Li Han shouted, "I will hide in the shadows," then vanished, startling Jigel. At that moment, Han suddenly realized that the distance between him and the monster had closed in unexpectedly. Jigel immediately raised both swords, ready to defend himself. He swiftly slashed at the neck of the raging bull, but immediately after, the wound was quickly healed. The monster turned and ran off a short distance. Jigel gritted his teeth, looking at his sword's tip, worried. The cut was too shallow. He saw the bull growling. It had recovered instantly. Ji-Yel cursed under his breath and ran forward, with no other choice. He adjusted his sword, casting a spell around his body. Ji-Yel took a defensive stance, ready to face the charging bull monster. He immediately swung his sword, striking straight at the beast. Suddenly, a powerful slash hit the body of the bull. It sensed that something was wrong. In the next moment, the bull was violently thrown against the wall behind. It then lay unconscious on the ground below, leaving Ji-Yel and Daeju in shock. Han was astonished, his mouth agape, his mind filled with question marks. Daeju also stopped, confused about what had just happened. Suddenly, Li Han appeared from nowhere, emerging into the light. He stared at the broken sword, now shattered into many pieces. Li Han clicked his tongue, watching it disintegrate. He had poured too much mana into the wooden sword. It was bound to end up like this. Suddenly, Daeju stammered, asking how he managed to knock down the bull with just one blow, and hurriedly told him to forget about it. Li Han ran while urging everyone to take the chance to escape the dungeon. Daeju ran, sweating coldly because Ji-Yel was looming behind him. The pressure was so intense he didn't dare look back. At that moment, he gritted his teeth, not expecting that he would dare to use me again. He better watch out. Daeju ran after him, asking if Li Han was really okay. Hearing this, he immediately replied that he was. Anyway, the team would disband after this class. There were loud noises coming from inside the dungeon, echoing continuously. Other students were screaming while rushing out through the door. Li Han and Daeju sat down to rest, watching them panting heavily. He let out a sigh. They were the last group, so class must be over now. Ingerel walked up, clapping his hands, telling them to gather, which confused Li Han slightly. Their group had defeated the bull thanks to transferring mana to the sword, but how did the other groups manage to get through? He praised them for their excellent performance, saying that just escaping from the bull was commendable. But there was also a group that managed to defeat it, which startled the two. Li Han turned red with embarrassment. The task was just to escape, and he never thought the teacher would specifically praise them for defeating it. Hearing murmurs, Ji-Yel clenched his teeth in anger. Ingerel asked for their thoughts on the monster, and several comments immediately surfaced, saying it was stronger than they had thought. He smiled knowingly, saying he was sure everyone was surprised by it, which made Daeju and Li Han turn pale and awkward. Ingerel thought the students all realized one thing after successfully escaping. There was no reason to be afraid. One must face their fears to overcome them. This also applies to swordsmanship. You must always calmly analyze the enemy. If you can't win, think of ways to escape. I believe you all learned a lesson that can't be conveyed in mere words, and the students felt deeply moved. Daeju was nodding and understanding when he mentioned there was one more thing to announce. Ingerel's announcement made him immediately stunned. They would keep their group until the end of the semester. Daeju quickly turned back, unable to believe what he had just heard. Both Giselle and Li Han wore extremely displeased expressions. The atmosphere among the three became heavy and hard to articulate. He asked if he should apologize for what happened earlier. Daeju told Li Han it was best to let him be the bridge between the two sides. A little later in the alchemy class, Johnner confidently rolled up his sleeves, saying he was ready for the lesson. She wondered why Li Han was late today. Suddenly, Johnner gasped in surprise and called his name. She looked at Li Han, who was being held by two people by his arms, questioning why they were escorting him like a criminal. He shyly said it was just a misunderstanding. They came after my class ended and said they had to protect me. The other two immediately raised their voices, declaring that everywhere outside the Azure Dragon Tower was a battlefield. There are monsters out there and a bunch of people from the White Tiger Tower who want to harm him. Who else can protect Li Han if not us? Johnner hesitated, saying he felt stronger than all of them combined when suddenly someone interrupted, saying they were right. Sienna, holding a tray, seriously stated that our current situation was very dangerous. Li Han immediately spoke up, asking in a roundabout way, "It's been a while since I saw the unparalleled genius of the Freeman Church, Sister Sienna, the master of alchemy." She handed him a potion, saying, "This is a potion I made to take down monsters. You should give it a try." Li Han immediately acted politely like a gentleman, saying he was very surprised by this wonderful gift. Over there, Nylia whispered in confusion, wondering if he owed Sienna something, and Johnner squinted, replying that he was thinking the same. Eurogram opened the door and, seeing them standing there, told them to return to their seats in confusion. The old man stroked his beard and stepped up to the podium, asking, "How was your weekend? Did you finish the potion?" He smiled brightly at the students. The students below responded verbally, but inside they were frustrated that Eurogram was ruining their weekend. Seeing this, Li Han felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why did he feel like he could read their thoughts? Eurogram shouted in astonishment, "Everyone is done? No way!" Sienna, looking impatient, said, "We cooperated to finish the assignment, Professor." The old man let out a breath, saying, "Well, that's fine. Good job." Eurogram then announced that if they had already made it, This was the first step for them to enter the world of alchemy. He opened a bottle of water while teasing, "But I bet the results of your work are just so-so." A mist emanated from the jar, causing a green branch to appear. A blue flame appeared on the leaves of the branch. Eurogram picked up the branch, smiling. "See? A weak potion can only create a small flame." The students were all surprised, saying it was amazing and hard to believe it could create fire. The old man confidently declared, "Now, let's move on to the next jar, shall we?" Before he could do anything, the branch in Eurogram's hand suddenly burst into a large blue flame, leaving him astonished. What's going on with this vial? Then he wondered who exactly is Ha-Gordanas, as Lahan noticed the confused look on his face. Why was the professor looking at him like that? He didn't want to believe it but still spoke confidently. Even though some vials were very well made, don't get too complacent too soon. Eurogram slowly spoke, clenching his fist because from now on, it would be tough. Saying that, he opened his hand to reveal a small rabbit. Today, we will learn about spirits. If you want to become a great alchemist, you must expertly concoct various potions and gain support from the spirits. Eurogram continued, and the rabbit spirit opened its bright eyes to look. Everyone was amazed and started to chatter. It's the first time I've seen a spirit, Lahan thought, so all spirits look like this. Wanting to learn about alchemy, he pulled at his shirt, where some bones were neatly tucked in his pocket. Lahan frowned, thinking, no wonder no one wants to learn alchemy. Meanwhile, the old man continued, this is the ice spirit I often use. That little rabbit may be small, but it's very powerful. Everyone looked at the spirit with great interest. Eurogram added, because this little guy is strong enough to take down the whole class. Hearing that, the spirit raised its face proudly. Lahan and Johnner listened attentively. It was still too early, so the class would first try with lower-level spirits. You can't immediately form a contract with a high-level spirit. You must start with low-level spirits and build trust. Suddenly, an image of a fire spirit sitting at his feet and a rock-shaped figure standing behind appeared. A large streak of blue water shot down to the ground. Eurogram was sprinkling the crystal shards on the ground while saying, the more this place is filled with spirit energy, the easier it is to enter the spirit realm, which also increases its source of power. Asa and Johnner listened carefully and took notes, first outlining the plan to befriend the spirits. The only way is to be sincere and honest. The old man emphasized that if you approach with bad intentions, the spirit will immediately flee, so be careful. Lahan turned to look, thinking this might be the most useful class from that teacher so far. Suddenly, a vial appeared on his table, and Eurogram instructed everyone to drink from the vial in front of them. He stared intently at that vial. Johnner picked up the vial and drank, while Asa stared at the vial, thinking something over. The old man was excited, saying, now I wish you all a great journey. He shut his eyes, then opened them to look. In front of him was a snowy landscape surrounded by ice mountains and volcano craters. Lahan looked around and thought, this feeling is like the black book of the headmaster, so this is what it feels like to enter the spirit realm, not being forced. He smiled, clearly having fallen next to the habitat of the fire and ice spirits, both of which are not bad. He walked forward with determination. Alright, let's get started. The scene shifted to a wooden platform somewhere, and Johnner exclaimed in delight, this is amazing. Johnner cheerfully told Asa, it's hard to believe that just a few seconds in the real world felt like I was in the fairy world for a long time. Asa continued, I talked to a carp spirit, and Nelia was also listening intently. Suddenly, Eurogram covered his ears, wanting to say something but decided to speak in the tower, startling the other three. Eurogram smiled. You guys know how difficult it is to communicate with spirits, so let's all try to befriend them whenever possible. Then the old man said loudly, everyone disperse, and the students collectively thanked the professor for the lesson. Everyone began to move out of the classroom. Then Eurogram pointed at the boy and said, wait, come here. The boy, with a gloomy expression, approached the old man and asked, what happened? Seeing his face, he thought to himself, please don't tell me this kid has already made a pact. He pondered for a moment, then said, I've encountered a major problem, sir. Hearing this, the old man looked relieved and smiled. Eurogram was secretly delighted. This is what a rookie mage should be like. Then he asked, what's going on? They aren't listening to you? The boy sulked. It's not just that. He looked down and pointed at himself. They all ran away the moment they saw me. I've met many spirits, but he recalled the day he ran away, the day the fire spirit also fled. He felt frustrated. Their reactions were all the same, and the old man was equally surprised. Why did they all run away? The boy sighed and replied, yes. Hearing this, the old man pondered. Wait, thinking back, I heard something similar before. It's the story of a wizard who returned to the spirit realm after becoming a grand wizard, appearing as a man holding a staff standing between the icy mountains and the volcano. That person entered the spirit realm more easily thanks to his abilities, but the spirits didn't like him. They all ran away together. This was because the aura emanating from his soul frightened them, and the spirits were terrified of the power he radiated. He wondered, then why do they keep treating me like this? The old man sighed. It could be due to the amount of mana you possess. Hearing this, he became even more dejected, and Uragam encouraged him. Luckily, there's a solution. Uragam continued. Then the Grandmaster befriended a spirit. Hearing this, he brightened up. Really? How did that person do it? The old man calmly replied, that person used magic to capture them and made them his friends. He was left speechless. He forced them to be his friends. Lihan asked in confusion, aren't spirits stronger when they're in the spirit realm? Uragam thought for a moment and said, yes, there is a small issue like that. The old man smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. Anyway, just try your best. It might be very interesting. His face darkened slightly, agreeing, but still thought to himself, yet the professor can still say that. Next time I visit his cabin, I'll bring some food. He thought about delicious treats. Sienna, full of worry, said, that's a big problem, Lihan. Lihan, along with Sienna, Jonder, and Nilia, headed to the classroom together. Sienna suddenly spoke up. There are many cases where spirits are frightened of humans due to misunderstandings. The two friends beside her looked astonished. Since when has he been standing here? I thought he was one of our tower's people. She turned to Lihan and said, that happened in my church too. He asked back, is there any way to avoid it? Sienna recalled the scene in class. The church had used this kind of potion similar to what we used in class today. It could attract spirits. Hearing this, Lihan was filled with joy, and a boy nearby was surprised while the girl turned back and smiled. I didn't know we could do that. She held up the necklace around her neck and continued, there's a secret recipe passed down specifically for spirits that I've made before. If I have enough ingredients, I'll make it for you. Just ask if you need any. The two others listened, feeling cheerful. Sienna took out paper and pen to write the formula. These recipes required a lot of ingredients. Once she finished, she handed over a super long sheet filled with writing. See this? Seeing it, Zahn looked astonished, thinking it was way too much. Lihan asked, seeing the long list of ingredients, is there any way to gather all of this? Sienna nodded and replied, yes. She looked up and continued, Professor Uragam's lab has all these ingredients. Sienna clasped her hands together, meaning, so you have a way? I'm ready to help you gather those ingredients. Lihan looked at her with confusion from Sienna's words. The other two cheered happily. No wonder everyone admires Sis Sienna. He thought to himself, wait, are female practitioners really allowed to do this? Lihan stepped closer to the girl and said, hold on, Sienna. Thanks for the suggestion, but it's a bit risky. She confidently replied, Lihan from Godana's Academy supports methods like this. This is surely what the professor wants to convey. Seeing Sienna so confident, he didn't know what to say. He couldn't understand how she came to that conclusion. Then Lihan thought, this idea is so tempting. If we can gather the ingredients, we can use them in the future. Around him, a dark thought crossed his mind. If we could gather a large quantity. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was Nulia, and he asked, what's up, Nulia? Lihan still looked worried. His dark thoughts were clearly showing. She appeared annoyed and pleaded with him, let me come along. Hearing this, Lihan was confused. At first, he didn't know Nulia was like this. What is wrong with this school? No matter how many things change, some things remain the same. Suddenly, something round came flying toward him. Then it slammed into his shoulder with great force. Lihan turned around in pain to look. Then he painfully collapsed to the ground, facing Voda Lee. For example, in Professor Voda Lee's class, he caught that round object and said to Lihan, you're not focused. Lihan slowly sat up, wiping the sweat pouring down. Sorry, Professor, and thought to himself, how can I react when every time I get used to it, you raise the difficulty? He couldn't help but sigh. Oh, these classes on spirit manipulation are so tough. He stared at Lihan without saying anything. Lihan wasn't the only one confused. Professor Voda Lee was also struggling to understand. He had difficulty standing straight as he watched that strange sphere spinning, wondering why it seemed to avoid him so awkwardly. Clearly, a professor could easily penetrate a student's defenses, but Professor Voda Lee didn't realize this. He stood there while the sphere flew around him. Instead, after thinking for a long time, he came to a different conclusion and gently spoke. I understand now. Lihan was a bit startled when the sphere stopped, thinking to himself, it stopped. We can take a break. Voda Lee spoke up. I understand why you're having trouble concentrating. You want to recreate the twist you used to defeat the golem, right? Hearing this, Lihan's face showed disbelief and irritation. What the hell? It's just because of that old man. He continued, you don't need to rush, you'll end up in trouble. Then Voda Lee waved his hand, sending the sphere off to another place. He stared at Lihan with a mysterious look. For the first time, Professor Voda Lee put himself in the student's position, and seeing that, Li Han held the magical staff in his hand, feeling confused. Seeing Li Han standing still, he thought, what would it be like if I were him? Even if I were forbidden, I would still do it. They were standing in a forest where the ground was soaked with water around them. Those who were afraid would continue moving. Someone who couldn't face this would never become a wizard. Transitioning to inside the building, he slowly spoke. I understand now. Li Han tightened his grip on the magic staff in his hand and asked, why, Professor? Why do you say you understand? Voda Li came closer to him, saying, your eagerness deserves encouragement. What should a professor do to prevent a student from choosing a dangerous path? I will help you focus. Hearing him say that, Li Han was filled with shock. Junjun stepped back. Professor, the answer is very simple. Teach them to understand that at the moment they step onto that path, they must use their strength on the sphere. A stream of bright red energy surrounded him. His eyes glinted coldly as he thrust a powerful hand toward Li Han, saying they could die. The sphere with tremendous power rushed towards Li Han, leaving him startled, and he shouted in panic. Before he could finish his sentence, the energy zipped past his shoulder, tearing a hole in his shirt. Panic-stricken, he thought, I couldn't dodge it. It was just luck. Without giving Li Han a moment to calm down, the sphere continued to rush toward him. He used the staff in his hand, and a surge of power manifested. Li Han created a powerful force to block his sphere. The sphere charged toward his strength. The two forces collided quickly, creating a burst of light that shot out in all directions. Li Han's face was splattered with droplets falling down. He panted, his face filled with confusion, thinking, what the hell? Is the professor really going to unleash that? Even the magic spheres are heavier. Voda Li's face darkened, his eyes filled with gloom. Seeing that, Li Han was terrified. Is the professor trying to kill his student? Li Han bent down, thinking, if it's Professor Voda Li, it's possible. He closed his eyes and thought, it's come to this. Li Han's face was filled with confusion as he thought, do I really have to kill my professor? I had considered this before. Vo immediately used his power to attack him. The sphere brushed past him, and Li Han, alert, dodged it. Yanzhang thought, even though it seems impossible, I have to find a way to stop him first. Then I'll have to. Li Han clenched his magic staff tightly. Don't create a big lake, just flow. A stream of water appeared surrounding Li Han. Voda Li thought, he's trying to increase the number of controlled water spheres. Good idea, but wrong direction. It's just making things harder, he panted. Please let it work. Li Han held the large lake tightly, channeling his magic, and used his strength again, making the water a level 2 spell. This spell wasn't too difficult, but Li Han stood beside the ring of water surrounding him. Seeing this, Voda Li chuckled to himself, still impressed because Godanas had never learned how to control water. He retracted that magical artifact, a sign of her potential. He continued to launch an attack toward him, but once I pierce through that fragile forehead layer, it'll be useless. Li Han gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Voda's power surged toward him, and he braced against the water barrier with all his strength. The sphere only touched Li Han's water barrier before stopping. Voda was a bit surprised to see that his forehead shield had been touched by the sphere. He thought to himself, that's right, because he doesn't need to control the forehead back and forth like a water sphere, he just needs to focus on compressing it and turning it into a shield. Li Han chuckled to himself, looking a bit smug as he saw his shield was effective. Now it's my turn, Professor, he said, gripping his magic staff, directing Voda's sphere to attack back at him. Voda saw it but didn't move. He seemed neither scared nor worried. But then Voda just slightly dodged it with ease. The teacher dodged easily, and Li Han cursed in anger. Damn it, this can't be. Then he pulled a bony arm from his pocket. Li Han threw the bony arm toward Voda, shouting, quick, bite him. Then he turned to the table, thinking, this isn't enough. Li Han stomped on the table. I have to take down the professor at all costs. He kicked the table straight at Voda with determination. The bony arm was heading straight toward him. But seeing this, Voda still didn't react, just smiled. Seeing that expression on his face, Li Han was filled with panic. He flew back, while Voda gently waved his hand, causing the table to rise. The sphere on the table also began to move. Then it shot up high, instantly, becoming hard to see. The bony arm's fingers were shattered by that sphere, and flew toward him. Li Han witnessed the scene with surprise. Then the orb crashed violently through his water barrier. At that moment, Li Han finally reacted and raised his hand to shield himself. Before the water broke apart, droplets fell like rain all over him. Li Han sank to the ground, while Voda approached gently. He stopped right in front of Li Han. Voda looked down at him with a gloomy expression. He maintained that expression without saying a word. He had resolved everything. He knew that what he did was merely self-defense. Voda had to be gentle, as if he was about to do something. Then suddenly he patted Li Han on the shoulder and simply praised him, saying, well done. Li Han gasped for breath, his face drenched, looking at him in confusion. A few months later, After countless questions, Li-Han finally understood Voda Li's intentions. He was deep in thought, realizing that Voda liked to push him to the wall to unleash his potential. He sat still at the table, while Voda stood quietly below. Li-Han was unwilling. Next time it would be his turn to do it again. He spoke slowly, expressing that wanting to enhance strength was understandable, but he would learn. He spoke up, saying that sometimes taking a step back is the shortcut. A cute chibi appeared, and he pointed, saying, "Just follow," while Li-Han ran after him. Voda Li encouraged him, saying not to be discouraged. The next lesson would be about what he demonstrated, to which Li-Han responded, still confused. Hearing him say that, Li-Han thought to himself, what is the professor talking about? Is he really going to overlook the details and do whatever he wants? He used his finger to cast magic. Li-Han was startled to see the tables and chairs vibrating around him. Then he fell painfully to the ground. Li-Han was panicked, not understanding what was happening. All the tables and chairs flew up without a sound. Voda stood beside him, using magic while saying, "Now, let's learn how to focus in chaotic situations." He continued slowly. "You are allowed to redo the previous things. I will increase the difficulty if necessary." His face showed clear unwillingness as he silently cursed. "Please stop." The scene shifted to a cloudy evening sky. The bright moonlight illuminated a house nestled among the hills. Zeta was carrying something while humming, heading to see her beloved garden. Then suddenly she noticed a shadow behind the door. She had realized someone was there. A gloomy face of Li-Han appeared, saying, "Hello, Professor." Zeta screamed in fright. She was astonished and stepped back, asking, "Why do you look like you're alive one moment and dead the next?" He, looking dejected, held a basket of vegetables and replied, "It's nothing. I had a tough lesson with Professor Voda Li," he said. And hearing this, Zeta looked surprised. "Why did you teach like that?" Li-Han, confused, asked. Feeling like he had misspoken, she quickly covered her mouth. "It's nothing." Zeta quickly changed the subject. "After studying here for a while, do you have any questions?" He walked towards the stream, deep in thought. "A question? Can we keep flying pets at school?" She looked astonished and asked back, "Why are you asking about this?" Li-Han sat down by the stream with a basket of vegetables, just curious about her school. Zeta thought to herself, "It seems she doesn't know that White Horse is a griffin." She continued, "There are all sorts of things at this academy if you're willing to look for them." He wondered, "If you find one, can you tame it?" She crossed her arms and replied, "It'll be tough, even for someone experienced." Li-Han dropped some potatoes into the stream. "In that case, can I learn from the professor when he's free? I trust the professor," but he thought to himself, it would help escape from school. Hearing Li-Han say that, Zeta couldn't help but sigh, who knew the kid was so passionate about taming monsters. She smiled with determination. "All right, I will teach you everything." Hearing this, his face lit up with joy. Seeing that, Zeta warned her, "Don't regret it. The lessons will be very tough." And Li-Han happily accepted. The next day, he yawned with his mouth covered, looking tired from going to bed late last night. Li-Han and Johnner were leisurely walking to class together. She asked worriedly, "You've been so quiet. Didn't sleep well last night?" He replied, feeling tired. "It's just that I had a nightmare." Li-Han recounted in horror. "I dreamed the professor appeared. It was terrible. In my dream, I was being tortured by harsh training." Hearing that, Johnner gently patted her shoulder in comfort, understanding right away. The classroom door suddenly opened slowly. Professor Garthia entered the class, greeting everyone, and everyone responded in unison. "Hello, Professor." "Professor Garthia," Li-Han thought to herself. "At least the professor isn't mentally scaring me." Suddenly, she asked, "Do you all remember the professor who came to teach dark magic last week?" The students internally screamed, "Please don't tell me we're studying that subject again. I don't want to." Then Garthia pointed towards the door as if to introduce someone. A mysterious person stepped into the classroom. Another professor walked in, and the class fell silent. Garthia began the introduction. "Another professor will teach us summoning magic." Millie spoke up. "I am Professor Millie, teaching summoning magic." The students were extremely excited to have a new professor. Sensing the students' excitement, she greeted them, very pleased to be welcomed. Professor Garthia explained, "Just like dark magic, summoning magic will be taught to you in your second year. But the reason I invited this professor here is because..." Two birds suddenly appeared outside the window, interrupting her. Then Garthia smiled and continued, "I think it will be very beneficial for you at this time." Two girls were very emotional. "Professor Garthia, you're the best." Millie coughed lightly and said, "Now we will start the class. Is anyone interested in summoning magic?" Asa, Jana, and Li-Han all raised their hands in interest. Looking around, Li-Han thought to herself, "It seems everyone is raising their hands. After all, summoning magic is indeed very convenient. There are many summoning spells, so many that no one knows all of them. They even appear in fairy tales. If you're lucky, you might summon the jackpot." Seeing everyone raise their hands, she hesitated a bit before saying she was glad the whole class was interested in this subject. Millie looked up and spoke loudly, but only a few students here could really learn it. Summoning magic is very difficult, and if you're just signing up out of curiosity, you better prepare yourself. Hearing her say that made him gasp internally. Li-Han raised his hand in satisfaction. This is what a professor should be like. People don't realize how deep these words are. He recalled what Professor Vodely said about why you can't learn if you're pushed to the brink of life and death. Thinking back, he silently cursed. This person is not a professor but just a fraud. Back to Millie, she continued her lengthy explanation. Magic involves many fields, so the knowledge must be sufficient. Summoning an inanimate object is also a tough goal. If you're just interested, you should rethink it. Hearing that, the students discussed that they should try to find out if they had any talent. She sighed while Professor Gatsia smiled beside her. She turned to Millie and said, "They are all talented students. Please give them a chance." Hearing this, she waved her wand. A piece of paper appeared in front of the students, surprising everyone. The paper had only one drawing, and everyone recognized it. It was a magic scroll. Johnner picked up the scroll, noting it wasn't a one-time use magic scroll that you just tear in half. Li-Han added that it was a regular scroll with a magic circle drawn on it. Professor Millie asked from below, "Have you all learned basic geometry and arithmetic?" Everyone answered in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Li-Han was impressed. Just using one word, the classroom felt dim. Indeed, some students were not good with numbers. Ganando slumped down on the table, saying it was too hard, but he remained calm. What they were learning here was much easier. She pointed at the students, saying, "Then those who can't use summoning magic should focus on drawing the magic circle in calculations. It's essential. Now draw the magic circle on the scroll in your mind." Li-Han picked up the scroll and began studying it. No matter how long he looked, the scroll only had one magic circle on it. He silently calculated. The magic circle resembled a type of circuit board, with mana flowing through the circle like electricity. The higher the level and difficulty, the more complex the magic circle would be. The formulas for mana circulation had many variations. He understood that's how mana flows. Suddenly, he remembered a goose feather pen, and a lot of goose feathers appeared in his mind. Li-Han was confused. Why did he suddenly remember the goose feather pen? Next to him, Johnner was still deep in thought. Millie spoke up. "That magic circle is a minor spell to summon a goose feather pen," she added, holding a goose feather pen that looked similar. Hearing that, he was astonished. He never expected his wild guess to be correct. As Millie lectured, everyone was focused on the scroll, and Li-Han suddenly realized that was why he remembered them. Then she continued, "All right, let's begin." As Millie finished speaking, the students immediately started practicing. One boy commanded, "Come forth, feather quill." Meanwhile, another struggled with the formulas, wondering what the hell it was. A classmate below pleaded, "Oh, great feather quill, please appear." Suddenly, a surge of power shot into the scroll. Not just one scroll, but the scrolls of other students burst as well, causing them to cover their faces in fear. One boy realized that even a high-level magic scroll could fail if we mistreat it too much. Another student in the front, upon receiving a new scroll, exclaimed in surprise, "The professor just gave us a new one." Everyone looked over to see Adinas practicing with great skill. Look at that. Gradually, everyone succeeded in summoning their feather quills. Cheers of joy rang out. Gatsy felt helpless in the face of the students' excitement. They shouldn't be satisfied with just summoning something similar. Muley beside him sighed heavily. Here, the task of finding the right conditions for summoning makes it a difficult skill. Summoning something similar means failure unless everything is perfect. Otherwise, it's meaningless. At that moment, Asa was also struggling with his summoning. Moreover, creating that required the will of the mage. Therefore, there was a chance it would backfire on the summoning mage, which was exactly Ganondo's fate. He was being repeatedly hit on the head by the feather quill. It turned out that Asa's quill was attacking him, prompting Ganondo to angrily turn around and ask, "How dare you use a quill to attack me?" Asa awkwardly explained, "It's just a misunderstanding. It moved on its own." Feeling quite pitiful, Ganando turned to whine to Li-Han. "Someone's trying to assassinate the prince. Help me, Li-Han." Li-Han, not too concerned, replied dryly, "Just be quiet, Ganando." Then Li-Han focused intently on his summoning. A row away, Andrago was quietly observing Li-Han very closely. He felt a bit satisfied, smirking to himself. Godana still hasn't summoned his quill. Looking at his achievement, Andrago was delighted to have summoned a complete quill. Then he continued to observe his classmates around him, thinking, "I don't believe any other student can do better than me. I should take this opportunity to show off to those arrogant dragonfruit kids," he thought, slamming his hand down on the table. Andrago stood up, showing pride on his face and said, "Don't tell me you still haven't summoned anything, Godanas." But all he received in response was Li-Han's indifference. Feeling ignored like that, Andrago angrily shouted, "Don't ignore me, look at this." Johnner beside him added fuel to the fire. Don't you have a quill at home? Why are you making such a fuss? Andrago continued to respond. I just wanted him to see what I had endured. While he was still talking, Lihan had grabbed his staff. He took a deep breath to concentrate his energy. Then he calmly commanded, come forth. Feather pen. A powerful blue aura radiated out, enveloping the entire scroll. The next moment, Lihan unleashed his powers. The drawing on the scroll began to emerge, continuously emitting mystical blue light. However, after waiting for a while without seeing any feather pen appear, Lihan felt a bit puzzled, thinking he had failed, when suddenly the entire room was filled with a blinding, massive light. At that moment, he was thrown backward. Johnner anxiously asked Lihan what was happening, while Andrago fearfully held his head. Someone shouted, sounding like something had just exploded. But in front of Lihan, a goose feather pen appeared, floating in midair. But not just one. Now countless feather pens appeared and flew wildly around the classroom. All the students were astonished by this. Everyone stopped to ask what these were, another person speculated. I think Gadana summoned all of them, but Andrago was still in shock as Junjun said, it can't be. Lihan gently picked up a goose feather pen. He examined it carefully and assessed. It has a form, but I shouldn't overdo it like this. Getting the right amount of mana is really difficult. Looking at the scroll, he guessed that the spell scroll was damaged, but surprisingly, it was completely normal. Nothing was different from the beginning. Lihan was completely shocked. He picked it up, unable to believe this could happen. Lihan's mana control was better than he thought, and the reason was Vodali. Over here, Gaxir was also reaching out to catch a goose feather pen. Once she held it, she smiled joyfully, very satisfied. Therefore, Gaxir looked over at Melee. Just one was already very difficult. Yet being able to summon this many, Professor Melee must be very. Before she could finish her thought, Gaxir was surprised by Melee's current attitude. She showed no pride at all. Instead, she looked extremely angry. Seeing this, she approached and said with a smile, Lihan has too much mana, so mistakes like this are. Before she could finish, Melee interrupted with a shake of her head and one word, no. She coldly replied, this is not a mistake, leaving Gaxir confused as she didn't understand what was happening. Melee looked at Lihan and affirmed he was a very talented student, but too arrogant. She appeared serious in judging Lihan. She continued to explain that summoning so many feather pens just to show off, if not arrogance, then what is it? Hearing this, Gaxir could only respond helplessly. He's not like that. But Melee shot her a somewhat unfriendly glance, causing Gaxir to feel a bit flustered, not knowing what to do next. Among the professors, there is also a hierarchy, which is even more precise when a professor was once a student of another professor, just like Gaxir's current situation with Melee. She turned to correct her again. Trusting and caring for students is good, but they also need to learn to be aware of their behavior. Gaxir just knows to follow along. Perhaps Melee also knows that on the surface Gaxir doesn't object, but inside she has something to say, so she reassured her but didn't need to worry. Looking at Lihan, who was still practicing well with the brush, she taught that there are many ways to deal with arrogance. Over here, Andrago was teased by Lihan with the phrase, I don't have a brush. He was flailing around, resisting, while Johnner was laughing heartily. After that, even more people wanted to rescue Andrago. They yelled out, saying they had to protect him, which left Gaxir helplessly saying, everyone, stay calm, Miss Lung Tung reminded. Class, let's be quiet. Everyone fell silent again. No one dared to say anything. Melee said loudly, through today's lesson, you will learn that some things are not as easy as you think. Especially today's lesson is the basics of basics. Her words made the students feel down because it was really too difficult. Then Melee continued, normally, you need to accomplish this without using shortcuts. However, if you still want to continue learning, come join my class. She directed her gaze at Lihan and reminded him, many believe that the most important thing when learning magic is talent. He seemed to feel that this was directed at him, as if she was looking right at him. Melee seriously instructed, the most important thing is patience and perseverance. Repeating once more, what matters most is patience and perseverance. Lihan and Janadu stood outside looking into the theater building. He couldn't help but sigh, still gloomy as always. They should at least make this place more pleasant to look at. He immediately recalled that if it wasn't for the welcome subject, things like this would still be important, especially when the only ones interested in this subject were just the two of them. The two of them jumped when they saw someone in front of them. In front of the theater's gate, there were already two people standing ready. They slightly tilted their heads looking at him and Janadu. Lihan was slightly surprised. Wait, there are other people. 2 more students. Gianadu was extremely shocked and turned to him, making him feel confused as to why those 2 were here to study dark magic. Seeing him react like that, Lihan then asked, do you hate this subject that much? He dumbly pointed to his face, proudly saying, the professor told me I have talent. But didn't you hate dark magic? A voice interrupted their conversation. Those idiots from the tower are really loud. Lafdell folded his arms proudly. It turned out to be the infamous Godanas. His face darkened, showing signs of dislike. Li Han was startled to see his golden eyes. He quickly shielded Janadu behind him. He must be from the Silver Tiger Tower, with those golden eyes and strange aura. Li Han was slightly startled. Could he be a Nephilim? Lafdell felt extremely proud. Indeed, the blood of great ancestors flows in my veins. Even a despicable sinner like you can recognize my nobility. Li Han sighed inwardly upon hearing this. He seemed proud of his half-angel lineage, but his angelic blood is not as pure as Taiseling's. He glanced at him, calculating. Although he showed hostility, he didn't seem like the type to follow Gazelle. Li Han looked at Lafdell and concluded that he should take this opportunity to give the Silver Tiger Tower a shock. Why would someone of noble blood work for Merady? He denied it, saying not to misunderstand Godanas. His face was filled with hatred. I absolutely will not follow Meradi's orders. You are deliberately insulting me. Li Han seemed confused. If you don't follow his orders, then why are you? Duke Huang's voice hesitated slightly. Why do you have hostility toward me? Lafdell angrily pointed at him. Don't you know? Then he revealed the reason. The honorable name of the Choi family. That's the name of my esteemed friend, who you have insulted. He fell silent, realizing, so that's it. Janado was slightly startled. Wait, mentioning this. Could you come from the Grey family? The Grey family, a knightly family from the south, is very proud of their angelic blood and is one of the most righteous families, even compared to knightly families. Lafdell didn't deny it, making him a bit flustered. Just as that despicable name said, it is me. What I mean is, why would a member of the Grey family want to learn dark magic? Your family is famous for training knightly families. Hearing this, he replied with great astonishment. The Qinglong group needs to explain even the most basic things, of course, to kill dark mages faster. The two of them were left speechless. The professor will be heartbroken. Li Han and Janado looked at the other person sitting in the corner. The two of them were very surprised. Then why does that guy learn dark magic? Suddenly, that person stood up, startling him and making him lean into Li Han. His height was much greater than theirs. Janado, terrified, clutched Li Han's hand in fear. He'd been sitting all this time. He looked at that person, thinking to himself, perhaps he has some giant blood. He turned around with an awkward face. I'm Yen, nice to meet you guys. He quickly spoke up, feeling flustered. I came here because I'm interested in dark magic, hoping to befriend you all, but that's unlikely. Li Han also spoke up, reaching out to greet him. I hope we can get along. She seems kind. Truly, one shouldn't judge by appearances. The two of them happily shook hands with each other. Right after that, he was extremely startled by something. The mana instantly flowed into his hand, emitting light. His hands trembled in pain after he let go. Li Han looked at her reddened hands and shivered. If she hadn't channeled mana into her body, she would have scratched her bones. She felt incredibly strong. Giannato rushed over from behind, catching him off guard. I'm really glad to meet you. A loud scream echoed throughout the forest. Inside the room in the building, a voice called out, inviting the students in. Mo Tum looked around with a beaming face, surprised to see so many students interested in dark magic. He turned to Lafdell and cheerfully said, You seem particularly excited about this subject. Yes, Professor. Li Han glanced at Mo Tum, who was extremely cheerful, and felt a sudden pity for him. Right after that, Mo Tum commanded, You all stand behind the board that I've prepared, hoping for the teacher's guidance. He looked at him curiously and asked, Have you found the soul fragments from earlier today? He replied, Not yet. Mo Tum raised an eyebrow dangerously and suggested trying to explore stranger and darker places. Hearing that, he felt a bit helpless, but reluctantly replied. He immediately transitioned into the teaching time. Do you remember the lesson from last time? Today we won't dive right into learning. First, we need to enhance your understanding of the resurrection spells. Janado suddenly exclaimed. To be honest, resurrection spells are way more fun than the soul fragments. Mo Tum was taken aback and asked, Wait, have you studied resurrection magic? Upon receiving his answer, he looked a bit dejected. What about the others? You excitedly replied, They really like it. Everyone else besides us went to the resurrection classroom today. He gently pushed the stack of resurrection spellbooks aside. His face filled with astonishment as he loudly announced, We won't be studying resurrection spells. Instead, I'll teach you how to resurrect the undead. Everyone was incredibly excited. Li Han quietly wondered, Is it really okay for him to do that? He was truly shocked. We just skipped so much knowledge. Mo Tum began the lesson. You may not know, but it's safe to say that undead resurrection is the core and most fundamental aspect of resurrection magic. Fentrart raised his hand. I have a question. He immediately posed a question that left Mo Tum baffled. Don't we need bones to resurrect the undead? Didn't teachers in the past have to dig up graves, but now they use corpses that are permitted? Even though it's a taboo, aren't some necromancers fond of grave digging? Motum replied, yes, there are people like that. Li Han, standing next to him, felt annoyed. Does he even realize what he's saying? Motum lightly coughed and turned away. I won't force you to completely resurrect the undead, because if you do, you might accidentally lose control. His face was very serious as he warned, you could end up hurting your grandparents. Hearing that, Li Han turned pale. Why do we even have to do this? Xanadu beside him also spoke up. I almost died from that magical feather pen. He began to demonstrate the spell, starting with the hand part. Motum began to chant the spell very seriously. Li Han was extremely surprised to see this scene. A magical circle appeared on everyone's table. Suddenly, a ghostly hand rose up from beneath, its fingers moving in a very frightening way. Li Han was utterly shocked by the ghostly arm in front of him. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, that's amazing. Motung coughed lightly and began to explain. Everyone wanted to learn how to summon because it looked so cool and grand, but it's not easy to do. The old man immediately provided classic examples of summoning undead. There are many things to consider, even when summoning ordinary monsters, but they have their own will, and there are even more uncontrollable factors when summoning undead monsters. Motung continued to threaten, which is why you need special methods to approach death. His threats terrified everyone. Right now, you can't pull it off, so try to approach the hand by any other method you can think of. Janato immediately raised his hand, eager to give it a try. Li Han silently observed the ghostly hand on the table, deep in thought. He then posed a question to Motung. Professor, is there any undead creature that is easily frightened? The old man responded, puzzled, no, because they are not living beings, so most don't know what fear is. Just as he finished speaking, the old man's eyes widened in shock. The ghostly hand on his table was trembling in fear. It seemed extremely scared as he stared at it. Motung couldn't believe it and wondered, why is it acting like this? Could it be that the chemical reagent I used is faulty? He suddenly glanced over at Janato, who was being tormented by the ghostly hand, and immediately dismissed it, saying, that's not it, the other hands are normal. The old man suddenly paused, silently speculating, could it be? Motung looked at him and exclaimed, surprising him. Then Motung made a request that shocked Li Han. You summon one yourself. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask back, can I really do it? Of course you can. The old man immediately handed him a piece of mist and explained, the strength of a dark mage lies in the adaptability of the summoning. Li Han was very confused as he followed the old man, wondering if it really is about self-adjusting. It sounded more like improvisation. The old man placed his staff on the ground, preparing to do something. He then turned to Li Han, who was standing inside the magic circle. Now, start the spell. He furrowed his brows slightly, thinking, let's see how this goes. He immediately dropped the piece of mist into the center of the circle. Li Han began to exhale a puff of black mist. He then seriously performed the spell, Arise, Ghostly Hand. Everyone was amazed as they watched the scene unfold. A stream of black mist rushed in and surrounded the piece of mist. Motung observed the scene before him very seriously, silently evaluating it. The streams of mist began to weave into the piece of mist. After some time, the mist gradually began to change. Li Han looked on in confusion as the misty arm slowly reached up. His eyes widened in disbelief at what was unfolding before him. The misty hand rose high, as if regaining life. It then came to a complete stop right in front of him and everyone else. Li Han immediately turned to Matum, wondering why the professor was so silent. He stood there, staring intently at the misty arm. His eyes were filled with a fierce gaze as he looked at it. He then silently assessed that the nature of summoning magic was essentially like a chain controlling the summoned monster, which is why novice mages couldn't control those chains. Matum stared seriously and couldn't help but think that the misty hand intended to attack Li Han and needed to dispel the summon immediately. He suddenly noticed that the arm was still motionless. Matum was very surprised. He reacted without hesitation. He quickly moved closer to shield Li Han, saying, stay still, I'll dispel it. The misty hand slowly raised up, spreading its fingers wide. Instantly, it collapsed, leaving both him and Li Han in shock. The misty hand lay down trembling. Matum and Li Han watched the scene in silence. Outside the tower, the atmosphere was filled with dark energy. Matum, sensing something strange, asked, do you have too much mana? Upon hearing this, Li Han sighed softly, asking if there was a way to reduce mana. The professor was surprised, wondering why, as it was a natural talent. He began to think, saying, you don't need to approach the undead, just make them submit with force. Yes, thank you, teacher, Matum replied, but you didn't help much. Suddenly, Zenato's voice shouted, cutting through his thoughts, that bastard, I'll kill him. Zenato, battered and furious, yelled at the misty arm, come at me. His face was bruised from the misty arm's assault. Seeing this, Li Han couldn't help but ask, What about the others? Isn't Zenado supposed to be talented in this area? The professor sighed, saying talent doesn't mean he can fully unleash his power right now. Everyone simultaneously left the ominous building. Gainodu lamented sadly. Those undead have no dignity at all. Shortly after, he looked at Li Han and called out, Li Han, come to the summoning class. Just don't summon undead, right? Li Han sighed at this. Are you sure? Most summoned creatures, including elementals, are aggressive. Laftel, suddenly angry, shouted from behind. You damn summoner, I'm going to get you. He angrily pointed at himself. How dare you ignore me? Li Han sighed again. It was just a slip of the hand, recalling what had happened a moment ago in class. Not only can he summon, but Li Han also wants to test how much he can command, to the extent that he was shocked to have successfully ordered it to self-destruct. Laftel looked at him with eyes full of resentment. He muttered under his breath, that despicable jerk. His bony hand suddenly froze, as if sensing something. It quickly shot straight towards Laftel. He was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. Before he could recover, the bony arm jumped high and struck straight into his face. Back in the present, Li Han sighed softly. He really was just an unlucky guy. Those summoned beings acted on their own accord. Zenado stood beside him and called out with a confused expression. He immediately spoke up, reminding him that the guy had already left. What a pity. At the spirit ceremony, Professor Millie's office, the two of them entered and couldn't help but marvel at how different it was from the dark aura outside. Suddenly, a knock sounded from inside the room. Li Han entered and softly said, Professor Millie, I'm sorry I'm late. I had a little personal matter. She sat inside and casually replied. She immediately looked at him and said, If you have something to do, there's no need to apologize. Li Han was very confused, so she wasn't surprised to see him there. He sighed again. Could it be that Professor Mo had told the other professors about him? Is that how it is? Gennaro looked around, puzzled. He then asked in confusion, Where's your professor who came before me? They had class, so they went to do homework. Gennaro chuckled at the thought of getting off early. Immediately, he was horrified. Wait, homework? I already have a ton of assignments from other classes. She immediately interrupted him before he could finish. A few books appeared in front of the two of them, and he picked up one of the books. She then gently invited both of them to sit down. Miu Li immediately ordered, Read the book and highlight it, then answer the questions. Li Han looked at the book, slightly surprised. It must be a question about applying principles to practice. He focused intently on reading the book very seriously. Soon, he found himself intrigued. This book is really good. I've seen all kinds of textbooks in my field, but this one is much easier to understand. He immediately recalled the waste of time with other books. Most of them were like this. Li Han was instantly excited, but this one was different. She really is an amazing professor. Miu Li looked at him, puzzled. Why was that kid looking at her like that? She glanced at him, then evaluated. It was surprising. This teaching style usually makes students complain, especially the younger ones. Miu Li thought to herself, I need to keep an eye on this boy a little longer. Miu Li's voice rang out softly. That's it for today. Remember to read and study this part for next week. Both of them were very surprised to hear that. Then they took the stack of books in their hands. Ganado, with a blank expression, quietly replied, Yes, Professor. He and the woman shared the same thought. He wouldn't come to study anymore. For sure this kid would never come back. They both were about to leave the building, so see you on the weekend. Miu Li fell silent immediately, unable to say anything more. Her voice surprised him greatly. Miu Li stood at the door looking at him. Then she smiled gently. Sorry for misunderstanding you. See you next week. Li Han stood there, staring at the closed door, confused about what just happened. He turned back to look behind him, feeling very confused. His face turned pale with worry. What misunderstanding did the professor have about him? Osu's voice rang out, surprising everyone. All right, it's time for our life lesson. His face was filled with enthusiasm. Surely you all haven't forgotten the homework I assigned, right? Let's go over it. Li Han sighed softly. How could he forget that homework from that day, about taking flags from other towers? His voice continued. We'll look over the Mystic Tortoise and the Fire Phoenix first. Hearing that, they both stood up to report. We exchanged peacefully. The Mystic Tortoise and Fire Phoenix completed the homework. He sighed a bit, making them confused. Good. Did you really need to show such clear disinterest? Hearing him call, he began to stand up to report. What about the Azure Dragon? We also took the flag peacefully. The Azure Dragon completed the homework. Osu looked a bit disappointed as he gazed at him. Good job. You did great. His face immediately turned to look beside him. He looked at the two who were startled. They sat there, frightened. His face loomed large before them as he softly said, My honorable knight students, you brought it, right? Speak up. Li Han felt a jolt in his heart. It seemed someone was aiming a laser at him. His voice was filled with questioning. Why didn't you bring it out? Jizhou stood up, bowed his head. I'm sorry, sir? Then he looked dejected. We couldn't get any flags. The white tiger didn't complete the homework. Gigio clenched his fists in anger. Damn, this will affect our scores a lot. Osu chuckled lightly, which made him feel powerless. Looks like you failed in negotiation, huh? Just shut up now. Immediately after, his voice rumbled. I've said it before. The purpose of this class is for everyone to get to know each other and to harmonize while learning here. However, it seems not everyone understands that. Right after, he immediately made a request. So I will make this homework easier for all of you to understand. If you head west from the academy, you will see a lake. Those who have seen it will know it's as large as an ocean. There's an island in the lake, and I've hidden a way out of the academy there for you all. Everyone listening was intrigued and utterly astonished. Osu was very excited to hear this, and their eyes lit up immediately. He continued to speak, asking. So this time, he made a request that left everyone in shock. I want all of you to cooperate and bring it back here for me. Gennaro was incredibly angry. That damn skeleton. He immediately yelled, pointing forward. Why should we work with them? Before splitting into teams, the Black Tortoise and the Fire Phoenix will be one pair, while the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger will be on the same team. Do you all want to follow my guidance or not? His hand emitted a bright, blinding light. Osu's voice boomed with intimidation. But if you fail because of this, there will be serious consequences. Back to the present, the atmosphere between the two sides was incredibly tense. Li Han looked at his team and sighed softly. The atmosphere is too heavy. If it continues like this, things will only get worse. He immediately spoke up to grab everyone's attention. Oh, brave friends at the White Tiger Tower. His face was very serious. Can we put aside our misunderstandings and cooperate together? That guy got furious and shouted, it's easier for this academy to collapse than to do that. It's not that bad. His angry voice surprised him. My score is garbage because of you. Are they really worried about the scores? Li Han quickly explained. It seems everyone misunderstood. Think carefully. His explanation made everyone ponder. The principal teaches so that students can learn. Would he really give his students low scores just because of one mistake? In fact, you will directly receive a low score if you give up and refuse to cooperate. Just as he was about to continue explaining, a voice cut him off. Gigel stepped forward and called out, everyone wake up. Gigel confidently interrupted his speech. He immediately spoke out to warn, don't let his forked tongue fool you. Have we ever had anything good happen when we got involved with him? Gigel's questioning tone shocked him. We even got punished because of him, and recently we've been ambushed too. Gigel's voice made everyone angrily look at him. In the end, who do you think tricked Deju and Andrago? The two glared at him as if wanting to devour him like Li Han. Johnner slowly stepped up and gently patted him on the shoulder for support. Li Han closed his eyes tightly, thinking, I don't want to have to do this. But he turned to call out, Deju, come here and make him stop being mean. He immediately reached out towards him, intending to do something. Li Han quickly restrained him, surprising him. He pointed his wand at Deju and loudly said, if you don't cooperate, another tragedy will happen. This time I will throw you into the lake. Everyone was astonished to see him do that. Deju couldn't help but be surprised. He never expected him to choose such a drastic way to make everyone cooperate. Lafdell was horrified and called out his name. Right after that, everyone compromised, saying to stop and let's cooperate, so let him go. Everyone chimed in, promising to take care of it. Li Han immediately released Deju, saying, all right, I'll let it go this time. His face darkened instantly, hoping that you all will be more careful from now on. Gigel was extremely shocked. That cruel bastard, he stopped being vicious right there. His voice was filled with disbelief, unable to believe he actually did that. Although there are some complex relationships formed in basic magic education, that is not the focus. The real issue is the tiger's unwilling to cooperate. Sienna seemed a bit hesitant, as if she was about to say something. She asked softly, Li Han, when will you start? He turned and walked away, only responding that he was still thinking. Li Han believed that breaking into Professor Urigam's lab was an urgent matter. He pondered that timing is crucial. His friend Johnner beside him seemed confused by Li Han's politeness towards Sienna. He should still think about what would happen if both of them actually went to that room. What if he recklessly stepped into the teacher's room? Just imagining the large figure and the bright eyes of Professor Urigam was enough to give him nightmares for the whole month ahead. It's best to find out his schedule without being detected. One morning, the class went on as usual. The teacher announced that today's basic horse riding lesson was over, and everyone did well. Li Han was gathering with friends for some fun. Mrs. Zeta approached from behind and called out to him. Li Han turned back a bit surprised. She happily announced that there was no need for a dose today. I plan to take my nephew to the market. As soon as I heard the professor say he would return tomorrow, various plans popped into his head. Li Han politely nodded. Please take care, Professor. He thought to himself that they would leave very suddenly tonight. However, this was his opportunity. Johnner and her classmates were standing not far away. She noticed him quietly approaching. Johnner, not understanding what was going on, asked, "Lee Han, what's up?" He whispered and huddled with his classmates to discuss. After a brief meeting, Lee Han decided that the time to act would be tonight. Nulia seemed to have trouble keeping up with his sudden plan. Asa was also a bit surprised. It was a bit sudden, but that's fine. Then we can relax over the weekend. Johnner appeared to be already mentally prepared. After a few seconds of regrouping, the classmates held hands, showing their determination. They all huddled together, shouting, for once there would be peace without homework. Only Lee Han felt a bit helpless in front of this group. He wondered silently, when did you guys come up with this slogan? There are two types of students. One has sneaked out several times at night, and the other has never done so and is always anxious. But of course, just by looking at Lee Han, you can guess it. You're the number one. Calling everyone, my friends, those who will carry out the campaign, gather here quickly. Sir Sienna slowly approached and asked him, do you know how to open the Horned Beast Tower? In this situation, he and Rafford have figured out a way together. Lee Han told everyone to stay silent and watch. They would soon see what we had prepared. In front of them now was a wall that had been completely shattered. Large stones scattered on the wooden floor inside. The hole in the wall was so big that all of them could enter without any issues. Asa couldn't believe it and pushed his glasses to look closer. Johnner was also surprised, mouth agape. Everyone suddenly felt that Lee Han was quite scary, never expecting he had prepared to this extent. He seemed about to say something. Then, just as surprised as everyone else, he turned to ask what that thing was. Asa, surprised, said, isn't this your doing? He looked back helplessly. Sometimes I wonder what you all think of me. Originally, the plan was for Rafford to unlock the physical door while I handled the magical lock. But this is bad. His words left everyone confused. Lee Han carefully observed the situation inside. The debris was inside the Horned Beast Tower, meaning someone had entered the tower. In other words, something that should have been outside has infiltrated the Horned Beast Tower. The new friends had just snuck out for the first time, avoiding fear. So what should we do, or go back? He coldly cut off his classmates' desire to turn back. Lee Han slowly spoke. Right now, we are not secretly infiltrating the Horned Beast Tower, but from this moment on, we are here to stop the summoned monster that has invaded the Horned Beast Tower and protect the professor's valuable property. We willingly act together. Hearing his encouraging words, the classmates became excited, as if they were about to be honored for doing good. Therefore, they quickly joyfully entered to do what they called protecting the professor's property. He stood waiting for everyone to enter one by one, and told himself, all right, now the search will be quick. One friend expressed, but I wonder if it's because it's dark here. It feels kind of creepy. The surroundings were frighteningly silent. Lee Han quickly used a light spell with his wand. He reassured everyone, don't worry about this. Darkness is not a problem. The real issue is, as he stepped up the stairs, standing on the stairs looking down, Lee Han continued. We have only visited the first floor. The second floor is a completely uncharted area. Asa and Johnner always stuck together, their expressions showing determination to go all the way. At this moment, with the light, he realized one thing, that everyone was worried but he couldn't blame them. However, we can't turn back now, as we're just one step away from the second floor. It seems normal on the outside, but we can't let our guard down. Lee Han was just as nervous, but he tried to stay calm and reached out to open the door. He cautiously moved forward, slowly raising his hand to open the door. As Lee Han opened the door, he was filled with curiosity about what that secret could be, while everyone followed him closely. The moment Lee Han lightly touched the glowing light in front, he quickly pulled his hand back. Johnner approached in surprise. What's wrong, Lee Han? He paused. I sense a very strong source of mana. Could this space be filled with mana? He touched it again. Instantly, the light parted to reveal a small shop just big enough for a person to enter. It was initially a bit blinding, but as they stepped through the gate into a vast forest, they realized this was a magic space expansion. Sir Sienna walked slowly, saying, there's a saying that an excellent alchemist must first be a master gardener. The scale of this garden is astonishing. Lee Han was excited. There are so many types of plants here that I've never seen before. On the other hand, Lee Han was not very enthusiastic. He thought to himself, however, I can also see many dangerous plants. Luckily, this isn't a dormitory but a workshop, so I don't have to worry about traps like before. He spoke up, everyone, stay calm and look for the path the professor might have taken. As Lee Han tried to look around, his companion appeared, pointing straight ahead towards the glow. Everyone rushed in that direction and discovered some very unusual footprints. He observed closely and speculated, monster tracks? Hearing the word monster made his classmates uneasy. What if we encounter one? A shy girl said, maybe we should back off. Just then, Lee Han suddenly had an idea. Wait, I just came up with a good plan. How about we follow these footprints? Monsters have sharp senses, so they must have found a safe place. He encouraged. Let's do that. The compliments around her made her so happy that her little ears flapped non-stop. Then everyone moved together, staying close to each other so no one would get lost. And, as expected, no students were attacked while passing through that path. However, they encountered something even more interesting. A rather large animal was snorting heavily through its nose. It looked like a battle bull with shiny golden fur and bright eyes. Johnner whispered, "That's a bull, right?" Li-Han felt a bit anxious. "Yes, but I don't think it's an ordinary bull." Rathford asked him, "What should we do?" Which made him secretly annoyed and think of him as a foolish student. That bull was blocking the way to the upper floor, so they had to do something if they wanted to pass through those stairs. Li-Han carefully observed and quietly stated, "There's no need to fight it. It seems hungry. It will probably leave after it's full." But Johnner doesn't think so. "I don't think Li-Han will have any effect." The cow is still slowly chewing grass. Suddenly it spits some grass onto the ground. Then it starts frantically stomping on the ground. Johnner laments, "It's trampled all the plants beneath it." She fears being seen by the professor, and Li-Han shares the same thought. If this continues, everyone will face trouble. He decides he needs to prevent that from happening. Then Li-Han rushes towards the cow with his magic staff, his feet firmly planted on the ground. He just used a paralysis spell on it, but this cow seems smarter than it looks. A kick from it is enough to dodge Li-Han's paralysis spell. The students behind were startled at first, then they teamed up to fight back. Before they used magic, he quickly shouted, "Wait, don't use fire in a place full of plants like this. Only use magic that won't harm the surroundings." Asa and his friend halted, both using paralysis spells to stun that cow. But it seems not very promising. It doesn't appear to be immobilized at all. They are increasingly amazed. It doesn't even seem to care about us. What in the world did the professor feed it? At that moment, Sister Sienna rushed over with a tray of potions. "Everyone, throw these bottles. This is a weakening potion." Immediately, the cow was continuously doused with the weakening potion. It suddenly breathes harder, shaking its head and sitting down. It seems like it's angry now, changing direction towards the people who just threw the potions. Zoner tries to reassure everyone. "Calm down. Its resistance to magic has decreased, so magic should work on it now. Let's cast the paralysis spell on it again." Everyone simultaneously casts the paralysis spell. Indeed, it worked. It has stopped moving. When the cow successfully got hit by the paralysis spell, everyone dared to run out from their hiding spots. Currently, the spell is still working very well, but just a few seconds later, it can move again and charges at them. The cow runs wildly, causing everyone to scramble to avoid it. It leaps high above people's heads, and a classmate who can't run fast enough is about to be attacked. Li-Han fears they will all get hurt. At this moment, he needs a stronger spell than what he just cast. Right now, at this very moment. This urgent situation has become the motivation for him to become stronger. The spell was activated even before he finished reciting the incantation. Once again, Li-Han casts the paralysis spell. This small yet mysterious change will become a moment that everyone will be amazed by in the future. In the dreamy green forest, the sound of water from the sprinklers is like the song of a fairy. However, the loud noise from the opposite side makes the watering activity come to a halt. Maybe recently a tree has become sentient. It seems very surprised by the strange events happening in its garden. And that crazy cow has fallen victim to Li-Han's paralyzing spell. It went still and collapsed right before his eyes. The events unfolded so quickly that Li-Han couldn't adapt in time. Time seemed to stop for a few seconds, and then everyone sighed in relief that they were saved. Seeing everyone so excited made him want to remind them that there was no time to rest yet. Li-Han recalled earlier, still puzzled. Something felt very strange, as if a kind of magic was present. But anyway, that cow will wake up. It was just knocked out. I wonder if there's anything else around here. Just as he thought that, a noise shook the branches behind him. Everyone was panicked by the sight before them. It seemed something was rushing towards them. Its footsteps were like countless massive roots moving. "What do you want? Who dares to trespass here?" The loud voice of the tree rang out. Everyone feared it was another monster, but Li-Han quickly signaled for everyone to calm down. It seemed he was the only one who felt this. The presence of this tree was anything but ordinary. With this reaction, it must be some sort of guardian here. Thinking that, Li-Han signaled Johnner to take a risk and try something. He boldly declared, "We are protecting Professor Uragram's plants." Johnner understood and quickly nodded in agreement. As soon as the tree heard this, it calmed down a lot, saying, "Oh, that's good. You protect the plants while he's not here. I am a botany professor. Just call me Professor Willow." Looking at the unconscious cow beside him, he complimented, "You did well." Willow lifted the cow while scolding. "This is Professor Uragram's cow. It's too clumsy." Li-Han approached Han and asked, "Do you always take care of the plants here, Professor?" He replied, "Today, I am in charge of protecting this place. So boring, but he had to meet the king's people. What can I do?" He was surprised. Professor Eurogram said to go to the market with Professor Thunderstep. Asking Professor Thunderstep will clarify things, he said. And it seemed the professor was a bit uncomfortable. I understand now. Thank you for letting me know. Then Willow changed the subject. Right, I should reward you for knocking out the cow to protect the flowers here. What would you like? He took this opportunity to ask. Do you know where I can find materials and reagents for alchemy? Willow hesitated. This place has too many dangers for you. Knowing that he didn't want to say, Li Han had to think of another way. Then he sincerely said, I'm sorry for asking. I guess I've been a bit greedy in such a wonderful place. I also want to see Professor Eurogram's laboratory, he added. And Professor Willow immediately agreed. He slowly walked up the stairs, saying, Follow me to the 3rd floor. I will show you what's useful. Just tell Professor Eurogram that the cows ate them, and it'll be fine. Li Han felt secretly happy as he achieved his goal. Everyone continued their journey, and inside, they still had to pass through another door. The staircase just mentioned. Now, the space inside was completely different from the outside forest, dark and devoid of plants. Johnner sighed, saying, I didn't see anything last night. Even Li Han's light spell didn't work. Teacher Willow reminded them to be careful not to get lost. The path was a bit complicated. Suddenly, something bright rushed towards them from the front, and as it got closer, he quickly stopped. It turned out to be a moving door, marked with the number 6. Johnner wondered quietly, did that door just jump in front of him? As the door opened, it revealed a pathway that looked like a cold road covered in snow, and there were no tools at all. Teacher Willow looked slightly dazed in front of the open door. He immediately closed it again, saying, Willow, I think we should keep this lab door closed permanently. Then a similar thing happened again. Professor Willow summoned a few more labs. But the spaces behind the doors were not real. Li Han hurriedly took notes in his book. He thought to himself, I'm starting to understand. There aren't many traps on the 1st and 2nd floors, but the 3rd floor is well guarded. I've recorded the way to summon the labs. I should be able to use it now. Besides the tips I just picked up, there are still a few more things, lots of bags. Finally, they received their reward after finding Professor's lab. He bowed his head to thank the teacher. Willow said, Stop it. I didn't really do anything. Everything was going smoothly. They all followed the plan, thinking they could escape without any obstacles. But life at the Magic Academy wasn't easy. Teacher Willow ordered him and Johnner to clean up this entire area. As soon as Li Han heard the teacher's instructions, his face fell. How did it end up like this? Earlier, in Eurogum's lab, Professor Willow reminded the students to take that pile of bags back first, and that he would clean up this mess later. Li Han thanked the professor on behalf of his classmates and asked for permission to leave. He glanced at the flower pots by the door, all wilted. So he took a water jug and went over, just as Li Han noticed. He called out to him, causing Professor Willow to be a bit surprised and look up at him. Li Han said, Would you mind if I stayed to help you clean up the rest? His intention was to make a good impression on the professor. That was never a bad idea. Johnner hurriedly approached and suggested, I want to help too. She excitedly said, I'm really good at taking care of plants. Hearing this, Teacher Willow was so moved that his face turned red. He never expected to meet such outstanding students. He then happily led them out the door, saying, I have rewards for you two for following me. Li Han and Johnner looked at each other, clearly excited about the reward. But that's just what you think. After all, a professor is still a professor, even if it's just a willow tree, so the reward they received was to water the entire area. Li Han immediately felt overwhelmed with disappointment. How did it end up like this? I thought the teacher said there would be a reward, right? Professor Willow handed the reward to the two students and then left, leaving Li Han and Johnner standing there in confusion. He silently blamed himself. Perhaps he had been too greedy, and then turned to apologize to Johnner. At that moment, she was already holding a water bottle, thoroughly enjoying this gift from the professor. Li Han approached, looking a bit awkward. Didn't he think this amount of work was a bit too much? Johnner smiled brightly, saying it was quite fun. She seemed quite interested. There were many rare plants here. He sighed, thinking that at least she liked doing this. Li Han reluctantly picked up a water bottle nearby and started to water each bush in the garden. Perhaps the two didn't notice that there was a pond in this garden. In the refreshing blue water, something seemed to be moving. It took them a couple of hours to finish watering the plants, feeling exhausted. Johnner stretched, seeming relieved that they were done, while Li Han was probably worried about his spine after so much activity. He still felt guilty. This was harder than he thought. Sorry about that, Johnner. However, as soon as he turned to her, Li Han was met with a very cute, smiling face. Even though she was a bit tired, she still looked happy. He immediately thought, well, there's no need to feel guilty now. The two finished up and happily walked back together. At the same time, the pond behind them started to ripple more and more. The image of the two walking and chatting was reflected on the water's surface. Li Han suddenly heard a faint voice, saying, I've been watching you, young man. Johnner, standing next to him, was equally surprised. The two quickly got ready to defend themselves. And then Li Han saw something strange. It was a spirit in the shape of a droplet of water, floating in the air. It introduced itself. "I am Parasite, the spirit of this garment." Upon hearing the word spirit, both were taken aback. It continued, "Young man, you must be the disciple of that little tree." It seemed that there was nothing to worry about. He turned to Johnner, signaling that it probably wasn't dangerous. Li Han looked at Parasite with curiosity. "Do you know our professor?" It replied calmly. "More than that, I have a contract with him. My duty is to oversee this area. It's rare to see teenagers your age taking care of plants. It's quite admirable. Now I understand Willow's intention. This is why Professor Willow brought us here to make a good impression on this spirit." Li Han felt a bit guilty for being frustrated with the tree teacher. Parasite happily offered, "I want to help too. What can I do for you?" It could even give advice on his worries. This was a great opportunity for Li Han to ask about the lingering doubts in his heart. "Spirits often fear me and run away. Is there a way to befriend them?" Parasite enthusiastically explained, "I might know the reason for that. It's interesting that you carry a spirit with you." He knew it was referring to the magic staff in his hand. It was a gift from an oak tree. Parasite gently advised, "Don't worry. Even if a spirit in the staff is afraid of you, it says your nature is very good. I just realized that the staff I carry is afraid of me like this." Johnner anxiously asked, "Parasite, is there a way for Li Han to make a pact with a spirit?" Parasite replied, "Lower-level spirits will run away when they see you, so look for more powerful spirits. A violent and strong spirit suits you quite well." He nodded in thanks, but it doesn't stop there. It continued, "Of course, even high-level spirits can still run away. What I said is your unique potential." Hearing this made him feel a bit doubtful. That tone doesn't sound very credible. It seems Johnner couldn't be patient any longer and rushed over to ask, "If we're done talking, can we make a pact with Li Han now?" He kept looking at his friend, and Parasite suddenly fell silent and looked away. Li Han hesitated. "Johnner, you don't have to do that," but she still thought this was a rare opportunity for him. Li Han was about to say something but ended up stopping awkwardly. Inside, he was tangled up, unsure how to explain. "Don't you see I'm really embarrassed, Johnner?" He even imagined the feeling of awkwardness as if a teacher was helping a child find a partner. At this moment, Parasite expressed regret, saying, "I'm afraid that's not possible. After all, I've already made a pact with the little tree." Li Han knew this would happen and hoped Johnner would understand. It seems quite kind, so it pointed him in the right direction. "But if you don't want to leave empty-handed, let me introduce you to a spirit I know." Then Parasite recreated the spirit's dwelling, which was a large tower, and added, "The spirit's personality is quite peculiar. But if you mention that you know me, at least it will be willing to listen." Parasite smiled charmingly, hoping this meeting would be helpful for him. As Parasite finished speaking, the water in the lake returned to a blue color. Then the water, under the spirit's control, gradually flowed backward into the center. Before long, it formed a huge droplet, revealing the dry bottom of the lake. It continued to guide. "If you go in here, you'll meet that spirit." Parasite just pointed out a path for the two of them under the lake. Li Han and Johnner quickly jumped to the bottom of the lake, not forgetting to thank the spirit, Parasite. Before they left, it hurriedly called out, "Wait, give me your hand." Both extended their hands forward, and Parasite immediately transferred a stream of magical water into them. Li Han looked at his hand now, imbued with sparkling power, full of surprise. Before he could voice his questions, it explained, "I've transferred my power into this charm. It will help you one day." Both of them happily thanked it once more. Parasite was also glad to have helped them. As Li Han and Johnner reached the gate, it called out after them, "Don't forget the love you have for the trees." He silently felt lucky that although Parasite was a spirit, it was kinder than most professors, and then received the light charm to enter the cave. Li Han paused for a moment, then thought to himself, "Would it be too pathetic to say that the spirits down here make me a little scared?" Johnner excitedly caught up with him, asking, "Li Han, what do you think the spirit we're looking for will look like? I wonder if it lives in this pond." Li Han speculated, "Maybe it's a water spirit. I guess it lives in the lake or river. I hope it's a river spirit because I've heard they are usually very wise." After walking for a bit, he noticed a square opening at the top of the tunnel like a shortcut. Li Han hoped to escape from this monastery, meaning he would gain wisdom while at the academy. He successfully opened the iron door and pushed it, but just as he poked his head up, he froze in place. Johnner, standing below, became anxious and even more startled when he heard him yell. She quickly climbed up after him. Her expression was not much different from his, though a bit more panicked, as this shortcut led them to the discipline room. Li Han felt a bit disappointed. One thing was for sure, this was not a river spirit. Johnner asked him in surprise, "This is the place you were locked up before, right? It's happening again?" He silently opened the door to the room and observed. Then he turned back to reassure her, "It's okay. We're still safe. It seems this place isn't being used by anyone right now. Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Let's get out of here quickly. But there was one truth he wanted to tell her, which was that there was no exit. All the exits were blocked. Johnner, scared, clung tightly to his shirt. No exit? I'm really afraid of places like this. He calmly said, It's okay. I've roughly figured out the layout of this place, because he had a similar experience before with Redford. Li-Han led her to a large wall at the end of the corridor. This was the magical passage. He looked around and thought to himself, unlike last time, there are no surveillance devices here. Li-Han rummaged through his clothes, thinking it over. If that's the case, then there's no choice. I'll have to use my magic to create a path. He quickly instructed Johnner to stand behind him. Then Li-Han began to focus and concentrate. If the technique doesn't work, I'll use magic to influence it. I just need to do it like last time, with enough powerful magic to manifest a pathway. But before he could execute it, a furious voice interrupted. Stop right there, you fool. He stopped, surprised, looking at the light in front of him. It was another strange voice. Johnner quickly asked, Who are you? It replied irritably, I will not give my name to those unworthy. Why are you two here? Li-Han answered, Parasite introduced us to come here. He said if we came here, I would find a spirit that could form a contract with me. It looked down, noting that the two seemed to be young wizards. Parasite is easily swayed by people like you two. Seeing this, Johnner intended to ask for him, but the spirit continued. I will not form a contract with you. Go back. After that, it fell silent. She was surprised. Has that spirit been lost? Johnner lamented. Li-Han seems like he's failed this time too. I think it's scared of you like the other spirits. But before she could continue, it shouted back. What are you saying? Who's scared of whom? Both were slightly startled, but then sighed in relief that the spirit was still here. Johnner continued to wonder. It seems like it's avoiding you. She recalled Parasite's words. Spirits are frightened by Li-Han's presence. But it didn't say that, so he felt a bit embarrassed. It didn't say that. However, Li-Han remained curious about why it rejected him. The girl questioned again. If you're not afraid, then why are you avoiding him? It was only then that he began to explain. Because I hate pointless battles. Both suddenly turned to look at each other, as if they had just discovered something. The two quickly expressed their sympathy, while he remained very offended, certain that you don't believe me at all. The reason this spirit doesn't want to make a pact is simply because it was tricked by a pact before. That person was the principal. Initially, he refused to make a pact for a reason of great pride. But after fighting for a week, he made a pact because the principal said he only had to do simple tasks. And that task was to supervise students sent to the disciplinary room and ensure they didn't escape. But the academy students are not so easily deterred. They escaped so much that the spirit worked without time to rest. Thus they abandoned this place to avoid that. He was obsessed, so he refused to make a pact, but did not think he would feel insulted this way. This proud spirit could no longer endure it. He seemed very angry. The two said I was scared, which is truly insulting to me. He angrily warned, You two have doubted my strength, so let me show you a part of my power. He then commanded Li-Han to concentrate as much magical power as possible, then transform it into an elemental component. He laughed strangely. The most destructive element. Li-Han felt a bit helpless and had to agree to follow. He secretly worried. I can't let what happened earlier happen again. I will hold back as much as possible. Li-Han took a deep breath to regain his composure, then focused on the fire spell. A scorching flame immediately formed before his eyes. It wasn't too big, just like a small fireball. Li-Han sighed in relief. Contrary to what he had worried, the magic seemed stable. The thunder spirit suddenly glowed in a perplexing way. The next second, a lightning bolt suddenly struck the staff in his hand. The lightning continuously emitted bright sparks, surprising Johnner. But her thoughts were somewhat off. She couldn't believe he managed to summon such a large spark in a place like this. Something big was about to happen. Then Li-Han's fire returned to its original state. He asked in confusion, What are you planning to do? That seems a bit awkward. He was both confused and worried. There's no way I just failed to transform the element. Element transformation is an ability that spirits display when they want to show off their talent, and their ability to interfere with magic or elements is the way to prove their strength. Yet with the previous situation, he still couldn't understand what had just happened. He thought to himself that he could easily handle the elements of veteran mages, yet he couldn't transform the fire magic of a young mage. What was so special about that magic? The lightning spirit, after observing, was startled to discover the blood seal. The flames looked ordinary on the outside, but inside, they contained an astonishing amount of magical power. It was as if what he was looking at was the flame of a lineage. He still couldn't believe that this young mage had created that fire. Meanwhile, Li-Han was still a bit uncertain, wondering if the spirit had just shot a bolt of lightning. He was filled with fear. This was truly very dangerous. The more he worried, the more likely the lightning would explode. He quietly pondered, that young mages usually had weak control over magic, like a child holding a ticking time bomb. How did he acquire so much mana? If that thing explodes here, not only would this room be in danger, but they themselves would be at risk too. The two of them would definitely be facing a life-threatening situation. He felt the pressure to be more responsible, since this was no longer just a matter of pride. The most crucial thought at that moment was to cancel the magic before he panicked. Li Han hesitantly spoke up, saying how cool the lightning bolt he had shown them was. Then he waved the fire staff in his hand and asked, "Can you clear the way for us?" The lightning spirit suddenly roared angrily, "Don't move that staff." He confusedly shook what the spirit had just called a staff, which made it furious. "I just said, don't move it." Li Han looked at him, genuinely puzzled. The lightning spirit was secretly worried. If it told him it was dangerous, he would be startled, and the fire might explode. So it came up with a random excuse and snapped, "I don't like you waving that staff in front of me." He turned to look at Ron, who mirrored his confusion, making a gesture indicating that this spirit was acting a bit too strange. At this moment, he was still troubled, thinking about how to cancel that magic. With his weak control over magic, he surely couldn't easily cancel such a powerful spell. Suddenly, he imagined that if he panicked before canceling the magic, a huge explosion would occur. At this point, he seemed helpless. He had no choice but to give it a try. He readily said, "I've changed my mind." The lightning spirit decided to make a pact with Li Han. He was surprised and wondered why it suddenly changed its attitude. Li Han spoke up, asking why it had changed its mind so suddenly. It casually replied, "Because I see your limitless potential. Your mana is so vast that most wizards would struggle to match it. You must know that." He, confused, reminded it of earlier. The lightning spirit was too irritable. "That's because I didn't know before. Now I think I do. Hurry up and make the pact." Watching Li Han's flames roaring made him more afraid. He secretly worried, "I don't know when that fire will explode." Johnner was curious about what he would do. Li Han was still deep in thought. He calculated that this must be a special spirit since the parasite had hinted at it. But now he felt that its insistence on making a pact with him was a bit suspicious, and Li Han sighed wearily. He thought he wasn't in a position to be picky, and decided to go ahead with the pact. The lightning spirit stretched towards him and exclaimed, "That's the right decision." It began to guide him, "Open your soul and accept me. I won't consider you my partner, and you'll have the right to control me. So remember this well." The lightning spirit emphasized, "I'm not here to be your servant, and you are not my master." While forming the pact, Li Han suddenly realized the identity of this spirit. A bright bolt of lightning struck directly at him. Then it gradually shrank into a dual lightning bolt in the middle of Li Han's forehead. He was slowly feeling the new energy entering his body. That was the power of the lightning spirit. Li Han thought to himself, "Lightning? Huh? That must be why my mind is unstable." Immediately, a loud voice echoed in his head. "Now that I've made a pact with you, I can sense your doubts. Don't get too carried away." Just then, Johnner excitedly ran over. "You finished the pact, right, Li Han? Congratulations." The lightning spirit was annoyed. "That doesn't matter. Now that the pact is complete, I will show you my true power." He was unexpectedly a bit worried. "Wait, what do you intend to do?" After that, Li Han felt a change in the arm holding the staff. He realized it was entering his hand. The lightning spirit was excited. "So far, this feels amazing." It commanded loudly, "I will help you control and unleash that fire quickly. Right now." Li Han hesitated. In fact, he still hadn't adapted to its bizarre nature. The lightning spirit quickly extinguished his flames. Li Han was a bit confused, thinking to himself why he seemed so anxious. He shot a fierce glare at it. The lightning spirit angrily scolded, "Do you not realize how dangerous that was? Why did you use such an enormous amount of mana?" Li Han listened to the lightning spirit and thought that much mana could have burned this whole room to the ground. He thought to himself, "I don't really understand what's happening, but it seems very dangerous. In fact, fire magic is still beyond my capabilities." So he felt anxious. A powerful wizard, but still so young and inexperienced. The kind lightning spirit asked Han, "Are you two okay? The sun has already risen. Don't you have school?" Without it reminding you, you both might forget about school. Li Han was too flustered to respond. Johnner was panicking, shouting, "This morning we have geometry and basic imperial arithmetic. I also just remembered we have an assignment due today." Just remembering the professor's stern face was enough to make him feel pale. "Last night I did my homework. I won't be doing that again." Then he suggested, "Mr. Pachinchar, please guide us out of here." But the lightning spirit seemed hesitant. "I can't do that, because I have made a pact to protect this place." Li Han felt helpless, thinking that even if he left, he wasn't sure they would make it to class on time. With no other choice, he resorted to provoking, "Oh my god, why can't you do anything? Why did you make a pact with me?" It shyly explained, "Being stuck in a punishment room is different. Once you get out of here, when you summon me again, I will be able to show you my true skills." The lightning spirit then opened the blocked path for them. I can't leave here, so please seal me right away. Just read the sealing incantation here. After hearing this, Li Han suddenly felt a bit helpless, sighed, and went along with it. He just recited the incantation the lightning spirit gave, and the chains immediately appeared, tightly binding it. Li Han hurriedly pulled Johnner away. The lightning spirit, locked in the tower, called after them. Once you get outside, don't forget to summon me. My abilities are much more than this. The two of them escaped the sealed room, and Li Han laid out the paper right in the hallway. Then he began to draw intricate patterns. Johnner pointed at the map Li Han just drew and asked, "What about this path?" But he seemed distracted. This makeshift map was really not useful at all. At the same time, a bony leg was slowly approaching. He turned to ask, "Are you also looking for a way out?" It stood in front of Li Han, signaling yes. He started thinking about finding an exit. This place was structured like an ant nest, designed to make it hard to escape. Li Han decided to check this hallway one more time, but a woman's voice rang out from behind. They were just wasting time. Both of them turned in surprise toward the sound, and the voice continued, "Are you trying to find a way out of here?" He noticed someone in the cell approaching the door, asking who they were. The girl seemed to recognize his voice and asked him suspiciously, "Are you that new student, the one who was caught after escaping from the tunnel?" He seemed to remember. "Aren't you the senior who got caught for mixing things up in the principal's storage? What trouble did you get into this time?" Johnner approached to ask who she was, and Li Han explained, "When I was locked in the punishment room, this senior was in the next room. Speaking of the bone earlier, it seemed to be searching for the remaining bone fragments." The senior coldly stated, "The way out isn't easy to find." It seemed the bone wanted to call out to him, but Li Han was talking to the senior and ignored it, so it went on its own, heading to where its leftover bones were. The scattered bone parts gradually began to connect on their own, and in the blink of an eye, formed into a creature. At this moment, the senior remained indifferent. "Why should I talk to you?" Making him think he had nothing to convince her to help him this time. Then he was interrupted by the bone from earlier, but as Li Han bent down, he was taken by surprise. The bone that was brushing teeth earlier had turned into a complete bony foot, complete with a bony tail wagging. It had assembled into a four-legged beast, but the head was still missing. Although he couldn't see its face, it seemed very excited to show this to Li Han. Upon seeing it, Jono thought it was a monster and shouted in fear, "Wait, calm down, Jono. I think I've summoned it back." Perhaps it was because of the golden chain wrapped around its leg. Li Han sat down and asked, "This skeleton belongs to a person, right? Did it reassemble itself?" It nodded its neck bone in response. He was slightly worried about whether this was a good thing or not. Li Han looked at it in confusion. "So we need to find the hidden bone in the punishment room?" The senior, upon hearing the story, hurriedly asked, "Wait, you said you summoned a skeleton? Did you accidentally learn summoning from the dreamy professor?" He had no intention of hiding it. "Yeah, so what?" She fell silent for a moment, then slipped a letter through the gap, telling him, "Take this." The senior suddenly changed her mind kindly. "You're asking for directions out, right? Good luck." Li Han received the map but felt no joy, softly thanking her. Then the three hurried away. Behind the prison door, the senior seemed mysterious. She smirked. "A first-year student learning summoning? I have to meet him later." It was still morning outside. But they came out a bit late. That professor's class just ended a few minutes ago. Li Han peered out carefully to assess the situation. That professor finished the class with a stack of homework. Johnner looked dejected, wondering what would happen to their assignment. He knew the professor well. Although attendance wasn't taken, submitting it late would definitely not be accepted. Li Han had no choice but to prepare to pull out his magic staff. But as he lifted the staff, Johnner, still not understanding, looked very surprised. She quickly held him back, saying, "Wait, Li Han, calm down, you can't attack the professor." He looked at her to explain, "Look over there. I have no intention of doing that." What Li Han aimed for was the stack of homework from the professor. He said, "I plan to slip our assignment into that stack at the bottom." This really wasn't what Johnner expected. Li Han seemed very confident, asserting, "Of course, we can do it. Hand me the assignment so I can throw it in." At this point, he started focusing on the target, fully prepared. Li Han told himself that all the challenges he faced because of Professor Vodali might come down to this moment. After he recited his incantation, 2 notebooks gently floated forward. Johnner silently marveled at how effortlessly he controlled the magic. Li Han was indeed exceptional. He was very focused, executing the incantation as carefully as possible. In Li Han's mind, he constantly reminded himself that simply slipping them into the bottom stack wasn't enough. He also had to avoid detection. He tried to close his eyes and concentrate intensely. While Li Han reminded himself to focus, he could also hear a familiar voice urging him to stay concentrated. Li Han paused for a few seconds, slightly confused. He absent-mindedly rubbed his head, thinking he had experienced so much that he was hallucinating, suddenly hearing Professor Vodali's voice. Just then, the teacher's voice echoed, saying it was just a simple action of slipping the paper into the bottom stack. At that moment, he was startled, turning his head and realizing he hadn't misheard. Professor Vodali stood behind him, coldly reminding him, "Why are you looking this way? Focus." Immediately, Johnner and Li Han felt as if they had fallen into a pit of despair, like running into the police while mixing in. He silently lamented how unlucky he was this time, and wondered about the stranger standing next to the professor. That person was Common, who rubbed his chin and spoke casually, but there was a barrier around. He pointed forward and continued. "As soon as you touch it, the barrier will notify immediately. It's quite fragile and delicate." Following the stranger's words, he realized there was indeed a barrier. Li Han observed more closely and could finally see it. 2 notebooks were hovering, ready to be placed in position. Coman observed and told Professor Vodali, "I don't think the student can outsmart it." He hadn't finished his sentence when he had already completed controlling the 2 notebooks to touch the protective barrier. He smoothly passed through the protective barrier without a sound, gently landing on the professor's desk. The shadow of the professor faded behind the staircase at the end of the corridor without any other signs. Now, Li Han dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Johnner watched him with admiration, while Coman was left in astonishment. He hurried over to him, marveling. "A thin barrier like that can notify if you make a small mistake? I can't believe you can do that." Professor Vodali replied nonchalantly, "Because I've learned how." Li Han hesitated and looked at him. "Yes, I have to thank the professor for the guidance. As for Coman, taking the opportunity to marry Tui, I must admit this student is quite exceptional, especially under your guidance, right? I am Godana's, aren't I?" He cheerfully introduced himself, saying, "My name is Professor Coman. I teach illusion magic, and my specialty is magical barriers." Coman turned to him, saying, "I guess it's time to shake your hand now, but I advise against shaking mine due to racial reasons." Li Han understood the polite suggestion and thought to himself, "I should maintain my image in front of this professor regarding illusion magic." He seemed very interested in Li Han, saying, "You'll soon see me in Professor Gaxier's lecture. I will teach you about the fascinating aspects of illusions." Meanwhile, Professor Vodali seemed dissatisfied. He remarked, "Illusion magic is useless. A wizard who reaches a certain level won't be deceived by illusions." He felt anxious, wondering why the new professor had to undermine someone else's specialty right in front of them. The atmosphere was bound to be tense now. Yet, Common casually asked, "By the way, why did you want to try inserting paper through the barrier just now? It surprised me a bit, but maybe it was because of the wand." Li Han scratched his head, mumbling, "Because we submitted our assignment late." He seemed surprised, saying, "You went that far just for an assignment?" Common laughed lightly, saying, "You are indeed a very diligent wizard. If it were me, I wouldn't have bothered with assignments from Professor Anfine Knighting." He asked him why, and at the same time, Professor Vodali's voice drew his attention, as that professor was a high-ranking manager for the Empire, skilled in abuse of power rather than magic. Common sighed. "Did you know he cut my research funding in half?" Li Han pondered silently, realizing the professor had once been a senior manager. He needed to maintain his image in front of this person even more. He looked at him, half-jokingly reminding, "I advise you to be careful, or you might end up as an official of the Empire too." Professor Vodali quickly interjected, "Enough of the jokes. There's no way he would choose a lowly path like that, disconnected from magic." Coman smiled. "That's right, he's from the Kodanaza family." Suddenly, Li Han felt a lump in his throat, thinking to himself, "I should just sneak away. My dream is to be a manager for the Empire," he thought. The 2 of them returned to the dorm. Johnner sighed wearily. Finally back. Li Han intended to call everyone down to divide the spoils, but noticed everyone was already standing at the gate chatting. He praised everyone for doing well yesterday, causing Asa to turn back in surprise. "You're back?" He rushed over, saying urgently, "We have a big problem that needs your help. Daeju and Ganando have been captured." Immediately, everyone hurriedly ran off to rescue them. Asa ran while explaining, "When we returned after class, a monster was summoned and attacked us. Most managed to escape, but Ganando got knocked down, and the monster took him away." He added that Daeju was also captured while trying to save Ganando. Asa said that we were close to the main building, so we could ask the professor for help. At that moment, he saw a group of friends ahead, waiting for someone. Teacher Andrago just stepped out, and everyone rushed to ask, "So, will you save Daeju?" he stammered, saying that the teacher told him to sort it out himself. The space immediately fell silent for a moment. The guys standing together were worried about what to do, while Li Han wasn't surprised as he knew this would happen. Suddenly, he noticed something. There was a strange mark on the ground. Li Han suspected it was a trace left by a monster. He shouted loudly, urging everyone to follow its trail to rescue themselves. Li Han even turned back, calling out loudly, "If you want to save Daeju, "Come with us, master." The people there looked at each other. Although they didn't want to follow his lead, they had to save Daeju. After agreeing, they set off with him. Among the classmates going with Lee Han, there was a girlfriend who seemed a bit out of breath. One classmate worriedly asked him, "Can we really do this?" Lee Han reassured them that everything would be fine. He thought to himself, if the professor didn't want to help, they had to find a way. Then he took out his magic staff from under his coat. Lee Han knelt down and stuck it straight into the ground. Everyone seemed very surprised by his actions. Lee Han didn't rush to explain, starting to summon the spirit. He focused and chanted, "O spirit, call forth the rain and thunder. Although you are the guardian of the kingdom, the bell tower has fallen, but your name still lingers on the sea." Wadina thought in surprise. The spell used to summon a spirit reflects the proficiency and level of that spirit, especially with such a long and complex incantation. At this moment, a bright golden light surrounded Lee Han as he continued to recite the spell, his figure already bound to him. "You have the right to call upon him, so hurry and appear." Just as he finished speaking, a flower bud appeared before him, crackling with lightning as it began to bloom. The more the flower bloomed, the stronger the lightning became. Then it condensed into a small ball in the palm of Lee Han's hand. He looked in surprise at the spirit he had summoned in his hand. Lee Han tried to bring it closer for a better look. The people from the tower laughed mockingly, thinking it would be a powerful spirit. But it was just a tiny thing. He angrily asked, "Why did you only appear partially?" The spirit irritably explained, "Did you forget? I'm stuck here because of you." Lee Han felt uncomfortable and retorted, "Even so, this is too small. If you always hide when we need you." The spirit silently fumed inside. "I'm starting to hate these arrogant old men and their logic. I could zap them to death." The spirit quickly detected and reported to him, "There's an enemy hiding." Lee Han immediately recited a spell to reveal the form. He looked around and asked, "Where is he?" "I can't see anything nearby." Although Lee Han didn't notice, the ground near where he stood had become a large puddle. Right below him, a monster suddenly rose up to attack. Andrago was caught off guard and taken away. The spirit quietly assessed that monster must have the ability to move underground. It whispered to Lee Han, "The sorcerer here must have done something unnecessary, like giving it skills. Be careful. If you get caught, your magic will be drained like theirs." He calmly replied, "All right, I will eliminate it immediately." The spirit quickly interjected, "You cannot use fire magic. If something goes wrong, you could end up burning other students too." He asked back in annoyance, "Then will you take action?" It sniffed and shook its head. "In my current state, it's a bit difficult, but there's still a way." The spirit decided, "I will teach you a magic spell because you need it." Lee Han was surprised. "Isn't Zika even more dangerous than the magic I just learned?" It quickly interrupted him. "I want you to imagine thunder just like you did with the other elements. I want you to envision the lightning striking down from the sky. To use magic, the magic power needs to concentrate at one point. However, the image of lightning is completely opposite because the huge lightning bolts do not stay in one place. They split into multiple bolts after striking down, so it's very suitable for the current situation. If the lightning splits in many directions, the worst scenario could happen." Lee Han raised his eyebrows in worry. "This is really dangerous." The lightning spirit thought it would be hard to keep the lightning bolts from splitting like that, so it would help him. First, it borrowed his hand to channel energy. Lee Han was very focused on the lightning appearing in front of him. Then he turned to ask, "It has been materialized now. We can do this, right?" It asked back in surprise, "How did you do it, sir?" He thought it wasn't too difficult. Strangely enough, he kept thinking about the cannonball while performing. Seeing Lee Han easily control the energy, the lightning spirit praised, "You're quite skilled at controlling thunder." He secretly thought this spirit was overreacting. It continued to guide, focusing on the spell I was about to say to you, "Sir." Although the spirit's magic was brutal and often changing, even a rookie mage could use it with the lightning spirit's assistance. It was just low-level thunder magic, teaching Lee Han the second circle magic. The lightning spirit explained, "That monster was in an unstable state due to the experiments. Because of that, it absorbed electricity very well, making this magic even more effective." Lee Han understood immediately. "I'll try it right away." It continued to guide, "Yes, bring your imagination to reality." He focused on reciting the spell. However, the lightning spirit seemed to have just noticed something was off. It sensed too much magical energy concentrated in one spot. The lightning spirit looked at Lee Han in confusion, wondering what this guy was doing. Right after that, he aimed his wand directly at the monster and shot a lightning bolt, catching it off guard. At the same time, a student called for Professor Gaxia to rush over. They hurried towards the rampaging monster. Upon arrival, Digilink and the professor were shocked by the scene before them. Gaxia worriedly exclaimed, "Oh my, it has captured so many students already. We must save them." She carefully took out her wand, using just enough mana to defeat it. Suddenly, Gaxia noticed something unusual. a giant lightning bolt streaking down from the sky. It aimed straight at the monster, creating a terrifying electric shock. The aftershock made everyone around struggle to hold their ground to avoid being blown away. She thought in amazement. What a terrifying amount of magical power! The monster was quickly incapacitated by the electric shock, writhing in pain. Gaxia was completely surprised, unable to think of who could do something like this. Digilink quickly shouted, "Professor, the students are falling. Hurry and catch them." Gaxia swiftly used a spell to gently lower them to the ground. She rushed over anxiously, asking, "Is everyone okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Professor Gaxia looked at her students with deep concern. Andrago seemed to be slightly affected by the Z-ray, looking dazed and lying on the ground. On Lihan's side, he appeared satisfied watching the monster. It was already burnt to a crisp. He turned to look at the Thunder Spirit, puzzled. "Am I doing it right? I feel like you're not very focused," it retorted. "This isn't my fault. It's yours." Just then, he heard Professor Gaxia, wondering whose magic power it was, and as expected, it was Lihan. He looked towards the voice and saw the professor approaching with Digilink. Lihan anxiously asked about the situation of the captured students, cheerfully telling him not to worry too much about them. They just got a bit stunned from the electric shock. Hearing about the shock surprised him. Gaxia stepped forward with a healing staff. "I'm here to help them recover." She then gently waved the staff, and a stream of blue light gradually appeared. Seeing this, Lihan thought to herself that, judging by the professor's reaction, it seemed nothing serious had happened. Moreover, she didn't know that Professor Gaxia could use healing magic. Usually, professors only knew their specific fields. Luckily, after she healed them, the students who were attacked by the monster could move again. Andrago managed to stand up and walk. "We survived, thanks to Professor Gaxia," she gently said. "Don't thank me. Thank Lihan. He's the one who defeated the monster to save you." They were initially a bit surprised by the professor's words. Then their gaze shifted to him, clearly showing their anger. Lihan felt guilty. Being shocked was a worse injury than being drained of magic, so she understood why they were upset. Just as he was about to ask Han a few questions, Andrago awkwardly approached him to express his gratitude. He awkwardly said, "It's indeed awkward, but for a knight, if I'm rescued, I should at least thank you. Thank you for that. I can understand why Daeju trusts you so much." Lihan was taken aback by the unexpected gratitude, feeling a bit uplifted. But then, Andrago splashed a bucket of cold water on him. "Of course, I don't plan to treat you as a friend. I won't forget this. We'll cooperate as best as we can on the Water Lake mission." After saying that, they all left together. Lihan felt weak. These people sure knew how to draw boundaries. Professor Gaxier shook her head in dismay, asking Lihan if they could talk about the thunder magic from earlier. He looked at the Thunder Spirit. It was time for it to explain. It hesitated, saying, "Sorry, but the recovery time is almost up." The Thunder Spirit seemed to be saying he had to handle it himself. Professor Gaxier stood there waiting to hear the explanation but still didn't understand anything. Just when it was most needed, the Thunder Spirit suddenly took off, telling him, "Next time, I'll show you my true power." Lihan felt powerless to keep it for a few more minutes. He hurried to explain, "Professor, there's a story behind this." But before he could finish, a voice interrupted. "Are you the one using thunder magic?" Gaxier was slightly startled by the unexpected appearance of that person. He held in his hand the charred remains of the monster that had been struck by the ground. Professor Vodely squeezed it in his hand, feeling that this was quite interesting. Lihan, with a pale face, hesitantly looked at him. Professor Gaxier quickly stood in front of him and asked, "Wait, Professor Vodely, why are you asking about thunder magic?" He replied nonchalantly, "It's necessary for her studies." She suddenly turned to look at Lihan and asked, "So you're joining his class?" His affirmative answer left Professor Gaxier utterly stunned. Professor Vodely's class had exceeded the limits. Gaxier thought they were too harsh for the students to keep up. Moreover, she looked at Lihan with concern, since he was just a rookie attending his class. Professor Vodely calmly said, "Don't worry, he can always keep up with my pace." But Gaxier seemed very displeased. He continued, "He has learned a lot about magic, even enlightening himself to learn how to create water spells." Vodely praised him highly, saying, "His desire to learn is so intense that I have to hold him back." Gaxier looked at Lihan with deep concern, wondering why they were pushing him like this. Lihan's talent had already overwhelmed him, breaking barriers to allow him to take an impossible course. She sighed. "If he continues to excel, there's no way I can keep him here." Gaxier gloomily said, "Please take good care of Lihan." He replied casually, "I've always taught like this." She suddenly turned to him, saying, "Good luck, Lihan," which left him confused about what the professor meant. Now Lihan started to fear the next class. Asa and Ganando were strolling together on campus. He held a bag in his hand and said, "At some point, I'll have to thank him. Lihan always helps us get good stuff." Once we're there, we can buy some tasty food. Ganando seemed annoyed, mumbling, I don't know the last time I went there when the black market had much food, Asa explained. Actually, just a few days ago, a lot of food was brought in for sale. It seems they've made a deal with the tigers. As they approached the fence, they were stopped. Hold on, we want to check. It was Sanko from the Tutanta clan, greeting them. You two are from the Long City Tower, right? It's great to meet you. The Tutanta clan is well known for their stone crafting skills in the Empire. Asa wondered. As far as I know, they are a clan of dwarves skilled in crafting, so why is there an elf in this clan? He politely adjusted his glasses and said, Nice to meet you, I'm Asa from the Dankan clan. We want to trade this for goods. After saying that, he lifted the cloth to reveal a few vials of potions stolen from Urigam's lab. Sanko's expression changed upon seeing the potions, appearing quite irritated. He bluntly refused, leaving them astonished. I'm very sorry, but we can't trade with you. While they were talking back and forth, someone approached from behind and asked, What are you doing standing there? The newcomer was Lihan, and he also brought a basket of goods. Ganando quickly blurted out, Talk to him. He won't chase us away. Lihan curiously approached to ask why, and Sanko briefly answered, Because of the rules. He said every word clearly, stating that from now on, no unclean food was allowed. Hearing this, he understood the issue. He must be the leader of the Turtle Tower. Lihan brought a basket of fruit and said, I personally harvested these from my garden. Can I come in? Immediately, he was allowed in. Lihan turned to greet Asa, and then continued on. He smoothly entered the market with Sanko, while Asa stood outside, full of regret. He sighed, realizing he had failed to repay his debt of gratitude. Sanko looked at him, confused. Really? Even someone from Godanis is like that? Lihan flatly replied, What does my family have to do with this? I'm even sharing some of this with your tower's students. He asked in surprise, You're sharing it for free? Before Sanko could respond, his stomach already expressed his desire for food. He awkwardly hugged his stomach, not knowing what to say. Lihan slowly took a potato out of the basket and offered it to Sanko. Want a potato? The famous picky princess praised it highly. In truth, her fans say that, but he finds her quite easygoing with food. Sanko shook his head and waved his hand, saying he was fine and had nothing to give back to you. Lihan kindly said, Just take it, no need to pay, it's okay. But unexpectedly, this touched his pride. Sanko angrily said, Don't humiliate me. A monk doesn't accept things without paying. Then he hurriedly turned and walked away. Lihan looked at Sanko in confusion, thinking he was an elf after all. At a stall, the cheerful greeting welcomed him back. Rafford shook his head. You must have heard the news, right? But tough times have come for a thief like me. Lihan sat down across from him. Seems like you can explain what happened? Rafford weakly said. The black market is gradually expanding under Sanko's direction. But of course, problems will arise. He started talking about some students selling many unclean items in the market. Or there are students causing trouble. As you know, turtles often run into difficulties when other towers are at war with each other. That's why Sanko brought out a new treasure. It can help the turtle tower stay safe. That's the strict rule. No work, no food. To compensate fairly, anything that was stolen will be banned. Lihan angrily slammed his fist down on the wooden crate. He was frustrated. Everywhere he went, there were always those guys making it hard for the students. Lihan felt heartbroken. Because of them, thieves like us will starve to death. Rafford suddenly remembered something and bragged to him, While you were away, there's something new. At the next table, 3 people were headbutting each other doing something. Im was pointing at some cards on the table, saying there's a green spade among these 3 cards. I'll flip them over and mix them up. If I find that card, I can double the bet. He was confused. Both bets are okay? Rafford explained. Not preferred, but still allowed. The table next door erupted with complaints about losing bets. My bread is food for 3 days. Im mumbled, Sorry. I mixed them up pretty slowly. In fact, the guy had secretly hidden that card in the palm of his hand. Rafford leaned over to him, warning, Never play with him. Lihan nodded, agreeing that this technique is really unusual, coming from a betting club, right? Suddenly, from behind, someone called Lihan. He turned around in surprise. It turned out Sanko had brought 2 student friends to question him. It seems these 2 received food from you without paying, right? He seemed very angry and couldn't accept this. Lihan opened his eyes wide in surprise. He recognized them as the ones he had cooked the stewed tomatoes for before. Lihan turned to explain to Sanko, Wait a minute about that. He quickly waved his hand. I didn't mean to blame you. Rafford was also there, preparing to carry the crate while the 2 talked. Sanko seemed annoyed. I apologize on behalf of my friends for their improper behavior, because living off others without working is truly thoughtless. The 2 dirty-looking people were standing at a nearby tent. They turned to look at the 2 talking. Sanko remained determined to repay. We want to repay for the things we ate. Although our current situation is a bit dire, he says it's fine but secretly thinks it's really shameful to take from them, especially since they didn't even come from the Tiger Tower or our own tower. Li-Han scratched his head while insisting that I can't just ignore this. Sanko made a firm decision and pointed to himself, saying he would return it in the name of my friend. He looked at him in shock, wondering how he planned to do that. Sanko pointed toward the tower with a determined face, saying that from what I've heard, he should walk around the academy at night. I have useful information for you. Come find me tonight, and I'll tell you everything. Arriving at a tower, there were feet slowly stepping up the stairs. A glowing orb floated above Li-Han and Sanko to light the way, with him holding a stick in front and the other following behind, observing their surroundings. Sanko's gaze suddenly sharpened as the way to the third floor of the main building was meant to keep newcomers like us from knowing. In reality, every time we tried to go to the third floor, the layout of the building would change. But our persistent efforts bore fruit. He recalled the times they tried to solve the tower's mysteries, with his friend standing in front of a hallway, shouting that there were a total of 5 hallways. The next scene showed Sanko scratching his head in confusion while his friend sat down in despair, as they faced a dead end. I was sure I had seen the stairs leading up here. Finally, Sanko and his friend were blocked by a wall. Back in the present, he stopped and turned around with a dangerous expression, saying they had found the answer. Li-Han looked a bit startled and scared at what Sanko said. When the moonlight shone on the gigantic wall clock, Sanko began to explain that when the hour and minute hands both point to an odd number, the fog cannot cover the moon. And in that moment, you must grip the magic stick with your left hand. These are the 3 conditions that need to be met to open the hallway to the third floor. Suddenly, the water at the gate vanished into a cloud of smoke heading toward Li-Han and Sanko. He was very surprised, exclaiming that it was just as one would expect from a magic academy. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. It's amazing that you figured it all out. The two continued walking while Li-Han wondered if he had come here just to say this. Sanko immediately denied it, saying this was just the beginning. He had a determined expression, saying he wanted to introduce someone to you. Li-Han slowly followed Sanko and asked who that person was. He replied, I can't say yet, but you'll find out soon. His words left him in deep thought. As Li-Han followed Sanko, he wondered what was going on. He suddenly turned to Li-Han and said he had asked other students about what kind of person he was. He worriedly thought that if the guy was asking about him based on the rumors around him, then nothing good could come of it. Thinking that, Li-Han was startled, wide-eyed, wondering if the person his uncle wanted to introduce to him was. Suddenly, 2 people appeared behind him, causing him to panic. Li-Han was shocked to see them. It was Enrago and one of his subordinates. Sanko pointed at them and shouted loudly, That's right, this is a trap. Die, Li-Han. It turned out those thoughts were just his own speculation. He shook his head repeatedly, thinking to himself, It can't be like this, right? Li-Han immediately denied it. It's nothing. What have the others said about me? He had a determined look, saying, I heard you've been giving food to many others, and I want you to stop that. Those who can't even earn food or clothing for themselves won't understand how valuable it is. He replied calmly, You're right. Sanko was surprised by Li-Han's words. You agree? He answered. What's wrong with that? He was adamant. Those who don't work will never know the value of labor. Li-Han thought to himself, especially the professors. Sanko looked at him with wide eyes in shock. He clenched his fists. Maybe I misunderstood you. I apologize. Sanko felt excited and reached out to scratch his nose. Some people from the tower said he was a heartless and cruel wizard, and I find those rumors to be false. He was still following behind him, thanking him for thinking they were false. Li-Han cheerfully thought, I don't know what's happening, but I can fight to the end and assert that the rumors are false, as the night sky full of stars was outside the tower. Inside, the two stood before a large statue carved of a person sitting on a chair. The woman's face was intricately carved, with a cold, serious expression. He looked up at the statue, thinking, There's some water damage, but it's still a beautiful stone statue. Li-Han raised his chin in thought, feeling this statue was familiar. Sanko looked up and called out to Li-Han. Sanko said seriously, After seeing the water damage, I restored it. It can't just remain damaged. He stood next to him watching, as Sanko took a small hammer to fix the water damage and thought, He really is diligent. Then Li-Han spoke. But why did it break again? Sanko tapped the damaged spot. The statue keeps leaking even after I repaired it. And that was, as soon as he finished speaking, he stopped his hands. Li-Han was astonished as the ground began to shake. A door gradually appeared before the two. Sanko said seriously, This is how to open the secret door. Li-Han turned in shock while Sanko pushed him forward. Keep going in. From now on, you have to go alone. Li-Han hesitated, looking up. He stood in front of the shop looking into the dark path, sweating. Sanko, I believe you, he said with a heavy yet satisfied expression. Just trust me. Li-Han took a deep breath and quickly stepped in. The scene shifted to a glowing red eye just starting to open. The mythical creature was a 2-horned lion, shrouded in mystery, as a new student had just arrived. Li Han stepped closer to examine the monster statue closely, worried and unsure of what it was. He spoke up, "Pleased to meet you. I am the statue of a forgotten monster. Oh, student here to fix the statue. Do you dare swear not to tell anyone about me?" Li Han immediately promised he wouldn't tell anyone. He was curious and asked, "Sorry for asking, but what are you doing here?" The monster statue wagged its tail. "I'm just passing the time. The room I'm guarding has been sealed for 187 years. Li Han, a bit worried, continued to ask, "Why can't I tell others about you?" He shook his head. "Because the professors might make me work again," and Li Han admired the wisdom of the monster statue. Li Han wondered. "I've heard you know how to escape," he reiterated. "What I mean is, I heard you have the intelligence I need. Do you know the location of a hidden chamber in the main castle tower?" The monster statue licked its lips slightly, and he replied, "I know of 3. He excitedly thought. Finally, Li Han exclaimed eagerly, but was interrupted by him. The monster statue stomped its feet, but first, it stared at him. "You need to beat me in a race." Suddenly, 2 bricks under Li Han's feet slowly opened up, revealing a chessboard, and he was amazed to realize it was a chessboard. The monster statue grinned eagerly. "Let's play a game." Li Han grew pale with fear, thinking, this statue must be really bored. Outside, Sanko was repairing the statues. The small rustling sounds echoed clearly in the dim, quiet area. He pondered. The monster statue had a high level of chess skills. Even I, who once led my clan, couldn't score a point against it. I don't know how good Li Han is at chess, but it's almost certain he will lose. Of course, I would have to comfort him. I must respect his pride. Suddenly, a sound interrupted Sanko's train of thought, and he looked back. Sanko saw Li Han standing there and spoke up. "You're back." He waved his hand as he approached him. "I will guide you until you defeat it. Just let me know whenever you want a rematch." Li Han declined, as he had already won and was holding a map created by the statue. Sanko stood there in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Li Han sighed. That statue was worse than I thought. The monster statue's skills weren't even as good as the foreign professor living next door. Of course, that professor was super skilled. He asked again, seemingly unable to believe his own words. And Li Han confirmed once more. It even told me that thanks to me, it could finally sleep well. Sanko fell silent for a moment and then said, "Well, that's good. Let's go back. I'll lead you back." He walked while casually asking, "How did you win like that?" Sanko excitedly turned to Li Han with sparkling eyes, saying he wanted to talk about the dwarf opening, the 2 Tanta clan's traits, and the strategy of moving the cavalry to F3 when the opponent has captured one of my pawns forced him to agree helplessly. Li Han felt something was off, and on his way back, he was tormented by his chess stories. The next day, on a cool Sunday morning, he stood looking at the empty, clear beach. Li Han was amazed by the vastness of that beach. He silently remembered Osu, that skull principal, wondering if he hoped I would complete this mission back then. I had looked through the items I collected, unsure if any could help me cross this lake, but all I had was royal brandy and a bottle of eye drops, neither of which were useful. Li Han recalled the most important thing. After he returned, he asked Ganando how he created a low-grade mana wine. He confidently crossed his arms and replied, "Discard the bottom part of Galamardu and divide the rest into pieces about 2 finger widths in length. Then he would need to quickly chop the snow herb into thin pieces by hand before Galamardu dried out." Just then, before he could finish his sentence, Zoner interjected, holding up a flask to show off, saying, "Li Han, look, this is the wise water wine. It'll make you smart just by drinking it." Li Han stared intently at the liquid in the flask, still saying nothing. Suddenly, Li Han turned to Ganando and asked, "What's 14 times 19? He quickly replied with his eyes closed, 417. Both of them looked at Ganando awkwardly because the correct answer was 266. He then asked Ganando to repeat how to brew a low-grade mana wine, because when that potion worked, Ganando would repeat the same answer, and just as Li Han predicted, he repeated the previous statement. Both of them turned pale, and she exclaimed, "What do you mean? Alright, this is not the wise water wine." He thought to himself, "That's the confident water wine, not the wise water wine. All I have are 3 bottles of that water wine." Li Han looked at that distant horizon. Right now, no bottle of water was effective for me. The problem was this lake. He wondered if it was possible to create a makeshift raft with magic. Suddenly, there was a noise from the bushes behind Li Han, making him curious to look back. Li Han followed the sound and hid behind a nearby tree to peek out. He saw intricately crafted wooden planks, and a voice said, "Don't worry, just gently put it down." Endrago continued, "I've done this countless times back in my hometown. Just trust me." Li Han then realized it was a raft. He exclaimed loudly, startling both of them. Li Han stepped out with his wooden stick, lowering his voice to say, "It's a tiger here." His face was serious as he pointed the wooden stick at them. Both panicked and raised their hands, The other guy quickly called Li Han a bastard. Andrago exclaimed, "Are you planning to steal this boat from us?" His friend was determined. "You won't take 3 meters from me. I haven't even named it yet." He ordered them not to move. Li Han suddenly realized why he was threatening them. These habits can be quite frightening sometimes. He lowered his guard. "Looks like there's been a misunderstanding. I'm not here to steal the boat. I just want to know where it's going." Both paused. Andrago hung his head in thought, then looked at Li Han with a smug face. "Are you interested in the boat I made?" He laughed loudly. "If you're interested, then give it a try." He looked pale with fear. "So you made it yourself?" Li Han thought to himself, feeling a bit uncertain about this. Moments later, Li Han sat on the boat built by Andrago and his friend, lost in thought. The boat didn't take on water even with many people sitting on it. But these guys can't believe they were so easily fooled. Li Han recalled when he tricked Andrago and his friend, thinking that he pretended to doubt their skills, so they offered to explore. They even let someone they didn't like on the boat. "Contrary to what I thought, we could actually become friends." Breaking his train of thought, Li Han spoke while leaning against the side of the boat. "Now let's confirm their location." He nodded in agreement. Li Han moved to the front of the boat to observe. He stood up and looked ahead, thinking he needed a pair of binoculars. Li Han suddenly had a thought. Thinking back, he remembered when all along taught him that a swordsman who reaches a certain level can use mana to enhance their physical abilities. Although it won't provide as much power as magic, it enhances a person's physicality in dangerous situations. Back in reality, Li Han closed his eyes and covered his face, thinking, "If what all along said is true, then I can enhance my vision with mana." Li Han cast a spell around him, emitting a blue light. The light began to spread, becoming brighter from Li Han's body. 2 blue circles appeared in his eyes like glasses. Li Han hadn't reached the level to enhance a specific organ yet, but he had an endless source of mana to mimic effects. Li Han began to see a small island in the distance, the island becoming clearer by the moment. Finally, he could clearly see its shape and the trees on the island. He seemed surprised. "I see it." Li Han pointed ahead and said, "I found it. There's an island over there." Andrago and his friend gasped in surprise. "You found it!" He stood up. "Just luck. Now that we know the direction, we can head there." Li Han froze, hesitating as he looked at them. "Why are you holding up wooden swords?" Andrago and his friend jumped in response. "Nothing." But in reality, they were frightened by the mana emanating from Li Han. He resignedly said, "Let's head back." Andrago immediately obeyed Li Han's command. While beneath the water, large bubbles began to rise as he held the oar. He closed his eyes while climbing and thinking. At first, it was a bit concerning, but everything turned out fine. "Climbing made me too tired. I need to head back as soon as possible." Andrago's paddle hit that big water bubble, but it didn't burst. He was surprised. Li Han crossed his arms and sat in front, asking what was going on. Andrago hesitated and replied, "I think I just poked something." Right then, a bubble of water shot up from the surface, reflecting the images of the 3 people in the boat. Li Han looked terrified. This aura. He stood at the bow with his staff, and suddenly, that bubble of water shot out huge jets of water. Li Han shouted, "A water spirit!" Just as he finished speaking, the water droplets charged down to attack the 3 of them. The other guy panicked and shouted at Andrago, "What did you do?" He then loudly apologized. At this moment, the water spirit had stopped attacking. Li Han looked up at it, pondering. Since it couldn't speak, it seemed it wasn't a high-level spirit, and the emotion it was emitting was. The water spirit appeared timid. He thought it was scared. Li Han covered his mouth in shock. He realized something. Li Han remembered that he used magic to find the island. The real culprit wasn't Andrago but him. It was startled by the magic he was emitting. Li Han told Andrago to calm down and get up. He held his staff with a worried expression, saying, "I need your strength." Andrago and the other guy, scared, hid behind the shield and asked in a whisper, "Aren't you mad at me?" Li Han turned with a helpless expression, thinking, he still believes it's his fault. Suddenly, his expression became serious. Li Han looked at Andrago with a gentle face. "Everyone makes mistakes, but what's important is how you face those mistakes." He was taken aback by his words. Li Han turned his back to the water spirit and continued rowing. Andrago immediately started rowing, saying, "Just leave it to me," looking back and thinking it would be great if they could escape. Li Han cast a sharp gaze at the water spirit, and the spirit became extremely frightened and anxious. Compared to the water spirit, he was clearly a giant. From the spirit's perspective, his gaze was filled with a terrifying aura. The water spirit suddenly released a burst of energy. Li Han immediately sat down and shouted, "What is that?" He looked at the water spirit, thinking, "Wait, this feeling is." The water spirit released energy that caused other water spirits to rise from the surface, leaving Li Han in shock. Andrago and the chubby brown-haired guy hugged each other tightly, crying, while he sat in front with a worried expression. The other water spirits began to shoot jets of water. He immediately shouted, "Put up a shield in front of me." Instantly, a water shield appeared, blocking all the attacks from the water spirits. Li Han, panicking, said to Andrago, "What are you doing? Row faster." He and his friend, scared, followed his orders. Li Han urged, "Don't even think about resting. Keep rowing, Andrago." After a while, the sun was now high in the sky. The oars moved smoothly after the storm. Andrago woke up. "Are we rich enough for it yet?" He sat in the front, observing, and replied, "Maybe we are." The boat drifted ashore, Li Han thought to himself, but the boat of the three had already washed up on the island's shore. He turned his head and thought, "We intended to go back, but now we're at an island." A small island with a bizarre shape lay in the middle of the ocean. The three of them had to retreat to the island in fear. Enrago looked back at the boat for a moment. Suddenly, he called out to Li Han, asking, "Can we take a break?" Enrago's hands were sore. He continued, "I've been rowing for a while, so my hands are a bit tired." He sighed in agreement, and Enrago happily thanked his friend, surprised to find the cut here was very soft. He felt like he was sinking, and his friend gradually sank down as well. When he realized, he shouted, "Are we really sinking?" Li Han exclaimed in shock, "It's a trap from the principal." He worriedly ran while shouting, "Everyone run fast, we have to get out of this shore." He then urged Enrago to run, but it was too late. His feet were already sinking. Enrago shouted for help. Li Han calmly thought, "They reacted too slowly," and he took out a ball. Li Han then threw it into the sky. He thought to himself, "Basic control, I can't lift others up." Li Han grabbed the ball, but he also had some skills. "I will move the ball closer." Li Han strained his arm to grip the ball tightly. Next, his whole body lifted up from the sinking surface. Li Han floated in the air, trying to hold on tightly. Li Han looked down. He just needed to rotate the ball and use it to escape. He slowly flew to a nearby rock. Both of them could still do as Li Han did, but only if they hadn't sunk more than halfway. His whole body landed heavily on the ground. Li Han sat up in shock. In front of him was the boat, which was also gradually being submerged by sand, and Anrago and his friend disappeared together. Li Han thought, "It's hard to escape by boat now." Suddenly, the sand shifted around him, startling him. From beneath the sand, an arm wearing a large glove appeared. Jovan slowly pulled himself up. Li Han nervously looked at him. He stood frozen in front of him. Jovan looked at Li Han and saw that compared to other new students, he was quite good at escaping. Li Han recognized the strange creature standing in front of him was undead. He suspected this was a trap from Osu. Li Han bowed his head to greet him. He wondered, "What are you doing here? Are you here to give me a mission?" Jovan was confused and didn't understand what was going on. He wondered why Li Han wasn't shocked or surprised. Li Han replied, "Of course, I'm surprised." Jovan exclaimed that Li Han was a unique student. He said his plan was to bury you in the sand and give all three of us a test. Jovan pointed to the pile of sand. "Go on in, the others are waiting for you," and Li Han bowed his head to comply. He quickly took out a wooden staff. Li Han shouted a command, and the sphere launched, quickly smacking Jovan in the face. He looked at the sphere as it dropped at Jovan's feet. He scoffed. A new student. Jovan, furious, emitted a blue light. What the hell was that? He immediately bowed his head and apologized for the mishap. Hearing this, Jovan was very confused. Taking advantage of the opening, Li Han commanded the sphere to rise. Then he shouted another command, and the sphere spun in front of him. Sand flew up from beneath his feet. As Li Han attacked, Jovan used the sand for defense. The sphere flew back. He was furious. "Who dared to mess with me?" He sighed. Li Han, filled with determination, thought to himself, "I'd rather defeat this Andith guy than trust my teammates." He shouted, "I hide in the night." My feet stomped on the ground. Jovan, furious, said, "How do you know your master's magic? Did you steal that spell?" In his heart, Li Han didn't want to learn that kind of magic, but life forced him to. Li Han commanded his summoned skeleton to charge forward. He threw Zaza's summoned item. What a troublesome guy. Jovan breathed heavily. "You used summoning to buy time and hid with invisibility, right?" His whole body was cloaked in a fierce aura. "I admit, compared to a new student, your idea is bold." Jovan's eyes shone brightly, but that was about it. "In the swirling wind," he exclaimed, "you ran out to this island. Now you're like a rat trapped in a corner." Suddenly, a sword sliced through. A bright line appeared, cutting into Jovan's leg. He didn't expect Li Han not to run away, but to absorb his mana. Jovan was confused about how Li Han did it. He fell down after that hit, and the reason Jovan had for his question was that the sword in his hand was a weapon used by anti-magic forces, named Morning Star. This sword was made from crystal, and had the ability to absorb mana. Jovan slowly stood up and asked Li Han, "How can you use an anti-magic weapon?" He retorted, "You lack the dignity of a mage." As his feet hit the ground, Li Han immediately slashed at Jovan's hand. His face was cold as ice, thinking, "Your principal is the one who made me this way." He was filled with rage, lunging at Li Han. Jovan was extremely angry, cursing under his breath. He breathed heavily, thinking, if this continues, I won't be able to summon anymore. I can't go easy on him just because he's a first-year student. Now that things have come to this, I better be cautious. Jovan raised his arm, and he slammed it down onto the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Jovan's eyes gleamed. And I will officially consider you my enemy, he continued. Under the car of the esteemed master, Jovan appeared with a new look. He exclaimed, I, Jovan, will defeat you. You were surprised to see Jovan like that. Li Han thought to himself, what's his name? It must have taken a lot of effort to summon him, or should I go easy on him since I still have many questions for him? Jovan shouted, proving himself as sharp spikes of sand continuously appeared. They appeared suddenly, making you jump. Before Li Han could react, the spikes quickly rushed toward him, forcing him to dodge. He realized that he couldn't just stand there while he kept attacking like this. Li Han anxiously looked at him. This time, he was really at a disadvantage. He thought to himself, given the situation, using light magic wasn't a good option. Using the same attacks as before wouldn't work because he wouldn't wait for him to finish his spell, so he made a decision. Li Han's body glowed, and he had to use this. He shouted loudly, blazing bright. Thanks to Li Han's shout, Jovan knew where he was. There he was. What was he going to do with a bunch of spells? He suddenly realized that the entire island was immersed in Li Han's swirling magical sea. A moment later, Andrigo dug out the remaining sand as they sank, and both struggled to climb up. Once they had climbed up, he asked, have we sunk into the sand again? How did this happen? Andrago froze, seeing Li Han step out from the remaining flames. His face looked like he wanted to devour someone, causing both of them to feel a bit scared. Li Han plopped down, and they hurried over, asking if he was okay. Andrago noticed his arm and wondered what had happened since they passed out. Li Han calmly replied, I encountered the resurrection of the principal and fought it, but I'm safe now. And the two exchanged stunned glances, speechless. The other guy understood and urged him to show his hand. Li Han thought to himself if he could trust him enough to do that. He advised Li Han to trust him since he had learned healing magic. He noticed Li Han's self-treated arm and praised him endlessly. Andrago spoke up. By the way, I have a question. Making Li Han look at him in surprise. Andrago asked, did you handle it by yourself? He nodded. They were all surprised. The other guy exclaimed, I can't believe it. You really defeated one of the principal's summoned beasts. He glanced over, thinking to himself, just looking at you can tell. He admired. It must have been a tough battle. Li Han sighed. They must be thinking that. But actually, back in the battle then, he was in the sea looking out for Van. The man was panicking, as he could unleash so much power with just a normal first-level spell. At this rate, the Master's Island would be lost. I have to put out this fire first. While Jovan was trying to figure things out, something huge suddenly appeared from nowhere. It struck straight into the man. Jovan didn't expect this move from Li Han and exclaimed, a stone? Wait, this is... The beams of light seemed to be attracted to the sword in his hand and flowed in. Li Han's whole body was now enveloped by that green light. Jovan felt his mana leaking out. He held a grudge. Just wait. First-year student, I will remember your face. Before disappearing, Jovan asked his name. Li Han replied, I am. He lied without blinking, saying he was Gigio from the Marathi clan. Jovan immediately retorted, just wait, Marathi. Next time I won't hold back just because you're a stranger. He tried to say his last words, a new student, right. Then Jovan vanished with the wind. Li Han sighed, it's over now. Suddenly, a branch above him broke. He still hadn't realized and slowly put away his sword. Sensing danger, Li Han quickly turned to look, returning to reality with a very ugly expression. He silently blamed himself. Damn it. At the last moment, I got too complacent. Both awkwardly looked at each other. That friend then asked, Li Han, you could just give up. Why did you choose to keep fighting? He tried to think of an answer because in reality, Li Han didn't want to face the challenge with them, so he had to fight. He confidently replied, because giving up is a shameful act. They both understood that Li Han was doing it for the honor of the Warden family. That friend then asked him to hand over his bag for him to hold. Suddenly, both their stomachs growled. They felt embarrassed. Li Han then spoke up. Let's eat something first. Both awkwardly exclaimed. We're preparing food here. Soon after, a pot of delicious stew appeared before them. He took a bowl and urged them to eat. Both held the bowls with greedy eyes. Andrago thanked Li Han, while the other friend said, we should have been the ones cooking. He watched them enjoy the food he made and thought to himself, since they wanted to help. He was curious about what they cooked, but didn't expect they pulled out some logs. I should still cook instead. Andrago was happy because Li Han's dish was so delicious. The other friend couldn't believe he was eating something so good. He suddenly spoke up. While eating, listen to me. Both stopped and looked up. Li Han continued, our boat was destroyed. So I'm stuck on this cursed island. What I mean is we need to plan to escape from this principal's island. He wondered if there was a way to build another boat. But Andrago shook his head. Li Han also feared that it would be a bit difficult for them to do it themselves. I'm serious. There's a huge problem. Both of them turned pale in fear. He thought to himself, how could there be something that could challenge him even after defeating the principal's Andrago? It must be very serious. His friend swallowed his food, wondering what it could be. Li Han spoke up. With this tension, I'm nervous. Li Han's face showed clear fear. Tomorrow, we might not make it to class. They both looked at him, thinking, is he seriously this stressed about going to school? His friend wondered, with our situation, missing a few classes is normal. But Li Han insisted, no matter what, we can't skip school. Andrago chimed in, but Li Han. He looked at the sunset below the horizon. I don't think we can make it to class tomorrow. He was curious. What if they come to rescue you when they realize you're missing? Andrago replied, even if they know we're missing, they would never come to save us. Li Han thought quietly. At least the Monday morning class is just basic magic ethics. He suddenly remembered. Oh right, the principal. If he knows we're missing, he'll definitely come to rescue us. We just need to hold out until he arrives. He shook his head in disbelief. That's never going to happen, the principal. Li Han was sure Osu would show up and sigh. You can't even manage something this simple, then focus. The only thing he could think of was to swim. While they were talking, a spirit suddenly appeared from the bushes behind them. Li Han quickly turned around and exclaimed, that energy. He saw the water spirit hovering above him. Drops of water on its body were slowly separating. Li Han quickly wiped his thoughts away. Guessing that Van wasn't dead yet, he called for them to gather. The water spirit, seeing this, became frightened and started to flee. Li Han exclaimed, it's running away! He chased after it, shouting, stop right there. They exchanged determined looks, and Andrago shouted, wait for us. I haven't finished eating yet. The water spirit shot out jets of water, and the three of them quickly followed. Li Han watched the droplets shooting after the water spirit, realizing that its attack was very simple. As he chased, he paused, thinking that chasing it endlessly wouldn't solve anything. The green streaks of light followed it, and Li Han shouted, don't run anymore. He unleashed a tremendous amount of mana. Li Han calmly said to the water spirit, I don't mean to harm you. Andrago, behind him, thought, who would believe that? He questioned, you're one of the principal's subordinates, right? It shook its head frantically. Li Han continued, don't even think about lying to me. Why are you attacking us while we're resting? The water spirit pointed, and he looked in the direction it was indicating. The water spirit pointed at a tree trunk that had fallen and tilted. The two behind didn't understand its meaning. Li Han fet tinse, you understand now. He turned pale. It's angry because I burned the area around here. Andrago wondered what the spirit had said, and Li Han immediately revealed his trump card, saying it's angry because you used the paddle to hit it. Andrago was confused. I didn't mean to. If I had known you were there, I would have paddled carefully. The water spirit was puzzled, not understanding why this person acted that way. The water spirit felt something strange but got caught up in the story. He spoke up, saying the water spirit had forgiven him, so don't worry. He immediately felt relieved. Li Han turned to it and added, even if you're not a subordinate of the principal, you must have witnessed what he did on the island. After all, that day, what kind of spell was cast on this island? Li Han, along with Andrago and his friend, chatted with the water spirit. Li Han pondered, this island can't be simple. It must have hidden traps somewhere. The parasite began to change shape, prompting Andrago to alert. It's trying to say something to us. The water spirit transformed into various shapes, and the sounds were like guessing. A lock, a grave. Li Han remained silent, thinking the professor had sealed something here. He silently sighed. It could only be that. The other two were also busy whispering guesses. The field trip card, Li Han used the family card. Take us there. The scene shifted to images of the spiraling stairs in the air. A large stone pillar appeared in the cold mist. Li Han and the water spirits group had stepped into a vast area. The two, Andrago and his friend, couldn't stop looking around. And he remarked, is this the stairs leading to the dungeon beneath the beach? Li Han observed with doubt, wondering how such a structure ended up on this Saswa island. What was he planning that day? Andrago stepped forward to examine the stone slab. Li Han thought the professor had written something here, and this discovery caught his attention. He hurriedly asked, what does it say? Will traps appear now? Andrago replied, not for me to read. Saying that, he began to read carefully. Congratulations to you for reaching here, my new students. Suddenly a challenge will surprise you. But all these things are part of the training to become young sorcerers like you, he continued. On your way here, you must have learned how to handle the other towers. I want you to remember that lesson for the final cooperative mission. If you go inside, you'll find an altar situated among the stone columns. When someone steps in there, you will break the seal of the altar, and the outer dimension will appear. The three listened seriously until the end. After the instructions finished, Li Han had a question in his mind about what would happen to the person placed on the altar. His friend immediately spoke up. How strange. There must be another way. Li Han helplessly replied, that won't happen. He explained, this is exactly what Professor Ozudik meant. It's more about the kind of cooperation he had in mind. Li Han thought to himself, this isn't good, there are two of them, and my hand is injured, so I'm at a disadvantage. While Li Han was lost in thought, realizing he had to ambush them to win, a figure suddenly dashed by. He was startled. Damn it, Andrago is on the move. I can't react in time. Li Han hesitated, observing him from behind. Suddenly, the other guy shouted in panic, leaving Li Han confused. The guy anxiously called out, what are you doing? Andrago replied, I will sacrifice myself. He continued, I can't forgive the evil things Li Han has done. Li Han was shaken, realizing he really hated him. Then Andrago explained, but if Li Han doesn't help us, we'll be stuck in this dungeon like now. So I will leave the outdoor pass for him, and I will take the next pass by my own strength. Andrago's words moved the other guy. The guy shouted in agreement, let me go with you. Andrago was also touched by his act of loyalty. Li Han silently resolved, they must still have some conscience. Just keep watching them. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the water spirit's actions. He guessed its actions and asked, do you want to increase their appetite? He replied, I don't know why, but okay. Li Han unleashed waves to block the two figures ahead. Both Andrago and the guy were knocked face first to the ground immediately. Two blackened faces looked up and shouted, Li Han, what are you doing? Andrago continued, are you stopping our noble sacrifice? Li Han, being blamed, coldly asked the water spirit, I followed your instructions. There must be a reason you told me to increase their appetite, right? The water spirit quickly used body language to justify itself. Immediately, Li Han sharply guessed, he confirmed, even if someone steps forward, the seal won't open. The spirit nodded vigorously to affirm, while the other two also sounded confused. At that moment, Li Han felt a sense of dread. The old professor was coming here. He was terrified. Even offering a tribute was a trap. Li Han spoke to the two. It seems this isn't the right way, and they both silently understood. It seems so. Next, Li Han glanced over to subtly check the water spirit. If it wasn't for the tribute, then it looked suspicious right from the start. It's an altar. It was maintained so well as if it wanted people to look at it. He thought while acting, this is similar to how I destroyed the shield of the Tiger Tower. The staff glowed with power, concentrating strength at the tip, ready to strike. A strong wind rose, and the other guy asked, hold on, Li Han, you are... Li Han decisively unleashed his power, and the water spirit beside him trembled in fear. Right after that, something bright caught his eye. After a moment of silence, the water spirit gradually calmed down. It began to observe everything around it. Li Han's figure stood in front, contemplatively saying, I knew it all along. The altar under attack remains completely intact. This is not an ordinary altar. Anrago and his friend rushed over, loudly asking Li Han what just happened. He replied calmly, I tried to use my magic to break the spell on it, but I failed. His friend, in disbelief, stuttered his words. Li Han pondered, there should have been some reaction, but this spell is different from what's at home. If that's the case, the only remaining option is that. But if I'm caught, Li Han's face began to tense up with fear. His heart was full of contradictions. He might lose his life. Li Han coldly called out, everyone step back. Li Han continued to raise his magic staff into the air, raising his voice to shout, let the winds rise. A water bubble began to form rapidly, Li Han thought. Professor Vodali said creating a whirlpool is a bit too much. But his next action contradicted his thoughts. As long as they didn't know, it wouldn't be a problem. The image of Vodali appeared in his mind with a piercing gaze. Li Han felt fear in his heart. But what if he got caught? Pieces of stone shattered as water dripped from every side. The faces of both Andrago and his friend were in shock, at a loss for words. The stones surrounding the altar were destroyed in an instant before the eyes of Li Han's group. Andrago focused intently, wondering what kind of magic this was. He thought to himself, he created a giant water bubble and made it explode. I've seen Li Han use water magic a few times, but never knew he had such power. Andrago looked at him in awe and thought, how strong could he be? Suddenly, the end of the magic staff hit the ground with considerable force. Li Han, weakened from supporting it, thought to himself, I've only used it once, and it already cost so much magic. I mustn't overuse it. At this moment, something in his robe was about to fall out. A book dropped to the ground with a thud. The book, seemingly filled with magic, began to open and close, leaving Li Han confused. He panicked. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, the book flipped its pages rapidly, simultaneously releasing ancient characters. The book glowed with light, and the characters shot out in a flash. The light diminished, and Li Han's mouth trembled in hesitation. Just then, he collapsed before the two of them. Andrago was shocked. Li Han, what's wrong? At the same time, his friend shouted, are you okay? At that moment, Li Han raised his hand to reassure them. Li Han weakly said, I'm fine. You two go ahead and find a way out. Andrago didn't dare refuse, and quickly agreed. At this moment, he felt relieved to hold the ancient book, pondering, why did he do this? Li Han looked at the book with deep thoughts. Why teach me all these spells? In his mind, the sharp hand of Gonodontes came to mind. The second-level body enhancement spell drew the hand of an unusually sharp mage. He was still lost in thought. Was he mocking me for recklessly breaking the altar? Or did it have some other meaning? Just then, the sound of Andrago's discovery interrupted his train of thought. Andrago excitedly shouted, come on out here, Li Han, you can do it. He eagerly handed it back. You take it, it's yours. Like I promised, you can keep it. Li Han nodded in agreement, feeling indifferent. He examined it thoughtfully. Looks like all the shapes are pretty much the same. A moment later, Li Han spoke up. Can you help me bring that flat stone over here? Andrago immediately questioned. Why that one? The other guy chimed in. I don't quite understand, but can we take a break first? Li Han quickly dismissed that idea. We need to do it now. The scene shifted to Monday morning in the basic magic characteristics class, where the students were loudly asking, where's Li Han? A group of students, including Sienna and Asa, turned to Jizzle for answers. Asa began speculating. The last time we saw Li Han, he was with a few other students near the tower by the lake. I'm 90% sure you've caught him, Jizzle angrily denied. No way. Deep down, Jizzle was also panicking. Damn, I was wondering why we haven't seen them. What are they doing here? He thought, but needed to handle the situation first, and was about to speak up when a blue flame appeared. Just then, Osu appeared, smiling and saying, Good morning, everyone. He squinted his eyes mischievously. What are you all doing asking so many questions this early? The group of students immediately bowed, and Asa politely explained. We were just greeting each other. Jizzle added, Yes, it's our first time seeing each other since the weekend, so we're really happy. The group shared the same thought. If the principal finds out about this, it'll be a big problem. We should handle this ourselves. Osu, dissatisfied, spoke up. All right, you all are really dull. Has anyone managed to get outside yet? The group fell silent again, prompting Osu to say, I'm disappointed. Your seniors have already completed their tasks. Suddenly, he got inspired. All right then, I'll give you another chance, which made the group visibly excited. He commanded. Now, let's head to the tiger's den. The students discussing behind him were surprised at how kind the principal was. I worried for nothing, Jizzle thought, feeling disdain for the foolish remarks. Jizzle looked at Osu, thinking to himself, he must have some purpose, but I can't figure it out. He continued to sink into thought, though he didn't want to admit it. If Li Han were here, he would have figured it out. Suddenly sensing something unusual, Osu quickly scanned the area, spinning around in circles. Then he flipped upside down and thought, how strange, where is that kid Li Han? He soared high to observe the students, thinking, if that kid has a reason to skip class today, he's lucky. But if he's already on the island, Osu imagined the scene. Then that's unfortunate. He's probably stuck in the rotting basement all weekend. He silently mused. Still, that would be interesting. While releasing a cold breath into the sea, the surface of the water began to freeze over gradually, accompanied by chilling air. A path of ice formed on the sea. Osu ordered them to pair up and cross it. But the true scheme was unfolding. The principal guessed that the students wouldn't finish their assignments. Some would try to escape even if he brought them to the island. All of this was just to prevent anyone from fleeing. Not a single student suspected anything. If he gave them an impossible task and then helped them, Osu was excited in his mind. The students' suffering was just beginning. Just thinking of their screams thrilled him, or rather, made him sad. But suddenly he noticed a change. Osu wondered, why wasn't anyone sinking? The group of students who stepped onto the island were still safe and laughing. He pressed his hand down into the sand in disbelief, wondering why they weren't sinking into it. His hand pushed deep, sensing, I couldn't feel Jovan's magic. He couldn't respond anymore. At this moment, Osu began to suspect who could be behind this. He became extremely angry, blood rushing to his head. Just then, a familiar pair of legs appeared. Li Han slowly stepped out from the forest. He appeared with a tired, haggard face. His presence infuriated Osu, who immediately unleashed bursts of light. Osu roared in anger, targeting this brat. Because of his arrogance, the other students lost a valuable opportunity to learn. But before he could vent all his anger, the group of students anxiously called out and rushed towards him. Asa asked, Are you okay? He worriedly said, We thought you were kidnapped. Li Han questioned, Kidnapped? Andrago and his friend exchanged confused glances. How could anyone kidnap him? Suddenly, two other guys rushed towards him and Andrago. The two of them grabbed Andrago and his friend. The distance between them and Li-han was extending with each step. One of the boys whispered to his friend, "Are you guys okay? He didn't use any strange magic on you, right?" This confusing action made his friend awkwardly deny it. Andrago quickly added, "Actually, he helped us a lot." His friend chimed in, "If Li-han hadn't defeated the principal and brought us back, we might have been stuck underground." The two fellow students fell silent for a moment. After a while, their expressions changed with thought. "They're done for. I think Li-han brainwashed them. The principal couldn't do something so extreme." Suddenly, Osu's voice rang out. "Good, very good." He was furious, grumbling angrily. Defeating the summoned creature was part of the lesson. "You all did very well, right?" Hearing that, Li-han resignedly accepted the blame. He still wasn't finished scolding. "You defeated and summoned. You should have been sent underground. The moment you stepped onto this island, the challenge should have been harsh and educational." At this moment, the two students from earlier were completely shocked in their minds. "Are they serious?" Osu sighed helplessly. "It is what it is. I can't believe you got the tickets to tour outside the school. This definitely deserves recognition." And as he said that, a thin beam of light enveloped Li-han's arm. In just a moment, he looked at his arm in surprise, thinking his hand was healed, and Li-han didn't forget to thank Osu right after. At this point, he also added, "Besides, I didn't do it alone. Those two over there helped." He continued his speech while pointing to the two people, Andrago and that friend, saying that he got the tickets with them. The two proudly took turns speaking, starting with that friend. "We didn't do anything," followed by Andrago, shyly saying, "Li-han did everything." Osu complained, "We know without you saying it. It's not something that's obvious." His words hit a nerve, making the two angry but unable to retaliate. Li-han below also had to silently admit, that day he really did poke fun at everyone. Osu's voice rang lightly. "Li-han from the Wadina family, since you are the first to complete the homework, I will give you a special score." He then extended his hand to receive the ticket from him, saying he had checked the tickets to tour outside the school. Just then, his eyes flashed with light, and the ticket in his hand began to change. In an instant, a flickering light flashed, and the ticket disappeared, causing Ace's group and Julia to gasp. The group of students nearby began to murmur loudly. "The ticket to tour outside the school has vanished." Ace's group protested, "You're taking it back? Isn't this different from what you promised, Principal?" He voiced, flipping through the statements. "What I promised," he said with his eyes half closed. "Remember correctly what I said." A memory of the lecture flashed back. Osu was instructing, "There's an island on the lake. I hid the tickets to tour outside the school there, and I want you to work together to bring it to me." After the recollection ended, the group of students shouted in disappointment. Reflecting back, Asa held his head and cried out, "He never said he would give us tickets to tour outside the school." Osu joyfully looked at the students, laughing loudly. "See? Now you realize the importance of words." His happy voice echoed, "Consider today's events a learning experience." All the resentful gazes were directed at Osu, making Li-han feel helplessly sigh. He must be causing trouble. Osu continued, "Li-han, this is what concerns you the most. Don't you have any thoughts? Am I deceiving you?" He was silent for a moment. A moment later, he answered firmly, "No, Principal. From the beginning, I never thought I would get the tickets to tour outside the school by myself. I have no opinions at all." Everyone around applauded, admiring his statement. "Li-han, you truly are magnanimous," Osu thought with satisfaction. It's normal for talented people to become arrogant, but it was heartwarming to see her so humble. But it seemed like things weren't going as expected, so he still had to cover his face. Not giving up, Osu thought there would be another opportunity. Finally, the group of students dispersed and headed back. They returned to the path leading back. While on the way back, Li-han suddenly noticed that the other guy and Andrago were still trailing behind. Li-han also suddenly acted strangely. He silently thanked his lucky stars for not thinking the principal would come here himself. He should think about what he gave to him. It was about what happened last night, echoing clearly in the quiet night. Was it right to do this? Someone wondered if they would be fooled. And another replied, "It's worth a try." The three of them sighed in relief and looked at the results. In front of them was a pile of identical tickets scattered on the ground, along with successes and failures. That was the secret between the three of them. Those tickets were fake. At that moment, back in reality, Andrago whispered, "Did Li-han see this coming?" Li-han gestured for him to keep quiet. Andrago, not believing it, stammered, "Is it okay?" He was restless, thinking about holding something so valuable. The other guy chimed in, "Maybe we did very little that day, but each of us has a ticket." Li-han left a warning, saying to be careful and not to use it while the principal is still in school. The two looked at his figure slowly moving away, confirming they agreed with what he said. He glanced at the two behind him, excited yet calculating, thinking that accomplices must be treated well so they wouldn't stab him in the back. He also silently assessed, Osu, but would that fake ticket from outside school really work? The situation was quite surprising for the principal. Perhaps he wouldn't realize it was a fake ticket. The two naive ones still had no idea about his hidden intentions. He would decide whether to use it or not after seeing them use it. After all, he still held the real ticket. Finally, the group of students fully returned to the other side of the island. At that moment, Lihan spoke to the water spirit. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have had a tough time." The spirit blushed at the thanks. Suddenly, Lihan realized he had become closer to a spirit. He quietly thought, this could be an opportunity for him. Thinking that, Lihan quickly acted and spoke, "Could you?" His action startled the little spirit. It quickly flew in a circle and then landed beside Nulia. The water spirit clearly showed its affection for Nulia, making her wonder, why is it acting like this? Her voice echoed, "Do you want to make a memory with me?" "No, do it with Lihan instead." Listening to her words, Lihan couldn't hold back his tears. Johnner beside him spoke up to console him. "Come on, let's go." And late at night on the road, Lihan walked alone, recalling the scene from earlier in the day that made his blood boil. That soul was bound to Nulia now. But then Lihan focused on the matter at hand, temporarily setting that aside as he thought about gently opening the door. As the door opened, his mind became even more serious. This wasn't the time to dwell on that in the room where Vodali's shadow loomed. Vodali was sitting there, looking at him with cold, serious eyes. Lihan respectfully greeted him, breaking the tense silence. But before he could finish, Vodali interrupted, "You've used the examination magic." Lihan didn't dare hide it, and honestly confirmed, silently thinking, so this is how everything turned out. Lihan cried inside. He had prepared himself for this moment when he was discovered using examination magic on the monster tree. At this moment, Vodali continued. "I've also heard about another situation," he clarified. "I've heard that you defeated the truce of Groan, Adantes, and Jovan II. Lihan was startled, silently cursing Osu. That skeleton had told so many people about it. Vodali continued. "I think he also mentioned that you were injured on your hand." He spoke up to explain. "There were some unexpected circumstances." At this moment, he stepped forward and took Lihan's hand, saying, "This always happens in human conflicts. The enemy won't listen to your reasons." His voice became serious. Lihan, terrified, quickly responded while pulling his hand away, feeling more frustrated as he couldn't refute that. At this moment, Vodali suddenly turned around and said, "That's why I've prepared this." Lihan sensed the change and quickly took a fighting stance, silently alert, knowing something else was coming. The next day, a dark force rose, and Vodali's eyes glowed bright red like blood. Surrounding him was an aura of dangerous energy, with terrifying lightning about to erupt. Lihan initiated the first strike with a surge of energy, thinking, "I'll attack first and block it." Vodali also quickly unleashed his power, launching a strong attack that forced Lihan to defend. At this moment, Lihan noticed something unusual and pondered. His attack was stopped before it began. He had never done this before. He looked at Vodali, wondering, does he want me to dodge instead of block? At that moment, lightning struck past his arms, exploding right after. Lihan looked at the scene before him, feeling a chill run down his spine at the thought of what would have happened if he hadn't dodged in time. Vodali continued to aim at him, unleashing a force that seemed unstoppable. The lightning strikes became more lethal, making Lihan struggle to evade. The bolts of lightning kept exploding one after another, and luckily, Lihan managed to successfully dodge them. At this moment, he dared not be careless, internally monologuing, "I've dodged for now. Can I keep dodging like this?" At this moment, Vodali's heavy voice rang out. As we predicted, this is too easy for him. Right after that, he snapped his fingers, casting something, and all the lights in the room went out, plunging both of them into total darkness. Lihan reasoned that he was hiding in the shadows, and he could still do something, no matter what. Before he could finish his thought, Lihan suddenly caught something he threw at him. He asked, "What is this?" In response, Vodali simply said, "Cover your eyes." He felt angry with him for his playful fighting antics. Lihan, confused as he approached to cover Vodali's eyes, heard him say, "Not mine." Then he realized it was for himself. Lihan asked to confirm, "Is it really necessary to cover my eyes when it's already so dark?" Vodali simply replied, "You can do it," and then he cast a bandage around him. The blindfold settled comfortably over Lihan's face. After putting it on, Lihan felt as if he had sunk into a silent, indistinguishable darkness. He could only focus on his thoughts. "I really can't see anything, and I need to feel this sound." But the force around him, outside his eyes, Vodali was actually emanating power, looking at him as if contemplating something. A certainty that had been passed down through generations, Professor Vodali was very sure of his teaching policy. He always kept his words. If a student couldn't keep up with his lessons, it was their fault. That thought became deeper and more ingrained in him since meeting Lihan. Initially, Vodali was very pleased to find out that Lihan could use elemental magic, and until today, When talking with Osu, he was astonished by the fact that Lihan had made mistakes and got hurt in battle. So the reason for everything happening, Vodali thought. If I were Lihan, I would want to learn dodging techniques right now. Finally, as his thoughts grew stranger, it was also the moment when everything would happen just as it is now, fire crackling and stones shattering. Lihan flickered in the haze, which unfortunately made him further believe in his own teaching methods and thoughts. At this moment, Lihan felt heavy in his breathing, his heartbeat quickening. Vodali was amused. He had dodged everything while in the dark and couldn't see anything at all. At this moment, Lihan had partially regained his strength and quickly stood up to fight. Vodali was delighted. When I hear others talk about the joy of teaching, I thought they were just rambling, but now I think I understand. He chuckled to himself. Teaching really is enjoyable. Vodali joyously transformed, his inner self along with that strange power. At this moment, all elements were revealed by him in a domineering manner. Lihan nervously spoke up. Can you feel the magic of the other elements too? In response, he only received silence. Lihan reminded himself that he shouldn't expect any normalcy from him. There was no escaping everything in this situation. I'll minimize the impact and pain as much as possible when I get hit, he thought. Then stepped straight toward the oncoming power. There's a truth not everyone knows. This lesson is only taught from the 3rd year onwards. Vodali was quite surprised. Lihan had exceeded expectations. Even though he was granted a large amount of magical power, his true talent is... Vodali looked at Lihan, who was panting. I didn't expect you to push through everything on your first day. He admired him, the ability to quickly grasp everything he learned. Despite being overshadowed by your immense magical power, your outstanding talent will definitely shine through. Vodali picked up the paper package from the table, looking a bit exhausted, and handed it to Lihan. He quietly sighed, surprised that he was worried about him, didn't expect he could do that. Lihan thanked him and opened it to see if there was any medicine inside. He took out a book. Vodali explained, this is a book on thunder magic, and I want you to finish it before we meet again. Lihan paled at this, feeling a bit angry, and replied, I understand. He thought carefully, isn't there a written exam this week? I'll be so busy I won't even be able to sleep. Suddenly a loud noise came from outside. Lihan just asked, what's happening outside? Vodali replied, the professors are dealing with the summoned monsters that are escaping. Lihan stood there frozen for a moment, then reacted, why are they doing that? Vodali calmly answered, it's quite understandable. They are being dealt with because they could disrupt the exams. Lihan's face turned pale. He said, I understand. May I leave now? Lihan stepped out the door with a disappointed expression, thinking he shouldn't have asked. He walked while looking at the book from earlier. Lihan flipped through the pages, quite surprised by this book. Better than I expected, it not only teaches magic but also about safety situations. It's very comprehensive. The author's name isn't written here. Could this be a book written by the Magic Academy? Learning this will be quite easy. Suddenly someone appeared behind him. Nice to meet you through the door. Lihan was surprised to see it was Kerman. He asked him, are you on your way to class? We can go together. Lihan saw Kermine smiling brightly and thought, he seems so happy it's hard to believe he's a friend of Professor Vodali. Lihan started a conversation. Do you teach illusion magic, sir? Kermine replied, yes, illusion magic is more useful than people think. Things like barrier magic to prevent intruders and creating illusions for enemies to see. These are just part of illusion magic. Some wizards combine it with spatial magic to create mazes. There are also wizards who combine it with mind magic to take down opponents just by looking into their eyes. Lihan was amazed, that's fantastic. But in his heart, he thought, it would be very suitable for stealing. Kermine asked him, you seem to have some talent for illusion magic. Are you interested in learning? Lihan was quite surprised. Do I have talent? He thought, now that I've joined the Magic Academy, I can't avoid learning. The important thing is who the subject professor will be. And this person seems to have a good personality. Alright, illusion magic isn't a bad choice. Kerman suddenly asked, is there any other professor you're learning from, aside from Professor Vodali? Lihan recalled. There is Professor Uragum. There's also Professor Vonzagul and Professor Willow and Professor Muley too. Kermine seemed a bit shaken. Wait a minute. Are you learning from so many people? Suddenly something in his pocket stirred. A white skeleton ran out. Lihan urged him. Too bad it's coming back right away. Kermine asked. Is that a summoning? He happily replied. Professor Modem gave it to me. Suddenly, Kermine saw something. A huge white sphere falling down. To make him helpless, he's even learning dark magic too. How many people are keeping an eye on him? I get tired just hearing him mention them. Lihan called Kermani, startling him. Sorry, I was thinking about something when I saw the summoning. I hope you're not feeling too exhausted. That Sakan is a rare and valuable monster. Lihan hesitated to ask, isn't it a leopard? Kermani was startled again. Yes, it is a leopard. Lihan felt suspicious. Better to find out what Sakan is after class. Kermani glanced at him secretly. He has so many private lessons. Just studying with Professor Vodali is exhausting both mentally and physically. I really want to have him, but his opinion is the most important. Kerman coughed. If you don't mind. Before finishing his sentence, he interrupted. The principal also gave me this magic book. Can you help me take a look? He held the book out. Kerman stood frozen. Internally screaming, the principal gave him that book. Who would have thought even the craziest person in the institute cares about him? Lihan immediately asked, Professor, I have a question about illusion magic. Kermany reached his hand forward, smiling friendly. Through the lamp, you don't need to learn illusion magic. Lihan couldn't believe what he just heard. He stammered. Kermine changed the subject. We've arrived. See you in class. Lihan couldn't help but wonder why he suddenly changed his attitude like that. I want you to teach me illusion magic. During Professor Kermine's lecture, everyone took turns asking, is there a way to dispel stare illusion magic or break it? Can illusion be used on bread to taste like honey? Is it possible for another first-year student to break the illusion barrier? Kerman was very happy. I'm glad to see everyone so active, but let's calm down a bit from now on. I will introduce you to the fascinating world of illusion magic. First of all, you should know what an illusion is. To explain, I will perform a simple demonstration. Pay close attention to me. Suddenly, Kermine fell silent. Ganando and Johnner couldn't help but wonder why he suddenly stopped speaking. He wasn't moving either. Lihan quietly observed. Something felt off. I don't know why, but it feels like something is wrong. It doesn't seem like he's standing there. Kermine seemed to be glowing and fading. Lihan swallowed hard watching. He wondered, could he have created an illusion in such a short time? Even though everyone was watching him, if I try to track his magic, he must still be around here. Ganando frowned. Lihan, why is he just standing still? Does he need to use the restroom? Lihan scared him. The professor is right behind you, causing Ganando to jump and turn around. Wand at the ready. A hand countered the spell from his wand, and it rebounded against Ganando's body. Lihan wasn't too surprised, watching Ganando tremble. Kermine suddenly appeared and praised. Good job noticing where I was standing, but you shouldn't be so surprised. Lihan stood up and bowed. Sorry, Professor. Then Kermany used the dispel spell. He returned to his original position. As you just saw, I easily sneaked up on you without you realizing. This is the power of illusion. It allows us to become invisible and approach hidden enemies, while creating illusions to confuse them. Of course, newcomers need to start with the basics. I'll invite the student who saw through the illusion to demonstrate. If you feel uneasy, maybe you can practice. Try dispelling the illusion that was cast here. Lihan was surprised. The wooden boxes, weren't they just empty a moment ago? When did they appear? Kerman pointed to a student. Let's start with you. Miss Lungtung performed, dispelling the illusion, and the lock shook before opening. The lid of the box opened by itself, startling the student. Kermine offered advice. You must not be careless. The magic of illusion that has been cast is also a trap. He called out. Next. Lihan stepped forward. He silently resolved to make a good impression. The wooden boxes were merely illusions. They look like this now, but this may be their true form. Lihan took a deep breath, boldly shouted, Dispel the illusion. Instantly, the boxes faded and then disappeared. Everyone is shouting. They've completely vanished. Just as expected from Garden, he succeeded on his first try. Common called out to him, saying with a slightly awkward expression, You did very well for your first time, but you don't need to overexert yourself to master illusion magic. Lihan stopped laughing in surprise. This is the first time he received such a reaction. Did I do something wrong? Or do I have too much magical power? Lihan pondered deeply. After a while, Common said goodbye to everyone, ending the class, and Lihan ran to speak with him privately. He asked in confusion, Is there something wrong with you? Common also seemed a bit awkward, saying there's nothing wrong with you at all. The reason I told you that is, fine, I'll explain. Right now, there are too many professors paying attention to you. Lihan froze upon hearing this. His face turned pale as he listened to Common explain further. You've attended a lot of classes. You'll exhaust yourself if you join mine too. You should rest when you need to rest. Lihan couldn't believe it. He couldn't fathom there was such a kind professor. That's why I can't afford to lose him. But he was determined. It's all right, Professor. Common's eyes widened in surprise. Then he patted Lihan on the shoulder. If you really want to participate, then attend the next class. Don't overwork yourself, Lihan replied confidently. Please don't worry. I have no intention of attending any more classes after this one. At that moment, Professor Common instinctively sensed that things would not go as Lihan said, and he decided to keep that thought to himself to maintain Lihan's spirits. On Tuesday morning, it was a truly fresh and invigorating morning, but Lihan looked very gloomy. Basically, it includes everything I have learned from other types of magic as well. Do we have to learn all of that? Nor, from behind, encouraged Lihan to stay positive, and he suddenly said he already knew. Lihan shook his head, thinking to himself that this was not the time to think about that. He looked at Zeta anxiously. The basic writing test was happening today. She cheerfully asked the students if they were ready for the test, and everyone around responded with a gloomy tone. Yes. Zeta was excited. After seeing her friends' reactions, she humorously said, "Let's bring out your horses. I want to see how close you all are with your horses." Everyone went into the stable to get their horses. Zoner was worried if it was okay to let them outside. Next to him, Ganando was anxious that his horse would try to run away like before. Lihan looked at them and was also worried about his horse. Lihan stared, thinking to himself, "This horse seems to have the worst temperament in the stable." Hesiok glared at him. Lihan thought it was very big and had good stamina. "Sometimes I wonder if it's really a horse at all. Professor Uragam hasn't given it any magic drugs, has he?" Lihan took the ring off his hand. Thankfully, he had figured out how to control it. Its legs were both bent, and its neck was tightly restrained by a strap. Lihan cheerfully urged Hesiok, "All right, let's go." And it gloomily followed his orders out. Everyone was surprised. One person pointed at Lihan and exclaimed, "Look at him. I can't believe he managed to tame that wild horse. That's Lihan. I can feel the calmness from his horse," he thought to himself. But in reality, everyone was misunderstanding. This horse was just waiting for a chance to take revenge. Not many people from their tower can tame their horses. They quickly exclaimed. Zeta shouted from not far away, "All right, pay attention. I'll explain the test for today." She placed the sundial down, and then Zeta laid out the rules. "I want you to lead your horse along this path. Eventually, you'll see a river. I want you to let your horse drink water and come back. That will be considered complete. I will use this sundial to record the time. Does anyone have any questions?" Ganando whispered to Lihan. "If we just let the horse drink water from the river and come back, no one will know, right?" She seemed to hear him, and looked at him, saying, "If anyone dares to lie, I will dunk you in the water." Ganando, frightened, complied. Saida exclaimed, "Okay, let's start." Johnner sat on the horse, looking at him curiously. "Lihan, aren't you going to ride?" He replied, "It could be tiring if I ride it. Since Lihan attached a magical device to it, Hesiok's stamina has decreased." The girl hesitated for a moment, and Johnner quickly got off. "I'll get down and walk, but you should ride ahead." Johnner happily petted it, thinking back, his horse might also get tired. Looking at her horse and Johnner's, both shimmering with light, Lihan glanced back at her own horse, which looked the same. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed. Ganando shouted. His horse dashed past both of them but luckily avoided a collision. Lihan wondered why they were heading back. Ganando, frightened, clung to his horse and yelled, "I can't control it, help me." He watched them struggling, secretly glad that Lihan wasn't the only one in trouble. It glared at him with resentment, and Lihan wanted to convey, "I've really tried to take care of you, so show a little sincerity." He then offered it a sugar cube. "This is your favorite treat." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Black Flower, what are you doing?" Lihan jumped in surprise. He turned around to see Sanko and his two friends. Sanko stared intently at Lihan. Then he asked him, "What did you just feed the horse?" Lihan replied, confused, "I just gave it a sugar cube." Sanko's friend behind him exclaimed, "You fed it that? You should sell that sugar cube on the black market instead of feeding it to the horse." He wondered what the guy was talking about, as he turned to remind his friend to focus and then called back to Lihan. Sanko handed him a bunch of carrots, saying, "Horses love carrots too. Don't be stingy, so feed it carrots instead of sugar." Lihan wondered why they wanted him to feed the horse carrots, then thanked him. Sanko replied, "No problem, next time remember to visit the black market." Then he left, not forgetting to invite Lihan to come play a game of chess together next time. He watched them. Perhaps that's why Zoner came over, looking at the bunch of carrots with delight. Now he could save on sugar. Lihan raised a carrot to its mouth, but the horse turned its face away in protest. He looked at it helplessly. Lihan was leading the horse to the river while thinking, "It would be easy to notice if I swapped this horse for another, right?" Rowena turned back. "You're here, Lihan. Be careful." He wondered what was going on. He pointed across. "Look over there." The girl from before was letting her horse drink water, but just as its mouth was about to touch the water level suddenly dropped. Zoner and Lihan were both extremely surprised at this. He thought to himself, as her horse drank water, the water level went down. This is unbelievable. Lihan asked Rowena if they had found a solution yet. He sighed. "We tried to get closer to the water, but it flows too fast." Suddenly, Adanath walked over. Rowena happily welcomed her, while Adanath stared intently at his basket of carrots. Lihan thought to himself, "She seems to be looking at the basket of carrots, not at me." He quickly gave Adanath a carrot, and she excitedly popped it into her mouth. Yum! Adanath was startled. Her face turned pale as she looked at Lihan, unaware that she had just eaten a carrot meant for the horse, which wasn't fully cooked. He whispered, "I was planning to feed that to my horse." She told Lihan to stay quiet and act like he didn't know anything. Both turned their faces away as if nothing happened, and Lihan spoke up. Use the water control magic to bring the water back. He then added, let's say hello. A large water orb floated up. Rowena was amazed. Incredible. Gordanas, you can use water magic so quickly and easily. Lihan moved the water orb towards Hesiop, who thought to himself, yes, if I do it this way, I definitely won't fail. He opened his mouth as the water approached, but the water orb vanished, surprising everyone who witnessed it. Rowena asked, what just happened? Johnner wondered, did the water evaporate before touching his mouth? He hesitated. It seems we have to bring the horse right to the spot for it to drink to be recognized. She thought that was outrageous. Johnner asked what they should do now, and Lihan calmly searched his coat pocket. I've prepared for situations like this. She paused as he pulled out that savior item, and Johnner was left speechless in surprise. Moments later, someone slowly walked down to the pond with a rope. Everyone and their horses were connected by the rope. She looked at Lihan with astonished eyes, thinking, I can't believe we have to carry such a long rope. He sighed and said, if we rely on each other, we can withstand even a strong current. Lihan exclaimed, so, can the horse drink? A voice from below responded, all right. Rowena continued, we need to go deeper, but the water level won't go down further. He tried to pull Hesiok down, relieved. With this situation, the mission will be completed easily. It angrily seemed to say, who gives you the right? Lihan coaxed, I'll give you a sugar cube, so don't resist. Hesiok's eyes caught sight of the sparkling sugar cubes, so it had to obey him. Lihan sighed in relief, thinking, everything is going smoothly, just like this. Suddenly, a shiver ran through him, and he wondered what that feeling was. Lihan looked suspiciously. This is a dark omen from the professor. He widened his eyes and looked around, wondering if there was something more. Then Lihan turned his head and realized it was rushing towards them. Nilia panicked and asked, what is that? Johnner fearfully replied, are we done for? Lihan stood there with a grim expression. Really, these guys. He was furious. This professor! And then shouted the name Uraigum. Lihan told everyone to step aside. He shouted, shield, raise up. A shield immediately appeared in front of Lihan, helping everyone climb up to the shore. He smiled smugly. Up above, she shouted to announce that thanks to Lihan, we all escaped. Now it's just you and the horse left. He told himself, good, just maintain the spell and get out. Suddenly, Hesiok's foot slipped off Lihan's shield, and it was quickly swept away by the flood. Hesiok cried out in hopeless desperation, cursing, damn it, the horse. Lihan let go of the shield, with no other choice. He was submerged by the flood, while Johnner above worried for Lihan. She wanted to dive down but was stopped by Nilia. Johnner shouted, what should we do? I have to help. She clutched the ring tighter. No, if I go down now, you'll be swept away too. Nilia stood up. I will go call the professor. Why can't this rope come undone? Rowena suddenly remembered there was also a regular rope. He yelled for Johnner to pull the regular rope, and she realized it had been torn by the current. Rowena shouted from the shore asking Lihan if he could hear her. He said to leave the horse and save yourself. Rowena noticed he was looking at the rushing river, thinking, there's no sign of him. Could he have been swept away? Suddenly, Hesiop startled. It flew up into the sky. Beneath it were hands lifting Hesiop up. Lihan, soaked and standing in the raging river, surprised everyone. They noticed the water shield was still faint but was being maintained. Hesiop wondered, what kind of crazy action is this? June's whole body lifted by its weight angrily said, if you resist any longer, I'll drown you right now. Hesiop gasped, thinking, I can barely keep myself afloat, and you're still trying to save me? Meanwhile, Lihan's head was spinning as he tried to calm himself, focusing to maintain the water shield and using all his magic. If he let go of even one thing, he would be swept away. He climbed up to the shore, and Johnner ran over worriedly. Lihan released Hesiop, sighed, and then shouted angrily, Uragrum. She watched him from afar, wondering why Lihan kept searching for Professor Uragrum. Rowena beside her also didn't understand why, as they still didn't comprehend the anger-filled words. It quickly ran over, worried as if wanting to ask Lihan if he was okay, and if he was hurt? Lihan touched Hesiop's head. He moved closer to its hand. No matter how much you pretend to be kind, I won't loosen the ring and strap. Hesiop got angry, seeming like it wanted to bite Lihan's head right away, but he pushed it away. Lihan exclaimed, finally showing your true nature. Do you think I will trust you? The two stood back, watching them struggle against each other. Both looked on helplessly. Johnner spoke up. Luckily, Lihan wasn't hurt, he agreed. After seeing this, the girl nearby was shocked that Professor Uragum would do such a thing, and the friend beside her couldn't believe that the horses' lives were also in danger. She cried silently, as the person she once respected as a professor, after reading Uragum's discovery books, did things that disappointed her so much. That friend pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Wait, look up there." A pair of black wings suddenly appeared soaring across the sky. The bird landed on the ground, and on it were Nulia and Xena. She spoke up. "It seems it's not too late yet." The girl from earlier exclaimed, "Professor, we can't take this test." And that friend added, "I'd rather take a failing grade than gamble with my friend's life." Zeta was annoyed. "We know. The forest spirit is cleansing the evidence, right?" Both of them sprayed glue upon hearing that. And she continued, "Those horses were almost dead." Someone asked, "You came to stop it, didn't you? Just wait a moment." They fell silent. Zeta turned to ask, "What's wrong?" They both replied, "Nothing," because they thought it was Uragum, not realizing he was the culprit. "Whatever it is, it's just a game." She noticed Lihan. Nulia asked him, "You two seem pretty close, right?" Lihan replied, "Not close, that's just a trick of his. Don't be fooled, or He-Xiok will get mad at him." She felt helpless. "To me it just seems like a way to express feelings." Suddenly a voice exclaimed, "Wait a minute." Zeta was bewildered. She turned pale. "Now, what has the white horse done?" Zeta couldn't believe that He-Xiok had accepted its master. She looked at Lihan. "What's wrong with this kid?" He-Xiok allowed him to pat its head. "What kind of creature is Rufon?" With the characteristics of an eagle and a lion, their pride is also very intense. They would rather die than submit to those unworthy and cruel. Zeta couldn't believe that even after many years of interaction, one still couldn't be sure they would be loyal. Yet it submitted to a new student as its master. She asked what had happened. Lihan asked back in confusion, "What happened?" Johnner looked at him helplessly. She replied, "When the spirit of the forest got angry, the horse fell. Lihan carried it out." He replied, "Is that what happened?" "It's nothing serious." Zeta gritted her teeth. Inside, she wanted to make Lihan understand. "This kid, that's not a normal thing. Now I understand. Dying, your reckless act of saving it." With that courage and honor, He-Xiok recognized Lihan as its master. Proud sorcerers often mistakenly believe that their superior knowledge and magic are the key to subduing creatures. Zeta smiled slyly. "But the real key is this. A heart that cares for others more than oneself." Lihan pushed He-Xiok's mouth away. "I won't let go. Stay away." She saw that and immediately threw the leaf from her mouth onto the ground. He turned back and asked, "Are you chewing on something?" Zeta shouted loudly, "Nothing at all, you idiot." Lihan went to her and asked the name of He-Xiok. Zeta replied, "We've tried many names, but it doesn't like any of them." He wondered, did the professor already name it? Meanwhile, He-Xiok was quite angry. She remembered, and then exclaimed Fawn. Zeta thought of a name, Fawnric. He looked at He-Xiok repeating that name, and felt it was quite special. Lihan stroked it. "Finally you have a name, happy?" "It's angry, and doesn't like that name at all." He sighed. Lihan felt helpless, indeed. A very annoying personality. Later, everyone let the horses down to drink water. The two who were talking earlier, the girl thought that was not how to let the horses drink water. The boy felt that only when the spirit of the forest was angry was it the right time for the horses to drink. Suddenly, someone came from behind Zeta and called out to her. Zeta turned around and saw Lihan. She spoke up. "You asked about point A. Your score is absolute, no need to worry," he replied. "But I'm here to ask about something else." Lihan slowly sat down. "Professor, can you tell me about the Saken monster?" Zeta said. "What else is there to say?" "It is the king of the leopards. According to legend, it was born among the Rocky Mountains and the leopards." Lihan then asked, "Is it a dangerous monster?" She was surprised. "Why would you even ask? A normal leopard is already dangerous." He hesitated. "What would happen if we turned Sakan into a living corpse and controlled it?" Zeta replied nonchalantly. "Why would we do such a dangerous thing? Even as a living corpse, its wildness when alive does not completely disappear. If it senses a gap or accumulated frustration, it could turn against and attack people." Lihan imagined a scene where a collection was preparing to attack him. Lihan closed his eyes. He thought to himself, "It might be worse than that principal. Even the principal wouldn't gift a monster like that." She was curious. "You wanted to try creating a living corpse monster, didn't you?" Lihan shook his head. Even though that wasn't the case, Zeta still advised him to research thoroughly and choose the right kind of useful ones. She then asked, "Do you know the third reason why many dark wizards of the Empire died the most last year? It was due to controlling living corpse monsters beyond their capabilities." Lihan remained silent upon hearing this. He felt he needed to do better from now on. Later, Zeta exclaimed, "Today you all have learned a lot through the test." She smugly leaned back. "The lazy ones will learn the consequences of laziness, while the hard-working ones will see how their efforts bear fruit. If you feel you have shortcomings, don't stop there. Strive to improve." Johnner looked at Zeta with eyes full of admiration, attentively listening to every word she said. Not only taming animals, magic cannot be learned overnight. Lihan hesitantly thought, "That's good advice. but the lazy ones aren't here right now. He imagined the scene of them still struggling in futility, crying for help. Zeta cheerfully exclaimed, "Let the lazy ones know. The class is over. See you next time." Everyone thanked her in unison. Everyone slowly left. Suddenly Sanko called out to Lihan from behind. He wondered why he was calling him. Sanko's face was serious. "I need your help with something. I need your abilities." Lihan was taken aback because Sanko was someone very proud who would say something like that. He cautiously asked what was going on. He gulped nervously. Then Sanko spoke up. "We need your cooking skills." Lihan was confused, unable to believe his own hands. Dipe and Muhadan are the priests of the Sisensa congregation, which focuses on knowledge and scholarship, and is one of the most renowned congregations, respected even by the empire. He was worried. Perhaps that's why the priest only read books and neglected his meals. He replied straightforwardly. Perhaps it was due to the terrible conditions of the magic school, but Sanko said that wasn't the issue. He recounted that the person had always eaten very little from the start, and the problem was that in the congregation, there were others to take care of him. But here, no one did that. Lihan wondered why it was him. Sanko continued, while deep in thought. "Lihan, I've heard about your cooking skills. I asked the immortal Phoenix priests, and they praised your cooking. Not just Renjik, who comes from a family of chefs, said that no one at this school could beat you." He nodded vigorously, wondering what that had to do with him. Lihan, feeling down, thought to himself, "Can't they take care of each other?" He tried to ponder. Lihan sighed. "Fine, I owe you nothing." He spoke up. "Have you prepared the ingredients?" Sanko cheerfully replied, "Yes, just come with me to get them." He pointed to the sky as a show of determination. Sanko exclaimed, "It's in the kitchen in the basement of the main building." Lihan suddenly realized something upon hearing about the main building. Then he remembered the basement where he and Rathford met Bampatan. He turned to leave. "All right, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll go ahead." Sanko tried to hold Lihan back. "Wait. This requires your help, if not you, who broke into the Tiger Tower," he exclaimed. "You said you need cooking skills, but why are you talking weirdly? Once we get the ingredients, I'll cook for you." He spoke up. "Indeed. Lihan, you've seen through that." Sanko's friend ran over with a box. "Of course, we won't let you do this for free." He handed the box to him, saying, "Look at this. You'll change your mind." Lihan curiously looked at it, unsure of what they had prepared. His friend then opened it. Inside was a forbidden book about magic singing, radiating a red glow around it. They wondered if he was more interested now. A curse immediately emerged. Lihan gasped and told them to close it. He quickly closed it, and all four of them fell silent. He fearfully asked them. As soon as it was opened, the curse immediately shot out. "What are you doing?" Sanko was delighted. "Indeed, Lihan, you love curses." It was obvious at a glance. He was confused about what she was saying. Sanko said, "According to the tiger's information, you like things like this." Lihan angrily clenched his fists. "Those tigers spread nonsense rumors. I'll lock them up in the punishment room soon." He then asked, "Where did you find this?" He replied, "On the 4th floor of the library. There's a bottomless tiger, and I found it there." The library of this magic school is anything but a serene treasure trove of knowledge. That's why the upper floors, except for the 1st and 2nd, are considered dungeons or mazes. Lihan asked curiously, "Why did you go up to the upper floor of the library instead of the main building?" Sanko replied, "Because we have a goal, we will." He spread his arms wide and expressed his desire to map out this school, making it more convenient for everyone. He found it quite interesting. Lihan thought to himself, "Moreover, unlike those in our tower, this idea is constructive, even making us want to change." Sanko shyly rubbed his head, and while searching for the completed map, he discovered this book that doesn't quite meet his standards. The other guy wondered if it was because of a curse. He stood helplessly outside, saying, "Just think whatever you want." She replied that Lihan would never be like that, then asked, if it was a curse that drained magical power, perhaps Lihan wouldn't like it either. He immediately took notice when Lihan ran over to ask what the curse they mentioned earlier was. Sanko replied, "The curse drains magical power. All students who tried to read this book fainted from exhausting their magic." He looked at it curiously. Lihan held the book in his hands, saying, "I'll try reading it once." Seeing this, Rengit was delighted, just like Lihan. He indeed liked cursed objects. He opened it, and a wave of cursed energy surged before Lihan's eyes. Moments later, he casually held the book and began to read. Lihan felt nothing different. It seemed to be slowly draining his magic. Whether it was one curse or two, everyone was amazed. Indeed, Lihan could withstand the curse. He read that book, but that's a story for later. This book. Truly, it's quite astonishing. It's astonishing for two reasons. This is not a book of magic casting, but a blood magic book, using blood to enhance magical power. Though dangerous because it involves blood, it is a legitimate secret art. He searched in his jacket pocket. And the second thing is, this book. Lihan took out the book to compare it with the cursed one. The writing in it was exactly like the one Professor Vallada gave us, and now that he looked closely, the covers were quite similar. But Professor Vallada wouldn't write details like this. Sanko wondered if he had a grudge. Lihan replied, "Not really." He was sweating profusely, indeed. Sanko looked at him holding it, thinking, "I heard that this book contains spells that consume so much magical power that blood magic needs to be used. Perhaps for you, this spell will have a resonating effect." Lihan spoke up. "Come with me to the kitchen of the main building." He turned around, but Lihan looked back. "I have a condition." Hours passed, the moon illuminated the quiet night, and a voice rang out. Then, Rafford continued, "Thank you for your help, Sir Lihan." He looked around the classroom to observe the situation. Lihan asked, "Isn't Nylia coming?" You were surprised and replied, "Because we didn't call her." Lihan immediately felt regret as the scene she had hidden from appeared. She was left alone, thinking she would have to explain to her later. Lihan spoke up. "Before we set off, I'll explain," and all three listened intently. He continued, "There are many facilities in the basement, starting from the food storage and the guard who watches over it. Even if unseen, he has a very light sense. When detected, it's almost impossible to escape or distract him." She curiously wondered how Lihan would manage to get out. He then asked, "If you guys get caught wandering around the school at night, how do you avoid being noticed?" "I can go invisible." He replied, "One person goes out to act as bait and gets caught while the others avoid attention." Lihan looked at her helplessly, thinking it really was a crude method. "I'll try that method when I'm with the group. Even if you're angry, mistaking me for a new student is unacceptable, right?" Thanks to that, the new student almost managed to escape. Friend Patton explained, "Even if you say that, the amount of magic power alone can't distinguish it." He reminded them not to rely too much on magic, but to check for intruders in other ways. "If it gets too difficult, I'll lend you my spirit beast." Its eyes gleamed when it heard its name mentioned. Osu continued to advise otherwise. "If you find that kid Lihan, make sure he doesn't escape." He sighed. "Why is it so easy to get to this warehouse?" After the last incident, they reinforced the security down there. The boy looked pale. He said, "You know him?" And he replied, "I've met him before. I wonder how many people have been caught by him already. Even if you attack, he'll recover instantly, so it won't have any effect." He hid behind the wall, observing, "Is there really no way to catch him? It looks like it's an infertile type, similar to Jobin 2. Infertile spirit beasts will also be repelled if they accumulate enough damage energy, and if this continues, they will be detected." Lihan speculated, "That thunderous sound must be that Godana's. Unfortunately, I can't use the most effective magic right now. It seems he hasn't detected us yet. It's best to avoid him. Can that boy chase targets in the air effectively?" The boy couldn't give a precise answer. The young man exclaimed, "Wait, look over there. Another set of armor is moving." Lihan quickly noticed something unusual. "We're surrounded." He couldn't hide his tension. "Let me lure them," but was quickly pulled back by his friend. "Don't say stupid things. Follow me." The confused boy didn't understand what was happening. He glanced down at them, but there was no one in that area. The armor was confused, not understanding what was going on. They didn't realize that someone was hiding behind the door. Lihan covered his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. He sighed in relief. They had made it through the danger, but this place was. The room seemed to have once been used as a classroom. Rathford wondered if something was wrong, but Lihan avoided answering. The two young men were rummaging through the items in the room. He looked up at the ceiling, feeling a sudden discomfort, probably just his imagination. After all, nothing had changed. Lihan reminded him, "We probably can't hide here for long. If everyone in armor comes in here, use magic to take it down and then run fast. It'll create a huge uproar." The two quickly understood his intention, but the boy didn't get to finish his sentence. Suddenly, he was knocked down, panicking loudly. There was someone there. A blank piece of paper appeared before the boy. A pen floated in midair, writing, "Can't you be quiet, new students?" This made him even more frightened, and he backed away. But then it wrote again, "Not a ghost, but a senior, you foolish new students." Lihan was very surprised. "A senior?" The boy doubted. "If it's a senior, why not show us your face?" "Show us your face? Aren't you just a lackey for the principal?" he replied. "Don't say such nonsense. I don't want to be sent to the disciplinary room. Being here is already too much." He finally understood. So seniors would be sent to the disciplinary room if they interacted with us. The principal really is overly cautious. The senior reminded them, "Anyway, you should keep your voices down and don't talk nonsense about new students using magic to take it down anymore." Lihan and Rathford exchanged glances. He thought, this is the opportunity, and immediately asked, "Senior, how do we get rid of that armor?" Lihan wondered silently. When will we meet the senior again at school? The two took this chance to ask random questions, making him feel awkward. He had said to be quiet, but they didn't even know what that armor was. He spoke up. Everyone calmed down and listened to the senior. What exactly is that armor? He began to explain. That mobile armor is the principal's spirit beast. It can move all day and has the ability to sense temperature. Among students, it's a famously terrifying thing. Lihan asked, "Is there really no way to escape?" The senior wrote on the paper, "But we aren't completely powerless. We can use fire magic to create distractions, or generate heat illusions to trick it, or cover it with paper to keep the heat from escaping. This classroom has also been enchanted with illusions, so it's safe," he emphasized. "Making noise would render the magic useless, so please keep quiet." He nodded. "So that's why I felt something was off." Then she asked, "Are you here to do something?" The senior replied, "I'm just heading to the kitchen." Lihan wondered if he was also planning to mix food in the kitchen. He thought, not all the upperclassmen must be as hungry as her. He immediately rebutted. Lihan is a senior, not a freshman, but he admitted, "That's right, I need to get the reagent hidden in the kitchen." His hope was dashed, feeling somewhat off. The future seemed bleak. The senior was confused. All the armor had passed. "Now let's go." But Lihan still refused to leave. "Senior, is there a way to learn illusion magic to deceive those armors? Right now?" he explained. "Even if I teach, this isn't a kind of magic that freshmen can learn. But if you want, I will explain. This is Fairhide's low-level illusion magic. It's a heat illusionary pillar spell. I use this spell to create a mist that covers without changing the landscape, enough to deceive the gaze of those armors. The heat illusionary pillar consumes a lot of mana." He read the words on it, realizing that Lihan was staring at the paper, taken aback by its difficulty. In fact, this was a very hard spell for a freshman. Their mana control was still poor, and with limited mana, how could they possibly use it? After thinking for a moment, he understood. Lihan picked up the staff, ready to fight, commanding, "Let the heat make the air dance." Everyone was surprised by Lihan's actions. His magic began to spread throughout the room, the paper still floating in the air. The senior was stunned, not understanding what just happened. Lihan suddenly turned around and asked, "How is it, senior?" The senior was startled and began pointing out mistakes. But he quickly crossed them out, wondering why he was embarrassing himself like this. Was he just trying to nitpick the junior's talent? He picked up the staff and looked around, but the professor had already forbidden the use of fire magic. The senior wondered, who exactly is he helping? After observing around for a while, Lihan spoke up. "Besides, who knows when they will come back? Better move to the kitchen." He began to introduce. "This is the kitchen." The senior advised, "Freshmen, look over here and be careful not to scream. Over there are all kinds of meats that look very tempting." He was smug. Those poor freshmen will definitely rush in with greedy eyes. He remained calm, holding the scoop, and the senior was very surprised. He wondered, why is he so calm? Is he still evaluating? Who is this guy? Lihan turned around, finding the ingredients he needed. "Now it's your turn to take it out. The liquid inside the pot is boiling vigorously." The senior asked, "What is that?" He replied, "I'm making a nourishing dish for you." This made him panic. Cooking is cooking. This is clearly a form of alchemy. Freshmen shouldn't mess with this level of difficulty. Get away now. Sanko brushed his hands. "It's fine, no problem." He breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he has faith in something. That's fine because Sanko is not a reckless person. He rummaged through his pocket. "This is my family's secret recipe. I've recorded it all carefully." He encouraged him. "You can do it." Lihan was stuck. It turns out the one he trusted was himself. But it wasn't too hard to create. "I've done much tougher experiments before." "The senior is powerless," I warned him. He turned back to reassure him. "It's going to be okay." He thought to himself, "This arrogant freshman, well, they usually need to stumble to know their limits. I just hope he doesn't cry when the liquid spills on him." A moment later, the liquid was ready. Everyone couldn't help but admire Lihan's talent. The senior was speechless. He seemed unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. "You're not a freshman, right? Come on, what year are you in?" He calmly replied, "I'm a freshman, senior." But the senior still had doubts. Lihan asked, "So it's done, right, Sanko?" He stirred the liquid in the pot. "That's right. This is my family's secret recipe for beer candy." He was stunned and puzzled. Sanko fed it to Lihan. "This beer candy is a nutritious treat with great effects, and it's also a food reserve that can be kept at room temperature for months. Just one piece, the size of 2 fingers, is enough to provide nutrition for 2 days." He licked the candy. "It's delicious. Isn't it similar to malt candy?" He continued to explain. "Plus it helps restore magic power too. Our ancestors created this when they were stuck in a mine and ran out of beer. That's how it got its name." Lihan listened to the story, "So that's how it is. I've achieved my goal. Now let's head out." The senior was startled upon hearing this. He slammed the paper into the senior's chest. "Something's wrong," Lihan angrily asked. "What's going on?" The senior warned. "Don't say anything. There's a shadow approaching outside. The warehouse manager is getting closer." He stopped in front of the door. Patan didn't say anything but looked at the door, quietly moving closer to it. This made everyone even more panicked. The senior quickly instructed, "Hide in the corner while I cast a spell." He wondered, "Are you sure this will fool the warehouse manager?" He reminded him, "I don't know, just be quiet." Patan placed his hand on the door, but it had been a while, and the door still hadn't opened. This made Lihan even more confused, standing in front of the door but not going in. A beam of light emanated from his hand. Patton stood in front of the door casting his magic. He sensed something and quickly spoke up. "The warehouse manager is using magic." The senior felt it too. He wondered, "Wait, how do you know I placed a talisman outside?" Lihan explained, "Because I can sense the magic movement." The senior was very surprised. "You can feel it from here?" Everyone couldn't help but admire his talent. He crumpled the paper. "Let's drop that topic." But the warehouse manager seems determined. The senior thought, "Usually the spell only passes through. Why is it different this time? Not just this kitchen but also the incantation on all the doors. Even that type of magic." Before he could finish his sentence, he froze. The senior was so shocked that he dropped his paper and pen. He panicked. Spatial magic is one of the most difficult and dangerous types of magic. Lihan saw this and asked, "Senior, why are you so tense?" When a door suddenly swung open, another door burst open, leaving him utterly surprised as both doors opened simultaneously. Everyone looked around in fear. Lihan wondered, "Senior, what are you doing?" The senior wrote on a piece of paper, "You try going out the back door yourself." This made him even more confused. Why is it suddenly like this? Sanko stepped into the room. "Lihan, it's dangerous. Let me go first." He was startled by the phenomenon that just occurred. As soon as Sanko stepped out, he was pulled back into the room. He stopped in disbelief. "Clearly, I just went out the door. How is this happening?" The senior explained. "The space of the door has been warped. That's the magic of the spell." He wondered, "Isn't there any way to solve this?" The senior admitted, "Yes. Do you understand what being at a dead end means?" Lihan silently stared at the piece of paper for a moment, then closed his eyes to think. Then he said, "So we finally ended up in the punishment room," which startled the two. "Oh no, never," Lihan calmly replied. "Well, I was prepared for this from the start. Just keep your promise later." The senior was surprised by his expression. Even though it was confirmed they had to enter the punishment room, his expression didn't change at all. How could a student remain so calm? Now he felt embarrassed for leading them astray. It was at this point that he finally wrote down, "Actually, there is a way," making the two excited. "Really?" The senior laid out a condition, "But you guys have to help me a little." As he took some corn kernels from his leather bag, the senior began to eat them slowly. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive. Using magic earlier drained my mana." Sanko was skeptical. "Can it really be done?" The senior confidently replied, "All right, just watch." He picked up his magic staff. "Okay, it has to work. As the symbol of the silver god, I must show something in front of the new students." The senior received the incantation, enhancing the sense of spatial awareness. He shouted loudly, commanding the magic, directing it towards the door. He silently assessed. The magic was on par with the last time. The shape was still not complete. The control during activation was unstable and required much more practice. Could it be that I'm thinking like Professor Velati, and my mind is getting polluted? It flew into the door, creating a huge explosion. Both of them stared at it intently, unsure of the outcome. But the magic still had no effect on the door. The senior fell silent for a long time, stammering as he picked out the corn kernels earlier, then continued to eat slowly. He apologized while explaining that the magic range of the stockkeeper was stronger and wider than he thought, thus consuming a lot of mana. Sanko was extremely angry, meaning only the beer candy survived, and the escape was a failure. The senior was fuming. These idiots didn't even understand the difficulty of this magic. Lihan stood silently in front of the door, touching it and calling out, "Senior." He was determined. "Teach me that, and I'll give it a try." He panicked. "What? You think you can learn it?" The senior recalled what had happened, successfully creating a low-level illusion of hit on the first try, making the beer candy successfully on the first attempt. He reluctantly agreed with Lihan. "Fine. Do whatever you want. Just wait a moment while I write down the details as best as I can." And he thanked him profusely upon hearing that. The senior began to guide him, saying this magic needed at least 3 steps, the first being a level 2 spell to enhance perception. Enhancing perception is a supportive magic that boosts reflexes. It's also essential when facing someone who distorts senses, enhancing all 5 senses as the name suggests. Next is a level 1 spell, spatial awareness, a supportive magic that helps the user clearly sense the surrounding space. Often used by battle mages, It's also essential when facing spatial magic. Although it's level 1, it's as difficult as level 2 magic. Finally, there's a spell with great destructive power. You just need to find the weak point in the distorted space. Li Han sat reading for a while and finally understood. He pondered, I can't learn level 2 magic yet, but with this explanation, I can learn level 1 spatial awareness. He picked up the magic staff and prepared himself. The senior felt a pang of jealousy. All right, cocky newcomer, this time you will fail. To feel how much I've struggled, could it be that you'll succeed this time? An hour later, everyone had safely made it out. Rafford admired and praised Li Han. He still remembered to thank the senior. Thank you, senior, you're even better than the professor. Seeing him silent, he continued, Why aren't you responding, senior? He felt insulted. My magic has been learned in vain, thinking I was one of the best of the year, so confident. Renjit speculated, could it be that he has left? A friend next to him chimed in. He probably said everything and just left, how cool. The senior wrote on a piece of paper, I'm still here. He deduced, he must be out of mana, that's why he's tired. At that moment, Li Han realized and thought back. How could he maintain the invisibility spell with a lack of mana? He wondered. Could he also be using a cursed artifact like I did? He fell silent, freezing for a moment. The senior wrote down, I'm not going to present it. That guy and I were both extremely surprised. Huh, really? His face turned pale. Could it be because of the principal? The skull? Not letting seniors interact with freshmen. Is he using magic for that? Why go to such lengths? He finally acknowledged Li Han. Oh well, although the genius freshman might be shocking. In this school, shocking isn't a big deal. You might encounter it if you live long enough. A genius that everyone has to respect. The senior wrote a thank you note to him. The senior asked seriously, in this school, those who meet at night won't ask each other's names or clans. But I want to know your name. Could you tell me? He looked at him in surprise. He seemed indifferent, or perhaps hard of hearing. He had heard his name echo countless times throughout the night. But it's fine. As Li Han was about to speak, he was interrupted by him. I should introduce myself first, right? He began to introduce himself. My name is Ban Patan, from the Marathi clan. He recalled previous memories of this senior. Li Han remained silent for a moment, then reluctantly introduced his name again. He laughed loudly. Enro snapped here. Under all the schemes and tricks to survive here, there's no tactic that can't be used. The next day, during the basic swordsmanship class, Ingerel introduced the lesson. This week is the week to test how far the students have kept up. He cheerfully announced, that's why we've invited outside guests here. The knights present will be your opponents. Han stepped forward with an expressionless face and a fierce aura. Ares, a knight from one of the prestigious knight orders of the Empire. With just a horse and a suit of armor, one can roam all the treacherous lands of the Empire. Ingerel smiled, and for the young students, they would surely learn a lot. The knights stared intently at the students before them. Bylin sighed, while Han felt disdain inside. Although it was thanks to Ingerel's suggestion, it seemed they had come to the wrong place. Even though each had studied swordsmanship for many years in their families, dealing with the novice knights should have been enough. Bylin asked if Professor Ingerel was just going to stick to what he said earlier. He reiterated, yes, that's right, just keep them alive. Han immediately understood, his face pale. Was Professor Ingerel like Professor Volati? He laid out the lesson plan. 3 of them would face one knight, so they should gather according to the teams chosen previously. He was sweating, his serious expression making him wonder if everything was really okay. Li Han called out L, promising that this time he would follow his lead. Han immediately became suspicious. Did you have some scheme? Li Han explained. No schemes at all. If we don't cooperate, we won't score in this exam. GL was still stubborn, wanting me to believe your words? A backstabber like you is always ready to stab someone in the back. He replied, that's just because your direction is so poor. Sometimes I can't even understand it. Considering it, it was best not to let them continue talking to each other. He turned back to ask, who is our opponent, Professor? Is there a draw to choose? Ingerel replied, it's already been decided based on the student's strength. Your opponent will be. He turned to call, Bylin. Since these are the 3 best students, they need a worthy opponent. Han coldly responded, looking forward to cooperating with you all. GJL also went along with the flow. We also look forward to your guidance. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually tense. Bylin calmly stepped forward and then stopped. Han prepared for his fighting stance. Bylin challenged, use everything you can to attack. If possible, use magic, and I won't hold back. The 2 stared tensely at Han. Li Han got into his fighting stance. Just standing in front of him, he could feel the power. This person could rival Alolan, and even had magical abilities. Alright, winning is probably impossible anyway, but to score points, I must show everything I can. He chanted the incantation, O feet, stir the ground. GJL was surprised. feeling his body had become stronger. Daeju felt the same way. He immediately thanked Li Han, sweating profusely. The side effects probably shouldn't be mentioned right now. Li Han continues to use magic. Oh space, reveal yourself. Daeju is very surprised, using more magic again. A beam of light surrounds his body. Oh fire, warp the air. Oh hands, tear the enemy apart. Li Han thinks, facing a regular knight, who knows which spell will be effective, so he has to try every type of magic possible. Ba Lin worries for him. Using so many spells, what if he runs out of magic? Competing with a young wizard would be very dangerous. Han looks worriedly at Ingerel. Why isn't Professor Ingerel stopping him? Seeing the opportunity, Li Han immediately casts a spell, a flash of light. Han turns to the big head behind him. Daeju, attack! A beam of light streaks past Bai Lin's head, but Han quickly dodges it. Han turns around to see JL closing in with a sword. Han frowns. His legs feel much lighter than usual. Although angry, he has to admit this magic is truly impressive. The two of them aim their swords at Bai Lin, but Han quickly vanishes. JL is extremely surprised. He thinks, where did he go? Bai Lin unexpectedly strikes from behind Daeju. The blow sends both of them tumbling to the ground without a chance to resist. Han raises his sword, ready to finish them off, but he is immediately stopped by Li Han. Let's say goodbye. Bai Lin swings his sword to block the attack, a basic spell. This one just needs to be avoided. But the ball suddenly changes direction and charges back toward Han. Bai Lin hasn't even had a chance to regroup from what just happened. When the ball flies in and hits Han, Han's hand is soaked as he blocks that water ball. Bai Lin smiles and starts praising Han's abilities. Han calls out to him, "Hey you, young wizard." He ignores Han's words and continues to attack. Let's say goodbye. Li Han continues to conjure countless water balls. He tries to concentrate hard. Sensing the space is indeed crucial. It has always been very difficult to control such a large number of water spheres, but now it's easier for Han. He admires Li Han's ability, truly amazing. Bai Lin wonders, could it be that all the best male students in this school can use magic like this? No way, such talent is very rare. This is a talent that belongs solely to him.